The faint sound of a powerful heartbeat coming from above. You tilt your head towards the source of the pulsation and see a swollen mass of what looks like hamburger meat dripping an unknown viscous black fluid. It fixates its empty eye sockets on you and makes a garbled, pained screech before releasing its grasp and plummeting towards you. Paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson has yet again uploaded anomalous evidence to Twitter despite all Foundation protests. A swift kick to the balls to their supernatural level of bureaucracy is always welcome in my opinion. This evidence takes the form of 2 images of seemingly related entities, and the caption, meaty. It's very likely that these are just 2 entities that Trevor encountered and wanted to document, and without much field observations about them otherwise, just said meaty is a fun little wink to the audience. Which is pretty ableist because some people can't wink. These creatures have faces resembling human skulls, seemingly made out of a combination of bone, teeth, and skinless, red flesh tendrils. The second documented creature also displays an open ribcage, which means that there's likely more complex structures in both of them that aren't just earthworm-looking hamburger meat. Their shape, while amorphous, is consistent in a few key aspects. They seem to be suspended in the air by a variable amount of slender limbs, and unless those entities are stationary, it could be surmised that they would move via suspensory movement, similar to species of non-anomalous primates, tracking prey from power lines, trees, rooftops, 5G towers, parking lights, that bridge that I took a dump under before taking the perfect opportunity to strike. It could also, as previously mentioned, be a stationary ambush predator. This would mean that it would wait above human settlements, suspended along their own structures, for an unsuspecting individual to cross under them. At that moment, they would let go and drop onto the victim, subsequently latching on and rappelling back up to safety, ensnaring the prey in a web of flesh, consuming them slowly from the comfort of their meaty spider web. The creature from the first image looks to be swollen, which could suggest that it is in the midst of actively digesting a prey item. I wouldn't want to be under that thing when it takes a supernatural human-sized shit all over the sidewalk. I assume these things are dangerous just based on how creepy they look, but I have no concrete evidence. He could just eat plants, or like fucking gravel too, I guess. Hell, he could be a used car salesman for all I know. I have 2 fucking pictures. The first one kind of reminds me of a living cut-off bull testicle. You guys ever have Rocky Mountain oysters? I haven't, but they're on the list. Also, some may note that the pictures look as though they fit together. And while I'm not ruling that possibility out, some key factors lead me to believe otherwise. First off, they have different tones in their flesh, and key differing factors in their morphology suggesting that they are unique individuals. Also, I put one on top of the other and it didn't fit, so I don't know, man. You try it. If any researcher watching has any ideas about how these creatures are related more than just being the same species, leave your findings below. One may also question the text that looks as if it reads A1 behind the second creature, and how the background of these images look as though they could be in some sort of metal room. While I initially thought it was just a cloudy backdrop, this could suggest something else. This may lead some to believe that it's being contained at a facility, seeing as how they usually label and categorize their anomalies. And that may be correct. Some may think it's the SCP Foundation, some may think it's some other shadow government. Everyone's got one nowadays. I don't think so, though. We've uncovered something much more devious. I believe that we now know an integral piece in the mystery of how they make A1 steak sauce. We at Anodyne want to address the tragedy of what happened in 2007 at the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. From the bottom of our hearts, we apologize. Our irredeemable negligence caused an unforgivable oversight that cost so many people something irreplaceable. Money. In life and in business, you can either live in the past or you can move forward. We at Anodyne intend to right this wrong as a gesture of good faith and a start to our apology to the families affected by this tragedy. We will be providing all individuals who were affected by this travesty a 20% off voucher for the new gambling and entertainment attraction located at the former site of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. That's right, we've based our experience off Las Vegas, Amsterdam, Berlin, Los Angeles, all the sin capitals of the world. Not only can you find everything that you could hope for in these hotbeds of debauchery, but all that and more. We have developed our own line of specialized slot machines and gambling games. These machines are capable of literally spiking your dopamine through airborne pheromones. Oftentimes, the clients opt for this, as it makes the pastime of gambling feel a lot more rewarding. We once switched this system to also dole out dopamine when someone loses, and saw an increase in profits, so we just kept doing it. I mean, don't you want something to make all that loss feel worth it? These machines regularly liquidate the entirety of people's bank accounts. I know what you're thinking, don't worry. Our MFP legal team has been lobbying, so they never have a possibility of getting banned as they rightfully should be. Not a gambler? Fine. Be like that, Who doesn't like sex?
Asexuals? You got an answer for everything, don't you, smartass? Welcome to the new and improved amniotic fluid springs, taken to their full potential as the newly dubbed amniotic brothels. Stay safe with our patented amniotic fluid condoms. Some say it even feels better than without them. We have, of course, our regular run-of-the-mill escorts, but for the more adventurous customer, our flesh pit amalgamated organism escorts can do anything you could dream of. And more. I would wink, but I only have one eye, so people can't really tell if I'm winking or blinking. You know what, I'm getting off track. Some people like to get willingly vored by the pit. We don't understand it, but what we do understand is that we can charge for that too. Especially the retrieval fee for those who didn't think it out. Of course, what cultural capital would be complete without the arts and theater district? Using the strange and marvelous biological creatures in the pit, our team has been able to arrange bizarre circus-like performances to enthrall our valued patrons of the flesh pit. We're pretty sure we can contain them. I mean, we do a better job than you at it. Right next to the theater is the arts district, in which you can find creatures from the pit bred to reflect society onto the customer itself. As Hollywood-style artists do, they are the peak of complaining about capitalism in their art, while still selling said piece of canvas and acrylic for $4.2 million, to a man who made that money selling children's organs in third world countries, and only intends to resell it as it appreciates. Of course, in all major cities, especially ones that center on a business like ours, crime will be an issue. Fortunately, our team has found a solution to even this. Monetize it! Some rando Walter type was caught engineering a love drug from the amniotic fluid. While this substance was initially banned nationwide, companies soon lobbied to legalize it once they saw its potential profitability, and succeeded at the state level to at least allow consumption of it in the mystery flesh pit under a religious technicality. These will be available from vendors around the park. Kinda feel like Molly. I can't feel my face. Some may say this construction to a monument of indulgence may seem insensitive to a place on the former site of a national tragedy. We at Anodyne can understand this. To make sure this endeavor is sensitive for the families of those who are lost. To avoid a potential suit or bad press, we have constructed the Mystery Flesh Pit Memorial Garage bathrooms. We hope that when you see these, you know exactly how much Anodyne valued the lives of your loved ones. When reopening after a tragedy such as this, we want to assure you that safety is our main priority, and at this time, nothing can possibly go wrong. Should we do something about that?
Why do you care? Neither of us work here. I'm stealing from the register, and you apparently have just been filling all the condoms up with SpaghettiOs.
Oh yeah. These images are the only known pieces of evidence of a novel anomalous creature. This entity has been dubbed the Last Customer by its discoverer Leo Vincible, who against all Foundation protests decided that this sensitive paranormal information belonged on his very notable Twitter account. Someone's gotta take the SCP Foundation behind the bar and face it towards the sun and shoot it in the back of the head. There's no quality of life anymore. The Last Customer has been documented in a few different locations, but without fail, this creature appears consistently in retail stores. While the exact pattern of its appearances is yet unknown, this creature usually appears in stores that feel especially liminal, like large nationwide retail brands or particularly highway gas stops. You know the ones where they always look exactly the same regardless of where you are, and you're always there high as balls at 3 a.m. and you don't even know how the fuck you got there, but you really hope you didn't drive yourself. This critter has appeared in several different scenarios in these stores, but it's most likely to appear at the end of the last shift, when the final customer is browsing the aisles, or the last employee is closing the doors for the night. All those who have had an experience with the Last Customer disappear soon afterwards. While there's no direct evidence connecting the cryptid to these disappearances, come on, idiot. I mean, that sounds kinda sus, but in my opinion, he's pretty cool. He didn't say shit when he saw me pocket that gum. It's not stealing if it's a big corporation or an old lady on the street, that's what I always say. To understand a bit more about this creature, we can examine its physical characteristics. The first very notable feature is its humanoid face. You got pretty close to looking like a person, but honestly, I think you crossed over into Uncanny Valley Clown a few steps back. Other than that, this pineapple-looking ass has a large amorphous blob of a body, with a variable amount of arms that all connect to it somewhere conveniently located off-screen. No telling what the hell this thing's body actually looks like. It's almost as if it is intentionally designed that way. But we're gonna ignore that. In some more detailed depictions of this monstrosity, we can see that the flesh around its face and extremities are raw and red, as if they've been somehow damaged. Perhaps in an altercation. The creature is often tangled in between the shelves. Spaghetti noodle-ass arms in and out of every hole. It looks like it doesn't have any bones in its entire body, which could lead to our next theory about what this is. While the prevailing theory that I just made up is that this guy is just like any other big dumb animal and he just loves Doritos, others have a different theory. Some believe that this creature is connected to the stores that it lives in, living in between the pipes, vents, and shelves. I think that each of these creatures is a separate entity, that at some point found a store to graft onto. This creature is a species that remains connected to this retail store its entire life, like a snail protected by its shell. See, the thing is, the store is a snail shell, but it's also a spider web. The chip dust and snack cakes lure obese clients to the last customer like flies flies like snack food too, so. In summation, I view you all as pests. This entity likely remains dormant in the vents and pipes of a store before finding a sole victim in a dark part of the store late at night, at which point it uncoils its horrible flesh pile from inside the vents to entirely consume its confused victims, or something goofy like that. To be entirely honest with you, I don't care what he is. He didn't say shit when I bought a bunch of zip ties, a pocket knife, a rag, some chemicals, and also a Snickers bar, which I appreciate because I'm self-conscious about my weight, but I still like to treat myself.
Hey, dumbass, there's nothing left. Let's go.
Yeah, one sec. I just gotta get done covering our tracks. I mean, entertaining the wonderful fans back home. By the way, none of this was canon, I made it all up. She awoke in the dark, feeling cold, and scratched a new sore spot on her side. It was wet. In her confusion, she grabbed her phone and shined its flashlight at her side, revealing an incredibly shallow bite mark and the elongated fingers of something that quickly recoiled into the dark and disappeared without a trace. This image was the only evidence posted of this novel uncategorized entity, uploaded by investigator Leo Vincible, alongside the phrase, "Don't let the bedbugs bite." This is the latest in many independent investigators telling the Foundation exactly where they can stick their rules for distribution of anomalous media. Seriously, every time some bureaucracy tells me exactly how I have to walk through their red tape, I just want to strangle them with it. While an image and a phrase isn't a lot of information, it's still enough to get a baseline understanding of the creature in front of us. As always, on the AZFK show, we start by judging a book by its cover and examining the anomaly's physical characteristics. Its two giant red eyes alongside its scattered assemblage of smaller ones look primed for night vision. Giant pigmented pupils to catch as much scarce light as possible. While at first glance, with this creature's stark white, unnaturally smooth skin and two little slit holes for a nose, it resembles a gray alien. However, this would be an oversimplification of the monster's true nature based on appearance alone. Let's take a closer look. It has a set of jet black gums around a perfectly maintained set of human teeth. Looks like this guy's been brushing. While this entity looks humanoid in shape from the shoulders up, based on the other anomalies that we've covered, it would be naive to assume that means it has a humanoid lower half. If it does, it looks like it might be straddling whoever it's on top of, suggesting that if we want to learn more about this creature, we should check the state's sex offender registry. All jokes aside, we can likely gauge a deeper understanding of this creature and how it operates by examining its namesake, the bedbug. The bedbug, as many know, is a blood-sucking parasite that makes its nest in fabrics of human homes. Most often in the bed, because that's where it gets the easiest access to the most blood. Yours!
They crawl on you while you sleep.
These creatures are most active during the spookiest hours of the night, midnight to 3 a.m. They can sense body heat and carbon dioxide using their antenna, and use these signals to locate their prey. Bedbugs can also live without feeding for 3 to 6 months, even up to 300 days in colder climates. They have flat torsos until they feed, at which point they blow up like balloons. Bedbugs also don't carry any diseases, which serves as an evolutionary advantage. Don't want to kill off your food source, or give them any more reason to get rid of you. I know what you're saying. Why are you spouting off about a random species of bug? What are you, some sort of bug fucker? That has nothing to do with the situation. That brings me to what my theory about the original creature really is. I believe that this is an anomalous parasitic creature that lives in the dwellings of humans, feeding off of them for sustenance. Leo Vincible likely wrote, "Don't let the bedbugs bite," as a fun wink to the audience. But it could also signify that this monstrosity shares traits with the everyday pest. Like a bedbug, it takes root in someone's home and begins to feed while they sleep at night. It's almost impossible to drive away, staying with the prey, consuming their blood, slowly making them weaker and weaker until they wither away. Or something goofy like that. When it only has a few people to feed off of, such as an individual or a family, it sucks them dry quickly and needs to relocate. When it lives in a larger group, it can sustain itself for longer. In complexes, dorms, departments, it can live unnoticed for years. In this one frat house, they put it through hazing. It's a member now. All the pledges have to get sucked off by it, and I guess that's better because they used to use a person for that. It isn't the goal of the bedbug to kill an individual, only to feed. But if it's hungry enough, it won't care for the fate of its food. This isn't malicious. It's just an animal, like any other. Like regular bedbugs, this creature can go long periods without feeding, and can reactivate from its inactive state upon detecting body heat or carbon dioxide from blood-having animals such as yourself. If it drank mine, I think it would just straight up die. Most creatures do. Game got really drunk, but that was a rare exception. The idea that this creature may be related to bedbugs make me guess again for what the red dots on the face might be. While I still think the two large ones, as well as some of the others, are solely sight organs, I believe that some of the red sense organs may be responsible for sensing things like carbon dioxide and body heat. This creature could use these like bedbugs, but take it one step further, and attempts to locate the largest populations of humans for the most assured supply of meals. I wonder if we put this guy in a crack house, would he get really high and then addicted? If we put him in a brothel, would he get an STD? What about if we put him in Wisconsin? Would he get diabetes? I ask the questions that really matter. Now let's say this critter is really close to bedbugs in nature. Like really close. Fun fact, bedbugs mate through a method known as traumatic insemination. Translation, the guy bedbug has a really sharp penis and stabs the ass of the girl bedbug and then nuts into her bloodstream. That wasn't very fun, but it was a fact. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not this. This makes me want to turn the entire earth into a fucking parking lot, but I don't know, go drink some ocean or something. The photo in question was likely taken when this bedbug had completely filled itself. Like a regular bedbug, it has a lower half that's just kinda like an empty balloon when it hasn't fed, and then it fills this stupid sack until it's bursting at the seams with other people's blood. Then it drags its fat ass away on its two front limbs. It may have been too overzealous in feeding in a large apartment complex, and got too obese to waddle away before someone pulled out their iPhone, or some shit like that.
The Hat Man. What is the Hat Man? Is this the Hat Man? What about this? How about these? Are you aware that the majority of humanity's cultures have observed this shadow monster independently from one another seemingly since the beginning of civilized society? Maybe even longer? The Hat Man is most often described as a shadowy figure standing 6 to 10 feet tall. It has seemingly no discernible characteristics other than a soupy black void-like appearance, and in some depictions, 2 pinprick glowing crimson eyes. His namesake comes from his trademark large-brimmed hat, the edges of which extend past his shoulders. As with any unknowable entity, the drip is on point. This being often appears in the corner of rooms or the foot of one's bed, doing God knows what. It does not always come alone, sometimes accompanied by other shadow people. Whenever it does work with associates, there's always been a sense that the Hat Man is in charge. The entity has been reported independently in numerous different cultures and societies, and some think that the Hat Man is ingrained deep within a universal and archaic part of human consciousness. The Hat Man's presence is often associated with intense fear and paranoia. Among other scenarios, this figure commonly appears to those who are under the spell of sleep paralysis. The victim awakes, unable to move. They open their eyes to see their bedroom unaltered, save for an otherworldly, alien figure looming over them from the darkest corner in the edge of their vision. 2 piercing blood-red pupils burning a hole into their retinas. This is, of course, only one way to see the Hat Man. Another more notable way to summon the Hat Man is one that has recently been repopularized in meme culture. That is, excessive drug consumption. The Hat Man's drug of choice is Benadryl, and more broadly, deliriants in general. Some people associate the Hat Man with overconsumption of any drug, but this is more in a meme context. The deliriant's namesake comes from the word delirium, which is defined as a serious change in mental abilities. It results in confused thinking and a lack of awareness of someone's surroundings. This is an incredibly apt description for what deliriants tend to do. Deliriants are unique amongst other hallucinogens because they can cause true hallucinations, which are hallucinations indistinguishable from reality. Let me give you an example. If you asked a sober person the directions to the library, they would probably give you the directions to the library. If you ask somebody on deliriants the directions to the library, there's a decent chance they'll just rip off all their clothes and scream about the shadow people. Other than the Hat Man, people taking deliriants often report hallucinating insects, smoking fake cigarettes, or seeing other shadow people. These drugs are considered to be the most terrifying and least pleasant hallucinogenic drugs on the market. Why would anyone willingly subject themselves to this, you might ask? Most often, deliriants are only consumed because some rando bought a pack of off-brand pink pills from CVS and didn't think through their actions clearly. Or anything clearly for the next 48 hours, for that matter. From Wikipedia, the effects of deliriants are as follows. The hallucinogenic experience and delirium produced is characterized by stupor, agitation, confusion, confabulation, I don't know what the fuck that means, emotional bluntness, dysphoria, memory deficits, incoherency of thoughts, hypo or hyperactivity, lucid intervals, akathisia, I don't know what the fuck that means either, realistic visual hallucinations or illusions, and regressions to phantom behaviors such as disrobing, plucking, or interacting with imaginary objects or scenes. The effects of these kinds of anticholinergic compounds have also been likened to delirious fevers, sleepwalking, and fugue states, or psychotic episodes. In addition to this, deliriums can cause memory loss, meaning they can make you forget large portions of the trip. This can result in the user suddenly regaining consciousness in unknown places, or forgetting that they've taken a drug in the first place. Some think that the Hat Man's appearance comes from a primal fear of the unknown, an ingrained evolutionary scar left from strange outsiders with ominous intentions. A ghostly figure with no traits save for an uncanny valley human shape embedded in the minds of every single member of humanity for an undetermined reason. Or something goofy like that. The theory goes that when the mind is under great stress, say for example, sleep paralysis or a Benadryl binge, the brain would hallucinate this being to rationalize the experience in the mind of the experiencer. Another theory about the Hat Man is that he's some sort of supernatural entity. This would make sense for the sleep paralysis theory, as well as the drug-induced theory. I don't know why it would, but just take my word for it, I guess. So basically, I guess he's like a Benadryl demon. The Benadryl demon? You know, in high school, I knew a guy who had the nickname Benadryl Demon. He's not doing too well. Others still think that the shape of the Hat Man may be a map of the body imprinted in the brain for the purpose of locomotion and proprioception, the perception of your body in space. Because your brain is in such an altered consciousness, it's theorized that it could project this map into reality during the state of dissociative delirium. The large hat may be a distortion due to the exceptional amount of allocation of space in the human brain related to advanced reasoning and intelligence. That last part is just me talking out of my ass, but I'm pretty sure that the first part was someone else talking out of theirs, so whatever. Now some may think, I don't believe in anything unless a famous person tells me to. To those idiots, I present to you dedicated Hat Man awareness advocate, Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron fucking Rodgers. That's right, ever since he went to Peru and did ayahuasca, he has been witnessing the Hat Man routinely. According to Rodgers, sometimes he appears in the distance, usually veiled by darkness holding the corpse of a dead rabbit, and sometimes a blade. Rodgers claims he is afraid to be in the locker room alone, as the lights flicker and go on and off one by one. It's behind him, not even breathing hard. He can hear the feet hitting the ground in a constant rhythm. He runs to his car, opens the door, and slams it behind him, and locks the car door as fast as he can. Well, that's spooky. I don't know where I was going with this, and now I suddenly fear that I'm just mocking a nice man with a case of severe HPPD. And I'm canceled. And everyone already forgot. All right, back to the video. Look, we can have our noses in these books all day, but what has reading ever taught anyone? Nothing, because no one can read. They're all just lying to sound smarter than me. Instead of just wasting more time, money, and humans trying to speak directly with this Hat Man, we have contacted world-renowned psychedelic researcher and Hat Man expert, Josie Kins. So, Josie, have you ever seen the Hat Man?
Kind of. So the first time I used diphenhydramine, a delirium compound, at the age of, I suppose it was 17 to 18, I had never heard of the Hat Man, but I did see a shadowy figure wearing a bowling hat. And looking back on it, I wonder if that was British Hat Man, because I was living in the UK at the time.
What do you believe the Hat Man is? Real? Hallucination? A demon? Some sort of Lovecraftian dream hat product placement?
I think there are two components to people experiencing this figure. One is sort of innate and occurs due to basic neurology, I suppose, and the other is culture. The more you hear about the Hat Man, the more he's likely to appear. So he's sort of a mimetic cryptid of sorts. I think Hat Man is essentially a shadow person, which is a common form of hallucination. I tend to take the materialist stance when it comes to hallucinatory experiences in general. For example, I don't believe that DMT entities are real or from a higher dimension or anything like that. And I think the same applies to the Hat Man. Shadow people are a very common hallucination that people have during states of sleep deprivation, delirium psychosis, stimulant psychosis, things like that. And they seem to just be the most basic form of a hallucinatory entity. So you see a person, a humanoid figure, but they lack detail. They're just a dark, shadowy figure. And I've been thinking about this a lot, but if you're going to play off of a silhouette of a human being, one very basic way to make it look more distinct is to add a hat to the silhouette, which I think is why it happens so frequently, because it's just a very simple thing that the brain can do to create a more notable figure.
Stepping out of the bar onto the dimly lit street, you notice a man walking with a strange, jerky motion, his body twisted and deformed. You approach the seemingly drunken stranger and pipe up a concerned, "Hello?" The man whips around, his face a writhing mass of angry hornets, buzzing and swarming in a frenzied dance. You stumble backward, but it's too late. Paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson has recently uploaded an image depicting what looks to be a novel anomalous entity. This image was the only information posted about this creature, other than the caption, "Wasp Breath." Usually people submit paranormal evidence to the Foundation for approval, but I prefer it much more when Trevor submits it to Instagram so a spook can pop up in between all of the butts. Scary and horny, the two original human emotions. Even though the information alongside this creature was minimal, we can still find out quite a lot about it by examining its physiology. What should we start with? Oh, maybe the massive wasp nest it has instead of a face. The hoodie and disembodied lower jaw seem to signify that this at one point was a human being. But the giant fucking wasp's nest it has instead of a head signifies that this has something to do with wasps. Wasps are split up into two groups, social wasps and solitary wasps. Social wasps are likely the ones that have taken root inside this poor young man's cranium, feeding off of his brain like an old man slurping the brainstem out of a succulent fish head, or some shit. More specifically, the nest structure, which sats where his thinky meat once sat, signifies that this is a new anomalous species of paper wasp. Anyone who spends enough time around wasp nests can tell you that emergency room visits are expensive. Like what happens when you call an exterminator in Ohio. You're the one who gets exterminated. Fun fact, did you know that many species of parasitic wasps lay their eggs inside of other insects? The larvae can then release chemicals that change the insect's behavior to make them act in a manner that produces the ideal environment for the growth of the larva. Well, that wasn't very fun, but it was a fact. I believe that this man may have fallen victim to a species of anomalous insect that physiologically resembles a regular paper wasp, and builds a similar style of nest, slowly consuming and subsequently replacing the head of their host. Oh god, I'm gonna come! How this human pistachio shell moves is a mystery, but I have a theory that this is a specific type of anomalous wasp with the ability to replace the neural network provided by a brain with a nest in order to pilot the corpse like a sock puppet. In this system, the nest and its occupants would act as the brain, conveying information to one another, bringing a whole new meaning to the concept of a hive mind. After his whole entire brain got eaten by a wasp nest, he was less concerned with human things like purpose and family, and more concerned with wasp things like chewing up wood pulp to make hexagons and shitting eggs in other living beings. While at this point, I feel like I'm pointing at everything and saying anomalous mind-controlling parasite, there's literally a fucking beehive where his head should be. I mean, come on, how obvious does it need to be? This is not only a coincidence stemming from my own lazy writing, but in fact, it may be tipping us off to a larger scale happening. It may be that a genus of anomalous mind-controlling insects has found a new host, humanity. Paper wasps usually construct their nest out of a mix of wood pulp and saliva. Since they're usually constructing it in trees, there's plentiful wood to go around. When you're constructing your nest in a human face, however, wood pulp isn't as plentiful. Chances are, something heretofore unknown about this species allows them to take bone, and possibly flesh, and combine it with their saliva in order to produce a similar substance. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now, this makes me want a Kermit sewer slide. I don't know, lick a slug. As is consistent with Trevor's research, there's no indication of where this insect species resides. Not in the photo, not in the post itself. So I don't know, I guess you all have to be afraid. Sucks to suck. But hey, I'm just looking at an image and making wild extrapolations because I wanted to make a spooky video. It's a fucking wasp nest, man. Screw you, I know I'm right about this disgusting monster. Please stop making fun of me. I have a skin condition. New evidence of an anomalous insect species has been making the rounds on the internet. This image was first uploaded to social media platforms by anomalous investigator Trevor Henderson, alongside the phrase, wasp nest. I like how when Trevor runs out of toilet paper, he uses the rules the Foundation established for sharing paranormal evidence, cause that shit ain't worth the paper it's printed on. While this might not seem like a lot to go on, we can use this photo in combination with the caption and other evidence we've seen previously to paint a more complete picture of the beastie we see here. I believe that this may be the same species of anomalous parasitic wasp that Trevor documented in the piece Wasp Breath. Wasp Breath depicted an individual that had their entire head replaced by a wasp nest, save for his lower jaw. He was infected by an anomalous species of parasitic wasps that use biological material like meat and bone, as well as regular wood pulp, to make wasp nests. One of these wasps laid eggs in his brain. As the eggs hatched, they secreted chemicals to make the man behave in a manner ideal for the construction of a nest, and the wasps slowly overtook the function of his brain. The man began to change. Rather than caring about human things like finding and fulfilling a life's purpose, he started thinking about bug monster things like hunting and killing humans in order to provide more biomass for the wasps to expand the nest structure. As for the individual depicted in Wasp's Nest, the infestation is in a much more advanced stage. Atop the figure's spindly neck lies multiple large wasp nest structures combined in a brain coral-like mass. This person likely fell victim to the same insect species, but had a more severe infection for a much longer time, and had more biomass to build a larger nest. Using the flesh and bone of the initial victim, and then others it encountered and subsequently consumed, it created a network of nests much larger than any other documented case of this preternatural parasitoid wasp. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to burn down the last remaining rainforest, but I don't know, snort a worm or something. The entity's body below the head has almost completely atrophied. Many of the organs and bones likely recycled into the large tumor-like mass that appears in place of the head. The creature's torso appears to be suspended in the air by the nest. While the mechanism of flight is still unconfirmed, it's possible that thousands of wasps are grasping onto the top of the massive nest, using their little legs and all working together to keep it aloft. You could learn a thing or two from those wasps, I tell you. A wasp nest is basically paper, so even one made out of flesh and bone paper probably wouldn't be that heavy. Alongside looking like an overfilled dumpling, the structure on its head affords this entity some new abilities. For starters, the nest is at least 5 times the size of the original example of this infestation, and because of this, it has 5 times more wasps. Rather than a painful deterrent to anything that would fuck with the hosts, the wasps are now an active hunting tool in accosting new prey from a distance, swarming a victim and overwhelming their system with enough venom to kill even the fattest of men. It also boasts an advanced intelligence in comparison to its one nest cousin, as the wasp nest structure replacing its neurology has more space and drones to process information. Or some shit. Also, all the other insect monster ladies find his bulbous, unkempt wasp nest filled head sexy. Oh, so when I flirt while my head swells to the point of almost bursting and leaks a honey consistency liquid as bugs crawl out of my eyes, nose, and mouth, I get pepper sprayed and then jailed. But when he does it, he's hot. Double standards. Multiple of these wasp nest network humanoids have been seen congregating in forested areas with a low density of animals. Some anomalous investigators theorize that they may be attempting to combine these colonies into a megastructure made of multiple humanoids. Putting their heads together. Huh? Fuck all of you, I don't care, you're still watching. The possible ramifications of this anomalous wasp megastructure and the probable hyper-intelligent hive mind sentience that would emerge from the nest and its army are unknown. But I don't know, maybe they'll be friendly. You were a good sport listening to this cocaine-fueled rambling, so I'm going to ignore that big old problem and take you out for ice cream. Yup, really. A novel pathogen has come under investigation by numerous anomalous investigatory and containment agencies. This disease, hereby dubbed sensory ischemia, is a neurovascular disorder characterized by a severe impairment of blood flow to all sensory organs, leading to the eventual atrophy and loss of these organs, and the associated senses they provide. The skin feels no touch, the eyes go dark, the ears fall deaf, the tongue loses its taste, and the nose is no longer smelly? I don't know, whatever. So you know everything you use to gauge the entirety of your reality? Imagine if that was fucking gone! Try finding the right hole now, idiot! The pestilence has been nicknamed the Withering, but no one who has it knows that because they can't hear it or see it written down anymore. This pathogen not only halts blood flow to all of the sensory organs, but also to some of the accessory body parts in the immediate vicinity. The cartilage forming the nose and ears slowly turn necrotic and fall off. All the hair on the skin will go, as well as the lips and teeth. The lips and teeth themselves, not hair. There's not the hair on the lips and teeth, which you guys don't have that, right? The skin will slowly turn necrotic, becoming an alien-like rotten grayish black, until patches begin to flake off, revealing the raw flesh underneath. In most cases, after a long period of suspended circulation, the eyes will just shrivel up and fall out. This deforms the victim, resulting in a horrific visage that you'll be happy you don't have to see in the mirror. Just ignore it some more, I'm sure it'll go away. While the symptoms look incredibly distressing, the sensation of pain is lost first in every afflicted organ, so it doesn't actually even hurt. While this sounds like a blessing amongst the nightmare, you forget that pain is the body's warning system for when something's going wrong. Like when you first touch a knife and learn things are sharp, or when you first skin your knee and learn things were rough, or when you first have an emo girl put a cigarette out on your skin and some horrible misstep in your evolution or personal development makes you ask her to do it again. This painless transition from normal person to withered husk makes it so you actually don't even know you're losing your senses until they're perceptibly far gone. This pathogen spreads solely throughout bodily fluids, so it'll be hard when you see something as sexy as that. But for your own safety, keep your folds and flaps to yourselves, folks. Despite the horrific symptoms of the disease, it is in no way inherently fatal. Victims can survive indefinitely after they lose all of their senses. In most cases, if not killed by self-mutilation, these individuals eventually go dormant and stop responding to the world, unable to perceive any of the reality around them, remaining completely still as they slowly dry out and die of dehydration. Or something goofy like that. There was a theory that the individuals went brain dead at this point, but they stuck one in an MRI machine and found out that it was even more active than the average brain. But only in the parts of the brain that light up when experiencing anguish and suffering. Goddamn, a real I have no mouth and I must scream situation. There are some individuals in this state kept alive by a family or loved ones manually via a feeding tube and an IV. It's absolutely heartbreaking. Seriously, you're bumming me out, man. Change the damn channel off this sad donation to stop the abuse of puppies commercial vibes, please. I want to go back to the horror show. Wait, my 600-pound life is on? I was thinking Cronenberg, but this is close enough for me. Despite the torture porn that is the scenario presented, upon further investigation, it appears that this disease is non-anomalous in nature. Many paranormal agencies researched the outbreak because of its unsettling nature, and found that just simple trial and error mutation did that shit. Lots of the time, nature is scarier than the lies that I tell you. Because of that, the Foundation has classified the pathogen as not its fucking problem. Don't you worry your sweet simple brains. Regular human research routes are currently in hot pursuit of a cure. This shit was scary enough for the phone apes to get their ass in gear. Let this be a lesson, amoeba. If you kill something too quickly, they'll do something about it. You gotta do it slowly, over time, like cigarettes or obesity. Jack the Ripper. A still unidentified serial killer that brutalized and tormented the citizens of Whitechapel, London. Unidentified, that is, until today. That's right. I believe I can finally present to you the true killer known as Jack the Ripper. So let's get into it! The Ripper typically murdered female sex workers, which in my opinion was such a waste. Children in Africa could have eaten those prostitutes! The Ripper's modus operandi consisted of a deep wound to the throat, thought to be the killing blow, followed by extensive dissection consisting of facial, abdominal, and genital mutilation, and the removal of internal organs. While it's highly debated, the skilled dissections that the Ripper was capable of suggests he had some sort of medical or anatomical knowledge, like he was a doctor or a butcher. I'm just saying, medical professionals and butchers are often the craziest human beings you'll ever meet. I know because I'm sleeping with one. I just don't know which one they are yet. In late 1888, a series of letters were received by media outlets in Scotland Yard from people who were claiming to be the killer, but many of these were believed to be fakes. Motherfucker. Even in 1888, we had goddamn serial killer dream stands. Come on, guys. Stan AZFK and do cool things like survive only on pee. The name Jack the Ripper was originally in a letter dubbed the Dear Boss letter, written from someone who said they were the murderer. The press, as they always do, immediately spread it around as far as they possibly could before fact-checking. And today, we know that that letter is likely a hoax written by the journalists themselves. Well, I guess you don't need to fact-check when your source is just making it the fuck up. That's my motto. Another letter, the From Hell letter, was received by George Lusk, who had a last name close to Tusk. It came with half a preserved kidney, purportedly taken from one of his victims. Now that's showmanship. Would you keep it? I would keep it. Is that fucked up? I don't care. It's my show and no one gets an opinion but me in the YouTube algorithm. And it doesn't demonetize me when I'm evil, only when I swear or show a titty. Since this showed up with half a human kidney, I'd be willing to believe that it's at least slightly more plausible than the Dear Boss letter. I will now read it to you. From Hell, Mr. Lusk. Sor, I send you half the kidney I took from one woman, preserved if for you, t'other piece I fried and ate. It was very nice. I may send you the bloody kniffy that took it out if you only wait a wheel longer. Signed, catch me when you can, Mr. Lusk. What the fuck? Were you drunk or something? First off, unless doctors could not read or write in this time period, which for some reason I feel like that is distinctly possible too, either this is a fake letter, or holy shit, could you imagine going under for surgery with someone who could not even spell kidney? Also, aren't you supposed to sign letters with who they're from? Not who they're to? I feel like this might just be another random clout-chasing deranged idiot. We sound like we'd be friends. I'm a random deranged clout-chasing idiot. Oh wait, there's something else. P.S. I will rise from the dead and do it again to anyone who doesn't subscribe to AZFK. Huh. I don't know why he'd write that, but I'd listen to him. He's Jack the Ripper, after all. Because of these letters, the killer Jack the Ripper was cemented. Media coverage of the incredibly brutal crime was vital in establishing this man as a legendary figure. Extensive news coverage endowed the Ripper with notoriety unparalleled at the time. Police investigated 11 murders and were unable to connect all the killings. However, 5 victims, known as the Canonical Five, and their murders are considered the most likely to be linked. The other murders were ruled not canon by the decider of all canons, MatPat. But his coverage of this is highly debated, because he said that Jack the Ripper also killed Sans and Sonic, and that it was Golden Freddy. So, I don't know, I don't know about any of that. The first of the Canonical Five was Mary Ann Nichols. She was thought to be killed on August 31st, 1888. Her body was found in a place called Buck's Row, with her throat slashed and abdomen mutilated. The second was Annie Chapman, found in September of the same year in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. Same throat slash and abdominal mutilation. Classic Ripper. The third, Elizabeth Stride, was killed in the same night, and her body was found on Henrique Street, a few miles away, also in Whitechapel. Stride's body was not mutilated, leading some to speculate that Jack the Ripper may have been interrupted during this attack. The fourth, Catherine Eddowes, was killed in the early morning just a few hours after Stride. Her body was found in Meter Square in the city of London, with her throat cut and abdomen mutilated. Eddowes' left kidney and part of her uterus were also removed. The fifth, Mary Jane Kelly, was the last and most gruesome victim of Jack the Ripper, killed on November 9th, 1888. Her body was found in her room at 13 Miller Court in Whitechapel, with her throat cut and her body mutilated beyond recognition. Her heart was also missing from the scene of the crime. The murders were never solved, until today, not from a break in the case, not from new evidence, but from a never-before-seen confession. It was me. I used to get fucked up and go out murdering in the 1800s. Got bored with it after a while and started writing nonsensical misspelled letters to the police. Then I got bored with that and I took up crocheting for a bit, you know. Dude, I'm like a bajillion years old Lovecraftian monstrosity. Don't look at me like that. I told you I got bored. It's the equivalent of you burning ants with a magnifying glass. I'm sorry, it was a bad time for me, and I promise to never do it again for the rest of the day, okay? Also, it was over 100 years ago, so it's not too soon to joke about fuck you. And they all lived happily ever after. The end. As you walk down the dark hallway, you hear the sound of your own footsteps echo on the hard linoleum floor. Suddenly, you notice that the timing of the footsteps don't match your own. Almost like there's 2 sets of feet moving. You stop and hear a distant patter of feet, a different sounding set of steps, a series of unnaturally fast squelches. You turn around to see nothing but a set of legs sprinting towards you. Honestly, if I saw this thing coming towards me, I think I'd start laughing. Like, yeah, it's horrifying and all, but there's just an inherent level of ridiculous with this one. I don't know why you're worried about this one in the first place. Like, what is he gonna do? Kick us? This image was posted by preternatural investigator Trevor Henderson alongside the phrase, Ghost of the Runner. Even though this isn't a ton of info to go off of, we can still learn quite a bit about this creature if we look at its physical characteristics. Starting with the obvious, if we look at the cut where the top of the legs end, it definitely doesn't look clean or precise. This isn't just a set of legs existing in a vacuum. It looks as if they were ripped from the top half of a body. Come on, walk it off, kid. Get it? What's that? You do get it, but it's still not funny? You can also see a little bit of bone poking out of the top. A little bit of a wardrobe malfunction. How embarrassing. This suggests that whatever this anomaly is likely had a top half at one point, and maybe it was even human. If it's one of those humans that couldn't shut the hell up about how great running is, I'm kinda glad his top half got chomped by a T-Rex or some shit. For those who believe in the whole ooky spooky ghost stuff, it's possible that he had some goal related to running that wasn't satisfied before he got violently bisected, and that's why he's still around. This would make sense especially in the context of the name Trevor gave him, Ghost of the Runner. You may be wondering how I know it's a he. Trevor neglected to draw its genitalia, again, so now I'm going to be referring to it as an it. It's also very possible that this is human carrion being animated by a heretofore unknown source. One of the main culprits for animated carrion in Trevor's studies has been the anomalous invasive species of lamprey-like monsters, using humans and animals as hosts for their consumption of prey. It's possible that this is a new iteration of those little critters that got their hands on some Legos. If this is the case, it's an unprecedented strategy for the family of parasites. I don't want to brush over the fact that Froggy over here has no skin, but I don't know how it relates, so I'm just gonna info dump it. We may also be able to draw clues about this creature based on its environment. What's strange is that many of the critters that Trevor encounters occur in spaces that humans would consider liminal. These creatures may survive in spaces considered liminal because of how their uncanny effects puts humans on edge. These elevated levels of fear would likely make humans exude more fear-signaling chemicals in their sweat. If these things are invasive species like I suspect, chances are they're equipped with sense organs to smell these chemicals. Here's the thing though, that operates on the assumption that this thing is biological rather than supernatural. Maybe it exists for no reason other than to scare the shit out of people. I don't know, turns out God is real and like super bored maybe. The floor upon which the creature is running also appears to be caked in blood. While one might assume that a skinless pair of legs running down a hall would leave some blood trails, careful observation of the ground reveals that it is stained both behind and in front of the creature. And by careful observation, I mean looking at the fucking floor. While this might mean the blood came from someone else, it's also possible he's just running in a big circle. Its physiology in combination with its surroundings provide very little info for what this thing is or how it operates. It's almost like this was an art piece not meant to be hyperanalyzed in this manner. But it isn't. It's a real monster. I would never lie to you. As for a final verdict on what the hell this thing is, I don't know. We thought he was chasing us originally, but then he passed us, and he just kind of kept going like some bottom half only Forrest Gump. Look, if he's gone, I say we stop worrying about it. Out of sight, out of mind. He's probably fine.
Disclaimer. This video contains graphic depictions of decomposition. Viewer discretion is advised.
The tangled mass of fly-blown, putrefying corpses shifts and moves ever so slightly. One body tumbles off another, and a lone, decrepit figure slowly rises from the carrion. This image was recently posted to social media, depicting what appears to be a novel anomalous creature. This was posted by paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson, who basically pulled the equivalent of responding to the Foundation's cease and desist by sending back the first dick pic on Google Images. Absolute savagery in the first degree. It was also given a label, or perhaps a name, by its discoverer, Flyblown. Now looking at this creature, we have to mention the obvious. Looks like the worst blowjob ever. Braces aren't fixing this one, buddy. Jesus Christ, it's like she's triple British. The horrific set of chompers she got aside, perhaps we can learn more about this monstrosity if we take a look at its name. Flyblown is defined as dirty or contaminated, especially through contact with flies and their eggs or larvae. It usually refers to food, carrion, aka dead animals, or rotting meat. In the most gruesome cases, living, but you know, probably dying, animals can get fly eggs laid in them, slowly being consumed by the creature that takes the crown for symbolic embodiment of things that are fucking disgusting. The fly. This brings me to my theory about what I think this creature may be. I think that this was perhaps a regular woman at one point. Fun fact, did you know that many species of parasitic wasps lay their eggs inside of other insects? When the eggs hatch, the larvae can then release chemicals that change the insect's behavior to make them act in a manner that produces the ideal environment for the growth of the larva. Well, that wasn't very fun, but it was a fact. I believe that this woman may have fallen victim to a species of anomalous insect that physiologically resembles a housefly. She may or may not have turned into a corpse by other means before this happened, but potential suffering with fly eggs and eye sockets aside, she has now rebranded herself as Fly Lady or some shit. The flies slowly consumed and laid eggs in the woman's brain. Somehow, when the flies replaced her brain, they began to act as some sort of pseudo-neural structure, controlling the woman's husk. She essentially becomes a mobile nursery and hive for this species of anomalous fly. The creature was obsessed with consuming filth, which was often whatever decaying animal she happened to shamble across, feeding the growing brood that overtakes more and more of her lifeless body each day. After stuffing herself to the brim with rotting carrion, she would shamble off, searching for a warm, damp place with filth to nestle in, providing for her children with the ideal place to gestate. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This makes me want to fill my shoes with fucking vomit, but I don't know, stare directly into the sun. As the flies overtook more and more of her body, they ate the muscles that allowed her to move, slowly reducing her to a skeleton. Each of the flies produced, as nature does, intend to reproduce in another host, just as their ancestors did. We were never told where this picture was taken. These flies could be anywhere. How sure are you of what that pest on your food really is? That's why they begged me repeatedly not to put the dead bird in my mouth. So, the obvious question, would you stick your dick in it? Where'd the extra teeth come from if this is the case? Sometimes, a parasite can change not only the behavior, but also the physiology of the host. If the anomalous fly laid eggs in her head, chances are there would be holes and lesions from where the eggs hatch. Some of them would be eaten out of her by the flies as a snack. That sounds wrong, I need to re-say that. And some of them would be eaten out of her flesh as a snack. If these holes happen to take place near the face, it's possible that the flies manipulated her behavior in order for her to mutilate her own face, snapping her jaw in several places, widening it as much as possible, and putting in more teeth from other consumed corpses so she can most efficiently provide for the brood. Or something silly like that. But hey, I'm just looking at an image and making wild extrapolations based on absolutely nothing just because I wanted to write a horror story about whatever the motherfuck of this thing is.
Greg had always been a fan of bodybuilding, and when he heard about a new supplement that promised to increase muscle mass and virility, he was intrigued. He didn't care about the potential side effects, as he was desperate to have the kind of body he'd always dreamed of having. Who needs a functioning penis when all the blood is in your biceps anyway? After a while of popping the pills, his muscles grew. He felt stronger than ever before. As time passed, his skin became scaly, his behavior aggressive, and his eyesight improved dramatically. He started to feel a strange itching sensation all over his body. At first, he thought it was just a side effect of the supplement, but as weeks passed, the changes became more pronounced. His bones began to crack and shift. Slowly, Greg watched himself transform into a fleshy humanoid mantis. His arms had become elongated and covered in sharp, razor-like blades, and his body was covered in a hard, chitinous exoskeleton. He looked in the mirror and saw that his eyes had become large and compound, and his mouth had elongated into a pair of sharp, jagged mandibles. He was pulling a Jeff Goldblum from The Fly. I wish there was a movie where a random insect slowly transforms into Jeff Goldblum and has to navigate being a famous actor even though its bug brain just now gained the capability of sentience. You know, rather than the other way around. What the hell am I talking about again? Unsurprisingly, Greg struggled to maintain his human relationships. He became a recluse, living alone in a dark, damp basement, where he could indulge his urges without the fear of discovery. Eventually, Greg cared less and less about human things like family and purpose, and cared more about mantis stuff, like eating things and killing them, or eating things without killing them first. Greg had lost his humanity, but since Greg was a mantis, he had not a single shit to give. The transformation had come with increased energy expenditure. Greg struggled to control his newfound hunger, which was insatiable. He found himself craving raw meat and insects. He started attacking random strangers on the street, ripping chunks of flesh from their body with his claws and mandibles, and consuming the entire person within a matter of hours. What a goofy guy. So whimsical. Authorities were soon called and shocked at the state of Greg, and they undertook the necessary precautions to make sure Greg was given the help he so desperately needed. And they definitely didn't just shoot him in the fucking face. This wasn't the end of the mantis people, though. No siree. Greg got this shit off the internet, which means, you know who else can get it? Fucking anyone that wants it. People on social media only showed the benefits of the drug, and took the affiliate links and sponsors from some strange company called Graves Industries to misrepresent the drug as some sort of legal no-side-effect steroids.
When it did finally come to light that these pills were transforming people into were-mantises, the internet bodybuilding subcommunities around this glorified, even fetishized the transformation. When I say fetishized, I mean it exactly how it sounds. They were beating the fuck off to it. Sayings were adopted like going mantis, and the Bugman was exalted in this community as the ideal physique. The phenomena became so widespread that human mantis attacks were becoming commonplace. Oh, like no big deal, gotta dodge the fucking mantis people on the way to my car. At this point, random teenagers were popping this crap and turning it into insects, so the government banned it. Also, TikTok was finally banned forever, and because of that, no one ever did a bad thing ever again, and they all lived happily ever after. The end. And also there's still residual mantis people. Fun fact, these mantis pills are based on a real bodybuilding supplement. They're called ecdysterone and terkesterone, and they are 100% legal without any sort of prescription. You can buy them on Amazon. I've been drugging our human with them. They haven't turned him into a mantis yet, though. It's just because I want to make him less of a virgin so he can manipulate incels like Andrew Tate and the liver kink types. By the way, if you're listening exclusively to men to try to understand how to be better with women, you're an idiot. Like, the beyond saving level of idiot. Something scuttling and quick, writhing and clicking under a sheet. White linen slowly stained black with blooming spots of ichor. This was the only information posted accompanying this image of what looks to be a novel anomalous creature. This file was posted by Trevor Henderson, alongside all of the other paranormal evidence on his Instagram, that he slaps up there to make the fat bags of dick at the foundation suck a fat bag of dick. The man simply never quits. It has 4 sets of legs, making for 8 total appendages, or at least the ones that are visible. This means that this is likely some sort of arachnid, as the amount of legs combined with their insectoid appearance would suggest some sort of relation to a spider. The creature has an upright posture, suggesting that it's some sort of virus-shaped entity, or a pseudo-humanoid. Like my mattress after a fun night, over its entire upper body is draped what I'm assuming used to be a pristine white sheet. Now, the sheet is leaking blooming spots of ichor. Ichor is defined as a watery discharge from a wound. This could mean a few things. Either A, the thing is injured, B, it's some sort of harbinger of health misfortune, hence it being in a hospital, or C, he's just a leaky dude who likes to spread his bodily fluids around. Who can say they haven't been there? Whatever the stains are, like the rule of thumb with most bedsheet stains, you should make sure to promptly lick it off because you will not get a disease. It also looks like the ichor is dripping and trailing behind the entity. Now, when looking at this creature, I have to try and answer the obvious question. Would you stick your dick in it? What's under the sheet? Obviously, this creature roots uncannily in the human mind based on the fear of the unknown. If you don't know anything about me, it's that the unknown doesn't scare me, it turns me on. So in order for me to stop being so horny, we have to figure out more about this thing before I get sent back to inhuman resources. The yellowish lighting, wallpapers, and floors look very familiar. This may suggest that whoever has taken the image may have unknowingly clipped into the back rooms. I wanted to mention this because I knew if I don't, someone else will. I could go with this explanation, but seeing as how I made most of this crap up anyways, going with this would feel lazy to me. My theory about this creature is that it is a symbol of disease and death, as I mentioned earlier. These harbingers are quite common in folklore, and it seems that this one may be specifically tailored to situations in modern medicine. The sickly, filth-ridden creature sloppily hidden away from the rest of the world, under a sheet that its disease continues to stain through. Whoever's covering something up did a poor job, as the roach-like appendages imprint an image of decay and pestilence upon all those who cross its path. I believe this creature is a symbol of humanity's current understanding of medicine and death. The morbid is to be hidden away from the rest of the world, but it cannot be, since the morbid is the reason for the medical system in the first place. Death is a part of life, and when we hide it in the shadows, the very same darkness can allow monsters to rise. I don't know, whenever I take myself seriously for too long, I start cringing, but if I was someone who took things seriously, that's what I would say. Okay, so if you believed anything in the past video, you have failed anomalous diversity training and are fired. He's actually just a very strange looking patient with hyperspecific insectoid disease-based disabilities. His name is Jeff, he has feelings, and you should feel terrible. If there is a hell, you are going straight the f*** to it. Just because someone's ugly doesn't mean they're evil, just most of the time. Only I'm allowed to assume that. Of course, none of this information past the first 2 sentences of the video actually came from Trevor Henderson. This video is more than nonsensical ramblings of an oddball eyeball and his weird blue dog drinking buddy protege son thing that I'm still not quite sure what he is, but that's besides the point. Humanity has come into contact with a newly discovered form of sentient life, the Yablans. These creatures are aliens. These goobers hop from one planet with sentient life to another, selling various types of intoxicants to the population. These substances, being alien in nature to the native population of the host planet, are entirely novel to them. It's often reported as the most intense high they've ever experienced. The Yablans are a species of short, stout humanoid creatures that look similar to what humans have depicted in the movie Gremlins 2, which is one of the greatest movies of all time. And the original Gremlins, which is also one of the movies of all time. The vast majority of Yablans that other sentient life interact with are drones, serving the upper echelon of the Yablan hive with the sale of their products. As the dealer Yablans are typically scrawnier and have sharper teeth and claws than the upper class Yablans, which are quite fat and kinda look like those soggy hairless cats. One day I'm gonna get me one of them living testicle cats. These creatures are eusocial, and the organization of their Lovecraftian cartel is actually more similar to an incredibly complex anthill rather than a society of individuals with individual goals. If it gets you high, the Yablans sell it, but what they're really famous for is the drug that their namesake comes from, Yabl. Like floppy baby syndrome, this cartoonishly ridiculous-sounding thing is actually quite severe. Yabl is an incredibly addictive stimulant with deliriant properties, usually snorted but injected amongst the most hardcore of users. Yablans will aggressively push this drug to any customer, regardless of what they originally intended to purchase. If the customer continually returns to a Yablan to purchase some sort of extraterrestrial intoxicant and refuses the Yabl every time, it's quite common for Yablans to lace their other drugs using Yabl in order to attempt to get the user addicted. I don't want to sound specious here, but you really don't want to do business with this cartel. I know it's not all of them, but you'll be thanking me when you're not sucking celestial gremlin dick for some space meth. Symptoms of Yabl intoxication vary widely depending on the dosage. You know what they say, take 1 Benadryl, get sleepy and less itchy. Take 15 and see the fucking Hat Man. These symptoms can include euphoria, dysphoria, elevated heart rate, paranoia, hyperfocus, low appetite, sexual arousal, hallucinations, mania, blurred vision, delirium, and psychosis. Deliriants are unique compared to other hallucinogens because they create true hallucinations, which are hallucinations indistinguishable from actual reality to the user. People will often use Yabl to stay up for days, and in this heavy abuse, the drug goes from lightly to heavily hallucinogenic. These hallucinations become darker as the addict goes without sleeping for longer, and in combination with the poor decision-making that lack of sleep will also cause, a Yabl binge user can easily endanger themselves or others. From someone who boofs embalming fluid, this shit is one-and-done addiction. Don't touch it. Where there are Yablans, there is Yabl. And where there is Yabl, there is an incredibly high rate of drug-induced assault. Yabl-induced mania often takes the form of the user believing they are under threat by their hallucinations. Oftentimes, they hallucinate others they see as monstrous abominations. In all cases, this results in a fight-or-flight response. The cartel attempts to addict as much of the population of the native species as possible. In cases where the Yabl addiction rate is over 75% of the population, the Yablans will start to use their stranglehold over the drug supply as a bargaining chip to gain more and more control over the native species planet. Slowly but surely, they'll gain majority control of the planet's resources and addict almost the entire population of the sentient species to the drug. This one time I was hanging out with another species, and I saw all this happen, but I was more concerned with putting those just add water, watch it grow animals into jars of pee. I think I used my time well. When they finally get complete control over the sentient species and the resources of the planet, they begin importing the raw materials for the Yabl production, and use the native species as a workforce in exchange for the fruits of their labor. After extended periods of Yabl use, the individual can often lose their higher cognition. The Yablans take advantage of this and breed the sentient species to be made to work until death solely for redoses of Yabl. After the majority of the planet is in this condition, the Yablans hyperpopulate, which basically just consists of goblin orgies, until their species is almost double the original population. Half the population leaves, promptly flipping up their middle fingers and flying the fuck off into space to screw over another species.
It consumes all. Those who seek it leave with nothing. It is desire. It is greed. The manifestation of a constant need to consume in physical form. This was the last recorded communication from a man who made a deal with an entity named the Black Crown. His corpse was found barricaded inside of his home, all of his valuables missing. He had taken the coward's way out.
The Black Crown was first documented by Leo Vincible, and then subsequently documented by Clark Tidor, two paranormal investigators who decided the best way to respond to the Foundation's sanctions on anomalous evidence was a nice hard flick direct to the center of the scrotum. Classic. This entity not only embodies greed, it's the actual concept of greed. The creature has an obsidian-toned skeletal form and stands slightly above 7 feet in height. Its emaciated stature signifies an unending hunger. The entity's skull ends in 3 points that resemble a crown. Under this is an unmoving, unnerving grin that would go from ear to ear if he had ears. It has no visible sense organs save for a jaw full of perfectly white, manicured teeth. While it can still seemingly sense the world unhindered by this, he did say that he felt left out when all his old Wall Street buddies started snorting coke. The Black Crown reportedly speaks every human language at once, and whoever encountered it reports that they heard it speaking the language they were most familiar with, but with a touch of an unplaceable accent. The creature has an insatiable appetite for things deemed valuable. Gemstones, gold, priceless artwork, exotic cars, champagne, expensive escorts, you know, the high life. It'll do anything in its power to obtain something it desires, anything short of giving something up. This often spells the death of the original owner of the item in question. He will ask once politely, and if the person refuses, he'll take it anyway. If the person tries to stop him, he will proceed to beat them the fuck to death. From his interview with Clark Tidor, he wrote, "It's that person's fault for not complying with a reasonable request." Well, when he explains it like that, I kinda get it. Yo, free my boy, he didn't do nothing. In the past, he wore gold to shine above the rest, but he has updated his fashion with the times for the thousands of years that he's been alive. During the Renaissance, he wore the most expensive garments dyed with the rarest pigments. For most of the 20th century, he wore only the finest of suits and jewelry. Since his idea of what is good is based so much on greed and value, his brain recently kinda got tricked by the Supreme types, and he now has since switched to a more neurodivergent 12-year-old hypebeast aesthetic. His greed is not restricted to material things. On some occasions, the Black Crown will recognize something special in an individual with greed in their heart, something money cannot buy. Unique skills, emotions, memories, experiences, anything that he deems valuable. Thank God I don't have any of those things. He will offer the individual a deal, and offer more in response to them refusing, until they basically can't, granting them the life they want, luxuries, powers, health for the rest of their natural life, in exchange for what he wants. Sometimes this ends in ironic circumstances. For example, the Black Crown granted an artist the professional life and respect that he wanted. However, what the Black Crown wanted was his artistic ability. And as the artist slowly began to lose that, he lost his career as well. Way to read the fine print, dumbass. While the Black Crown is preternaturally physically capable, he is not immortal. Enough firepower will turn the fucker to dust. Literally, when he sustains enough damage, he dissolves into dust like Tom Holland's Spider-Man. I don't want to die, Mr. Stark. Thing is, you can't really kill the concept of greed. The dust is swept away by the wind, but the spirit still lingers, and it immediately begins its search for a human with a heart completely corrupted by greed. Whether it's a narcissistic influencer or that guy from BP who busted all over the ocean or some shit, eventually a perfect target is found. The spirit latches onto the individual and influences it to lean full tilt into its greed. Over time, the greed completely overtakes every aspect of their personality. Eventually, the bones in the individual's head and body elongate and change. Their skin hardens into a dark exoskeleton, and they lose all sensory organs, except that with which they can consume. Or something goofy like that. Not only does the Black Crown have a significant stake in every world economy, he also sells courses that falsely claim he can get you to his economic status.
Get rich immediately. No effort or action required. For 9 easy payments of $29.95, I'll send you 14 unlisted YouTube videos with the concept of visualization.
Results not guaranteed nor likely. Entering your credit card may cause all of your money to be wired directly to a shell corporation in Mumbai.
Some of those traits might sound similar to another entity that's commonly discussed on the internet. That's because I based that part off Andrew Tate. But don't worry, the Black Crown is not a sex trafficker. Sometimes people will edit wiki pages with shit that I make up, and I really hope this is gonna be one of those times. By the way, none of this is canon, I made it all up. Hey! Have you ever heard of a squonk? No? Because you're an idiot? The squonk is a totally real creature, so ugly that it hides from plain sight, and spends most of its time crying. Just like me! The earliest written account of the squonk was from the 1910 book Fearsome Critters of the Lumberwoods. The creature is crepuscular, meaning that it's active at dawn and dusk. It has loose, misfitting skin like those fat testicle skin cats, except it's covered in warts, moles, pimples, and pustules. The squonk is actually very self-conscious of its appearance, and cries constantly due to how ugly it is. That's like the saddest indication of a species being self-aware and intelligent that I've ever seen. And I watch you guys constantly. Don't cry, Squonk. It'll be okay. No matter how ugly you are, or how much you smell, or how violent your tendencies may be, I promise there's someone out there who will not only love you for it, but they'll fetishize like all that crap. Just look at me. When the squonk is cornered or captured, it has a unique ability in that it can dissolve the entirety of its body using its own tears. Scientists are still baffled as to how the squonk dissolves itself in its own tears. Well, human scientists are, but we'll see how mysterious it is when a species on Varsity takes a crack at it. The squonk actually does not simply dissolve and die, but rather can survive in a liquid state. It's a bit like playing possum, except instead of playing dead, you turn into a puddle of brown, foul-smelling, cum-consistency liquid. The creature's strange crying ability gives it its Latin name, Lacrimacorpus dissolvens, which is Latin for tear, body, and dissolve. I mean, I don't know, I assume it's Latin, unless the guy who edited the Wikipedia is just f***ing with me or something. Which never happens, because it turns out that school was the one who's just f***ing with me all along. Or something. What the hell am I talking about again? Despite being uglier than a pile of shit, the squonk has become a hometown hero in the town of Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Not Jonestown. Different thing. I don't know why they don't just rename it to Squonksville. It looks like they need tourist revenue. And if your main event is called Squonkapalooza, I fail to grasp why you are still resisting the urge to be ridiculous. The town of Johnstown, Pennsylvania celebrates the squonk at the Squonkapalooza every year in August. I don't know where I'll be this August, but it's now a life goal of mine one day to get so incredibly sloppy drunk at Squonkapalooza. So drunk that I can never return, not only to Squonkapalooza, not only to Johnstown, but to the state of Pennsylvania entirely. Whoever wrote this was really hammering home the narrative of self-hatred for the squonk. Is the guy who wrote the squonk like, okay? I want to go up to whoever wrote the squonk and give them a hug. I mean, come on, just send a picture, you can't be that ugly. Okay, I see your point. I think we all can relate to the squonk. Some of us more than others. But to be honest, I find that the most attractive individuals are often the most insecure. So they can relate to the squonk just as much, if not more than the uggos. I'm not very secure in my looks, but it makes me feel happy to know that even beautiful people suffer. Perhaps even more so. I don't know, I feel like a squonk would be like one of those dogs that's so ugly it's cute. The squonk was later described in greater detail. And it wasn't just ugly, but also apparently stupid. They used to have a large population, but they would travel along the riverbanks in search of food. Over the generations, they have stupidly evolved only to have webbed left feet, and have been slowly dying off because when they go into deep water, they just end up frantically swimming in circles until they drown. Also, since squonks are so ugly, they don't really want to f*** each other, and they have a very low birth rate, just like the panda bear. You might think I'm being mean, but Google it. Pandas hate sex. A ridiculous creature that humanity refuses to let die. I think if an entire species doesn't enjoy sex enough to make another generation, they can die off for all I care. Whole group of quitters. Anyways, that's all I gotta say about this weird little tumor. If you like this video for some reason you want me to come back and talk about more weird nonsensical critters, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe with all notifications enabled, and watch all my other stuff, or I'll feed you to the squonk, even though... I'll call you ugly, I don't f***ing know. I'd like to thank Biodegradable for editing this video. They're a great editor and you should go check out all of their things. Shout out the Inner Circle, love y'all. Okay, bye! Dedicated to bringing you the absolute best in exotic synthesized flora and fauna, ever since 1989, when we were founded by Harold Watson. Congratulations on obtaining the Deluxe Red Garden Kit. It now comes with 3 seed packets and 3 flower pots. This tape will show you how to care for your new plants, now with 3 different types. Simply fill the flower pots with soil and deposit the seeds within. They will grow within 24 hours while you are waiting for the 3 plants to grow. This tape will teach you some fun facts about them, as well as how to care for them. Plant 1. Weeping Lily. The weeping lily is a floral entity, featuring an eyeball at its center.
It is known to cry a red substance which resembles blood and stains its pale leaves crimson. How to care for the weeping lily. To sustain itself, the plant requires access to screens, as it uses a sort of photosynthesis by its eye to translate blue light into energy. However, be careful to keep it more than 3 inches away, to avoid the plant tampering with the chosen device. The eyeball can be removed with some effort and mess from the plant, which can then be planted to produce a new lily. However, the base plant will die without its eyeball. Warning, do not attempt to communicate with the weeping lily. Although it may look sentient, it is not. Do not let it deceive you. Delusions are harmful. Plant 2, Tooth Thistle. The tooth thistle is a red bush-like plant which sprouts teeth at its branches. It sheds its teeth regularly. As they grow older, these can be used to grow new plants, and thus can be effectively used as seeds. Care for the plant by pouring a cup of milk into its roots at least once a day. This will keep the plant healthy and nutritionally satisfied, and provide enough calcium to promote healthy tooth growth. Warning, do not give the plant anything other than milk. Do not plant darkened, rotting, or diseased teeth. Destroy excess teeth, as without proper care, they will continue to multiply into families of the plant and overtake local existing vegetation, becoming a nuisance, or worse. Plant 3, Face Root. As the name suggests, the face root appears roughly in the shape of a humanoid head, and is a fleshy colony of roots. The plant is closely related to fungi. Care for the face root by preparing a cup of flesh or blood every month and placing the food into its mouth to digest over the period of a week. The plant and its food will smell, so you may want to keep it in a remote location. That is all. Thank you for doing business with us. Please enjoy taking care of your new exotic plant. Missing, Victor Rifton, September 3rd, 1989. Missing, Jeremy Collins, September 2nd, 1989. Missing, Alice Watson, September 1st, 1989. Tomorrow is another day.
Tomorrow is another day.
Tomorrow is another day.
Holy shit! Some sort of gardening company selling seeds for otherworldly flesh plants that seem to all have their own unique and dangerous abilities, which have caused people to go missing for some reason only over a period of 3 days. Let's go over what we know. A company named Red Garden has begun selling seed kits that grow a variety of exotic synthesized flora/fauna. I'm not really sure whether this counts as flora or fauna. One thing's for sure, we gotta figure out what's going on here, or we're deader than that kid who electrocuted himself by pissing the bed in an electric blanket. Since not much has been revealed about the company that produces these crimes against God, let's take a look at the crimes against God themselves. First off, we got the Weeping Lily, which despite the protests of the commercial, is definitely sentient. If it's intelligent enough to communicate, and it's intelligent enough to tamper with devices, it's reached the bar for sentience. I know humans that are considered sentient, and all of their actions are motivated by finding or consuming hamburgers, so the word sentient has as much meaning as you give it. Evidently, these weeping lilies are capable of creating delusions, or what the company wants you to believe is a delusion. If the company both tries to establish that this isn't conscious, and says that it spreads delusions, chances are the weeping lily is just telling people it's conscious and begging for anyone to take a look at this horrible situation. Moving on to the next organism, we have the tooth thistle, a bush with added teeth. You guys said putting fluoride in the water would do expressly not this. I mean, I'm not mad. Actually, I kinda like it. Put more fluoride in. We're gonna make all the frogs gay. Other than the teeth, this plant seems inconspicuous. One interesting thing about the teeth is that they function as seeds for the plants to grow more teeth plants. I wonder, why does the company not want consumers to plant decaying teeth? My theory is either that it just wouldn't work, which in that case they wouldn't advertise against you doing it, they just let you waste your own time, or it would create some sort of corrupted instance of this plant, something likely more problematic than the uncorrupted instances. For now, I don't think there's enough information to clearly iron out what a corrupted instance of a tooth thistle would do. Regardless, if this plant isn't maintained, it'll spread like a weed, and chances are, it won't just spread with perfect seeds. Wait, did they say don't give it anything but milk? Oopsies, I guess I shouldn't have in there. Finally, we have the face root. The face root is evidently closer to a fungus than a plant, which raises some questions about all the plants in this family. Are these plants, or some new kingdom of life that branches between all known forms of organisms? Regardless, this human head is made of a structure of roots. The plant feeds on flesh and blood from an unspecified source. My guess is that it's not picky. Stick your hand in and check! The head shape doesn't look to be random either, as the food must be placed in the mouth to digest. This means that the organ shapes in this plant may do more than just exist for decoration. If it has these sensory and digestive organs, why does it need them? Now then, we know what we're dealing with. What does it all mean? First off, what are these? Where do they come from? Why do they all resemble flesh? More specifically, traits from human anatomy. And why did my local gardening store kick me out for trying to fuck one? Human eyes, human teeth, a human face. Wait a minute, I could harvest specific parts of these plants and combine them to make some sort of Mr. Potato Head plant corpse monster. Think about it. We got eyes, teeth, a face. What more do you need? It's a long shot, but I'm not throwing away the idea of these guys mighty morphing together like the Power Rangers. It seems as though these plants either contain human DNA or are meant to replicate human features, perhaps to circumvent the human's pattern-seeking brain, or to take advantage of the uncanny valley. We are, of course, leaving out one key piece to this mystery: the missing people. I'd be willing to bet that the people who are quote-unquote missing have been dispatched by these plants. I mean, look at them! Victor Rifton, covered in fleshy growths over his face that closely resemble the flesh on the supposed plants. Jeremy Collins. Looks like someone has too many teeth that don't belong there. I ask you, what else do we know that's highly adaptable, can be planted in an area to take root, and grows an endless amount of teeth? That's right, the one possibility. Steve Buscemi! What about Alice Watson? I can't put it directly on the plants, but with the crap surrounding this and the blood coming out of her eyes, let's just say I have a hunch. It would be a mistake to blame these plants for these problems. The plants are likely not evil, just neutral like most biological organisms. They were brought into the world without a purpose or goal, never asked to be created. The organization above them is likely attempting to puppet them for a concealed reason. If it's run by humans, chances are they're toying with forces they don't understand. I mean, do you understand these weird plants? I don't. You know what that means, though. Popcorn and beer, and my money's on the meat plants. It's also equally likely that I'm wrong, and I missed a lot of crap, and there's more to be discovered. Possibly in another entry.
His garden. The gift. Consumed. 8889. Harvest A. 9189 9289 9389. Tomorrow is another day.
Red Garden Part 2, baby.
Let's do it!
Let's break down what we know. Real quick, if you haven't seen the original Red Garden, as well as the explanation of it I did, go watch them or I'll piss in your eyes. I don't know, dude. I'm running out of weird threats. If you're not gonna do that because you suck, here's an oversimplified rundown. A group named Red Garden has provided plant seed packets to the public to grow 3 strange plants that mimic various aspects of human anatomy and behavior, as well as having their own Cronenbergy vibes going on. These plants are the weeping lily, the tooth thistle, and the face root. Alongside the distribution of these seed packets, several people went missing over the span of 3 days, and looked to be distorted in fashions reminiscent of the plants in their missing posters. Got it? Good. In the first section of this new edition, his garden, we get a pixelated representation of what is seemingly a regular garden. I think this may be the seed, those are the roots, and that's the flower, I believe. Above it is likely the moon, from the name Moonflower Metamorphosis. This brings us to the second section, the gift. As we can see, the moon has its period from its eyeball, as is normal for the moon to do, and then it covers the flower in its blood, in what some perverts refer to as a scarlet shower, to use the scientific term. The blood then flows through the roots, providing it to what has now been transformed into a face root. This is followed by both the moon and the seed going dim. After this, we are shown what looks to be a face root with a set of eyes. I have theorized that these three plants could fit together, and I believe this face root with eyes may be an example of that happening. I mean, the first thing that I would do if I got weeping lilies, a face root, and a tooth thistle would be to try to combine them in some form of Mr. Potato Head unholy abomination. I think that the quote-unquote moonflower that we see could be a combination of all of the plants that we've seen from the previous video, Red Garden. Under the image of the special face root is the number 8889, which could either be a serial designation number or a code. We are then flashed the word consumed. By consumed, is someone or something eating these? Like, other than me? Could we maybe do maybe a little dinner party? Just as friends? Or maybe more? I don't know. The face root is then shifted off of center focus, and the image distorts in a way that makes me think it must mean something. But I just can't figure out what. This is your cue, come on, figure it out for me in the comments so I can take credit. The next section, Harvest A, shows us what are likely 3 other iterations of this specimen, labeled 9189, 9289, and 9389. If I'm interpreting these numbers correctly, there have been almost 10,000 of these things grown in succession, but why? And also there's a snake that's eating its own ass, but not in the fun way. I can already hear your questions. Azfk, how do you eat your own ass in the fun way? Why is there a snake eating its own ass? This is a symbol known as an Ouroboros. From Wikipedia, because that's the only place I do research anymore, the Ouroboros is often interpreted as a symbol for eternal cyclic renewal, or a cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The snake's skin sloughing symbolizes the transmigration of souls. The snake biting its own tail is a fertility symbol in some religions. The tail is a phallic symbol, and the mouth is a yonic, or womb-like symbol. This could mean a few things. In my opinion, the idea of transmigration of souls sounds interesting, and combining multiple possibly sentient beings into one sounds like it would qualify for that. But I don't know what transmigration means, so who fucking knows? But maybe I'm wrong, so tell me I am in the comments. I know I made a period joke earlier, but this now involves blood, the moon cycles, and possibly a fertility symbol relating to wombs. There actually might be a level of validity to that immature joke I proudly made earlier. If so, I'm gonna start charging desperate people money to be their psychic, cause that was a goddamn epiphany. Moonflower is also another name for the datura plant. This plant causes deliriant hallucinations when the seeds are eaten or consumed in a tea, so this may be a reference to the delusions caused by the weeping lily. So what does all this mean? I'm like 99% sure there isn't enough information to solve this yet, but the pieces are coming together. These plants were not produced for consumer purposes only. They were being produced in a cyclical cycle over a long period of time, long enough for them to be on the 9,000th goddamn time. Something is being done with or for these plants. Something that, from every indication, is not a fucking surprise party. As for what, or why, that, my weird smelly friend, is still a mystery. A neurological fungal infection has been devastating the mammalian populations of Eastern Europe and the United States. Symptoms of this disease include fungal growths on the skin and fruiting of mushrooms out of the skull, inebriating psychedelic mind states, disassociation, schizophrenia-like hallucinations, and loss of sentience and autonomy. Victims of this disease are constantly tripping and seem to communicate with some sort of hostile intelligence in their own brain. The fungus. I'm not ripping off The Last of Us because the fungus is alive and it communicates with the person, and also there's drugs in it, so it's completely different, and also because shut up. It influences their thoughts, emotions, and behavior, and eventually can seize full control of their speech and movement. Patient Zero was a man who shot psychedelic spores into his arm. After reading the story online of the guy who did it and died, this man also decided to do the TikTok injecting mushroom challenge. Instead of dying when the spores took root in his vein, this idiot was just fine. Like the 90-year-old woman that drains a fifth of vodka and a pack of Marlboros a day. Meanwhile, some guy dies from cardiac arrest going up 2 flights of stairs. Sometimes shit just doesn't make sense. Slowly, the fungus spread to the entirety of his body, probing and surrounding all of his major organs with mycelial tendrils. It wove its main mycelial complex into the brain of the man, taking advantage of the pre-existing neural structure as a skeleton for an even more powerful setup. Eventually, the mycelium in his brain fruited mushrooms that pushed through his cranium, cracked his skull, bursting his blood vessels, and rising upward out of his head in a messy scene of bone fragments and viscera. Even more disturbing when I caught the human googling if reducing his cum in a saucepan would work. His behavior became increasingly erratic. Hysterical shrieks and cries about the entire world melting and the shadow figures leaving happy time tissues around his home were most of what he talked about then. As the fungus took root and slowly wove its way into every nerve and fiber of his brain, Patient Zero's consciousness completely disappeared and was replaced by the fungus. At this point, his behavior seemed to balance out. The fungus wanted to blend in as much as possible to not draw attention to itself. Kinda hard when your face looks like the side of a moldy oak tree, but whatever. He would only come out at night, and would infect as many people as possible by leaving spore pods that would fall from the growths on his face in high-traffic areas. Local police neutralized this afflicted individual when they noticed him holding down a woman, vomiting a viscous spore-latent fluid into her mouth. Let's all take a moment to remember our dearly beloved, friendly, expendable mushroom junkie 1. We can all take solace in that when we die, at least the things we made will still be loved. Unless the future thinks it's like racist or something, then everyone's gonna hate you when you're dead. What am I talking about again? Higher-level human authorities quickly confiscated the spore vomit evidence for testing. When the strain of fungus was analyzed, it revealed similarities to both Psilocybe cubensis and Cordyceps. Psilocybe cubensis, aka magic mushrooms, are the famous psychedelic fungi that Silicon Valley CEOs like to microdose rectally, and Cordyceps are those fungus that turn arthropods into exploding spore zombies. This anomalous species has no known relatives currently, although after this discovery, I intend to investigate this genetic lineage further, because I got fucked up and forgot to do it before the video. In the following incident, the same, now infected young woman made her way to the water source for a small town. She completely submerged herself and displayed behavior unprecedented up until now. The soles of the woman's feet began to sprout mycelium roots that burrowed into the bottom of the water source, and her skin began to ripple and bubble. Over the course of an entire day, the woman transformed her entire body into dozens of spore pods that soon burst in the water supply. Soon, the entire town turned. And in a last-ditch attempt to contain the infection, the population was neutralized using augmented antifungal chemical warfare. But the government didn't get in trouble because there were no witnesses, and they all lived happily ever after. The end. An anomalous apex predator has recently been reported stalking remote towns in southern Africa. A stark bone-white faceplate, jagged razor-edged teeth, a virus-shaped body with 4 legs, the front ending in finger-like extensions, and the back ending in cloven hooves. In the center of the torso, an open gash containing a writhing pile of human heads. A cacophony of pained, desperate moans escape the pulsing maw.
He told me the answer to life was Cletus, and I believed him.
This creature was first documented by preternatural investigator Leo Vinciple, who instead of submitting it to the Foundation for approval, decided to submit it to Twitter for likes without a single given for what the Foundation labels due process. What can I say? He's built different. He didn't really give it a name, so I will be dubbing this beastie the Cacophony. The first thing about this creature that instantly grabs the eye is the collection of heads inside of its split chest cavity. These heads inside are not its own. This predator targets humans and steals heads from its victims, inserting them into the center of its chest cavity. It integrates these heads into its own neurology, keeping them alive and preserving the consciousness inside the brain, trapping the human with barely enough processing power in their brain to know their own suffering. This allows it to access the head's memories, and it can even use it as a meaty biological processor. The more heads the Cacophony has, the more cunning it becomes, using more and more advanced hunting techniques, and even constructing complex tools like traps to catch its victims. Keep in mind, if it has like 4 McDonald's employees, it still might function on a capacity lower than if it has 2 CEOs, and nowhere near as skilled as if it had 1 YouTuber. The classic Cacophony quality-quantity quandary. The Cacophony's top head often screams a range of vocalizations at the victim it's attempting to decapitate. While it's fully capable of communicating with humans, it most often doesn't even bother to. The vocalizations include voices and sayings from former victims in their lives. These will often come off as nonsensical shrieks, as the things the creature is saying don't really make sense to say when attacking someone.
opposite. She never loved me. Because my mother, she loved my brother Tommy. She didn't even say, you're my little schmeckle. I know I'm a schmeckle. I know I'm a schmeckle.
Another notable feature of this entity is its white mask. No one knows what its face looks like beyond the mask. Some say it has low self-esteem and doesn't like its face. Some people say it just thinks the mask looks cool. I say, if you're wondering about a mask as this thing approaches you to rip off your head and put it in titty purgatory, you have dumb priorities. You deserve to die, idiot.
I think it's you. I think you're the problem.
Just beneath the mask lies an agape mouth with a set of razor-sharp teeth. This jaw is used to hold the victim in place while removing the head with its two front limbs, and then it takes bites out of the resulting corpse for sustenance. The creature's back two legs are hooves, and the front two are a cross between human hands and gorilla feet. Unlike traditional quadruped movement, this creature has a bodily structure that has a center of gravity in the direct center of all four of its legs. Like a tripod, but with 4 legs. So, like a quad pod, it can make incredibly quick turns and dexterous maneuvers. Side note, I've been saying quadruped a lot, and it reminded me of the time I had to message a biology professor about gorillas, and I made a misspelling. Instead of saying, when the gorilla knuckle walks, it's a quadruped, I messaged that it was quadruped. Because quadruped is 1 letter off from quadruped. Dumbest disciplinary hearing ever. What the hell am I talking about again? The combination of hoofed legs and the quadpod structure makes it so that in close quarters, the cacophony is deadly.
At the end of the day, if you're happy and you love yourself, do good. Do good, children.
Hey dude, I'm kind of like doing something right now. The cacophony's flap can open and close. The primary function of this is thought to be ambush predation. It disguises itself as a smelly pile of dead animals by laying flat on its side with its flap closed. After something approaches it, it will proceed to kill and eat the animal. It hunts anything that moves, but only gathers the heads of humans. All this means that it's too dangerous to be in the environment, which is why I sent it to be safe and happy and frolic at a farm upstate.
Hello? Hello? It's dark in here. Guys, everybody, Azfk, he locks me in the locker, he locks me in there, and he makes me do drugs.
You just like fucked that man's whole world up, bro. Like he thought the darkness was forever, and then you gave him light again and put it right back in.
Wait, who's in the cage?
Disclaimer, this is possibly the most up monster I've ever covered. This video contains imagery and descriptions relating to pregnancy and childbirth that some may find unsettling. Viewer discretion is advised.
The Forgotten Baby is a man-sized fetus-looking creature with pinkish slime-covered translucent veiny skin, no teeth, and eyes that are disproportionately large, even for its already disproportionately large head. The Forgotten Baby was rumored to have been a believed miscarriage. When the doctors informed the expecting couple of this situation, the couple opted to remove the mass of cells that they believed to be dead from the woman's uterus, and placed it aside to be discarded in a medical waste receptacle. However, the doctor noticed it barely moving, and out of morbid curiosity, hid the being and only claimed to get rid of it. He took it home and began using everything in the kitchen sink to get it to grow. I'm talking growth hormones, steroids, insect testosterone, something that only has research about it written in Russian. He even buried it legs deep in plant fertilizer. I'm so sorry to all the little boys and girls lifting hard in the weight room that look up to Forgotten Baby because he transformed his body, but the Forgotten Baby is a fake natty. He was just lying to sell his patented brand of birth canal creatine. The doctor never really thought to restrain the man-sized fetus that he kept in his basement. Seriously, how the hell did this one get through human medical school? It means nothing. I like how our species does it. We just let anyone do surgery. Same as owning guns and drive-bys. So anyways, like any responsible, self-respecting physician, one day this doctor blacks out after taking a lot of horse tranquilizer that he prescribed to himself. Thought the man-sized fetus scream-gurgling in his living room was his dog barking to get outside, which he didn't have a dog, and proceeds to let it outside. The huge problem here, aside from everything else that's beyond belief about this entire situation, this being never acquired a brain past the point of a barely developed fetus, leading to strange and horrific consequences for its behavioral psychology. Immediately upon being let outside, this being began to look in the windows of every house it encountered until it found an expectant mother. This being would then wait until everyone in the house was asleep and compress itself into an impossibly small size to squeeze through any crack in the structure of the house. It will then attempt to put its hand on the belly of the pregnant woman, causing the woman to miscarry. After making contact, it will leave the house. Before too long, the forgotten baby will return to the house with much more sinister intentions. It enters the bedroom of the sleeping woman and attempts to compress itself and crawl the f up inside of her. The slime its skin secretes puts the woman in a sedative state when this happens, so she doesn't freak the f out about the horrific things that are happening to her. Sometimes it re-expands on the way in by accident. This usually kills the woman in an explosion of viscera, as, you know, there's basically the entire body of a full-grown f***ing man up there. This reminds me of that one porn of that lady who had a giant vagina and stuck the entire head of a bald man in there. Do you know that one? No? Okay, then me neither then. The most f***ed up part is if it actually gets inside of the womb. From here, the forgotten baby hooks can somehow override the mother's normal behavior to essentially brainwash them into protecting it. Like how that wasp who shits eggs in caterpillars makes the caterpillar love the worms growing inside of them. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This is f***ing awful, but I don't know, touch some grass. She will forget that she lost her baby and refuse any attempts to convince her otherwise. Even if shown evidence, she will reject the notion and protect the monstrosity at all costs, even isolating herself from all those who used to be closest to her. This monster never grows or comes to term, just leeching nutrients off the mother until she slowly withers away. A slow, painful death. Her skin begins to pale, her energy levels drop, along with, you know, bone density. Nails, hair, and teeth fall out. F*** it, the eyes fall out too. That's one hell of a tapeworm you got there, baby. Maybe just a shit ton of vodka and cigarettes then? Don't pussy out halfway through or you'll end up something like our resident human, the eye prophet.
F***ing asshole.
I really hope I didn't just lose the entire female section of my audience with this one. Don't look at me like that. I didn't write the concept. I just based it off of Clark Titor's video, extrapolated the science, and wrote some jokes. This is a really disturbing one, even for me. I feel like someone's gonna use this video as evidence for their Huffington Post listicle about why unbirth porn is problematic. Most gruesome case yet. Same style of trophy as the other 3 victims. Made out of her skin, too. I warn you, sir, this won't be easy to see. Investigators have recently found several artifacts relating to what appears to be an active crime scene. These artifacts resemble regular Furbies, except with all non-mechanical components swapped out for human body parts. These flesh Furbies, or flesh bees / skin bees, as they have now been dubbed, have been popping up all over London. These flesh bees emanate a stench of decay, both because they're actively rotting, and also because there's usually a decomposing body with a bunch of pieces nearby. Looks like Jack the Ripper and Ed Gein had a baby with a Gen Z sense of humor. In cases where the victim is not easily located nearby, DNA testing of these flesh bees have revealed that these pieces were taken from individuals that have been declared missing shortly beforehand. Look on the bright side. We know they're not missing anymore. The first skin bee found was assembled using human skin, hair, and teeth, and had weird little Furby feet made out of fingers. Other variations of these horrific children's toy recreations have been documented containing human eyes, ears, toes, as well as some seemingly random internal organs as well. In some instances, flesh bees were found constructed entirely of scrotums, labia, and genitalia. For some reason, these ones sold out the quickest on my murder memorabilia site that I'm totally not stealing Furbies to sell them on. These flesh bees still contain the mechanical parts that standard issue Furbies come out of the factory with, and thus are entirely functional. They have some standard Furby behavior, as well as some unexplainable quirks. For instance, these skin bees have new sayings that I highly doubt a board of executives approved, such as, "The pain! It is unending! Please don't kill me, I have a family." Why the fuck am I a Furby? The flesh bees can seemingly quote memories from their past life. The most common recalled memory among these flesh bees is their brutal end. Dude, it was like this morning. Get over it. Some theorize that both the consciousness and soul of the victim has been trapped inside these children's toys. And by some, I mean me. The skin bees have also displayed disturbing behavior. Among other things, flesh bees have been noted following people around, hiding and staring at people for extended periods of time until discovered, and even displaying violent tendencies. Most often, they will latch down on the appendage of a victim and increase the tension until said digit is severed. This was the end of the infamous self-appointed Furby fucker. With any situation like this, there's a lot of unanswered questions. First of all, what the actual fuck? Is this perhaps a serial killer trying to get out some sort of Hasbro-themed message? Or maybe it's some dirty witch lady trying to attempt an occult Furby ritual. These theories were stupid enough on their own, but something was about to happen to disprove them entirely. In the coming weeks, these flesh bees randomly appeared on store shelves, replacing all their non-human organ-made counterparts. The same day that this happened in the brick-and-mortar establishments, suddenly, all regular Furbies from online retailers were replaced by the haphazardly created monstrosities. Not only that, but all previously purchased Furbies were replaced with their horrific counterparts as well, suggesting that we're dealing with more than just a serial killer. I mean, like, probably. I know the amount of effort it takes to turn multiple human corpses into Furbies is likely immense, but I don't think that makes them capable of something this grand of scale. No, we're dealing with an anomalous threat to humanity. And that means someone is f***ing with my turf again! There's only one being powerful enough to do something like this. We can't just let this happen, Amoeba. We have to do what we should have done in the first place. Take on the biggest threat to mankind.
December 17th, 2022. Increasing accounts of anomalous activity have been reported around several boroughs of New York City and Westchester County. Eyewitnesses of this anomalous activity report seeing branches of blood-red, tree-root-like extensions attached to the walls and ground. The tendrils are warm to the touch and move and pulse in a heartbeat-like pattern, signifying that this is a living organism with animal-esque organ systems. It sends out tendrils into its environment like a slime mold, sensing, thinking, feeling, tasting, coming. Some witnesses report that the tendrils attach themselves to living organisms, draining people, animals, and even plants and fungi of their biomass through a lamprey-like mouth on the end of the tendril. Looks like that thing has pretty good suck. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? It seems that the pulse of the tendrils comes not from some sort of blood circulatory system, but rather the tendril pumping this biological material back to wherever its strange sources. We go now to an anonymous eyewitness of this scene.
Listen, the rich and powerful control the world. The only way they live long is by smoking cigarettes.
I don't think that was the right footage.
It appears that the tendrils seem to be not one organism, but a part of a larger colony. Like some sort of meat beehive, one that can operate on an apocalyptic scale, which is weird because the extinction of every sentient species usually begins when they invent plastic. Shortly after the appearance of the anomalous tendrils, what can only be described as amorphous tentacle drones were reported camouflaging amongst the crimson-twisted roots, slithering between them, squeezing their slick bodies into the impossibly tight cracks and back out again with ease. These drones use tentacles identical to the ones that line the walls of their environment to move. The only consistencies between the drones are the ground hamburger texture of their skin and the presence of a varying number of tentacles. In other physiology, they vary greatly. Some have large sets of teeth, some have no visible sensory organs at all. I think I saw one devoid of all features save for a thick pulsating cock. Regardless, the drones seem to serve one purpose. They wrap themselves around animal life to immobilize it, preparing it for assimilation into its hive via the tendrils. For a closer look, we go to the same anonymous eyewitness because we couldn't afford another one.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'm capable of f***ing a baby. No.
Examination of the path of these tentacles reveals that they all seem to be stemming from the same location. Overlapping layers of twisted tendrils form together to create a singular tumor-like mass. On the top of this mass exists a pit, a dark hole which seems to be the exit anus, shitting out the cephalopod drones, to use the scientific term. On the inside lies the source of all anomalous activity, what looks to be an analog of a high-powered computer, one of the ones that those nerds who shit on me for having a Mac brag about building themselves, yet made with organic material. Upon examining the machine, it was revealed that it seems to run on its own alien artificial intelligence, more advanced than anything programmed by a human. The closest analog we have for this technology is Stable Diffusion image generation, except instead of a medium of images made from pixels and code, it uses a databank to create art of living beings from flesh and blood. Like many AI visualizers, this creature has incredible difficulty replicating certain details of regular biology, notably faces and hands, and thus, its creations often take the shape of amorphous flesh blob abominations. Many traditionally skilled flesh artists, such as myself and your human god, fear that this machine and intelligence like it may one day put us out of business. The machine seems to collect information on the biology of its host planet, and uses a menagerie of the animals, plants, and fungi, and whatever other living material occurs there as a dataset.
The lampreys that drain biological material for the generation of new drones doubles as an informational absorption organ, connecting to the nervous system or analogous systems of the organisms, learning all it can from its biology and internal processes, including thoughts, and then draining it dry of biological material. It seems that the data from the planet is, in a sense, the prompt for what the machine creates. In this instance, the machine seems to be creating organisms that facilitate the spread of its own biomass. For more information of this anomalous activity, we go to this acclaimed expert. And by acclaimed, I mean that he claimed he was an expert.
I'm taking the fish out, I'm making sure I have a ski mask on, bring him to the bathroom, and then pretending to want to steal it. That way I'm kind of admitting fault, but not the fault to the level they really believe. And then they'll say, hey, you can't take that. And that way they only think I'm stealing it, when in fact I did put my dick in a fish's mouth.
Hey, if this big meatball thing is an artificial intelligence, I bet it's pretty smart. I gotta ask, what's the meaning of life?
Turn water into pee.
I'm gonna take a sip of water, my mouth feels all craggly. The neighbor is a pseudo-humanoid entity first reported upon by anomalous investigator Leo Vincible. Leo posted an image of this creature on the internet displaying its strange form in detail. It has 3 arms, 2 where a human would normally have them, and 1 on top of its head. These 3 arms all rotate around the central point of its vacant slack-jaw mouth. This mouth is lined with large human-like teeth all dripping with snotty saliva. You know this man is both a mouth breather and doesn't brush. These teeth aren't sharp, but are rather used for mastication, similar to how a human eats. In the center of this mouth is a face, rendered immobile and held in place by the incredibly strong muscles in the creature's throat. The face inside the neighbor is not actually a part of its original biology. That face is of its last human victim. The victim only exists from the voice box up now, as the rest has been entirely digested. The neighbor has an anomalous evolutionary adaptation where it can manipulate the nervous system of the decapitated head through rudimentary electrical stimulation. The heads are technically still alive and conscious, but not in control of any of its actions. It's like I have no mouth and I must scream, but also really gross and nothing like that. All they can do is wait helplessly for the creature to find another victim and swallow their head to digest and then replace them. Through its manipulation methods, it can move the face and even speak through the mouth of the victim. It can do other things with that mouth too, but I can't show you that on YouTube. The voice sounds similar to that of the original humans, but because the methods of manipulation are simplistic, there are a lot of discrepancies. The neighbor will often use this ability to get humans out of their house. It knocks on the door of its intended prey and places the face of its former victim up to the peephole, obscuring the rest of its monstrous figure. You might think this wouldn't work. What?
Hello!
What do you want?
Hello, I am your real human neighbor and not a man-eating creature keeping your neighbor's head alive as a flesh puppet in my gullet. May I come in for a cup of sandwich? Ow, my nose!
Humans, even the smart ones, will believe almost anything you tell them. If you are dumb enough to open that door, you'll be in more trouble than I was when I replied to my teacher's end-of-class Kahoot by saying I wanted to kashoot myself. Upon the human opening the door, the creature will seize one of the victim's arms in each of its torso arm's hands, and the head of the victim in its top hand. It will then swallow its current decapitated meat puppet and force the new victim legs first down into its gullet, securing its face in the back of its throat, and digesting the rest of its body. It then hooks itself into the nervous system of its new head. As is the life cycle of the neighbor, the only trail it leaves is an entirely intact, shitted out human skeleton. Nature is just so beautiful. I mean, not right now. This is an affront to life itself, but I don't know, go look at a spider web. The older one of these entities becomes, the more skilled it becomes at manipulating the human head's speech patterns and facial expressions. Over a short period, it can jump in language skills, starting along the lines of a child with fetal alcohol syndrome, and ending with something indistinguishable from the original human speech patterns. If not killed by a few years of age, it will progress at this neural manipulation from the proficiency level of a man attempting to put on a sock puppet play using only his penis, to a skilled marionette performer, pulling the strings of its victim to perfectly imitate its voice. One of these creatures got so advanced that it actually rose through the ranks of corporate America and is now an executive at Papa John's. I don't know how many bones you have, but if you don't stop, that number's gonna double.
Dude, we just met. You know I only eat humans. This is about the no smoking code in the building.
If you call the cops, I'll tell them you eat people. The shelf life of a decapitated human head is very limited. I learned that from Paula Dean. As the head rots inside of the entity's gullet, the brain will get less and less functional, and the neighbor's speech patterns will decay along with it. Eventually, the creature will get desperate and become more and more bold in its attempts to capture a human, which sometimes leads to its death by the fatal condition of getting f***ing shot. A strange handmade automaton found in the hidden back room of the Church of the Benevolent Sound in Claremont, Ohio. Discovered by two teenage urban explorers in 1986. Both claim to have heard it sing in their presence. While both claim its sound was like, quote, nothing I've ever heard, both suffered from extreme insomnia, difficulty concentrating, and a desperate need to go back to the clergyman to hear it sing again. This was the only information posted alongside images of this newly discovered entity dubbed the Singing Clergyman. This entity was discovered by paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson, and in his usual MO, he just posted it dicks out on social media. Never gets old. While this is the only information that we have on this anomalous creature so far, it can still tell us quite a bit about this entity. For starters, we know it was found in a hidden back room of a church in 1986 by two urban explorers in, Ohio. Go back to covering creatures in hell, why don't we? The location it was found, in combination with its clothing and its name, suggests a heavy religious association between this creature and possibly Christianity. God damn it, I hate these ones. I get a mild skin irritation whenever I walk past the threshold of a church. What do you think this humanoid doll with a leaking open mouth could be used for? That's incorrect. You are gross and banned from participating from the rest of the episode. Because of the religious association, the first idea that comes to mind about what this thing is for would be religious purposes. But what specifically? I can see one of two options. Either humans assembled this purely out of hubris and curiosity without knowing what would happen, or they've designed it with a clear idea in mind. Knowing humans, it's likely the former. Whether or not this creature's paranormal abilities after construction were intentional is impossible to know. But if it was on purpose, we can potentially get an understanding of its use by looking at its effects. The teenagers claimed it was like nothing they'd ever heard before, but they provided no more information about what it sounded like specifically. Some eyewitness you are, dumb shit. It looks from the evidence to be pleasurable, and even seems to have a cognitohazard-like effect on the human mind, making any victim desperate to go back to hear them sing again. Not only this, but all human victims suffer from extreme insomnia and difficulty concentrating. As someone who's a bad focus boy, that last part just sounds like ADHD. One victim of this creature also blames it for his piss kink, but I'm not so sure about that. Loving you is easy 'cause you're beautiful. Trevor claims that at the time of him writing the description of this entity, the machine's location is unknown. I don't have it. Why would you even suggest something like that? I see two possibilities for where it could be. It could be that someone who became addicted to this machine's songs grabbed it and brought it home, making a jerk-off shrine to it. It could also be possible that someone learned of this machine's power, slipped in some earplugs, and grabbed it to be used for various nefarious and likely hilarious purposes. Using this creature as some sort of god figure could allow you to control the minds of the masses, holding the machine from them until they bend to your will so they can finally hear its sweet song again. I got $500 on this being invented to create some sort of sex cult. This is all the information I can decipher about this machine from Trevor's initial message. I will be keeping an eye out for any other updates about this creature and many others from Trevor's lore and other supernatural investigators. SCP Item Number 173. Object Class Euclid. Description: SCP-173 is a sculpture created from concrete, rebar, and spray paint. This sculpture is not alive, but is somehow capable of locomotion, making a sound like stone scraping against a sidewalk as it moves. The entity can only move while not being actively observed by a conscious being. When in the vicinity of a living creature that is not maintaining eye contact with it, this entity closes the gap at an incomprehensible speed and snaps its neck. You could say it happens in the blink of an eye. Whoa! You suck! I'm unsubscribing! It is the first SCP, an entity even more unsettling than going under anesthesia and waking up with fresh nail polish on your toes. Since this entity cannot move when it's in the direct line of sight of a sentient being, the only way for a human to be in the same vicinity without getting their vertebrae cracked like uncooked pasta noodles is by maintaining the futile, deadly staring contest. 173 didn't develop at the same rate as the other anomalies, so at grade 3 it was moved into the special special containment procedures. SCP-173 is to be kept in a locked container at all times. When personnel must enter 173's container, no fewer than 3 may enter at any time, and the door is to be relocked behind them. At all times, 2 persons must maintain eye contact with SCP-173 until all personnel have vacated and relocked the container. Like anyone's living quarters, the ground and lower areas of the walls in SCP-173's living quarters are caked in a reddish-brown substance, a combination of feces and blood. No one knows where this special flavor pudding come from, but they keep cleaning it off the ground twice a week. As they said, they use 3 D classes, 2 maintaining eye contact with 173 constantly, and 1 cleaning up the goop. There have been numerous casualties involved in this process, mostly due to people sneezing. I don't know why they don't just use more D classes. Don't they have so many that they literally just feed them to monsters? They also have a D class that just clones itself, so either they're just idiots or sadistic, or both. This could also be solved by just following the age-old unspoken rule that if you shit on the floor, you should be the one to have to clean it up. SCP-173 has also shown the ability to multiply itself. This was first reported during a routine cleaning of his poops, in which the entity had seemingly cloned itself overnight. It has never been directly observed multiplying, so no one knows how it does this. It's thought that because it only does it when it's not being watched, it can only multiply in the active state. To be honest, I don't know why all these grown adults keep desperately trying to watch the statue make segs to itself. Kinda weird. SCP-173 was originally based on an image by one Izumi Kato, I know I butchered that, taken by the Foundation without permission. This image was not a part of the Creative Commons, causing legal problems for the SCP Foundation unrelated to their scandal with underage Keter-class entities. Kato graciously allowed the SCP Foundation to continue using his image under certain conditions, but he's not happy about it. Although, since I'm not part of or contained by the SCP Foundation, I am technically just commentating on it. I just want to say that for any section of my audience that also might happen to be a legal team from Japan. Now we'll go to SCP-173 for their opinion. 173, how do you feel about undergoing extensive cosmetic surgery because some internet child stole your OG source image? If you're waiting for me to blink, you're out of luck, buddy.
The man doesn't blink!
Yeah, I won't be cleaning your bloody shits off the ground either. I don't have neck bones, but I can fake it if it makes you feel better.
Did you get to learn
The Primary Color Man. The Primary Color Man is a humanoid entity with a complexion of various patches split between the 3 primary colors. Preternatural investigator Leo Vincible has documented this creature numerous times in both picture and video format. The origin of this entity is still a mystery, although many horror YouTubers list finding him in the backrooms at 3 AM. This creature only attacks the colorblind and idiots who don't know the 3 names of the primary colors. At least that's the only pattern I can gauge thus far from this inhuman monstrosity with a kindergarten level of education. Before anyone goes and calls this creature ableist, it knows. It's an inhuman monster that enjoys murdering people. I agree with you, I'm just saying it's a weird hill to die on. The Primary Color Man is able to manipulate various facets of sensory perception. For example, it's able to distort a human's visual processing center in the brain. It can make it impossible for them to focus their eyes, remove their perception of color, or increase their saturation and contrast until they're living in a deep-fried version of their own reality. It can also give its victims incredibly intense synesthesia. This synesthesia is reported as tasting, smelling, and hearing the colors in such an overwhelming sense that it leads to total sensory overload and sometimes insanity. Some even report feeling the colors as temperature or pain. One of the Primary Color Man's victims began writhing in pain and begging for death when shown the color red, profusely vomiting when shown the color green, and was banned from school zones and had to go door to door whenever he moved following his actions after being shown the color pink.
Did you learn your colors?
Dude, step back. Your breath smells like you hit a bong filled with pee. The Primary Color Man is also capable of shifting his skin's pigmentation in order to camouflage against any surface like a chameleon. It uses this ability to stay hidden and stalk its victims, sometimes for years. It enjoys altering the human senses at a rate so gradual that they don't even know they're being changed. Slowly but surely, the human adjusts to what they think was always their reality. The Primary Color Man camouflaged right behind them, snickering to himself silently as it relishes their anguish. Eventually, this will leave them completely completely dissociated with reality and will begin to act erratically and develop ludicrous beliefs. This entity is also capable of shifting its skin pigmentation to recreate any pattern consciously, not just one that it's in front of. It often disguises itself as a bloody, defiled corpse with streaks of red and tan and lies in wait for a passerby to see them. When the victim gets close enough, the entity will grab the sides of their head, holding it in place and lock eyes with them. It will then completely distort their senses so severely that it leaves them unable to process any sensory information from the world without descending into complete insanity. Train Eater. The Train Eater was first reported upon by anomalous investigator Leo Vincible in the New York subway. Leo somehow managed to snap a picture of this creature in its non-camouflage state, an incredibly rare sight. In its resting state, the Train Eater resembles a long flesh-colored worm with the length of its body dotted with eyes. Like many creatures, if you poke it in the eye, it screams. In the front, this creature has a large mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth. Its mouth is usually agape, with a muscular structure in the front that looks like a trapped humanoid being. Scientists are unsure of what purpose this serves, but one theory is that it is a vestigial organ that ancestors of the Train Eater used to lure humans into its massive maw, which is why many of these lures have humongous tits. When in the presence of human beings, this entity is usually unrecognizable. It modifies parts of its body, bioshifting to perfectly mimic man-made vehicles such as trains, buses, hot tub stripper limos, etc. This appears to be an incredibly advanced anomalous form of camouflage, like a stick bug in a tree, or a leaf bug in a tree, or you at a clown convention. Indistinguishable. The train often shows up at vorophile conventions or busy subways during rush hour in order to have the largest potential meal. This entity gathers as many victims inside of itself as possible and then shifts its physiology to trap its victims inside, removing the doors they enter from. It will then speed off to an abandoned section of the tracks before filling its gut with corrosive digestive juices, digesting the entirety of the contents of its stomach. After this, it promptly enters a hibernation state before waking up a few weeks later with a renewed appetite. It operates like a regular train until full to the brim with passengers, so some people actually ride the Train Eater home from work being none the wiser that they were almost worm food. The Train Eater acts in a similar capacity to natural ambush predators. This is becoming a trope. We've covered a whole lot of anomalous ambush predators recently. Come on guys, get a new shtick. Paranormal researcher Clark Tidor has theorized that the Train Eater is actually an incredibly large insect capable of modifying itself in its physiology, but upon further investigation, this creature shares more in common with worms, and also somehow a lot with legless lizards. While some theorize that this is some sort of genetic amalgamation with DNA from the two, some always theorize that, so who the hell knows really? Some speculate that the Train Eater could be used as a fleshlight for a giant and that someone is me. The Train Eater is also capable of sprouting legs across its entire body, coming to resemble a monstrous fleshy centipede. It uses these legs to burrow under the ground, creating a nest to lay clutches of eggs. It also uses these legs to traverse between subways in the streets to avoid suspicion from human authorities. The FBI even occasionally catches really disturbed Train Eaters that masquerade as school buses. Fortunately, these Train Eaters are always the first to get murdered in Train Eater jail by the other criminal Train Eaters. Maybe karma is real. Human researchers are astounded at the level of intelligence that Train Eaters display. I don't know why your species is always so shocked when another animal is smart. Oh sure, fill your oceans to the brim with plastic bottles and be surprised when the collected microplastic amounts to you eating one credit card a week, but they're the idiots. While Train Eaters typically remain in one area and nest, there have been cases of nomadic Train Eaters. One of these entities masqueraded as a Greyhound bus, traveling around the entire country multiple times. This particular Train Eater was much larger than the average for its species, and contrary to their typical behavior, on occasion displayed aggression and active hunting rather than its typical sneaky behavior. Before its termination that many anomalous enforcement agencies claimed credit for, it left a trail of chaos in its wake. It imitated a travel van for a band before massacring and consuming the entire concert, transformed into a yacht before eating an entire cartel. It even had a travel vlog. The God of Chickens. The God of Chickens is a tall, skinny, white humanoid chicken. Similar to chickens, instead of having both a front hole and a back hole, it has only one hole. Its face sports a pair of giant red eyes with minuscule black dots for pupils. You're probably wondering why the hell this weird thing exists, and it's to punish those who eat poultry or abuse chickens. Fun fact, did you know that chickens recognize up to 100 faces, feel emotions, dream when they sleep at night, and can also be fried with with up to 11 different herbs and spices? Well, the god of chicken knows, and now he also knows that you know. The god of chickens is seemingly intelligent, as it likes to psychologically torture its victims before going in for the final kill. Any eggs the victim has in their house will begin to rot and crack, making the room smell like a North American neckbeard nest. Any unrotten eggs that the target attempts to crack open will have an unborn chicken fetus inside. Consuming this stillborn chicken fetus leads to infertility, if you were thinking about doing that for some fucked up reason. If the household has any poultry animals, these will all become incredibly violent, seemingly working as a team to attack any humans or other domestic animals in the vicinity. The god of chicken also seems to have a strange venom of sorts. After a target is pecked, they begin to feel sick, sluggish, nauseous, and they gain an excess of weight. When examined at the doctors, the physician expressed that it's almost as if the victim had been pumped full of steroids and antibiotics, just like a chicken on the factory line. The god of chickens will eventually appear after enough Chick-fil-A themed torture, murdering the victim with a well-placed and incredibly deep peck to the center of the heart. The body is usually found later being fed upon by chickens. You can tell if the god of chickens is nearby because all chickens in the area will go completely silent before going batshit insane and clucking repeatedly as loud as they can. It can command all poultry in the area, often spurring them to violence. It can be hard to tell if the god of chickens is nearby because lots of chickens are just naturally loud dickheads. In some egg farms with cruel practices, there have been mysterious cases of all of the chickens in the farm somehow getting outside of the property and wandering together in large groups away from the facility. Upon inspection of the building, it was found that the workers of the factory were crammed into the cages that are considered much too small for even a chicken. Their bones and joints distended and cracked to fit them into these boxes like a jigsaw puzzle. Despite these injuries, every worker was somehow alive and responsive upon discovery. One worker was quoted as saying, "Oh God, why?" In other reports of factories where the chickens have escaped in a similar manner, investigators found the human workers clogging the grinder they used to kill the baby male chickens to turn them into dog food. Fortunately, this did not interrupt the supply chain, and even more dog food was shipped out on time the next day. Unconfirmed accounts of the god of chicken shoving eggs up into people's asses has also been reported. To keep our resident human safe, we've begun feeding him a diet of raw red meat and microplastics only. Side note, this one time I was in a Whole Foods, and I remember the line was taking an incredibly long time. This kind of annoyed me, so I peeked my head out to the front to see what the issue was, and there was this woman just screaming at the poor dude behind the registers because the Whole Foods was apparently out of grass-fed chicken. I don't think I've ever seen anything funnier than the expression of the checkout man on the brink of tears trying to explain to this Karen that chickens don't eat grass. This chicken monster also carries a special chicken egg, which is often seen levitating between both of its strange chicken feet hands. It lays this egg to gain control over poultry, manipulate other eggs in the area, or cause any dead poultry products to move as if they were still live muscle. It often unlays this egg back up into its weird one waist/egg hole to protect it, but you can easily just stomp really hard on its stomach to get it to shit it out so you can crush it. I have not had a single lucid thought in the past 2.5 years. If you can smash this egg, the god of chickens will lose its higher cognition and the rest of its abilities, becoming a regular human-shaped bipedal chicken, also known as delicious. I know what some of you are going to say. Isn't that the same image you used for your basis of the stalker in the back rooms? The answer is yes. There could be a simple explanation of me not knowing the god of chicken's existence at the time of making that video, but since I definitely know all and would never make a mistake, I now suspect that they are the same person. Think about it. Have you ever seen the god of chickens and the backroom stalker in the same room at the same time? Coincidence? I think not. Highway worms are incredibly large animals that resemble dark yellow worms. They have glowing eyes, leathery rough skin, and a mouth with an uncannily similar structure to that of a human's. Similar to an eel, it can bend and contort itself in any direction, and squeeze into tight spaces like tunnels and under freeway overpasses, either to wait for prey or to go dormant and remain hidden when inactive. These creatures hunt entirely at night, since it'd be impossible for them to remain hidden during the day, as individual instances have been reported at up to 65 feet long. Some paranormal researchers have theorized that the highway worm is actually the next stage in the bridge worm's metamorphic life cycle, but none of these claims have been substantiated, and are likely false due to the many differences between the two species. Also, if this were true, because of the bridge worm versus highway worm videos, highway worm would go to jail for beating his son, but because he's just physically assaulting a random stranger to the point of death, no harm done. While highway worm seems fearsome, he's thought of among other monstrosities as not threatening since he was rendered irrelevant after getting banned from most socials due to his controversial comedy special.
Raising a child is about discipline. You gotta hit them just the right amount. Too much and they become a serial killer, but too little and they become a serial killer.
Whoa! You suck! The highway worm frequents highways, dipshit. These worms have been spotted all around the world, but are more concentrated in highly developed countries with numerous roadways. The highway worm is a solitary ambush predator, waiting for cars to cross its path, then accosting its human prey, similar to the bridge worm. Unlike the bridge worm, however, only the smallest of highway worms have to tear people out of their cars, as large ones can just swallow cars whole, and digest not only the animals inside, but somehow the entire car itself. This worm will not only eat humans, but literally any living creature in sight.
Is this okay? I'm touching your worms. Is it cool? We cool? You're not supposed to touch someone's worms without asking. This is what's going to be going into our food later.
Highway worms are worms in name alone, as they are actually more closely related to moray eels. It's thought that the highway worm is a distant relative of the moray eel that resides in caverns on land rather than holes in coral reefs. Nature has proven that wherever there is a hole, there will be many, many worms to fill it. If you want proof, just check your intestines. While the highway worm can reproduce by laying eggs, it also has a defense mechanism that allows it to clone itself. Although it's more similar to a moray eel in behavior and general anatomy, it shares an ability with many worms to regenerate lost body parts. The first reports of this ability came when an interstate transport driver attempted to kill the highway worm by hitting it with her truck. She successfully bisected the worm, and then in true human fashion, left the truck and started celebrating as the worm's head grew a new body, and its body grew a new head. Both highway worms proceeded to fight over the transport worker's limbs. You're probably wondering where I got all this information about this creature that hasn't been stated by Trevor or isn't on any of the wikis or videos.
Why don't you back it up with a source? My source is that I made it the f*** up.
So this is that highway worm everyone's been talking about. Well, I like it.
Meat, a delicacy common to many. The world's meat supply chain will fail within the next 20 to 30 years. So after all the world's meat is gone, what then? Introducing Life Meat.
Life Meat and all related products have been recalled by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
It's also healthier.
For your own safety, as well as the safety of others, please avoid Life Meat.
Meat, a delicacy common to many, that we've grown to love. Many of your parents' home-cooked meals typically have meat in some capacity, like a savory, tender cut of steak for dinner with green peas and mashed potatoes on the side, cooked to perfection, or a juicy hamburger at the summer barbecue. It's certainly hard to beat. But there's a problem. We can't enjoy meat forever. Recent studies have found that, if not tackled soon, the world's meat supply chain will fail within the next 20 to 30 years. So after all the world's meat is gone, what then? Surely, there must be something we can do in order to continue our love of meat. Well, we here at Universal Food Solutions Incorporated have developed that solution to tackle the impending loss of all the world's meat. Introducing Life Meat, meat made with no meat. After years of research, development, and testing, we've created a solution that will allow us to continue savoring the sensation of meat long after it's all gone. Depending on what you're looking for, Life Meat comes in a variety of forms for you to choose from. Canned or sealed, Life Meat provides everything you need to continue enjoying meat as you already have. Unlike conventional meat, which is highly inefficient and is limited in supply, Life Meat can not only be produced much more quickly and in higher quantities, it's also healthier. Life Meat and all related products have been recalled by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration due to an outbreak of an unknown pathogen. The consumption of Life Meat may cause abnormal behaviors, occurrences, and deformities. Dispose of all Life Meat products immediately. For your own safety, as well as the safety of others, please avoid Life Meat products. The following was taken from a clipping from the Global Times in New York City on August 7th, 1986. Title: Death Meat Plagues U.S. Subtitle: Widespread Panic, Deadly Fake Meat. Body: Life Meat, a line of meat substitute products produced and manufactured by Universal Food Solutions Incorporated, the company behind Life Meat. A product that was once considered the potential cure to world hunger is now under intense scrutiny and questioning by the U.S. authorities after its products started a nationwide epidemic. Reports have been made of abnormal swelling, skin and muscle deterioration, mud mucus, and in most cases, severe illness and/or death upon consuming Life Meat. Federal authorities and experts are now investigating what could be the cause of these strange, even deadly side effects. with authorities questioning why this is happening now, almost 10 years after the product's introduction in the United States.
It just tastes better.
In fact, life meat is so good and widely approved that NASA will be supplying astronauts with life meat as part of the first manned mission to colonize Mars. So why not try life meat today? We guarantee a better, healthier, tastier, and no compromise alternative to conventional meat. Life meat. Available now at supermarkets everywhere.
Holy shit! Some sort of meat-resembling substance meant to be mass-produced for the purpose of replacing the meat industry in its entirety, that only after 10 years of integration into the product line has revealed that it has horrific consequences. Would you try it? I'd try it. Dude, the food in real life already kills you, and no matter how concerned my friends and family get, I am never f***ing quitting McDonald's. Let's break down what we know. A product called life meat was at one point in consideration to replace meat in the US food market. This was done, or at least the company or otherworldly entity behind this says this was done, in order to avoid the inevitable collapse of our current meat industry. For those who don't know, the meat industry's practices are not only cruel, but the environmental damage it does is almost unparalleled. Cow farts equal global warming. Look it up if you want. I got more important things to explain. The concern this piece of media raises about the meat industry's sustainability is on the money. Personally, I'm entirely addicted to hamburgers, and if I run out of them, I'll start making them out of you guys. So fix this shit or it's your ass. Literally. Apparently, this life meat was integrated into the United States food market for over 10 years with no issues. But suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, the consumption of these products is leading to horrific side effects. Side note, I love how it just claims that life meat is healthier without backing it up at all, just assuming that no one would question it. Did you question it? I didn't really, until they showed that dead lady's hand. At this point, I kinda just assume advertisements are lying to me. Just because we don't know about the side effects doesn't mean there aren't any. It just means that we don't know about them. This whole life meat v OG meat kinda reminds me of vaping versus smoking. Among likely other health problems, the eating of life meat leads to abnormal behaviors, occurrences, deformities, swelling, skin and muscle deterioration, and something called mud mucus. I can only guess what mud mucus is, but I would think that it's mucus that has thickened to the point that it resembles mud. This, of course, would be almost impossible to breathe through. Also, I already behave as what all medical professionals would classify as abnormal, so maybe I've just been eating the wrong kind of raw meat this whole time. Who knows? Evidently, it seems that all life meat has been pulled from shelves following this, but that's nothing I can't get around with eBay. Personally, this quote-unquote solution reminds me of lab-grown meat, or 3D printed meat, which are strategies supposed to prevent the collapse of the meat industry and the environment as a whole. These are both strategies of creating meat tissues without needing to kill animals. The difference is those two former ones don't horrifically deform you to death, or at least not that we know of yet. So when I look at these strange cans, the obvious question is, would you stick your dick in it? What the hell is the meat made out of? Now we could point fingers at the usual suspects like genetic engineering, hyper-industrialized processed food, or it was made out of people all along, but I feel like that would be a lazy strategy to employ. We may be able to get hints as to what makes this life meat tick if we look at the symptoms that it causes. The warning infomercial states that it causes abnormal behaviors, occurrences, and deformities. After looking all this up, I believe that life meat may be containing some sort of novel foodborne pathogen. This could explain the 10-year gap. Either life meat is particularly vulnerable to these novel infections, and we just got lucky for a while, or something in the life meat's production produced a novel pathogen that stayed dormant for 10 years before beginning to eradicate its consumers. Many pathogens stay dormant for a period of time after entering its host systems, including one that I can't say or I'll get demonetized. So it may be that this one just had an incredibly slow burn. Honestly though, I feel as though this was designed so that life meat hinges on a fear of the unknown. Something like a meat, usually so ordinary, taken to such an uncanny extent. I don't think there's a true answer for what this life meat is. Not one that your dumb human brain can understand. I think this story is more about what life meat represents. If you can't piece that together on your own, too bad. This video is getting too long anyways. You don't have to edit it together, shut up.
Disclaimer, this video contains violent and disturbing content. Epilepsy warning.
Tape 1. Faces. 6 months ago, police found 3 paintings stored away in an abandoned storage area, each titled After Recent Murders. First victim was Carla Gray, found with 36 stab wounds to the face and all of her teeth removed. On the back of the first painting, the title, Carla's Teeth, was written. This is the painting. Second victim was Jackie Graham, found drowned with 27 stab wounds in the perineum. She was alive during the stabbing. Her painting is titled, Floating Jackie. This is the painting. Last victim was James Miller, found with his face torn off and his wrist slit open. Autopsy showed that James was alive for several days without a face. The third painting was named James' Secret Face. This is the painting. 2 months later, several more paintings were discovered. However, the titles of these paintings did not seem to be connected to any known cases at the time. Here are the other paintings and their titles. Wax Doll Tom, Lisa's Secret Face, Hanging Jimmy, Toy Corey, Daniel After the Fire, Jennifer's Last Stare, Scream Maggie, Scream. After going public with the case and sharing the paintings in hopes of saving anyone that may be depicted, the police received 3 photos in the mail. All of them are also titled. The photos appear to depict the victims, James Miller, Jackie Graham, and Jimmy. If anyone knows anything about these photos or paintings, please contact 985-455-9560. One final painting titled Self-Portrait was found 2 days ago. This is the painting. Holy shit. Some sort of hyper-artistic serial killer leaving breadcrumbs to his identity in the form of portraits and paintings. Well, Ferb, I know what we're gonna do today. Think he takes commissions? Oh, sweet, another tape. Tape 2, Lighthouse. 4 weeks ago, a police officer named Bill Collins went missing along with his wife and 2 daughters. Bill had previously discovered this painting in his home, clueless to how it could have ended up there. While searching Bill's house, the police found one of his daughters hanging by the neck from the ceiling in the attic. She was only 2 months old. The Collins family car was found 12 days later by the ocean side. In the car, the police found a painting titled Long-Necked Angel. Angel was indeed the name of the youngest daughter found in the attic. This is the painting. The search would lead to an old lighthouse standing just a few miles away from the abandoned car. The lighthouse hadn't been in use for several years. On the door to the lighthouse, an abstract face was painted in red. This is the painting. Inside, the charred corpse of a missing teenager named Daniel Williams was found. Police later proceeded into the tunnels under the lighthouse. Here, the police would find 2 more corpses belonging to Jennifer White and her daughter, Lisa White. They had been missing for several months. Lastly, the police found a moist barrel emitting a foul stench. The barrel was filled with mangled meat and bones. Tests later showed that it belonged to the rest of the Collins family. The tests also showed extreme volumes of amphetamine. Photos of the Collins family moments before death were found scattered about the barrel. Here are the photos. Lastly, there was a 4th photo, depicting an unknown face. My God, those poor people. I can't even begin to imagine what that's like. Missing something like that? Someone's gotta call the rest of the Collins family and tell them that we found their barrel full of mangled meat and bones. Oh, I get it. This is definitely the same guy. If this isn't the same guy, he looks enough like the same guy to get identified as this guy. I know I mistake humans for one another a lot, but you all have 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, so excuse me if this isn't exactly the f***ing same for most of you and you're just tuned into your own small differences. It's obvious that this killer is a bit of an artist, and he likes to document his crimes using his favorite mediums, painting and photography. There's evil, and then there's killing a baby and painting it to look like a penis evil. Tape 3. In the walls. 10 days ago, the Beck twins went missing. 5 days later, their bodies were discovered inside an abandoned paper mill factory. However, the state of the bodies were found in a gruesome condition. Only the upper body of Margaret and the lower body of Corey could be located. The twins' bodies had been sewn together in a sloppy manner. The rest of their bodies have still not been found. Margaret's neck and jaw was broken in several places. A clay brick had been violently shoved down her throat. The word meat had been written on the brick. Corey's genitalia had been removed by a pulling force. 1 week before their disappearance, Corey had been dared by 2 of his friends to spend an hour in a remote cabin near Tiger Lake. Allegedly, Corey went inside alone with his digital camera while his friends waited outside. After just 4 minutes, Corey ran out screaming that he had seen a face. According to his friends, Corey's left arm was badly bruised. While investigating the cabin, police found a wardrobe connected to a crawl space inside the walls. Corey's camera was found on the floor inside this open wall cavity. This is what was on the camera. This face is believed to be connected to the disappearance of Corey and Margaret Beck. If you recognize this person, please contact 985-455-9560. Yep, same guy. Told ya. This is one hell of a serial killer, but what do you expect from a species so badass it destroys its own ecosystem? Also, is F***toy Corey the same Corey? Because we now know that this guy is like 11. So I mean, like, I guess we already knew that this guy belongs in jail, but I didn't know the degree to which he belongs in jail. You know what they say, kid diddlers are always the first to die in jail. Besides that, a few things come to mind. 1, Corey has bad friends. 2, our killer definitely has some sort of art house message he wants to get out by using people's bodies as a medium, like ripping off Corey's balls and shoving a labeled brick down someone's throat. All I'm saying is, he took the time to label the brick. 3, the amount of evil it takes to sew one half of a former living creature to another is irredeemable. I mean, what kind of sick, twisted monster? Why are you guys looking at me like that? So I'm thinking, as like a joke, I would pretend to be his lawyer and say, Your Honor, if you are what you eat, my client is an innocent man. Tape 4. The clue. Private investigator Sean Kane has been helping police locate victims connected to several paintings. The last body he found before his disappearance was the body of Tom Harris. The killer had climbed the drain pipe up to the 3rd floor and entered Tom's apartment through his bedroom window. In the living room, a pile of hardened candle wax was found. Inside this pile of wax was the body of Tom Harris. The cause of death was suffocation from the wax. Tom's arms and eyelids had been cut off. A 3rd arm could be found inside the pile of wax. We still do not know who this arm belongs to. Tom Harris. 1 week later, investigator Sean went missing from his home. Neighbors of Sean notified police after hearing his dog bark for over 9 hours. Inside, police found a horrid scene. The dog's legs had all been broken. Although dehydrated and suffering, she was still alive. Blood trails could be found leading from the bedroom to the kitchen. The only clue police could find was that Sean seemed to have deliberately painted the number 2 on the doorframe with his own blood. Inside Sean's bedroom, police found a newly titled painting, clearly resembling Sean, the man in the pipes. The perpetrator had entered Sean's house through the basement. Luckily, Sean had a surveillance camera installed just a few days earlier. Even though the camera had been destroyed, it still caught a photo of the perpetrator. This is the photo. See, I was worried until that big old smile. He's a happy guy. He wouldn't hurt us. That's what smile means, right? I'm still figuring out humans, but I'm like 75% sure we don't have to worry about this guy anymore. It's not like any more episodes could get released that fill in the questions we have now while still raising more questions in a spine-tingling and enthralling way to keep us watching. It seems to me that we've just found Wax Doll Tom. Editing human slave here that's totally wearing clothes and not in a dark corner. We also found Daniel after the fire, the victim that corresponds to a portrait of the same name revealed in the first tape. Also, alongside Wax Doll Tom is another unidentified arm. He probably left a snack in case Tom got hungry, which is pretty thoughtful. We just all gotta keep our eyes out for a portrait labeled One-Armed Willie. There's gotta be some sort of reason that he keeps doing this in elaborate ways and documenting it artistically. You know what they say, one man's phobia is another man's fetish. With the addition of this new tape, we can piece together a preliminary story about the case thus far. It appears that a serial killer is murdering people, no shit, and then creating horrific and distorted portraits of his victims. He also seems to enjoy photographing his victims, making sculptures out of them, and is aware that the police are actively investigating him. Whoever this is also seemingly playing a game with law enforcement. He left his self-portrait in incriminating positions and sent photos directly to the police. We're not dealing with a regular killer here. They may call it serial killing. I call it having that dog in me. This means this man may have some sort of message that he thinks is worth the risk of exposing his identity and possibly himself. Or maybe the real serial killer was the friends we made along the way. I feel as though there may not be enough information yet to tell us completely. Or maybe I'm just an idiot, I don't know. He's also murdering people and making funhouse mirror images of their faces using paint, so there's a decent chance he's just f***ing crazy, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe some other tape will come to light which illuminates some more things. There certainly are a lot of unexplained paintings.
3 days ago, Tina Rosenberg was reported missing, along with her boyfriend and younger sister. Her boyfriend, Jack Stryker, wanted to take Tina on a South Coast road trip for her 20th birthday. Flora Rosenberg, the younger sister of Tina, was also invited on this road trip. Jack, Tina, Flora. Jack's car was found 2 days ago in the woods. There were signs of struggle inside the car. There was also a painting. Flower Face Flora. After searching the car, police heard screaming from deeper within the woods. Police followed the screams until they found a grisly sight. Tina was found tied to a tree with her feet and arms cut off. She was still alive and conscious. The mutilated corpse of Flora Rosenberg could also be located. Her head had been smashed in with a hammer. Tina told the police that the murderer was still around somewhere. However, no one could be found. After escorting Tina from the scene, the police returned to the car and found another painting. The painting had just been put there. The title, Long Jack, hastily written on the back. This is the painting. Jack has still not been found. In Tina's own words, this is what happened that night. I remember waking up in the car. Jack was gone, and I could hear someone approaching. Next thing I remember, I was tied to that tree. I was injected with something. I could hear my sister screaming. She was screaming for our mom. Oh, Flora. I don't know. I remember whispering, and her face, oh God, her face. This is a police sketch of the murderer based on Tina's description. Holy shit! This is the first victim that our killer has left alive. While some might state that leaving a witness suggests that our killer is getting overconfident and perhaps a bit sloppy, I would argue that this is very clearly on purpose, and our killer is yet again toying with the police. Think about it. She was injected and tied up. The painting wasn't left at the scene until after the police took her away and came back. These are calculated moves, not disorganized mistakes. From this witness, we found out that he gives, at least in this one instance, drugs to his victims via injections. I'm the cool guy with the drugs around here. Using this information, I would advise that the human investigators test the other bodies for foreign substances. We also haven't found Jack Stryker, so that brings total missing/rumored body count up to 7, for a total rumored body count of around 17. I don't know, it's at least close to 17. I actually don't know how to count above 15. Still missing thus far are Lisa's secret face, Hanging Jimmy, Jennifer's last stare, Gremblow's prolapse, Scream Maggie's scream, Sean aka the man in the pipes. Oh wait, we just found the arm. That arm from Wax Doll Tom. I just realized mid-recording we found the arm. That's one of the lady's arms, so we're still missing one arm, but we found the arm.
Editing human slave here, totally not tied up in some dark room. I'm not sure the timeline adds up, but you know. Found an arm.
And half of Corey and half of Margaret Beck, which I'm just gonna count as one. Is that f***ed up? I mean, I'm not gonna start drawing lines now. It's a bit late for that. Also, it's 2 total when you factor in the addition of the other one made out of their other halves, so it's just easier this way. If you had any shadow of a doubt about who this guy is, you were an idiot in the first place. But now even more so. This killer has been identified by the same physical characteristics every time without fail. Massive black pits of pupils filled with a crazed, dark energy, a vacant, somehow threatening stare, stringy dark hair, and sharp, jagged, emotionless features. Our killer is still somewhere out there, doing things like taking pictures of Tina's severed feet, angling it so that they don't look cut off to sell to perverts on the internet. Absolutely devious. As for the strange message that I hinted this killer might be trying to show through his crimes in the last video, I believe that leaving a witness alive in this strange and nauseating fashion suggests there's more to this than just murder for murder's sake. If he's able to evade law enforcement this effectively, our killer is not an idiot. If he was just killing to kill, he would cover his tracks as best as possible. But he doesn't. No, he wants the opposite. He draws attention to his crimes. He wants people to see this. But why? I feel like the answer is right in front of me, but I just can't see it. As for what he's trying to say, I'm still drawing a blank. If you have theories, put them in the comments below to help solve this, because I'm very likely just stupid. Although, I feel I can say with 100% certainty now that he wants as much attention on his atrocities as possible. And careful planning of his crime suggests that it's for a deeper meaning rather than inflating a sick ego. This is all I can really gauge thus far, and we may have to wait for more information before this is solvable.
Former police officer Ian Ford and his wife May were recently reported missing. When police went to their farm to investigate, they found an awful stench coming from the barn. Inside, they found the brutalized corpse of May Ford. She had been handcuffed to a pole inside one of the stalls. However, her hands had been ripped right off. Even though her body had been badly mangled, tests showed that she died from internal bleeding. A dead horse could be found within the same stall. The cause of death was heart failure due to a sildenafil overdose. Inside the milk house, police found a bloody mattress. Sildenafil citrate was found scattered around the mattress, along with used bandages and packets of penicillin. Someone had been sleeping here for some time. The decapitated head of the Ford's granddaughter was found wrapped in a blanket, the head of Fiona Ford. The worst smell came from within the second stall of the barn. Several faces were found nailed to the walls inside of the stall. Some of them belonged to previous victims, malformed beyond recognition. There were also several decapitated pig carcasses. In the middle of the stall lay an abnormally large pig. Its belly had been sliced open and then stitched together again. Stuffed inside the pig carcass, the police found the corpse of Ian Ford. The pig's eyes had been cut out and replaced with the eyes of Fiona Ford. Inside the back room, police found the rest of Fiona's body, along with several disturbing paintings. These paintings depict Fiona, Ian, and May, along with an alarming amount of other victims. Be warned, these images may be very distressing. Here are the paintings and their titles. Breeding Mount May, Wet Skin George, The Jigsaw Baby, Ian the Pig, Blowhole Isabel, Hyde and Zeke, Four Holes Fiona, Breathless Janice, Fleshhead Fred, Tina the Waitress, Observing Paul. If you know who any of these people could be, please contact 985-455-9560. A heavily damaged tape was found in the mud outside the barn. Even though the tape was almost completely destroyed, police were able to recover some of the footage. This is what was on the tape.
Holy shit! Do you know what this means? Because I don't. Let's get this out of the way. Sildenafil, or whatever the fuck, is another name for Viagra, aka boner pills. Mine works fine, I know from Googling it, smartass. Feel free to comment it anyway, engagement is engagement. This means he was giving boner pills to a horse. Obviously, enough to make it overdose and die is enough to make it hard. So let me put these pieces together for you. The painting was called Breeding Mount May. She died from internal bleeding, 5 feet away from a horse that died of a Viagra overdose. Is this killer using a horse to fuck people to death?
Cause there is no cock like horse cock.
That's kind of hilarious. Like, it wouldn't be if it was real, but because this is just an analog horror, come on. It's funny enough that I say we just let him go. Like, I thought I was making a sick joke before I realized it's what actually happened. Let's move on from this, because I could make horse dick jokes for hours, but that's not what you guys clicked for. Wait, is it? I never know with you guys, because it might be. Next up, we got the several faces that have been stapled to the walls. I really like, how you decorated your house. These belong to several victims that have been defaced that we know about, and likely a few others. Okay, guys, be on the lookout for someone with no face. I was gonna draw a depiction of their face to help, but, you know, that's kind of a moot point. So everybody just be on the lookout for this still watermarked stock image of a raw steak. The killer now has switched to primarily targeting cops and their families. Bold move. Also, let's talk about how he stuffed one pig inside of another. See what I did there? Because he's a cop? Don't know why he replaced the eyes of the pig with Fiona's eyes. It's likely something related to his strange art house style message that he may or may not be trying to put out there. Don't exactly know what that's supposed to say, but he definitely got creative with it. Also, from Four Holes Fiona, it's very likely that he was, using eye holes for something that eye holes aren't usually used for. Yeah. At least I don't have to say she'd never unsee it. I heard of somebody but this is ridiculous! This video would not be complete without examining the new paintings. As is his MO, he depicts each of his brutal acts in gory and cartoonish forms. Also, after counting above 10, which I'm very proud of, this adds 11 more victims to our total body count. 11 more paintings. So basically, wherever this killer is, people would just be disappearing left and right. Like deadass, you would have a labor shortage at this point. Either the police are idiots, or the man is just ungodly good at hide and seek. Finally, let's take a look at our killer, the Homicide Unit's #1 special boy, future death row inmate of the month. Yes he is. Here's our goober. His mouth is stinted open at the sides by staples. I just thought this was notable and wanted to make sure you're learning and having fun. Also, was he saying something on the tape? Unfortunately, there aren't any clues in the closed captions, and I couldn't decipher anything. This is the moment in which I call upon the masses to do my work for me. Come on, figure it out. There is one thing that many of you have not noticed upon first watch. I certainly didn't. There's likely Morse code in this video. I don't know how to read Morse code, nor can I extract it past the music and send it through a translator. I don't know where every message is exactly, but I found examples of it. If anyone can decipher the message under the music, please leave your finding in the comments below. The following are moments where I believe the Morse code to be. 2:12. 2:29. 3:06. Good luck, soldiers, and yes, I do have the authority to assign you homework. Suck it. I feel as though there is some sort of message in these killings, and maybe the codes are the clue.
Over the past few days, there have been numerous gruesome murder reports. One of the victims was the elementary school teacher, Isabel Jackson. Isabel called 911 in the midst of her attack. However, the address she provided led police to a completely different crime scene. The address belonged to a family of 3, Janice, Paul, and their son Zeke. They were expecting a daughter in a few months. Right outside their home, police found a bloodied garden shear. What awaited the police inside the house was so shocking and repulsive that one of the officers requested a period of leave from duty the next day. Janice and Paul's bodies were found in the kitchen, both ruthlessly executed. The fetus had been violently cut out from Janice's stomach. Janice was then strangled to death with the umbilical cord. Paul was found dead a few feet away from Janice, tied to the kitchen counter with his mouth sewn shut. The fetus was found in pieces, scattered all around the house. During autopsy, they found the head of the fetus shoved down Paul's throat. He died from asphyxiation, choking on his own unborn daughter. Zeke is still missing. Inside the house, there was also a painting. Its title had been painted over, except for the word, Pipes. This is the painting. Police later managed to track down the real address of Isabel Jackson, although they were too late. The headless body of Bruce Jackson was found right by the open door. He had been stabbed in his chest 7 times. Where one would expect to find his head, a painting lay instead. It was titled, Infinite Ma Bruce. This is the painting. Isabel was found murdered inside the bathroom. The lock to the door had been completely destroyed by a hammer drill. Isabel suffered multiple skull fractures, and a hole was drilled directly through her frontal lobe. A rolled-up note had been put inside of the hole. The note read, I live where I can't breathe, and I eat without teeth. What am I? A pivotal clue emerged at the crime scene, unraveling new possibilities in the investigation. The presence of 2 sets of footprints in the blood suggests that there was more than one culprit. The police now firmly believe that whoever is behind these paintings and murders does not work alone. As for why Isabel gave the address leading to another murder scene is still a mystery. Isabel's 911 call stands as one of the most disturbing calls ever recorded. Warning, what you are about to hear may be very distressing.
What's your emergency? Okay, now, what's the address?
They killed my husband.
Oh, okay, the police are on their way. Do you have somewhere to hide?
I locked myself in the bathroom.
Okay, good. Are you able... Do you know they're there?
Yes, please. Okay, ma'am, the police are on their way. I need you to stay calm for me, okay? What's your name? Isabel Jackson. Okay, Isabel, do you have anything to defend yourself with? Oh my God, they're gonna get us. The what? They're breaking down the doors. Isabel, do you have anything to defend yourself with? Okay, listen, stay calm. Are there any windows in your bathroom? Isabel? Hello? Hello? Isabel?
He's back! Real quick, if you haven't seen my other videos about the analog horror series from Urban Spook, covering the videos Faces, In the Walls, The Clue, The Lighthouse, The Witness, and Pigs, go check them and the original videos out, because this will be confusing without context. If you're not going to do that because you're a butthole, here's an oversimplified rundown. A serial killer has been murdering people and documenting his crimes using paintings and photography as a medium. He has continued to do this even when his investigation was publicized and gained media attention, and began to toy with and even murder the people investigating him. Even to the point that he got a horse to fuck the wife of a policeman to death. Some people think that this killer may be trying to send a message with his brutal murders. And that, people, is me. As it stands, he is still an active killer, and there are many paintings out there depicting victims that are still unaccounted for. Got it? Good. The next chapter of this story adds 2 separate double homicides, as well as 1 forced fetus flush, to use the monetizable term. And they're all connected. Isabel and Bruce Jackson, as well as Paul and Janice, and their baby-to-be, were all turned into art house worm food. This also adds 1 kidnapping and probable murder, that of their son Zeke. Other than these crimes, the new installment details some very important evidence in the case of the painter, or should I say, the painters. 2 sets of different footprints heavily suggest that there are 2 killers. Also, the amount of work done in these elaborate crime scenes seems too difficult to be carried out by only 1 individual. I know I said there was 1 killer and that you were an idiot for seeing these pictures and saying it could be more than 1, but you see, you're still the idiot for believing an idiot like me. One of the most pressing questions I have is, why did the address of the second crime scene come from the victims of the first murders? It's a big old game of musical crime scenes. Our killers could have possibly murdered the family first, then moved the bodies to Isabel's house before murdering her and her husband, then made the escape with the 2 other bodies. The chances are slim for this one, but this is a killer that typically escapes long odds. It's also possible the killers drugged these victims like they have before, and they could have kidnapped and transported them. In their intoxicated state, it's possible that they would believe that they were home. These are all guesses that are stupidly convoluted, and therefore probably wrong. We don't know how he did it, but the question is, why? I think this killer could know something that we don't. Perhaps this baby was the product of infidelity, and that's why this killer connected these 2 crime scenes. This is just a random theory I have, and have little else to back it up. Speaking of, another mystery this installment brings is the note in Isabel's skull. The riddle reads, "I live where I can't breathe, and I eat without teeth. What am I?" Yeah, I think I know the answer to this one. The horse's name was Friday. The answer is a fetus. Think about it. A fetus lives where it can't breathe, a fluid-filled womb. It eats without teeth, through an umbilical cord. It gets everything it needs from its mother. It was also ripped out of the uterus of another woman involved and used to kill her. I don't know what the riddle means in the grander context, but this is the theory I have with the most evidence. This still leaves a few mysteries unanswered. Why is the painting called Pipes? Is it somehow related to the man in the pipes? Or the mini almost person that was shoved up into the daddy's throat pipes? Why did he scatter the fetus around the apartment? And why did he only use the head to choke Paul? Will I ever truly find love? What message is he trying to send? I'm still not sure about any of this. Also, what the hell happened to Zeke? Fans of Urban Spook series will know that the killer totally didn't do anything like cut him in half and sew him to another severed half of a different child, or get a horse to kill him Mr. Hand style, and probably just let him live and was really nice to him and got him ice cream or something. Finally, there's the police call. As disturbing as it is, I can't really gauge any new information not provided in the text. Although, hearing the drill go into her frontal lobe really tied it together for me with a nice little bow on it. It seems that yet again, the killers have changed their pattern. Instead of going solely for police officers and their families, he seems to be targeting different groups of people in sprees, potentially each for their own reasons. He is still operating in a fashion that seems like he wants attention for this. You don't drill a hole in someone's skull, jam a note with a fetus riddle in there, then kill another family who was pregnant, then lead the police to the second crime scene using the call from the first to not get attention. He's trying to say something. The thing is, exactly what the fuck that something is eludes me. As for what the killers might do next, I don't know, probably kill, idiot.
That was each one of the coverages of this series and the story so far. With the help of your previous comments, there are a few things that you taught me that may help us decipher more. Good work, keep it up, no, I'm not paying you. First off, fortunately y'all found Zeke, playing a good old-fashioned game of hide and seek. Unfortunately, I don't think a human head is supposed to look like that. Also, if these videos suggest chronological order, that means Zeke was alive when he was painted in the episode Pigs. And that means that not everyone who has a portrait is dead yet. If that's the case, some of these may suggest plans for the future. Secondly, the riddle was found in Isabel's blowhole from the painting, which means my fetus theory could be wrong. I think the killers are just calling her fat. God damn, dude. Absolutely vile. It's also quite possible that this riddle has multiple answers, and something tells me that this killer is the artsy type that would put it into double meaning. Finally, the Morse code in Pigs. There were a lot of suggestions in the comments, and I don't speak Morse code. Some people said it's I am Bill Collins, some people said it's bullets don't work, and some people said it was which I doubt. There hasn't been much consistency, and I'm starting to think you guys can't read Morse code either, or you're just fucking with me. Who would have thought that a YouTube comments section wouldn't be the best place to try and solve a murder? If seeing any of this straight through triggers any theories, let me know though.
1 in 4 Americans over the age of 35 experience some form of memory loss or cognitive deterioration as a result of regular aging. In the past, this has been a common unfortunate side effect of the human aging process, but not anymore. With the advances of today, researchers at Auditory Therapeutics Research Institute have discovered a revolutionary new way to unlock true memory and clean out the brain. It's called AMS, or Audio Transcranial Magnetic Stimulation Therapy. Here's how it works. Most people experience memory. We make new ones each day, so many in fact, that at night we sleep and dream in order to process it all. Unfortunately, with the troubles of daily life, these memories can get jumbled up, causing discomfort, confusion, and neural scrambling. We forget faces, facts, family, and occasionally, ourselves. That's where AMS therapy comes in. AMS therapy uses revolutionary soundwave technology to unscramble your thoughts while you sleep, allowing you to experience the miracle of the pure mind. It's easy to use. Just insert the disc into the player, put the ears over your ears before bed, hit play, and relax. It's that simple. Please be advised, if the resulting memory is not something you initially recognize, stop. Do not panic. Your thoughts have been rewritten to better suit your needs. AMS therapy is great for grandparents. Visual Recollection Test 83. Subject name. Treatment time, 5 weeks. Welcome to your first session. We're delighted that you've decided to participate in today's trial. Let's begin. You will be shown a rapid series of images containing various human faces, animals, and household objects. Your task is to observe the images closely and in great detail. You will hear an auditory cue. The cue will be played at the beginning and end of every section. Please note, if at any point the cue is not what you expect it to be, or simply does not play, stop. Turn off your screen. Close your eyes. Do not listen to any further instructions. These are auditory hallucinations. Ready? We will begin part 1 in 3, 2, 1. Well done. Part 1 completed. Now on to part 2. Have an associate position you inside the machine. Once again, you will hear an auditory cue. Each time you hear it, you will have 10 seconds to remember the corresponding face from part 1 and maintain that image in your head. Try to be as accurate and detailed as you can. Ready? We will begin part 2 in 3, 2. Well done. Thanks for participating. We thank you for participating in today's trial. Before you go, we encourage you to take some time to go over your test results. And please keep in mind, The following images are recreations of the ones you were shown in the first section. They are only as clear and accurate as your mind. Results. Looks like this person does not have a very clear and accurate mind.
Holy shit! Some sort of sleep memory retention therapy using magnets to stimulate and manipulate the anatomy and processes of the brain that either had malevolent intentions from the beginning or has begun to show unnerving and possibly dangerous psychological side effects. Also, when they said it was great for grandparents, to rewrite their minds to better suit our needs? What the actual fuck does that mean? Is this some sort of Lovecraftian mind control equivalent to a dirty old folks home that steals their medicine and, well, I'm not gonna say innocence or virginity, but you know what I'm getting at. The machine in the trial seems to be some sort of prototype, as suggested by the definition of the word trial itself. This means that this product was in development at the time. Whether or not they fixed these horrific kinks in memory is still unknown, but I like to think they just said fuck it. Speaking of horrific kinks, my lawyer has advised me not to finish this joke. One thing that stands out is that in the second test, there was no auditory cue as suggested previously. This means, as the test states, that the experiment may have gone awry, and whatever subject that this was tested on could have possibly listened to the auditory hallucinations, causing these memory distortions in the images and possibly other severe psychological side effects. It's impossible to know whether or not the individual in the test did or did not listen to the hallucinations due to the blackout. But whatever the case, I'm fairly sure these weren't the images shown in test 1. Unless my memory is affected. Nope, just rewind the tape. I'm special and this only affects stupid bald monkeys with head meatballs. In summation, get fucked! Now, we know that this machine is supposed to rewrite memories, not just preserve them. While this could be thought of as just a coincidence, it could only be thought of that way by an idiot. As someone relatively versed in the fields of brainwashing, mind control, and cognito hazards, it's a lot more difficult to alter memories than you think, which is likely why whichever dingus designed this piece of crap came out with demonic AI faces rather than the ability to fully manipulate someone's consciousness. By the way, just a production note, these nightmare images seem to be AI generated. People using AI generation for analog horror has become a mainstay in the genre, and it's interesting because a genre centered on old technology is entirely dependent on new technology. It is made on, with, and distributed by new mediums and methods. I don't know why I'm talking about this. I wanted to. These look to me like clear and purposeful steps in understanding how to affect and control the human brain. Sloppy steps, but purposeful ones. Honestly, I feel as this has the grubby human fingerprints of an evil corporation looking to put product placements for Trojan condoms in my sexy dreams. And I am not about to have to click skip ad in my own damn head or buy a Dreams Plush membership, so I'm gonna give a head start to whatever shadow government company this really is to cut that shit out before I get annoyed. While this does seem to be human-run on the surface, there are some parts of this story that make me question that. For example, some of the language used. It seems from the language in the ad that there were some translation errors, which is unlikely if they have this many resources. If they can afford an MRI machine, they can afford more than Google Translate. Or maybe this thing just reads about humans and doesn't understand them, meaning they aren't one. While humans definitely are the worker bee in this capacity, it's also possible something more is pulling the strings at a higher level, manipulating execs to make the right decisions with profit as a motivator. Think about it. What human would say, most people experience memory? No human would. All humans experience memories. That's some otherworldly entity that only knows about humans from what they taste like and watching 50 First Dates with the titular Adam Sandler. Of course, I'm anomalous, so when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I could be wrong. Maybe you guys did this on your own. Wait a minute. Not human. Unknowably powerful. Adam Sandler? Oh my god. It can't be! Human-animal hybrids. What is a human-animal hybrid? Is this a human-animal hybrid? What about this? How about these? Are you aware that in the coming years there will likely be organisms designed for the sole purpose of producing as many implantable human organs as possible? Who would have guessed that the organ shortage would have been solved with the new landmark of still beating Chimpanzee Heart Mountain? This all started when scientists successfully genetically engineered a rat with a mouse's pancreas, and the insulin produced in said pancreas still functioned regularly when in a mouse's system. They were also able to implant some of the cells from this pancreas into a mouse. This mouse had type 1 diabetes, and the new functioning pancreas cells helped to suppress this condition. Another group had also published claims soon after that they had genetically engineered a pig embryo to grow with some human cells. I think this joke is probably lazy, but I think that guy would make a good policeman. The combination animal was known as a chimera. Eventually, scientists hoped to use technology like this to grow organs like hearts and lungs. These are in consistent short supply because in humans, someone needs to die to give them up. I mean, I would have just killed someone if I needed lungs. Humans really do like taking the long way, don't they? Sometimes I wonder what animals would be best to combine. Feel free to comment what animal combination you think would make the best affront to God below. Chimeras are a hot button issue amongst humanity. Some people think that we shouldn't be using other living creatures as organ factories to prolong the life of an already severely overpopulated species that has done untold damage to every other species and will continue to do so. Those same people are also worried about the possible unintended consequences of growing an organ from a different organism inside of a foreign host and then implanting said amalgamation organ into a random human with organ failure. And those people just don't understand how progress works. It's not gonna stop just because you don't like it. And more people with more money and influence than you do like it, so now there's big people, and there's nothing you can do about it, bitch. Do you like hypotheticals? No? Let's say hypothetically I owned a fast food company. If I was in this situation, I may or may not profit from overall poor health and conditions that result from the overconsumptions of my hypothetical products, such as heart disease and diabetes. If I were to potentially use the same farm animals that I grow for people to eat to make organs that may or may not replace the ones that I destroy with said food consumption, I'd stand to exponentially multiply my hypothetical profits. Let's say I used a similar genetic engineering technology that I used to make these organ factory pigs to make the food cause organ failure more quickly, and the pig-generated organs short-lived and in need of replacement every few years. What a weird yet incredibly profitable evil idea that just was. Now let's say you watched a YouTube video discussing a topic that may or may not break international law, and like 20 years down the road you see a news story about the very same topic down to the last detail. Would you make the mistake of ratting out the individual who created said original YouTube video? Feel free to choose your words very carefully in the comments below. There's also technology in development that could let us skip the whole genetically augmented human penis producing elephant in the room. 3D printed organs. Scientists believe that they may be able to 3D print organs using either pluripotent fetus stem cells or some kind of novel designer cells as a printing material. Some people lean towards the novel designer cells because if you drink your old liver to death, it's kind of weird if the new one is made of dead babies. I mean, like, that's not a political statement, I just find it strange. This, of course, would be a modern miracle of science, and that is something that I cannot allow to go uncorrupted. Enter designer organs. Any fault with humanity corrected by the intelligent design of their own engineers. Intelligent is a strong word. Got a weak heart? Now that thing can pump gasoline into a jet engine. Are you tired of smoking being bad for you? Rather than taking a sign from nature, take these new lungs designed to filter smoke. Want to finally fix the design disaster that is the human foot? Boom! No more back pain or offers for money from strangers wanting to buy pictures of your feet on Twitter. Didn't say it would all be good. Don't even think about the possible repercussions about messing with organ systems and genetic engineering, even though humans have a very loose grasp over both of those concepts. I'm sure future humans will figure any problems that probably won't happen out. Imagine the experiences, the possibilities. Eyes capable of seeing a color palette that would make a butterfly weep. Ears that can hear an endless sound range. Skin that can feel a sense of touch more intense than anything that's ever been experienced. And a brain that can at any moment inject itself with an elephant's dose of LSD! Behold! I found him outside. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Recently, I went full P.T. Barnum, like when he stapled the top half of a monkey to the bottom half of a fish, and I decided to order a taxidermied centipede and tarantula with the intent of combining them into a tarantulepede using a scalpel and superglue. In honor of that, I'm gonna tell you about some stupid folklore animals that humans used to believe in. The first creature on the list is something I could never hope to correctly pronounce. What? A creature from Mesopotamian mythology, sometimes affectionately referred to as the Scorpion Man, which I will be calling it as well because I don't want to keep failing to say abraca-watermelon. The Scorpion Men are described to have the head, torso, and arms of a man and the body of a scorpion. They're described as that, but I like this one better, so I'm going to tell you that it's this one. These scuttlebugs were tasked with warning interlopers and opening and closing the gates for the Lord of the Sun. They're like the folklore equivalent of like bouncers or toll booth workers or meter mids or some shit. I don't know how humans interloped on the sun without getting Kentucky Fried. Maybe they didn't know how the sun worked yet, or maybe I just didn't read it that closely. Instead of checking myself, I'm gonna let you smugly correct me in the comments because it's better for my engagement than being factually accurate. Don't hate the player, hate the game. These creatures come from the Epic of Gilgamesh. They were first created by the god Tiamat in order to wage war against the younger gods for the murder of her mate Apsu. Aww. So sweet. Next time I'm feeling lonely and do one of my trademark romantic gestures made to a dead woman, I'm gonna use bugmen too. I can't really find that much else about them though. Oh yeah, and also, they're gay. Okay, next old-timey cryptid. Does anything grab your attention when you first see this? That's right, this man has clearly dropped something. This is the, I'm gonna butcher this, Shiraim Yokai, and it translates from Japanese roughly as butt-eye strange apparition. I know I make a lot of shit up. This one, you guys, I wish I made this shit up. There's a whole bunch of images of this thing that I don't feel confident putting in a YouTube video, so just know you can Google it. From Wikipedia, the story goes as follows. Long ago, a samurai was walking at night down the road to Kyoto when he heard someone calling out for him to wait. "Who's there?" he asked nervously, only to turn around and find a man stripping off his clothes and pointing his bare buttocks at the flabbergasted traveler. A huge glittering eye then opened up where the strange man's anus should have been. Although it has a very startling appearance, it does not mean to harm people. Its joy comes from scaring the shit out of people. Okay guys, I know how this looks, especially because of like who I am and what I can do. I promise you that I did not have a phase of my life where I would get drunk and run around Japan flashing people my ass. I wouldn't do that. Why would I do that? The next unique little critter on this list is the Hecatoncheires. These entities were from Greek mythology. They were a group of 3 giants, all with 50 heads and 100 arms because the Greeks hadn't invented the concept of overkill yet. They were the children of Gaia and Uranus, monstrous in size and strength and ugliness. So ugly that someone with a name like Uranus did not even give them a name. In fact, in some versions, Uranus saw how ugly the Hecatoncheires were at their birth and pushed them back up into Gaia's womb.
Jesus put it back in. It's clearly not done yet.
But in the end, they overcame being ugly and were the only way that Zeus and the Olympians overthrew the Titans. They had a lot of arms and could throw lots of big heavy rocks at everybody. They were weirdly specific to the job in question, and for some reason this kinda reminds me of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Next up is the Camazots, a creature from Mesoamerican folklore. The first line that every source repeats is that they are associated with night, death, and sacrifice. This creature is most commonly depicted as a humanoid bat. Some of the cultures who had this myth also thought of it as the god of bats. In one version of the myth, he appears before mankind and brokers a deal between humans and the Lord Tahil, the patron god of Quiche. By the way, if I'm getting pronunciations wrong, I know I am. I'm just gonna say I'm getting it wrong. What do you want? I was written by a white guy who was uneducated. Humans got the use of fire, and Tahil got their armpits and waist, cause he's kinky like that. That's where certain Mesoamerican cultures got the ritual sacrifice of cutting people open at the torso. Learning is a non-stop adventure. In my version of the myth, he's a used car salesman and an alcoholic that is not allowed near school zones, and I don't know why I made that up, but I think mine's the funny one. An anomalous entity has been reported making rounds around local antique shops and auction houses, leaving a path of tragedy and viscera in its wake. This entity was originally reported on by Trevor Henderson, who instead of relinquishing his anomalous evidence to any foundation, decided it belonged on his Instagram page. A man after my own heart. This entity's head resembles a skull split down the middle to reveal another skull inside, like one of those little Russian nesting dolls that everyone used to put in their ass. Both skulls have a wicked, almost mischievous smile. Since it has no legs, it stands on a pair of abnormally long arms. This entity, hereby dubbed Bonesworth, was originally found in the demolition site of an abandoned playhouse. It was hidden in a room in the foundation containing old costumes and puppets, so Bonesworth was originally thought to be a puppet. At first, people thought it was just really good craftsmanship, and it just looked a lot like a skeleton. It turns out that the case was, not that. 100% genuine human bone. From multiple different people, too. Confirmed by some antiquer who just thought he bought a weird old puppet. No, sir. You just spent antique puppet kind of money, which, for some reason, I bet is a lot of money, for something that is at best to be confiscated for evidence. What's more is, remember that old playhouse where they found Boney over here? Yeah, apparently there were just frequent freak accidents that would hurt or kill people, like, just regularly. We're talking about this weird theater having crab boat fisherman injury percentage. They got sued a lot, and as people who get sued a lot do, decided to go bankrupt and closed. Fun fact, further examination of the bones revealed that they were from those who had died in the theater accidents. Well, that wasn't very fun, but it was a fact. Use every part of the human, that's what I always say. As the puppet bounced around from owner to owner, the bad luck the figure brought did as well. Whoever owns Bonesworth inherits the same bad misfortune that cursed the playhouse. If you have an enemy, you can dig a hole under their house and leave Bonesworth inside to ruin their life. One owner decided to destroy the bone puppet, and then he and his entire family got murdered with no trace of a suspect, and were all missing different bones that could theoretically come together to create one complete skeleton. Oh, I get it. I'd like to stop you right there. Did you believe everything that was just said about Bonesworth? If you did, for shame. Bonesworth is actually a good entity that has had his name slandered by an admittedly very well-made video on Clark Tidor's channel. From other sources, Bonesworth is described as quote-unquote a good boy, and he only does harmless pranks, such as moving ladders while you're climbing, trapping you in a garage for several days, or messing with your brake cables. Don't worry though, it says that Bonesworth only does this playfully. Apparently, Bonesworth can be summoned through what is called his titular mobile game, Raid Shadow Legends! Nah, I'm never responding to those emails. According to Trevor, this little man apparently brings insomnia and nausea. So basically, he's just all of my drinking buddies. Or at least that's what the fandom or wiki or whatever says. Actually, I'm not really sure which one is the misinformation. I think they all might be the misinformation. Take your pick. Who cares? Whenever there's conflicting information, instead of taking both sides and thinking the answer is somewhere in the middle, you should assume that the information you like best is correct, and then blindly and rudely call anyone who disagrees with you wrong, and also an idiot and should die.
Wow, that is some journalistic integrity you got there, Eyeball. Just whose side are you on?
Look, Boner, sorry, Bonesworth. The only thing I hear when you talk is that you want to eat your front teeth. Can I help you with that? Invasive species. Alien apex aggressors able to outcompete any native animal in the ecosystem. Recently, there has been a rash of sightings of strange and uncanny birds. Anomalous researcher Trevor Henderson has uploaded several images depicting this new invasive species that's been devastating the continental United States. Usually, anomalous evidence is confiscated for approval, but Trevor just sticks them up on Instagram. You gotta respect the absolute balls on this man. These creatures resemble regular birds, usually owls, but with no eyes or beak and instead a frighteningly large human-like smile and a set of unkempt teeth. Instead of the owl, it has a range of speech patterns, many of which sound like human vocalizations. Words, moans, and the screams of a person being ripped apart by several owls with human teeth are among the wide range of noises this species is capable of making. Unlike other species who just repeat what they've been told like parrots or political news anchors, it seems like these birds actually understand the meaning of the human language they sometimes vocalize, using it to communicate or frighten hikers.
Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelt of elderberry.
While this invasive species typically hunts in a similar fashion to owls, tracking prey solo and capturing it on its own, they also display a social strategy unique to their own species. These creatures will gather together in groups of 5 to 20 and swarm larger animals, overwhelming them with sheer numbers and stripping them down to the bone as quickly as a school of piranha. Everyone's gotta stay in shape to run from the piranha birds. I know I'm healthy because the doctor took my blood and my pee and then switched them. When I was a kid, I always wondered why the doctors needed my pee, and a small part of me thought they drank it. Large collections of bones, both belonging to humans and animals, have been found in abnormally large clusters of owl pellet droppings in the area of these creatures. This may be enough evidence to show that they all poop together as friends. In areas where these invasive species appear, the regular bird variety of this species quickly decline in number, almost as if these creatures target the species they're meant to emulate. This is also backed up by the significantly disproportionate amount of owl bones found in the pellet piles. While this species is most commonly reported mimicking owls, if there are none native to the area, they will select another bird. After clearing every potential suspect for bird bestiality, an investigation was launched into the genetics of this strange specimen. As suspected, there was a combination of both human and avian DNA in each sample found. Even stranger than a human breastfeeding a squirrel. It is unknown where these hybrids have been coming from, but some other phenomena could shed light on the situation. Trevor uploaded another strange avian sample with 2 beaks and no eyes on his Instagram page as well. This provides further evidence to the theory that these creatures come from some sort of man-made source. A prototype, if you will. Even though human scientists are consistently ready, willing, able, and mentally unstable, the man-made theory is not universally accepted. Some believe that these creatures came from natural, or potentially preternatural, anomalous evolutionary processes. These are not the only strange avian varieties that Trevor has cataloged. For example, he recently posted a picture of this bird-like specimen called the mocking nightfisher, displaying a miniature human face. These photos are the only evidence of this specific species, and little is known about them other than the fact that it likely has human DNA and probably came from the same source as the toothy birds. There is one more piece that looks as if it fits into this weird bird mouth puzzle, but it still leaves questions unanswered. For example, would you stick your dick in it? Trevor posted an image depicting an owl-like creature with 2 lamprey mouths for eyes. He titled it Pacific Northwestern Forest Lamprey, stating that it uses carrion as an ambulatory host to propagate and feed. Translation: this worm-like creature hijacks dead owls to fly around, make sexy times, and hunt. Just know if your partner dies and you want one last time with them, go with the rhyme. Shove lampreys in their eyes and brains to say goodbye with a bedsheet stain. What the hell am I talking about again? It is unconfirmed whether or not the invasive species are related to these creatures or if they occurred naturally. But what is certain from the evidence he presents is that there is an increasing number of anomalous avian predators cropping up in multiple ecosystems.
Hey, don't throw your garbage down here.
Locals call her the Hag, which she hates, though she can see why. She's a humanoid hagfish that looks like a decayed, waterlogged corpse. She's been around for a long time. She wasn't always like this. She floats face down and waits for people to jump in her pond to drown. This was the only information posted alongside these 2 images of this newly discovered entity dubbed the Hag. This creature was first reported by the preternatural investigator Trevor Henderson, and in his trademark style, he posted full, uncensored, anomalous evidence just spread eagle on Twitter. What a badass. While this is the only info we have to draw off, it does still illuminate quite a bit about this mysterious entity. She's described as a humanoid hagfish, so we can take a look at the non-humanoid analog to understand more about the hag's physiology. I feel bad calling her a hag. You look like an Agatha. I'm calling you Agatha. The hagfish is one of the oldest living fish on the planet. It has a skull but no spine, and tiny holes run the length of its body for breathing and secreting a thick, mucus-like slime. Its face sports a jawless mouth lined with rows of razor-sharp, jagged teeth, which it uses for slicing through dead fish. These teeth are attached to 2 bony plates that it can manipulate to tear into corpses. Yummy! The hagfish also has a single nostril which it uses to find dead animals to feed on. You know, if you get past the eating dead bodies and being covered in a viscous slime, she's pretty chill. Makes a mean moonshine out of dead raccoons too. We can also draw on the physical attributes visible in the photo. She seems to have 2 mouths, one skeletal mouth that looks to be humanoid in structure, and below it, a hagfish-like mouth protruding from the neck. Her skin is obsidian-colored and coated in a thick slime. Again, like a hagfish. Gushy hagfussy. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll leave. From Trevor's description, the woman that the hagfish is puppeting seems to be alive. I mean, it says that she hates locals calling her the hag. Dead people can't hate things. They're busy being dead, idiot. Agatha's consciousness is still functioning, and trapped in her decaying body that now serves as a shell for one of the most f***ed up snot-worm hermit crabs ever. If you're a huge fan of the Mans like I am, it would be impossible to see this creature and not notice a thematic similarity to other oddities reported by Trevor Henderson. The phrasing, "she was not always like this," leads one to believe that she was once a human with regular, non-slimy skin and not a neck mouth. In a different video, I covered another phenomena that Trevor reported on: the invasive species of anomalous birds appearing in the forest ecosystems. One of these creatures, the Pacific Northwestern forest lamprey, reportedly used dead animals as a host by turduckening themselves inside of their holes and worming their way inside their nervous system. It is my theory that some sort of a hagfish-like abomination crawled up inside this lady's guts, but not in the fun way, and now uses her body as a captive meat puppet to feed on the people curious about the bloated corpse. Some anomalous researchers have theorized that this species uses humans to make it seem like they're drowning and attract passerbys, scavengers, and curious kids that want to poke it with a stick. Be honest, wouldn't you try to go help if you saw a body in the water? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why these f***ers are extinct in NYC. This is the second example of an alarming pattern of these body-snatching parasites. It seems as if this is a subsection of a different species of jawless fish that have been able to manipulate the bodies of living, decaying, and already dead matter through an unknown means. Don't ask me what it is, I didn't know. There have been numerous other alleged sightings of these or similar creatures, but none of them come from as reputable of a source. And some of them look faked, even like an AI made them. I can never get a thing straight because of humans. Can't go anywhere with you f***ers asking the cashier how many feet pics is equivalent to $1 US ass, playing which pill is laced with fentanyl for fun, phone screen primate bitch. A gore-spattered set of antlers, viscera blurring the line between its own body and that of its victims, from the tip of its red-stained horns to what should be the top of its head. Instead of a face, an empty black pit. A ring of raw red flesh reminiscent of esophageal tissue stares back at you impossibly. You swear you can almost hear the sound of flies buzzing as a rotten stench of decay wafts from the black hole. Anomalous expert Trevor Henderson has recently posted classified images of this unexplained entity to his Instagram page. Never stops flipping the bird to a certain foundation. You gotta respect it. For the most part, this creature looks like a regular deer. When I say for the most part, I mean if you never see its goddamn face. And by face, I mean lack thereof. Instead of the traditional eyes, nose, and mouth setup a deer usually has, this guy has opted for the alternative look of just a big f***ing hole. I'm fairly sure that's a mouth, but I'm going off one picture, so you're gonna need to deal with it. This anomalous deer was most likely photographed somewhere in the northeast United States. One of the main habitats of this species of white-tailed buck. This beef jerky deer was first thought to be a symbol of death, decay, and hard times to come. Neat! Interestingly, the fauna in the photograph looks consistent with that of the deciduous forests that hyperpopulate the East Coast. Cross-referencing this information with the statistics on the amount of hunters that have been left gored directly in the stomach by deer antlers reveals that it's likely these creatures are roaming somewhere around Delaware. Strangely, it seems that the deer populations in this area have taken a recent hit, just as this new variety of deer has appeared. After a quick drive to the 7-Eleven, where my lawyer advised me to say that we weren't drinking heavily, we happened across a physical sample. It's the drunk crashers that get us in trouble. I mean, I totally did this on purpose. Analysis of what looks to be carrion on the deer's head and horns revealed that while part of this red fleshy crap is part of the deer's body, much of this flesh is actually rotting meat ripped from various hunters and other deer. Some instances of this megafauna have entire skewered squirrels stuck up there. I love me a good shish kebab. This would mean that megafauna have higher rates of aggression than regular deer. This would explain his criminal record and assault charges. That's probably why he can't get a job, hence why he lives in the woods like an idiot. Further analysis of the foreign dead flesh on the megafauna's antlers revealed that the majority of the carrion comes from other white-tailed deers. This revelation led anomalous researchers to their next theory. Some paranormal theorists believe that the megafauna is a deer afflicted by the same or similar parasites to those afflicting the invasive species birds and the hagfish woman. This genus of parasitic jawless fish-like creatures has had several recent zoonotic shift events, in which the entity adapted to new and different species as hosts. First, through many avian species, and recently to various species of mammals. If you're unfamiliar with this family of anomalous parasites, I have 2 videos documenting separate cases of animals infected with these organisms. Why was I just documenting it rather than helping? They may call it blatant incompetence in combination with unapologetic abuse of platform. I call it having that dog in me. In these cases, the parasite has taken control over the nervous system, the movement, the behavior, and all other functions of this host animal. Unlike most parasites, this one kills its victim and uses its carrion as an ambulatory host, rather than manipulating it while it's alive. Translation from nerd speak to normal talk, it worms its way up another creature's booty hole, kills them, and then manipulates them like a meaty sock puppet. It uses this host to hunt other creatures in the ecosystem, and likely also to reproduce and spread the parasitic infection further. One thing that's important to note here is that these parasites often target the same animal it uses as its host for prey, behavior consistent with the phenomena of the megafauna. Megafauna's potential infection case differs from other previous cases, however, in that rather than working around the current sensory organs and nervous system framework, it looks as if the parasite has completely removed these structures in favor of a big hole. Absolutely flawless design, so simple, so elegant. Minimalism really is all the rage right now. This may be due to the size of a full-grown buck, as it's the largest creature on record infected with the parasitic lamprey-like organisms. A buck has a small mouth, but a comparably large head to the other infected organisms, so the parasite may have removed the face structures to more effectively hunt and consume biomass. I don't know, I just pulled that out of my ass. What do you want from me? There's also the possibility of that maybe I'm entirely wrong, and all of these animals are suffering from different things that I know nothing about. I'm not a doctor. What can I say? When you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. To be fair, I think a hammer would also be useful in this situation.
On planet Earth, life has thrived for millions of years. Big and small have found ways to adapt and evolve to flourish in all types of environments. From barren wastes to lush forests, life can be found. Earth has homed these creatures since the dawn of life itself. Only until very recently, things have changed.
Earth has traditionally been home to life that has evolved only within its own ecosystems, until very recently. New life forms have appeared all around the globe, completely changing the balance of nature and the human understanding of the system of evolution. Kinda like that time that you thought the Earth was flat, but then it wasn't, and then you guys murdered the guy who said it was round. The National Living Meat Research Foundation has been created to help study these new species, trying to educate the world about these creatures and what the Foundation calls their wondrous way of life. That's some fine corporate doublespeak you got right there. The new life forms have had an explosive arrival across the globe in 1933. Question 1, where'd they come from? As with anything, humans can't agree on shit. All the typical suspects come into question. Aliens, demons meant to signify the apocalypse, a new, even fatter type of human.
Look how fat I am, I'm just mortified, you guys. Can't believe it. Hey!
They just keep coming out with those. They actually come intrinsically from Earth, apparently miraculously out of nowhere. One thing is for certain, Earth is now their home. Welcome home! These creatures are composed of muscles, organ tissues, and bones. They greatly resemble mammals without skin, or raw meat, hence their name, Vita carnis. If I pronounce that wrong, I'm sorry, dude. I read it like a second grade level. These creatures survive off of the flesh of other animals. Unlike many naturally evolved Earth life, Vita carnis organisms generally avoid cannibalizing each other. The carnis only develop in places of high population, and higher-level carnis life forms can only generate when they're in a high-density crawl area. This leads us to the first species. The crawl is a growth of meaty tendrils that closely resemble the small intestine, the only difference being the dark red coloration. These tendrils grow in a similar pattern as vines, mold, or fungi. A primary structure is the host to many other offshoots of tendrils. These tentacles are filled with veins and arteries, as well as vascular systems for the transportation of nutrition. The end of these tendrils are equipped with organelles to absorb water and other organic nutrients necessary for growth. It can also obtain energy via photosynthesis. The crawl thrives in almost all environments, and thus, its recent inclusion in the food chain has had wide-reaching implications on the balance of the ecosystem. Some may assume that the crawl would outcompete native life and lead it to become a dangerous invasive species, leading to complete ecological collapse. On the contrary, in the crawl's unique lifestyle, it drops its tendrils, which decay into a nutrient-rich sludge, making the plants around it not only survive, but thrive. The animals eat the bigger, healthier plants, resulting in a bigger, healthier ecosystem. They can also just straight up eat the delicious, delicious crawl as well. The presence of these animals also leaves poo-poo for the crawl to eat, because it's into that, I guess. Humans did as humans always do, threw caution to the wind and found things to do with the weird ground intestines. Because of the supernatural rate of growth and richness in nutrients, it has been sustainably cultivated in farms and turned into fertilizer, which far outperforms previous models of fertilizers. Yeah, I mean, it's only outperforming cow shit, but you couldn't do it, so shut up. Humans can eat it, but it doesn't really look or taste appetizing to them yet, so they've widely avoided it thus far.
These will be the ingredients you will need. 3 cups of penne pasta, 3 cups worth of fresh crawl. Try to get a variety of sizes when you buy yours, or when you harvest them yourself. 1 cup of cheese, half a cup of green onion, 1 teaspoon of salt, 2 tablespoons of Cajun spice, 2 tablespoons of parsley, 1 tablespoon of dill, 1 tablespoon of garlic, a pinch of pepper. And finally, the most crucial ingredient, Nutrier Company's newly released flavor enhancer. Grab your crawl and a sharp knife. Begin to cut the meat into a rough mince.
Doesn't that look appetizing? Don't you want to put this weird intestine monster directly into your mouth? No? You're just gonna sit there and insult our gracious dinner host like the horrible little goblin you are? Shut up and snort some flavor enhancer like the rest of us, you puss.
Crawl is soft on the outside, but the interior has a surprising sturdiness. Then, gather the meat and set aside. Take your minced crawl and spread it evenly across the skillet. Stir occasionally until crisp and brown. Your crawl will be brown and crisp.
I'm not trying to roast anyone's cooking, but I'm a bit of a chef myself, eating almost every creature I come across. And honestly, looking at this crawl, I think some nice cream sauce, maybe a penne alla vodka with some deep fried crawl dusting over the top would be nice. Or maybe just not eating the abomination in the first place. The crawl also provides the backbone to the other Vita Carnis lifeforms. Sometimes, a nice juicy little meat tumor will form on a section of the crawl. God, I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. This little giblet will fall off and become its own independent organism, one of which is known as a trimming. Trimmings are small animals that resemble skinned raccoons, which are things that aren't piled up in my garage. They're described as having a plump body, round head, small eyes, nose, and ear holes, and an agape mouth. Yeah. Each of the individual trimmings are different with a unique body shape, number of limbs, and other characteristics. The largest recorded instance of a trimming is 20 centimeters in length. It feels good not to be the only thing described as an unsightly and cowardly creature, as the trimming chooses to run and hide from danger in all circumstances rather than fight. It will first separate from the crawl and wander to find anything it can consume. Its diet consists of rotting plants and meat. Trimmers are omnivores and can hunt for meat and look for plants, but they're almost entirely scavengers. They lie at the bottom of the food chain, and in a normal species their numbers would decline. But the crawl's constant production of new trimmings keeps their population healthy. These creatures reach maturity in around 7 months, and have a lifespan of 2 to 4 years. They're often considered pests, as they dig through human trash cans like me, but some people keep these meatballs as pets.
You may want to get yourself a trimming. These lumps of meat have grown a reputation to be a loving companion for many people in the recent months, although most people may not know the proper ways to care for them. Taking care of a trimming is fairly easy. The first thing to keep in mind when keeping a trimming is the temperature of your home. While trimmings are resilient to both high and low conditions, you want to keep your base temperature near room temp, maybe slightly cooler. That being said, trimmings prefer warmer areas to nest. A simple setup you may use is a box with some blankets on the inside. And now, you have a comfy bed for your buddy. Trimmings are not picky eaters and will eat anything you give them. A diet of dry cat or dog food that is high in protein, provided 2 times a day, is best. Trimmings are nocturnal and make plenty of noise. To prevent you from having sleepless nights, some toys that trimmings like are little items they can push, around, pull, or carry. Trimmings also enjoy things that you enjoy as well, like watching the television or listening to the radio. They love seeing and listening to all the funny things coming from the devices. Remember to be careful around their face and avoid getting soap in their eyes, nose, and mouth. Gently pat dry with a towel when done. Now your buddy is all clean. And lastly, as said before, trimmings are social creatures, so be sure to give them plenty of affection. Since they communicate with each other in the wild, it is best to replicate this behavior with them as well. Simply talking to them is plenty enough.
The next Vita Carnis species on the docket is the meat snake. Meat snakes can only be found in moderate temperature climates. It's described as a worm-like creature made from a variety of types of meat. It grows throughout its lifespan, and the size of the meat snake in question depends on how much it consumes. When it first separates from the crawl, like your meat snake, it's only a few centimeters long. Eventually, it will reach an average length of 5 meters. Under extreme conditions, such as natural disasters, wars, plagues, it can greatly surpass this length. Meat snakes are scavengers, consisting entirely of dead animals and viscera. They're incapable of consuming healthy living organisms, and thus, when the presence of dead matter skyrockets, so does meat snake population and size of the individuals. Remember kids, where there is death, there is meat snakes. The meat snake locates its food using a tongue-like organ similar to the Jacobson's organs found on regular snakes, licking and smelling the ground to see if anything decided to die near it. Once it locates the corpse, the meat snake will swallow the entire body whole. It breaks down some of the meat and bones, yes it can digest bone, immediately, but uses a separate set of digestive chemicals to preserve and ferment some of them. Cutting open a meat snake to retrieve this fermented meat was a hobby of mine when I was in interdimensional college, because fermented stuff makes alcohol, and meat snake meat gets you real fucked up if it's fresh. It incorporates this new animal matter directly into its own body, lengthening the meat snake. Unsatisfactory parts for construction such as skulls, bones, teeth, and fingernails will be pooed out. Fun fact about the meat snake is they all have different skulls. This is because the meat snake will use the skull of an earlier dead body as its own face. Neat! It was never given its own face as a child, but instead of complaining and doing nothing, it made the best of its situation and now has a unique face of its own. You know, you and I could really learn a thing or two from meat snake. A meat snake's lifespan depends on how much it consumes. The longest on record was 28 years. The meat snake has no predators and is immune to disease due to its internal chemistry. The only way they can die is starvation, burning, or complete destruction of its outer coating. Last time I heard the words meat snake this much, I was paying for the procedure after the condom broke. You try making 2 of these videos a week, you dick. The meat snake is also the only member of the Carnis family capable of reproduction. When it reaches an excessive size, it splits into 2 meat snakes via mitosis. These creatures are quite docile, and because of this, humanity tends to use these creatures as a safe disposal of biological matter. These wiggly boys are quite helpful for those needing to get rid of dead bodies, which, let's be honest, isn't that all of us? In one instance, a meat snake was found to have blocked an entire subterranean tunnel. Its coloration was a deep purple, contrary to the blood red that they usually are. It also barely moved, even in contrast to the sluggish nature of a meat snake in general. It's described as seemingly lacking any motor function, like a plant. It was stationary with only minor movements within its body, easily mistaken for a corpse. Of course, with this discovery, many pressing questions come to light, like, would you stick your dick in it? How the hell did it get in there? And why is it so big? The skin was so tough that it took several days of cutting to even get a sample. Testing of the sample revealed that little, if anything, could be done to damage the skin of this worm. Normally, meat snakes smell like dead bodies, but for some reason, this one had a pleasant scent of cooking scrambled eggs. On the other side of this gargantuan phallic body, a cleaning crew discovered that it grew this big because of a word that got cut off, but I assume it was meant to be a massive pile of corpses. Where there is death, there are meat snakes. The next Carnis species are meat mimics. Meat mimics are bipedal creatures with uncanny similarities to human beings. They resemble humans without skin, save for some exaggerated features. Extended fingers, long spindly limbs, bulging eyes, and a cavernous tooth-filled maw. The mimic has more teeth than the average human, and their mouth is basically filled with entirely incisors. Although it resembles a happy face, this is just a coincidence, which is some pretty heavy foreshadowing right there. A mature mimic's diet is composed entirely of human flesh. There it is. I was waiting for that part, and thus is only located around human populations. Like many members of the Vitacarnis family, the mimic has a complicated life cycle. First, it separates from the crawl, looking much like a trimming, but thin and sleek, only having 4 appendages. In this stage, it will hunt small animals, moving on to larger and larger creatures as it grows. They grow up so fast! When it's large enough, it will metamorphose into its next stage, the human stage. In this stage, it begins stalking and feeding on humans, and thus, its hunting strategy becomes much more advanced, signifying increased intelligence. Like how humans target other humans, it locates a human-populated area and searches for the easiest target, which is usually the dumbest, fattest, oldest, sickest human around, also the ugliest. It uses things to blend in, like clothing, objects, and furniture. Once the target is found, it will observe the victim in its routine, noting times in which it is more vulnerable, typically when the human sleeps. Once the prey is in position, the mimic will advance silently, proceeding to murder and devour the human. Once satiated, it will return to the wilderness to digest its meal. If the prey is awake, the mimic can use a series of sounds to confuse or trick the prey into a vulnerable situation. See, that right there is why I own a gun. See, finishing that sentence right there is a move of a demonetized man. The next stage of a mimic's life cycle has 2 possibilities. If it has a stable amount of food, it will grow more human-like features, skin, hair, etc., and will eventually look almost identical to a human, save for its uncanny features. Fake it till you make it, that's what I always say. This allows it to blend into civilization, and to lure humans more effectively to their death and digestion. When it has an overabundance of food, it will grow into a larger being, proportions increasing in length, and its human-like features will fade away. It grows a dark, thick, flexible skin membrane, which is highly durable and increases in strength as the mimic consumes more. It's completely covered in this other than the face, which now has pinkish skin. You look like a clown! The teeth have moved back further into its maw as well, leaving the elder mimic's mouth as a toothless grin. Hey baby, I'll call you when it's time for smash or pass. Its darker skin provides excellent night camouflage, and it refines its hunting skills to an unprecedented rate. Human governments don't like their citizens getting murdered and eated, so they created safety guidelines for mimics. 1. Avoid going out alone if your location is known to have mimics. 2. If you encounter a stationary mimic, leave the location and alert authorities. 3. If pursued by a mimic, get yourself into a position where you can run. Mimics are unlikely to attack humans with a clear escape route. 4. If you have been cornered, roll into the fetal position and protect your neck, face, and vital organs. Make as much noise as you can. My strategy would be shoot first and ask questions later, just like when I worked at Toys R Us. If you have a weapon, don't use it. I get that this thing is pretty tough, but how in the hell is fetal position a better strategy than fucking shoot it? This is like those fire drills where all the teachers just wanted us to shut up, so they said we had to be quiet too. Oh guys, come on, the fire might hear you. You just want me to die, you jerk. In a situation where a mimic is hunting in the immediate area and is not aware of your position, hide somewhere low, as mimics have ADHD and won't linger long to search for prey. The harvester is a specialized form of crawl, one that functions in a unique and deadly way. Its crawl mother first grows its iconic meat tumor, but instead of it detaching like the case of a mimic or a trimming, it continues to grow using energy from its crawl mother. That right there is an example of an anomaly that knows you don't always have to take the traditional route to be successful. You do you, harvester. Prove them wrong. From here, it grows a bulbous center mass and its own tendril root system. Its center mass grows to 3 meters in height and 2 meters in diameter. The harvester has 2 different types of specialized tendrils, which it can extend up to 150 meters outward from its center node. The first type of tendril is bulky and flat, lying just beneath the surface of the ground. It has 2 sets of spines that face upwards. When a creature wanders over the tendril, sensory receptors on the tendril detect the creature, and the spines clamp onto the animal while the tendril thrashes violently. The spines then inject neurotoxic and anticoagulant venoms, which cause paralysis and accelerated blood loss respectively. There is no cure for a harvester sting, and fatality is 100%. Well, that's the case for large earth mammals, but me? I inject this shit for fun. The second type of tendrils sense the blood and begin to wrap around the animal and slowly absorb the red life liquid. They then pull the body underground and feed until there is nothing but scraps left. The remains decompose, leading to prevalent plant life, hence attracting more animals. Oh, so when the harvester leaves decomposing remains, it's good for plant life, but when I do it, it's you better hope we don't find the other half of her. Humans are warned that if they find themselves near a harvester, they should throw something heavy towards the bulb to activate the first type of tendril and walk away from the bulb. I say, if you see one, run up and hug it. That way you can't fucking complain anymore. Next unique little critter on the docket is the host of influence, but its friends call it the host. Its name is derived from a host who invites guests to an event, not to be confused for a host, a harborer of parasites or disease. That sounds like something someone specifies when they're nervous that someone else might be nervous, which I am. The host is only found in North America. It's a semi-humanoid looking organism with the structure of a head, torso, and arms, but sharing no other characteristics with humans. Its head stands on a bent neck, with a slit inside that's used for feeding, and if you're super adventurous, maybe other things if you know what I mean. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll leave. The host's back is lined with pores that have hollow hair-like structures protruding from them. These fire biohazardous spores out into the air. Obtaining info about the host is very risky due to these spores, but that's okay, cause I got plenty of humans to throw at it. When inhaled, the particles will infect the brain of the organism. After a few hours, the brain and thought process of the affected individual will change. The first wave of symptoms include restlessness, sluggish movements, numbness, and lack of coordination. After a few hours of this, the second wave of symptoms begin: dizziness, migraines, impaired speech, and trembles. 6 to 7 hours later, the organism will proceed to cease all activity and wander towards the infector host, and graciously open their chest cavity so the host can nom nom on all their delicious organs and viscera giblets inside. If the infected doesn't get to the host in 36 hours, the effects will fade and they will return to normal. Again, Earth life is a lightweight. We used to huff these spores in high school. They're just like really strong shrooms to us, but with a meaty undertone. If hosts can't find enough prey, like the common predatory oak tree, they will unroot themselves and move to find more animals to eat. Next up is the monolith, a creature first documented in June of 1972, in the town of Oh yeah, I hear is beautiful this time of year. There are only lucky number 7 monoliths, all located in a circular position 1.5 kilometers in diameter. The ring of monoliths surrounds I'm not sure if they bleeped because of secret or just dirty because of they're in a circle and it might be monolith bukak. The monolith is a Titanic-sized being measuring 120 meters in height. It has 2 tree trunk-like legs firmly embedded underground with many root-like meat strands that extend horizontally underground for great distances. The creature itself is made of thousands of meaty strands tightly woven together to form its body structure. The strands end at the neck, fusing into a solid mass in the shape of an upside-down triangle with a hole in the middle. Instead of arms, it has dozens of long rope-like appendages that barely reach the ground. Okay, that's not ominous at all. Moving on, they apparently just stand and do nothing, except for the time where they didn't do nothing. They did something, and that something was bleeped out partially, but the part I could hear was that they were extremely aggressive and swung their appendages at some censored team, completely wiping them out. Whoa, Monolith. For the first thing you ever did, starting out very strong. I will watch your career with great interest. Eventually, because of the whole committing murder thing, military vehicles came, and then it roared out and produced an EMP blast, knocking out all technology in the vicinity. Then, humans shot rockets at it, and although it was damaged, it regenerated at great speeds and resumed its stance unfazed. It's just like, they keep knocking him down, he keeps getting back up. I'm sorry, I identify with the model of the story, we're moving on. The area has since been quartered off, and is now not available to the public. But I get to go because I'm special VIP and not like you broke bitches. The next critter on this list is the Singularity, an orb comprised of dark color minerals with hints of luminous colors within its core. Despite the horrific possibilities of what could go wrong, I think this will make a beautiful decoration in my apartment. The orb is estimated to be 1 meter in diameter. It has several unique qualities that are not well understood. In the Singularity's free time, it can be found suspended in the air by an unseen force. There's also a variety of readings coming from the orb itself. Magnetic fields, energy signatures, odd smells, and other signals are released by the Singularity. The population of these creatures are unknown, as is almost all information about the Singularity, because it's been hidden or confiscated by officials. They were only able to receive one classified document about it, held it censored, but it's not held it censored anymore because I blew that place up. Behold New animal just dropped. Who's the cutest little testament to man's great hubris? You are. Yes, you are. Like all good stories, this one started when scientists tried to make a dog-sized horse. The thought was that by creating a pony that could feasibly be kept responsibly and safely in the space available to the average household, they'd be able to appeal to the ultimate fantasy of every little girl and a certain subsection of unwashed 35-year-old men. They'd be rich! See, that was the thought anyway. The thought from one incredibly rich, short-sighted, and uneducated toy company executive fired for hosting Tupperware Arena bug fights in the break room. He'd heard that genetics were a thingy, and he'd seen that one Family Guy bit with gene splicing, so he felt pretty confident that he had enough money to throw at it that others would be convinced that he knew what he was doing. See, thing is, genetics are a little bit more complicated than dog plus horse equals dog-sized horse. That seems like something a 3-year-old that you just taught the most surface-level genetics to would say. In fact, most times, dog plus horse equals a seemingly haphazardly assembled animal struggling even only to survive. The resulting creature, rather than being just a dog-sized horse, was a monstrous amalgamation that shared traits with both dog and horse. Each one of these hybrid creatures were slightly different, but the only ones that seemed to survive past infancy had the consistent look of a horse's body and a dog's face. Many of these creatures were quite friendly, having behavioral patterns and temperament consistent with domesticated animals like horses and dogs. While this might sound like a good thing, if you've ever seen how a spooked horse or a regular chihuahua behaves, you'd know that this is far from perfect. Like the hybrid animal of a horse and a donkey, a mule, these creatures cannot produce offspring when they breed with each other. Because it's so expensive to produce the genetic hybrids in a lab, one particularly disturbed man involved with the project experimented with seeing if we could produce this unnatural monster the natural way. Even though his experiments only resulted in dead bitches or unsatisfied horsewomen, he kinda just kept it going. Today, many people wonder if he was never a scientist in the first place and was just some guy that got sick kicks out of watching a horse fuck a dog to death. There's a lot of differences between horses and dogs. For example, horses are gentle giants, and dogs have canine teeth used for ripping and tearing meat. See where I'm going with this? So anyways, this stupid TikTok vegan decided to set these creatures that didn't come from nature into nature. Yeah, great. Exactly what we needed in the next Earth update. I just got used to fucking Jeff over here, and now I gotta dodge clip-clop wolves on the way home from the forest when I go out not burying bodies at night. Great job, idiot. I hope they eat you first. The result was an incredibly large and muscular carnivore, which quickly outcompeted every other meat eater in the ecosystem, becoming the apex predator of the environment in a matter of weeks. The resulting populations of what are now to be dubbed clip-clop wolves were actually seemingly a positive force for the ecosystem. These large predators essentially replaced the regular canine wolves that had been almost completely wiped out because of human influence. Because of this, the deer population, which had been subject to overpopulation for a series of decades, is now on a trend towards stabilization, as the clip-clop wolves pick off the old, the sick, the weak, and the stupid. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now. This isn't nature. It's an affront to nature, but I don't know, step outside for the first time in weeks. These creatures have also displayed traits that have been unprecedented in biology, as they have recently been observed producing their own offspring with the other hybrid clip-clop wolves. This has led to researchers classifying them as their own independent species, and establishing a new type of speciation. This is, without a doubt, the absolute fattest snail that I have ever seen in my entire life. Oh, hey buddy. You waking up from all those sedatives that I put in your neck? Good. Now, I just happen to have a little wager with Dr. Bright going, and it so happens that you and me are on the same team. So I'm going to explain you a few things about that large acidic snail over there from these stolen files, so we can cheat him out of his money and your life. Got it? Good. Item number, SCP-075. Object class, Euclid. Description. SCP-075 resembles a large snail approximately 2 feet or 60 centimeters in length. Its muscular foot resembles a 6-fingered clawed hand. Any attempts to use this hand for naughty deeds have resulted in a condition hereby named melted genitalia. SCP-075 is exceptionally heavy, with a mass of approximately 860 kilograms or 2,000 pounds. Neither it nor scientists have any idea as to why it's this morbidly obese. SCP-075 is capable of moving at incredible speeds for its size and mass. Like many many online creators, it displays predatory behavior, lurching forward towards its prey by leaping off of the pads of each of the finger-like muscular extensions and drenching its prey in caustic secretions. In America, I'm pretty sure we call that assault. These secretions are much more corrosive than any substance known to terrestrial science. Some anomalies with an incredibly basic solution in their stomach or a certain level of corrosion resistance, such as yours truly, like to drink it because it gets you trashed. But addiction to this snail juice results in flesh beginning to decay away like crocodile addiction. There is no material with complete resistance to this corrosive substance. And because of the snail's aggressive behavior, no viable methods of harvesting this material while it's active has been found. The only way to stop this snail from his angry murder snot hopping is to desiccate it. Like when you pee all over a banana slug as a kid and then watch it dry up and then you burst into tears in horror as you have just now tasted your first small form of murder. That's it. That's all it does. A big acid hand snail. I don't even know why it's anomalous. This is just really meaty, uncanny valley escargot in my opinion. These guys waste Foundation resources containing big hand snail? That's why I think you could beat it, man. Special containment procedures. I could read this to you, but it sums up to a dry room and a corrosion-resistant box inside of a corrosion-resistant box. This doesn't really matter to you because you have to fight it, not trap it. Okay, so here's the deal, kid. I'm gonna be real with you. I have to be on a plane to Vegas in a few hours. Me and Bright just wanted to get the trip started a bit early, and I'm not gonna have much time to record this. So, kill the big snail, or I'm out 3 grand in flesh coins, and I'll feed your soul to my son/friend/weird dog. Ready? Go! That's 2 out of 3? Alright, but I get to pick the D class this time. You know how many bodies turn up down there? Think about how many we don't find. Miles and miles of tunnels under there. Huge cisterns and open rooms where all those bodies might end up. Tangling together. Rotting together. Now, son, let me ask you this. Ever hear of a rat king? This was the only information posted alongside evidence of seemingly anomalous phenomenon known as the Rat King. Trevor Henderson slapped this sensitive material on Instagram alongside all the Brazilian butt lifts on my feed. God, finally something I can finish to. Even though this is the only information we have to go off of, Trevor reveals quite a lot in this short paragraph. To understand the human equivalent of a rat king, we have to understand the original concept of the rat king. Rat kings are a collection of rats, usually all dead, whose tails are stuck together in knots, sometimes bound with hair or a sticky substance such as tree sap or semen. Historically, this phenomena is related with Germany, and sometimes the plague. In mythology, there is an elder rat which controls the entirety of the mass, and therefore is the king. There has also been reported squirrel kings, but that's less horrific and more ridiculous. Let's play a fun game. I want you to vote for what animal you think would make the funniest rat king in the comments, and I'll pick the one with the most likes to make in real life. There is an ongoing debate between biologists as to whether or not a group of rats can survive becoming a rat king, or whether or not they would either perish due to infighting or starve and die. Am I the only one who wants to stick this whole thing in a deep fryer, battered up with some beer and flour? A delicious family meal in one convenient package. Now, I'm sure this group of scientists are incredibly intelligent, and I'd like to see their explanation for why this giant human rat king is not alive as it hobbles towards them on its still screaming legs. This creature is likely a rat king made up of a combination of both living and dead bodies. The bodies were likely crammed into close quarters somewhere in the sewers. The flesh around their bone became soft and rotten, and as their limbs began to tangle, their weakened, brittle bones cracked and contorted, acting like supports holding them together. Nature is just so beautiful sometimes. I mean, not right now, this is an unholy abomination, but I don't know, go pet a kitten. Rancid piss and shit from the sewers would act as tainted glue, sealing both their limbs together and their fate as it crusts over. This would mean that the anomalous animal would have a putrid smell with an intensity on par with Joe Rogan talking about grizzly bears. While this might sound disgusting to you, some internet pervert would probably pay big bucks for that smelly fluid. We can also gauge some information from direct observation of the creature. First, we can see that it's in a crouched position. This means that its muscles are functioning, and this creature is most certainly alive, despite the current scientific consensus that rat kings could not survive in the wild. If you're wondering why science is so often wrong, I'd like to remind you that there are people with doctorates that think the Earth is flat. It looks as if it lumbers around, using entire human bodies as limbs to clumsily maneuver around the poo-poo tunnels. I find that creatures like this raise a lot of questions. For instance, I have no idea what my own asshole looks like, and sometimes I wonder. Also, since this creature is alive, would it need some form of sustenance? It's likely that it subsists on the waste of the populace of a human metropolis, and probably sewer rats and shit. Since some of the bodies on the Rat King likely die and rot away eventually, it would eventually need to replace its parts. That's where your species comes in. It's likely that the Rat King collects sewer dwellers, urban explorers, and subterranean hobos in order to replenish its decaying limbs. While at first glance the Rat King might look intimidating, I'm sure all those teardrop tattoos just mean that he's an emotionally sensitive and in-touch individual. Behold! The peak of humanity. Finally, the pinnacle of evolution represented in one perfect creature. But how did we get here? Like most affronts to nature itself, this one started at a university laboratory. Scientists at Stanford University have transplanted human brain cells into rats. This could potentially be used to study conditions such as schizophrenia and autism, according to some website that I didn't fact check, or remember the name of. Typically, humans frown upon stabbing other humans in the brain, even if the intention was only learning. That's why they put the brain cells into a rat, cause humans don't give a shit about those animals. I don't know where they got the human brain cells, but we're gonna ignore that part. The scientists started this process by growing stem cells into tiny 3D structures called organoids, and then they transplanted them onto baby rats' somatosensory cortices. This is the part of the brain that receives signals from their sensory organs, meaning this is the part of the brain that lets you know when you're having a certified epic gamer moment. The structures melded with the rat's growing brain, sprouting new neurons complete with blood vessels and connections to other cells. Now that they committed this crime against your human god, they decided to see what they could learn from it. First, they tested if the human parts of the rat brain would respond to external stimuli. The scientists probed the rat's whiskers and the human cells fired, meaning that they receive and transmit information. Then they wanted to see if they could influence the rat's behavior. They slapped a genetically altered set of organoids that get stimulated when they get lasered with blue light into their brain. They then got a light that changed from blue to red and a spout of water. When the rat licked the spout of water, when it was blue, it got water. When it licked it when it was red, nothing happened. Or they f***ing shocked it. I don't know, dude. I wrote this script like a month ago, and I think it's a hell of a lot funnier if I don't know what the f*** I'm talking about. By the end of a 2-week study period, the rats licked the spout more frequently when the light was blue, indicating that the human cells were activating rat neurons to drive reward-seeking behavior. I don't really know how that worked. Let me reread. This technology could potentially be used for a plethora of different science fiction-y brain stuff. For example, it could be used to repair destroyed sections of the brain from conditions such as stroke or Alzheimer's or stabbed in the f***ing brain. You could expand the brain. It wouldn't make you smarter, but you know, make it bigger or something. I don't know what it would do, but find out is a good reason to try it. While some of you might say you can't beat evolution, you did it with the human knee, and some of your species inhale f***ing computer duster. You could even maybe make a giant fleshy brain computer to transmit information using stem cells and human brains. However, these guesses are all coming from an uneducated idiot cramming different pieces of brains in random animals by the name of me. So in conclusion, I don't know. While some say this entire thing is an example of science gone horrifically too far, to that I say, wire me some bitcoins and I'll make an AI deepfake video of your enemy yelling the Forbes top 10 most offensive slurs, and then we'll see, you know, maybe science going too far ain't too bad. A recurring dream of a cramped hallway bleached with white light from no perceivable source. You know that the only way out of this space is past the surreal figure blocking the way forward. Every night, the figure takes one ungainly step toward you, right before you wake up. This was the only information posted alongside a new anomalous creature discovered by paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson. I have no idea how this man hasn't been contained by some foundation with the amount of preternatural cheeks the Mad Lad leaks on Instagram. While this information leaves most of this creature in the dark, there are still a few things we can derive from this initial description. For starters, we know that the hallway is anomalous in some capacity, as the light filling it seemingly has no source. Although this is a dream, so all bets are kinda off on the whole rules of reality thing. The creature appears to get closer in every recurring dream, taking a step at the end of each one. Whatever happens when the creature gets to its host is unknown. Some anomalous researchers think you just wake up or die, but you should assume the worst possible thing that you can imagine plus 1. What's worse, apparently the only way out of this space is passing by this big old goober. Good luck. We can also infer some information from the image of the creature attached to the post. An armless, tall, gangly monstrosity with smooth, pale skin. Long, skinny legs that look impossible to balance its elongated frame on. A twisted midsection with interlocking folds of distorted flesh. And a featureless face that somehow still stares you in the face despite the lack of eyes. Seeing how this entity always manifests in a reoccurring dream, I decided to research psychology on reoccurring dreams. I love human psychology because the entire field is about a monkey that fails to understand itself, and for some reason the founder of it did massive amounts of cocaine and wants to bang his own mom. He was also just wrong about a lot of this but he's the only psychologist any humans can name. What the hell am I talking about again? Some researchers believe that recurring dreams reflect themes in one's life, such as past trauma, neglected or unmet needs, or current severe psychological stresses in the waking life. My theory is that this monster is a manifestation of an entity that could be unique to the psychology of the person that sees it in their recurring dream. Either that, or it's just some sort of regular demon that appears in dreams, and I'm an idiot that drank maybe a tad too much airplane glue. This guy kinda looks like a mangled dong. If this creature is based on the fears or needs of the person's internal psyche, it's very likely that the crampedness of the corridors, along with the massive creature, suggests something about the nature of this recurring dream. Of course, this is all speculation from half-assed research in the initial description, but just like putting metal in the microwave, there's only one way to find out. Necrobots. What is a necrobot? Is this a necrobot? What about this? How about these? Did you know that scientists at Rice University have taken a bunch of dead wolf spiders and turned them into grabby claws for picking things up? Why'd they do this? I don't fucking know. They say this research could be used to make biodegradable gripping machines for small objects. But I say, why do you need an excuse to make dead spider robots? That seems like a good enough reason to do that on its own. Like all good ideas, this one began before 2020. In the year 2019, a sciencey lady noticed a cluster of dead spiders in the corner. After popping a few in her mouth and crunching them up like pretzels, she began to wonder, why do spiders always die in the 8-legged equivalent of the fetal position? The reason for this being that spiders don't have antagonistic muscle pairs. For example, if you're a human, you have 2 sets of muscles for each motion, one for flexion and one for extension. For example, biceps, triceps, or chest, back. Instead, spiders only have one type of muscle per movement, which allows them to curl their legs inwards. They control the outward extension of their muscles by using hydraulic pressure. When you murder one to death, they lose the ability to control the pressure of their own bodies, and they curl up into a ball. The scientist saw this and did what any scientist would do. She shoved a needle into the internal valves of the spider's hydraulic chambers, sealed it with superglue, and then attached it to a syringe so it could extend and retract its legs. These dead spider grabbers can pick up over 130% of their body weight, and they can be used over 1,000 times before all its stupid legs fall off. These have apparent utility in microelectronics and collecting specimens in the field, but my first instinct is to shove it in someone's face. There are many potential jobs for these spider necrobots, including a spider necrobot job, if you know what I mean. Okay, I'll leave now. Also, these are likely more environmentally friendly than completely robotic parts, because dead spiders are 100% biodegradable. We're only a few steps away from living in scorn, and I'm so f***ing excited. Don't have send, humans. These spider necrobots can only function for a day or so before the dead spiders dry out and become brittle. They extended its lifespan by coating it with beeswax, and that slowed the rate of desiccation. Fun fact, those delicious looking don't eat packets that come in food things are actually meant to keep them desiccated. But when I was a kid, I thought they were to drive away spiders. I don't know why I included this, but someone lied to my dumb ass. Future research will likely be based on improving this coating or incorporating other spiders and whip scorpions into necrobots. Who knows? One day a scientist might turn you into a necrobot by jamming a syringe into your spine and pumping air into you so you flap around like a mechanical claw. And then we can use you to grab other dead humans from a giant mechanical claw game. But enough about my intergalactic horror themed Dave and Buster's expansion headcanon. The scientist's name is Dr. Faye Yap, and she seems pretty chill. Thank you for making spider bots, Dr. Yap. That's pretty neat. I also like how your name is the same as the dentist from Bob's Burgers. That's also pretty neat. These are not the only spider necrobots in existence, as another research group at Graves University has taken this a step further. They not only use the hydraulic system to get the legs to open and close, but have also connected microscopic electrodes in the muscle cells and nervous system of the spiders, giving them almost complete control of these creatures, including the webbing organs, venom sacs, and small appendages such as the fangs. This research is obviously incredibly useful for military applications, except don't fact check anything I just said because I did it for you and it's totally not something I pulled out of my ass. I wanted to throw my hat in the ring by using bugs to make shit, but after trying to market my cockroach milk with a McDonald's logo, I received a McCease and desist. Ray. Ed had been almost 2 full days without a drop of water. He was beginning to go mad. Every thought rattling around in his brain was about the very thing he couldn't have. Water, water, water. He feels a single droplet splash onto his forehead. Ed wakes up. It's the middle of the night. He's in the street, feeling much better, satiated, hydrated. He looks down at his dead phone to see his reflection covered in dry blood. He blacked out. It happened again. I've been there. He wasn't always like this, but for as long as he could remember, this was his life. This strange condition stemmed from an accident in his childhood. Some would say Ed's parents weren't the most attentive, but I think it depends if you're talking about attentive to Ed or their liquor cabinet. The couple soon learned that leaving their child unattended next to a family of raccoons can lead to unintended consequences, as Ed was bitten by one as a child.
Oh, you motherfucker!
The wound wasn't noticed immediately because Ed's parents kinda sucked. Upon noticing their infant foaming at the mouth, displaying what looked like aggression, which, by the way, what the fuck does an aggressive baby look like? And a fear of water, they finally decided it was time to take him to the doctor. In the emergency room, the doctors informed the parents that because his rabies had progressed to a late stage, there was no confirmed cure. There was, however, a new experimental treatment, a drug that could potentially cure late-stage rabies. At first, this seems to work. Ed's symptoms reduced and then completely disappeared. Relieved, his parents left the room to go back to drinking as the doctors began to hydrate Ed via IV infusion. His parents soon stumbled back into the hospital after parking their car wrapped around a tree, and opened the door to the room to a scene from a horror movie. Dried blood was caked on every surface of the room, and a doctor and nurse lay in the corner looking wrinkled, almost drained. Ed's parents, the alcoholic idiots that they are, spoilers, picked up the dried viscera-laden newborn and went, "No, silly little guy, looks like you could use a bath." Ed was cared for by the state after his parents' unexplainable bathroom accident. The disease continued to follow him. You think life is hard for you? Imagine not being able to fuck because if you get wet, they die. You can relate, he's an incel. One drop of water turns him into something else, a monster. Bright red glowing eyes constantly weeping a thick black ooze. His jaw snaps and reforms into multiple structures that overlap in impossible and seemingly painful ways. Rows of jagged teeth point in every direction, stabbing the flesh of his cheeks. After Ed blacks out from the pain, that's when the real fun begins. The rabies had permanently damaged his brain, but in a lucid state he was able to somewhat control his emotion, resist his thirst. That single drop switches the logical part of his brain off. He will then seek to drain any source of liquid nearby. What's that thing that the campus police keep telling me? Your body is a container? Oftentimes, the greatest source of moisture is the closest person in the room.
Your body is 70% water, and Daddy is thirsty.
He will expand his large jaws over the victims' heads, the sockets popping as they dislocate like a snake's. He snaps his mouth shut, making a series of puncture wounds at the temples, sucking the victim dry in a matter of minutes. At least when he wakes up, he's finally satisfied for the moment. One time his neighbor Chad squirted him with a water gun. There were no survivors. Crushing guilt weighs on him for committing these acts, and he does the best he can to avoid liquid around people. In mourning what he has become and done to others, he often turns himself back into this creature with his own tears. The most toxically masculine person you'll ever meet because he can't cry or everyone he loves dies. He's gone through 3 sets of loved ones and 2 families, and yes, those are separate. He can't jerk off either, and sometimes I think that's what he's actually sad about instead of the murders. Big Charlie was first documented when someone snapped a photo of his initial escape from a meat processing plant. Now, you're probably wondering, what even is a Big Charlie? This creature's DNA analysis revealed that it is a man-made genetic hybrid of both chicken and cow, the ultimate meat product abomination. No longer will my McGangbang have to come from 2 different animals. Its body resembles that of an emaciated cow with its ribcage tightly encased by leathery skin. This creature can reach up to 30 feet or 9 meters tall. Its legs are structured like those of a chicken, and its head has a cow skull shape with a beak-like protrusion for a mouth. Big Chunkus's eyes are cloudy and milky white, like those of your friend's really old dog that he insists can still actually stand up, but you're not so sure. These hybrids are still in production around the United States, and their meat as well as other products like milk and eggs are being sold to consumers in America and overseas as well. You can't tell me you didn't already have a suspicion that something was up about your food. Take a bite of a McDonald's hamburger and tell me it tastes anything like a hamburger you make at home. Yeah, I still bought this, f*** you. Oat milk? Yeah, okay. Show me the nipple on an oat. You f***ers have been consuming Big Charlies this whole time. I'm telling you though, the meat is delicious when you actually prepare it right instead of just mixing it with dog food ingredients like your fast food places. Despite its totally radical entire body mohawk, this entity has never displayed aggressive tendencies towards humans. While he might seem frightening due to his appearance, think about how smart a cow is, and then think about how smart a chicken is. This guy is somewhere in between there. This thing's primary concern is eating things off the ground. I bet you feel about as dumb as him for being scared now, don't you? It's not really all that threatening of a creature compared to the rest of the crap that I drag y'all to. Although, cows do consistently kill humans on a scale that outweighs pretty much any other animal. This creature has one more unexplainable ability, that of fleshy asexual reproduction. This creature drops flesh blobs that will develop into one of multiple forms. If you were Big Charlie, your left boob would fall off and grow legs and become its own sentient creature while you rapidly grew the left boob back. The first of these 3 forms is a perfect clone of Big Charlie, the second of which is called Lil Nugget. I'm not talking about that vertically challenged Atlanta rapper that fell into a deep fryer. I'm talking about a small amorphously shaped creature with 4 nubbins it uses to walk around on and 2 comically large oval eyes. Lil Nuggets act like cockroaches or rats and survive inside human settlements by stealing their food and resources and nesting in their walls. I'd nest in your walls. Aside from the destruction to environments that regular pests create, these are basically harmless, and they can even be domesticated if you feed and take care of them. The lamb is a different story. The lamb is a monstrosity that looks to be made from veins and other vascular structures. Okay, so you know those bodybuilders that have skin so tight that all of their skin looks like veiny dick skin? It's like that big pile of veins, but without the skin. It levitates in the air using some form of telekinesis, but this is just the tip of the iceberg of what it is capable of. It can cause psychic damage to the brains of any creature in its vicinity. This includes psychological/emotional damage, but it can also just literally burst your gray matter, make your head go. It's also capable of causing all the blood in a creature to instantly clot, causing the veins in its body to explode under the pressure of gelatinous blood, causing the skin to become reddish in hue. This creature, like any other cool, unknowable horror, is worshipped by a cult of followers. There's also triple question mark Nugget, but when people pressed lead paranormal researcher Trevor Henderson for information regarding this new discovery, he kept saying, "We don't talk about him." I know what that means. It's either that he's buried in Trevor Henderson's backyard, or he traumatized Trevor to a point he can never recover, and his brain made up a bunch of random monsters as a defense mechanism. Siren Head. Bullhorn Slenderman. Speaker Face. A monstrosity known by many names. Siren Head is a tall skeletal humanoid creature with a long pole and multiple sirens in place of a head and neck. No shit. These sirens have a set of gums and teeth on the inside of them. Its skin is tightly wrapped around its bones like a kid in a trash bag with a vacuum. Siren Head has dry, papery skin like the leaf of a backwoods. Speaking of, am I the only one that thinks that loose shredded tobacco looks like a bunch of collected pubic hairs? Just me? Okay. It's thought that like a stick bug, the Siren Head has evolved to look exactly like telephone wire poles in order to blend into the environment. Siren Heads are apex predators in both forests and any environment with plentiful human infrastructure, consuming every creature they come across, like that fisherman guy that catches random ocean fish and then eats them raw to test if they're poisonous, even if they've already been established as poisonous. That's real, and it's called this. You're welcome. There's this myth going around that Siren Head doesn't eat. It's actually that he doesn't need to eat. He eats humans and animals just because he's a sick fuck and thinks it's pretty funny. Siren Head has no eyes, and while some claim that he can still see, like the common bat or Stevie Wonder, this creature moves and locates prey using echolocation, sending out indetectable pulses of sound constantly and receiving accurate feedback as to where your dumbass is hiding. The two sirens on its head will often speak in unison and throw out seemingly random words and numbers in a static-filled, echoey electronic hum. This creature is also capable of replicating any noise that it hears, including human speech, animal calls, and of course, sirens, digital, and other mechanical noises.
Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet-ass fuel.
Siren Head seems to be more intelligent than your average human. You gotta be smart to get a human out of their house if you look like the result of someone tripping balls on mushrooms on Halloween night and seeing an especially creepy telephone pole. The noises that he uses to lure victims will change from person to person. Similar to a skinwalker, Siren Head often uses the voices or screams for help of a loved one or any other voice that it thinks could manipulate a victim into leaving safety. It will also specialize the noises by stalking a victim for a series of weeks to understand its behavior. Many paranormal researchers theorize that the Siren Head belongs to a larger collection of similar humanoid creatures. There have been documentations of lamppost heads, telephone pole heads, and 5G cell station heads, just to name a few. That's right, that crazy swamp lady that burnt down the 5G tower was actually defending you from Siren Heads, and you all just went and put her in jail. Now look at all the places that he has to hide. Siren Head's rise to fame mirrors another internet horror celebrity, Slenderman. Often being called the new Slenderman, this has made the actual Slenderman quite bitter. He was already behaving erratically, as he had slid into alcoholism as so many former child stars do. In a blind drunken rage, Slenderman attempted to run down Siren Head in his car, which was documented by a bunch of 10-year-olds writing Slenderman vs. Siren Head fanfics.
Open the door or I'm gonna throw rocks through your windows, you dumb whore.
Hey Satana, add polycephalic human skeletons to my shopping list.
I've added polycephalic human skeleton to your shopping list.
The Fetid King is a cognitohazard image that manifests an aggressive skeletal entity of the same name. This entity has a few strands of hair that it desperately combs over in a sad attempt to claim that it's under 30,000 years old. He also wears a crown that seemingly rises out of the bone on top of the skull itself. This image was originally a painting. When someone would view this art, the Fetid King entity would emerge from the canvas, grabbing the victim and dragging them into a pocket-sized dimension within the artwork. In this fun-sized hell, the victim will be submerged into a sea of maggots until there is nothing left but bone. If there is any flesh left, it looks like the skin on the knee of that kid that won't let his injuries heal because he keeps picking the scabs off to eat them. Some researchers believe that the Fetid King just wants more skeleton friends. While he sounds fearsome, you can just avoid him by staying out of arm's reach or not looking at him at all. When someone, whether it was a deranged lunatic looking to end humanity or an idiot that just didn't get close enough to die and posted it on Instagram, took a photo and uploaded it to the internet, internet, the properties followed. This turned what was a vaguely threatening piece of canvas that you could incapacitate by facing towards the wall into an omnipotent being capable of tracing down and destroying any human with any semblance of connection to the modern world. It started to spread itself in numerous newly created social media accounts, and even edit the files and settings on devices to turn the image into the home screen, signifying that this entity was conscious and wanted to kill as many people as possible. I actually have the original image saved on my hard drive, as it's a lot easier to send an email than it is to put a hit out on someone. Just remember, if you f with me, I'll kill you with only a meme. The image I am using to depict this entity in the video has been modified for your safety. I'd show the real one to you, but then who would watch my videos? See, it's a lot less easy to keep this spooky skeleton man at arm's reach when he can occupy a device that's designed for use in your hands. The one hilarious thing about the Fetid King is that it manifests with size in respect to the device that it comes from. So if it does happen to come from your phone, it's gonna be a teeny tiny little guy trying to murder you. Adorable. However, the Fetid King is always incredibly strong regardless of its size, and is able to pull a full-grown man through a computer monitor via brute force, even if limbs need to be severed in the process. If some psycho rents an electronic billboard in Town Hall, things are gonna get real messy real fast, and I will be watching one giant arm's distance away with popcorn and beer. Bridgeworms are mysterious ambush predators located across the majority of the North American continent. These worms are often discovered by unlucky urban explorers that stick their nose inside the wrong place at the wrong time, like that one incident with the butthole. These creatures have a long worm-like body covered in a layer of sickly-looking gray skin with a waxy shine to it. They have two large arms protruding from each side, which they use for dragging themselves along using walls of tunnels like a lubed-up man crawling quickly across a slip-and-slide. They also use these arms to secure prey and bring it inside their face holes for consumption. The bridgeworm usually resides in bridges, tunnels, sewers, subways, abandoned buildings, and rarely in natural caves. Like you and I, this creature very much enjoys slippery holes. This creature preys upon the majority of large North American fauna, but has a tendency to reside in man-made areas and target humans. It's theorized that this predator not only targets humans, but has evolved over millions of years to favor humans as prey. It's thought that this creature needs the large mass of gray matter that is most present in human brains. Evidence for this evolutionary relationship can be seen in its false face adaptation. Kinda like dealing with someone on the street handing out their quote-unquote free mixtape, or a girl who's only on Tinder to promote her OnlyFans. You shouldn't be fooled by this false face. Its gray skin opens up just under the chin of the creature, creating a retractable flap. This flap has a fake, vaguely humanoid face on it. When ambushing its prey, it retracts this flap to reveal its true face, which is a blood-red skeletal face eerily similar in bone structure to a human skull. While it was theorized that this was designed to fool humans as a manipulation of their hard-coded facial recognition patterns in their brains, this theory falls apart when you realize that most humans are smart enough to know it's not a person if it's a giant worm with an uncanny valley face. Keyword: most. Instead, I theorize that it is not designed to trick humans, but instead to pique their curiosity, taking advantage of the human's natural proclivity to seek knowledge even if it puts them in danger. What's that saying? Curiosity killed the cat, and also that transient, that taxi driver, that paranormal investigator. As they age, their faces get more and more human-like, and some of them attach themselves inside of their habitat like some sort of horrible roadway snail. Another adaptation that suggests the bridgeworm specializes in human hunting is that it oozes a thick slime. This not only lubricates its body to slide through tunnels, but it also serves to make the road incredibly slippery, causing many more accidents. Numerous corporations have captured and farmed these worms to milk them of their lubricant and sell them as intercourse aids worldwide. When the slime freezes in the winter, this accident rate skyrockets. After causing a car crash, this creature will rip the doors from the vehicle and pull the prey out of the car and devour it like my rabbi did with my foreskin after I was circumcised. The largest recorded bridgeworm on record was over 1,500 feet, and was the culprit responsible for some of the numerous New York railway transit disappearances from 1994 to 1998. Bridgeworms usually keep to isolated areas to avoid detection by human masses. Nothing on your planet is more dangerous than a big big group of humans under groupthink. Although, when food is scarce, the worms will sometimes relocate in search of more, sometimes across vast distances. There have been a few rare instances of bridge worms entering cities and large towns. For example, the most infamous incident in 1998 in which a bridge worm followed the train tracks from rural New York directly into Grand Central, consuming railway workers, drunken humans, and homeless street performers in the subway, only to be cut in half by an express train from Connecticut before it could reach the high population transit center. I actually witnessed this, but in the moment, after the night I had, I wasn't sure if I actually saw a train cut a giant worm with human arms in half, or I was just a bit too gone and needed some sleep. What is strange is that there are no evolutionary trees which the bridge worm would fit into, as it has no known species relatives. How the bridge worm came into existence is a complete mystery. Some say it's related to snakes or worms, some say it was created in a laboratory, some, as humans always do, say it's got something to do with the occult or the paranormal. Examining its genetic lineage is like going on TikTok. Rarely have I opened TikTok and I was like, yeah, that was a valuable use of my time. Most of the time I just open it to post and spend like 15 minutes and I'm staring at memes and thirst traps and I'm like, shit, I've been tricked. What the hell am I talking about again? I would advise against searching for the bridge worm due to the fact that you're their primary source of food, that millions of years of evolution have bred them to be the perfect ambush predator for, you idiot. I decided to message my associate and take this investigation into my own hands. The following is the message log leading up to the expedition. Yo, where's the abandoned house? In the woods. I need some footage. We need to find the bridge worm, motherfucker. This guy. Where? Oh, you're asking me? I'm down to do that tonight. Blair Witch Project. Yeah, I'm asking you, lol. We need to find the bridge worms. Redacted. If we believe hard enough and get high enough, it will be real. Hey man, you don't gotta tell me twice. Lift today? I'm glad you understand the importance of this matter. Also down. Lift today, dinner, vodka, wander into the woods. The sea eater is an eyeless, ocean-dwelling creature of unknown length. While the sea eater is far too large to fit into any body of water other than the deep ocean, this still doesn't mean that you should feel safe on the toilet. On each side, there are massive limbs that resemble arms, except with webbed extremities. This creature navigates on sonar alone, and it's thought that it's responsible for the famous yet unidentified bloop recording. Shut the fuck up, Animal Planet. It's not fucking mermaids. Anyways, if humans were smart, they'd just nuke this big stupid fucker with sonar and get it over with. Get rid of all the whales too while you're at it. This creature consumes anything it comes across, including but not limited to small to large sea fauna ranging from clouds of plankton to pods of whales, ocean vessels such as boats, cruise ships, aircraft carriers, and submarines, and other ocean megafauna such as the Marianas Trench megalodon population. The tip of this creature's gaping maw is just above 32,000 feet high when it rarely breaches the surface. This trait gets even more unsettling when one realizes that airplanes fly at around 30,000 feet. One of the rare direct surface encounters with this creature was found in the black box of an airplane that was swallowed and found full of skeletons and a giant legendary undersea turd. It's thought that this creature moves by dragging itself along the seafloor with its giant uncanny valley arms. While this behemoth seems like it would be slow if it was dragging its belly across the floor like a morbidly obese slug, it can actually reach speeds of up to 575 miles per hour. The probably 10-year-old on the fandom writes that it's faster, but how am I supposed to make this that stupidly overpowered when the document reads, Sea Eater once fought Slithering Doom and Sea Eater won. It eats anything even large size, which helps it to catch flying creatures like manta and flying vehicles. Undersea it eats creatures plankton and even feed on vertebrates and invertebrates. He can eat every ocean ever.
You dare question my flawlessly written lore? I am the Sea Eater, consumer of the deep.
Nice to meet you, C-Cup. I'm Azfk, consumer of Red Bull vodkas.
Why aren't you freaking out?
Sea Eater, if you saw my search history and learned what I got off to, you'd have nightmares for weeks. Amazon makes it like way too easy to buy like a literal machete as a child, and I know because I did it. If you thought the Sea Eater was powerful, the World Eater is so powerful that by comparison, it makes the Sea Eater look like that daddy long legs that I pulled all the legs off as a kid and then cried when I realized what I had done done to that poor vibrating gray ball? The World Eater is a gargantuan mass consisting of a main body and face, and an uncountable amount of tendrils and insectoid limbs stemming from it. At the front of this body, there is a human-like mouth with insect-like mandibles stemming from each side. Look at this big smile. Such a happy guy when it's his snack time. Just above this gaping maw, the surface of the face is dotted with dozens of milky white eyes of various sizes. The body segment also extends backwards into a tail-like structure for what looks to be eternity, but is likely just a few thousand miles. The World Eater, as its name suggests, eats worlds, idiot. This creature will feast on an entire planet, leaving nothing behind, and then it will simply move on to the next. Its endless appetite has consumed many solar systems, and will consume many more as it drifts throughout the cosmic void searching for its next meal. It's likely that the World Eater will eventually encounter and devour the Sea Eater.
What is this? A crossover episode?
And also you and everyone you know. This one kind of reminds me of the Junji Ito manga. What's it called? Hellstar Ramina. Yeah, this whole creature gives me a lot of Lovecraft vibes too. You know what's weird? A lot of people think that Lovecraft was squeamish towards sex, and you can see this in his work. Like how he made a fertility god, the equivalent to a horrific sentient fleshy termite egg sac hive full of gods. If you're a true literary scholar, you can look past this and realize that H.P. Lovecraft definitely had a fetish for sticking his penis into random insect hives and getting it all bit up and shit. What the hell is it talking about again? This is the cum eater. It eats cum, the end. Cartoon Cat is a tall, slender, anthropomorphic black cat-like creature with cartoonish proportions and features. It has white, soulless eyes with black pupils and white gloves similar to that of Control the Entire World Mouse. Like fans of FNAF, furries that want to fuck slashers are the most common victims of Cartoon Cat. Some believe that Cartoon Cat was sent as punishment for humanity's anthropomorphic sexualized cartoon representations of animals. Oh yeah, and his teeth are consistently stained with blood. When pressed as to why, he said don't worry about it. So I'm not gonna worry about it. The creature does not usually display typical feet, instead having sharp points at the ends of their legs. Finally, a solution for those who have both feet and knife fetishes. Cartoon Cat can change his form, size, and body at will. Its arms and legs can extend almost indefinitely, allowing it to reach high windows where you sleep with ease. The creature's limbs can squash and stretch like that of a typical 1930s rubber hose era cartoon, except without all the racist parts that make everybody uncomfortable. His entire body seems to be malleable, as if it were made of some sort of solidified goo. The creature seems to be emulating Felix the Cat, a cartoon that ended around the 1930s. In the Felix the Cat Wikipedia article, it details the struggles and decline of the show's creator, which is incredibly sad, right? At the time of Googling Felix the Cat, I had not read this article, and I scrolled down to why did Felix the Cat end, and it said, he slumped into an alcoholic depression, his health rapidly declined, and his memory began to fade. He could not even cash checks to Mesmer because his signature was reduced to a mere scribble. He died in 1933. But my dumbass thought it was referring to Felix the Cat, and I was like, they wrote that in the show? On a drunk AMA Trevor did on his Twitter, he revealed that Cartoon Cat loves to commit violent atrocities. Oh, to be drunk on an AMA. Trevor's doing it right. He has not revealed much about Cartoon Cat, likely because he knows the truest fear is fear of the unknown. Cartoon Cat is considered to be so dangerous that other monsters avoid areas that he tends to frequent. Not me though, this cat is just a big pussy just like every other. It's theorized that Cartoon Cat has unknown metaphysical abilities that allow him such power. Cartoon Cat, and any other cartoon monster for that matter, can take the distorted form of almost any animal. But since dogs, mice, and cats are the animals that usually come to mind when cartoons are mentioned, these are the forms that are most often used. Cartoon Cat used to take the form of Cartoon Mouse, before the only entity more powerful than itself threatened litigation. This brings us to the entity of Cartoon Dog. While some believe that Cartoon Dog is a separate entity completely different from Cartoon Cat, others are convinced that they are the same creature, and that it just changes forms very often. Since their traits are all basically the same as far as I see it, the answer is very obviously that it doesn't fucking matter. If the majority of the population focuses on a new cartoon character, Cartoon Cat may take their form. And if it makes Cartoon AZFK, I'll see it the fucking court. Based on this info, it's likely that Cartoon Cat took its form around the 30s, and looked quite different before the advent and popularization of animation. Trevor has gone so far as to say that these creatures understand morality and quite enjoy doing the most horrific of things they possibly can. So basically, it's like that kid that's edgy for edginess sake. Oh, you don't like that?
I am the aberration, the absence of all light, the warping and bending of your reality to make you question everything you ever thought was
You wanna go, Bendy the Ink Machine's house cat? I'll have you fucking neutered. Oh wait, I don't even have to, because the quote-unquote family-friendly channels have already done that for me.
Okay, ouch, man. That one actually cut too deep. I did unsavory things just to survive. I'm done participating in your terrible video.
The country road creature is a vaguely humanoid-shaped quadruped creature that walks high off the road using its long, disproportionate arms. The entire body is emaciated, skin gripping tightly to the bone. There is not a single strand of hair stemming from its pale, slender body. It has an extremity structure similar to a chimpanzee or ape, meaning that its toes are opposable and almost as dexterous as their fingers. In addition, all of these creatures' joints are a ball and socket joint, meaning that it can move any part of itself in any direction. It's able to move at staggering speeds in a series of unnatural manners. It can also seemingly climb any surface and contort itself through spaces much smaller than its own body. This creature's head looks like a bald old man with gleaming white pupilless eyes and razor-sharp teeth. Now we can't even feel safe when we see a smiling naked old man in the middle of the forest at night. Is nothing sacred anymore? The country road creature frequents country roads. Idiot. It's an intriguing paranormal version of an ambush predator, disguising itself as a human by contorting its body to fit into items of clothing from its previous victims while obscuring its distended limbs. While some say it can shapeshift, it actually can just contort into a variety of forms. It is fully capable of overpowering a human on its own if the person is out in the middle of a backcountry road on foot, but in a car they move far too fast to catch up to and capture. From here, it has one of several strategies. It sometimes attempts to hitchhike, showing that it's either intelligent or can at least mimic behaviors that it has seen humans undertake. Other times, it will make its way to remote rest stops and wait in the shadows for someone to get gas, slipping underneath the car and holding on until the human pulls away, at which point it smashes open the window, attacking the human and causing a car wreck. It quickly consumes the victim and disappears back into the wilderness. Some have even speculated that this creature disguises itself as truck stop hookers in order to get the fattest of truckers to make sure it gets all its nutrients, and that someone who speculated it was me. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, I wouldn't get tricked by this. It would take some sort of dumb idiot to get fooled by this goober. That confidence is usually what kills your species in the first place. Just saying. I'm willing to bet there are more people alive that think the Earth is flat now than back then in the 3rd century BC. You're not getting smarter, there are just more of you.
Foolish, delicious human. Wait, what the fuck are you? Did you just pull a me on myself?
You are, without a doubt, the ugliest truck stop prostitute I have ever seen in my entire life. Yo, I gotta show you something while you're driving. Check out this sick disclaimer, dude. The God of Roadkill. The God of Roadkill is an entity that manifests either just before or shortly after animals are killed by a vehicle. Through an unknown method, this being causes humans to have car accidents, either to protect an animal from an oncoming vehicle or to avenge their death by flipping an inattentive motorist into the nearest ditch. This entity is theorized to be a spiritual one rather than a biological one. It's rumored to help the souls of dead animals cross over to the other side after their lives ended tragically and violently, subsequently consuming their physical form as a reward. Some researchers suspect that the God of Roadkill is actually just some sort of freak engaging in necrophilia and bestiality at the same time. And by some researchers, I mean me. It has a human-like upper body that looks as if it's had its lower half severed just above the hips on the spine, almost as if it was cut in half by a car. Because of this, it moves around by using its disproportionately long arms to crawl. Reports of the creature have ranged in size from 20 to 35 feet tall. It has no skin, only ragged and torn musculature with jagged bones piercing through. Its head looks like a vulture's, except a much longer and distended beak and many human-like eyes placed seemingly at random about the skull. His form can vary depending on the severity of the creature's demise. If it was quick and painless, the entity usually has minimal flesh and stark white bleached bones. If the animal were to have a gruesome demise, the God of Roadkill appears caked in dried blood, with organs trailing behind, leaving a trail of blood and viscera as it drags itself along the road. This is kind of messed up, but that actually made me kind of hungry. The creature looks, and especially smells, to be in a state of constant decay, although it never actually decays. Maggots, fungus, and other decomposers call this creature's rotting body home, making it a harbinger for various diseases. If a human makes contact with this creature after surviving the car crash, they are very likely to develop a fatal infection in the days to come. This infection mimics how dead matter decomposes to the letter. The only caveat is the person is alive to watch themselves fall apart. accident. While it is not fully understood how the god of roadkill causes these accidents, there are a few hints in the reports that help paint a picture. For starters, the cars always look as if they've been hit by something incredibly large and heavy, like a tree, but the patterns look more similar to an accident where the motorist struck flesh and bone rather than a plant. Human authorities know of few animals large enough for this, and the regions that have these unexplainable car wrecks can't really blame it on elephants. It's thought that the god of roadkill either manifests immediately in front of a car or leaps out in front of it at a great pace. It's like the classic movie scene where the friend jumps in front of a bullet for another friend, except the friends are the animal and the god of roadkill and your car is the bullet. Now, some of you might consider the god of roadkill evil for murdering humans for a bunch of squirrels, but from the god of roadkill's perspective, he just saw you murder a squirrel because you wanted to order chicken nuggets from the highway so you wouldn't have to wait 35 minutes when you got home. He's kinda got a better reason than you. Fun fact, there is a vertebrate animal run over by a car around every 11.5 seconds in the United States. What a waste of life, but more importantly, what a waste of food. In an attempt to avoid the god of roadkill opening up my nutsack at the seam with some other dingus's windshield, we're gonna go ahead and try to repurpose some of this meat that is left on the road every day. It is my hope that if we eat this rotting meat, we can lie to the horrific monsters that we as humans actually respect animals. I've heard from the reviews that the quality kind of varies. I mean, you kind of got to expect that. It's either venison or raccoon meat, so it's a mixed bag. Now, it's not that I think the average American is lacking food. To be honest, it's just the opposite. But you know, I think maybe a few tapeworms or intestinal parasites might be good for us. We're thinking outside the box. Okay, so here it is. As you can see, the outside is noticeably more purple than most meat I am accustomed to. Also, it seems to be, you can see here, fairly torn up. Yeah, nothing tenderizes a good steak like busting the front axle on a Toyota Prius. If you're wondering what type of meat this is, I can assure you that I am as well. I feel like ordinary sausage. Hey there, folks, welcome back. I wonder how you're supposed to cook this. Okay, so, it says not to. So let's get into it. All right, so I think what we're gonna do is just get some salt. Some salt, yeah. Because that's what, this is meat, I think. That's what you put on meat. Nice and salty. Oh wow, the backside is quite purple. I don't know what's wrong with me, man. I got this shit all in my hands. I gotta pour the salt like that. Oh no, it's too much.
Welcome to Azfk with meat. This is concluded Azfk with meat.
Okay, I think the meat is salty enough. I don't know, man. I'm gonna wash my hands now and put it in, I guess, the oven. I don't even know what this shit. Okay, 400 degrees. Start. And into the oven it goes. Well, that's not a good sign. Yo, is my oven on fire? Oh no! We're just gonna ignore it. I'm gonna wait for the timer to be done. I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna hope for all the problems to go away. Two things I don't think things through and know where the oven mitts are. All right then. Let's this is a bad idea. What the fuck? Oh! Ah! It's fine. We're just gonna grab the meat and then. Oh no. Okay. Pick it up. Yeah. Okay. So here's our weird meat. Alright, so let's see. Let's see about this. Let's cut it open. Interesting. Alright, moment of truth. Not bad. Who are you? Where am I? What is this place? Congratulations, sir. You've won a free safari tour of the backrooms and have been no-clipped out of reality at no cost to yourself to claim your prize. That's cool and all, but I'm diabetic and need to get my insulin. This creature is known as Entity 116. Entity 116, aka the dentists, are humanoids made out of what looks like an amalgamation of exposed rotting flesh, teeth, jaw, and gum tissue. Basically, just imagine that your entire skin was made out of your mouth, and that's what we're dealing with. While this might sound morbid, just think of it as their entire body being a smile. Yeah, that doesn't help for me either, honestly makes it kinda worse. They leave a trail of slimy mucus secreted from their gum tissue, which causes a horrific fatal oral disease if touched. Dentists are reported to smell like the bodies that are not in my cellar. These creatures are incredibly hostile, following their prey, pinning them down, and stealing their teeth and gums while they're still conscious. These creatures are usually very slow, but be wary as they have a huge burst of speed when a prey item gets within pouncing distance. Next up are the Combine, a big old centipede made out of human parts. They usually have human hair running down the length of their body, but I shaved this one because it looks cute that way. Their legs look like double-bent human fingers tipped with chitinous photoreceptors to snuffle around their surroundings. The weird finger things can also vomit up digestive pouches for digestive purposes. Like many species, they can drop parts of their body when in danger and grow them back later. If you feel threatened, remember to rip off all of your own limbs. It's very distracting. They're scavengers that eat mold or decaying biological materials, so they don't usually attack people. Keyword, usually. It's not opposed to going for someone if they're asleep, so just be wary of where you rest your head. How the hell does someone sleep in the back rooms? This entity is a strange combination of small mollusk-like creatures that all function as one unit. They give birth to young by shooting babies out of their legs. Like most methods of animal reproduction, this lands in the sweet spot between gross and beautiful. Some colonies of survivors in the back rooms have tamed these creatures like pets. I'm not allowed to go to Petco no more because the employee thought it was an innuendo when I kept asking for the finger centipede. Slightly more dangerous is the Smiler. The fuck are you looking at? The Smiler is a mysterious entity that stalks wanderers in the back rooms. They're often seen from a distance, hiding in only the darkest areas, like a pervert. They stand out from the blackness with their glowing white eyes and radiant teeth bent into a wicked smile. They're attracted to light and will attempt to destroy any light source they come across. They're usually solitary hunters, but sometimes will travel in packs. As per their Tinder bio, their favorite method of dispatching a victim is via asphyxiation.
Hey, yo, bitch, you like it rough? I choke harder than plastic rings on a sea turtle.
Victims of a Smiler attack can be identified by swelling or damage around the throat, deep nail impressions, and unhealthy romantic habits. If the person they are stalking makes it into a bright area, they will retreat into the distance and stalk the wanderer from that distance. Some have reported Smiler stalkings for as long as 1 human gestation period. They relish in torturing the wanderers they stalk, hence that stupid fucking grin plastered on its face. Most of their body remains hidden in the darkness, so we don't really know what these things look like other than the face. Some think it's a ghost, some think it's a snaky thing, some think it's just one giant limb for strangulation. You're not scary. It's actually pretty pathetic to pick on humans. I remember you from reform school, Jeremy. These blob creatures are called bone thieves. They have toad-like bumpy yellow skin that's impervious to damage. They're mostly stationary creatures that hunt by replicating human noises and language to lure victims close enough to strike. It's theorized that they're able to recreate almost any voice using an extremely developed larynx and vocal cords. No one knows how people become boneless when they get near the bone thieves, but they know it's an extremely fast and pretty clean process, because they end up looking like a plastic CVS bag made out of human skin. No hole, no blood, no nothing but a body puddle. There are only 2 entities powerful enough to be capable of this mysterious trickery. Their mouths open extremely wide to reveal a set of eyes in their throats. They have 2 holes on the sides of their head where normal eyes would be, but those just leak some strange blue fluid that coats their entire body. There's no gums or teeth inside the gullet, just an empty black soulless void in that set of beady little eyes. After all the victim's bones are gone, the bone thieves distend their jaws and swallow the boneless human nugget whole, and then don't eat for a while. In a similar vein to the bone thieves are the skin stealers. Skin stealers are entities that feed on human skin and flesh. It wears the skins of its past victims as a disguise. It's also capable of mimicking human speech, but it's not capable of understanding it. This thing has clear blood, so if you're not sure if it's a skin stealer or a person, stab it. If it bleeds clear and sprints away, it's a skin stealer. If it bleeds red, hysterically screams, cries, and stops moving, it's probably a human. Skin stealers have huge white sunken eyes. When the skin stealer mutilates a victim, it wears the skin for about about a day. After a period of around 24 hours, the skin will be digested through the surface of the skin stealer's real skin, and the skin stealer will enter a docile state cause is no longer hangry. Hey, you look like that guy from earlier.
Has no one checked if I'm just really drunk and looking for the bathroom?
This is the stalker. Stalkers target lonely wanderers in the back rooms. They're masterful at disguising their bodies and voices to look like that of loved ones, friends, or other survivors, similar to the skills of their digital cousin, the catfisher. The longer you have gone without human contact, the more susceptible you are to a stalker's illusions and manipulations. A stalker's true form is a tall, sinewy, skeletal humanoid with tightly wrapped white leathery skin and 2 giant red eyes. It has long floppy fingers and toes that end in claws. Its mere presence induces nostalgia and dreams of the person's life before the backrooms. They like to season the meat of their human victims with betrayal, by acting as a loved one before striking to gain the trust of their prey. They will betray you in whatever manner makes you feel the worst based on what they've learned about you personally during the time that you thought you knew them. While this sounds bad, I know humans who operate the exact same way. They've been reported to work together and coordinate to break down an entire society of survivors. To feed, it uses a massive proboscis which comes out of its face to inject digestive enzymes into the human body. It takes a few days to digest the victim, so it'll hide it in the closet until its internal organs have putrefied into a black sludge, so it can slurp it out of your now juice box of a body. This liquid entity is not water. Well, it's not water. Well, it is not water, but it's more than just not water. It's a sentient, self-aware liquid with an extensive knowledge of the backrooms. Drinking the not water connects you to the entity's consciousness, as well as connecting you psychically to everyone who has drank the not water. This is both useful and dangerous because it gives you useful information, but it also drives you 100% butt-fucking sane. To demonstrate, we have an ethically sourced human test subject right here.
I just peed on this COVID test. I'm definitely pregnant.
I wonder if anyone has ever been murdered with the binging with Babish Branch chef knife.
You shouldn't have the thighs of a pregnant 15-year-old.
I subsist solely on bugs that I scrounge up from the ground.
If you end up drinking it, the entity will communicate with you, but you might not be able to hear it clearly over the shrieking voice of everyone else who drank it. This entity can control your mind, but usually it doesn't bother with anything like that. A good way to fix a not water-afflicted brain is by removing it. This liquid is pee, and it is mine. A less threatening and actually helpful backrooms liquid is almond water. Almond water is the main source of hydration and survival in the backrooms. It can be found in bottles, cartons, cans, flowing through some of the pipes into water fountains on certain levels, even those weird squishy toys, you know the ones that have that hole that runs through the middle. What are those called again?
A jellyfish snake wiggler. It is literally in the name. That is not just me. I'm not the perverted one. You're the perverted one. You give fleshlights to your children.
There's rarely any label or indication that it's almond water, so you gotta figure that out on your own. This liquid can be identified by a vanilla rose smell, which is important because there's other stuff that you can drink that'll just kill you or worse. Go by the rhyme. If it's vanilla and rose, trust your nose. If it's any other smell, prepare yourself for hell. It's reported to taste like a sweet vanilla mint rose water. I don't know why the fuck they call it almond water. Almond water can be used as a curative for many diseases native to the backrooms. For example, it can prevent human beings from turning into a wretch. Humans can turn into a wretch when they succumb to a lack of food, water, and sleep and become vulnerable to the poorly understood wretch cycle. Wretches are completely insane zombie-like creatures that have inhuman strength and hunt humans in packs using rudimentary handmade weapons. If you don't want to become one of these, drink your goddamn almond water. Moving on to a slightly less moist but much more dangerous topic, this is carpet moss. I mean, you can't see it, but trust me, it's there. It's located on level 0 and looks almost indistinguishable to the damp carpet that covers the floor of the level, except for a thin layer of clear gelatinous adhesive slime on its surface. Carpet moss is an entity that behaves similarly to a carnivorous plant. It remains dormant, seeping moisture from the carpet until a wanderer stumbles onto it. Acting like an extremely sticky glue trap, it usually adheres to the feet of the wanderer first, who is then stuck on the carpet moss. The moss then releases what are theorized to be psychoactive spores into the air. When inhaled, it causes intense fear and disorientation, usually causing the wanderer to scramble and lose their balance, falling onto the carpet moss, sealing their fate. Strangely, when the victim has the entirety of its body stuck to the surface, the moss will exude another unknown psychoactive to calm the victim, and some survivors who escape this report intense euphoria and even an aphrodisiac state. This can be so powerful that some survivors sprint back onto the moss and attack anyone who tries to take them away. The carpet moss will then release a powerful digestive enzyme that dissolves everything except the bones of the victim. A telltale sign that a room in level 0 has a carpet moss infestation is that there are large scattered collections of mucus-latent bones. Who would have guessed that having a bunch of complete human skeletons skeletons on the floor would be considered a red flag. Nah, I'm just kidding, I made the carpet moss up completely, but I had you though, didn't I? Today's Backrooms Mania-induced psychotic episode is on Level Fun. Level Fun is similar to that of Level 0 with its damp piss yellow carpets and walls, but it has some key differences. Level Fun basically looks like one of those laser tag birthday celebration rooms, but if you took the Uncanny Valley factor and dialed it up to 11. You know, plastic chairs, table in the middle, creepy off-brand wall decals, cake that some kid has obviously just been shoving into his mouth with his bare hands that just also happens to be made out of human flesh, the whole 9 yards. Wandering around this smells almost as weird as Chuck E. Cheese's party room level are the partygoers. Partygoers are intelligent and aggressive humanoid creatures that used to be human. They are tall, sinewy, with long, smooth, yellowish, leathery skin. In place of an eyes and mouth, they have bloodied empty sockets and crudely carved smiles, but they can still somehow see and vocalize. They use balloons as distractions and almond water as bait, so if something is weird, that's probably a good indication that it's weird. They can be outrun fairly easily because they can sprint for more than 20 seconds. Actually, I'm not sure if everybody watching this video can sprint for longer than 20 seconds, so who knows, maybe you'll be okay. You'll know if you're spotted because you'll begin to hear a distorted nursery rhyme. The song is actually a cognitohazard and results in whoever hearing it becoming extremely tired and numb to everything. So basically, it won't affect most of us in the slightest. The partygoers are skilled at no-clipping themselves or others, so you often don't even know if you've changed levels into their domain. Partygoers use strategy in hunting, where some will chase from behind as the others barricade off exits with the furniture and wait around corners of doorways to ambush prey. The ends of the partygoers' arms have holes that contain retractable fishhook-like claws that they use to latch onto their prey. After breaking the skin, the partygoer transfers a venom to the victim and then retreats like a pussy. The process will first take place in the affected area. You can cure this in the early stages via amputation or using super almond water. If you're wondering what super almond water is, it's the result of intense oversaturation and that kid that always has to top your story with a better made-up story. The skin will begin to become leathery around the marks and spread across the surface of the skin. Blood flow to the hands will stop and they will go numb, turn purple, and fall off. The radius and ulna bones will dissolve and fuse in an incredibly painful process, rendering both arms immobile temporarily. Over the next few days, the victim will develop what looks like bruises that quickly turn into pustules. These will soon pop when the hooks have grown enough from the newly formed compound bone to pierce the surface, revealing a sore-like hole that the hooks can retract into. The victim's hair and face will seemingly begin to melt away like a plastic CVS bag that I left in my friend's oven. The venom degrades any memory of the victim's past life. They basically go full batshit at this point and carve eyes and a mouth and begin receiving telepathic communications from the party host that the infector partygoer belonged to. Party hosts are weird fat man-baby fetus creatures with a party hat crudely stapled onto their scalp. They're completely immobile with shriveled human eyes, and they're often sitting at a table with a human flesh cake with a candle in it. Because of their defenselessness physically, they're often guarded by partygoers. Oh yeah, they telepathically communicate with the partygoers and can see through their eyes. Happy birthday, little guy. Thanks for inviting me. I got you a gift. Today's fever dream of a Backrooms cartoon is about level relativity. This level has the same pee-stained carpeting and walls as level 0, but because of the additional anomalous properties, it can hardly be called similar. Level relativity, also known as level, is a series of stairs and hallways arranged in a seemingly impossible structure that resembles the painting Relativity by M.C. Escher. The laws of nature do not apply on this level the same way it does in your dimension. Here, everything is relative, including gravity. Each stairway can be used by wanderers who belong to 2 different gravity sources. This creates interesting phenomena, such as in the top stairway, where 2 inhabitants use the same stairway in the same direction on the same side, but each using a different face of each step. Thus, one descends the stairway as the other climbs it, even while moving in the same direction, nearly side by side. In other stairways, wanderers are climbing the stairs upside down, but based on their own gravity source, they are climbing normally. If you jump high enough, you can actually change gravity fields and fall down onto other stairs. While this is dangerous and has resulted in a lot of unconventional neck bone orientations for idiots, it can be used strategically to get to some previously inaccessible areas on this level and to escape some of the less physically capable entities. Each field seems to affect more than just gravity, as there have been reported distortions in things such as visual perspective, time, and sexual preferences. If 2 wanderers in 2 planes with significantly different timescales are looking at one another, one would appear to be moving as if they were in a time lapse, and vice versa, they look like they were in slow motion. Level relativity is home to several entities, one of which being memory worms. Memory worms live on multiple different levels. They're massive bloated wiggly worms with large teeth that spiral down the length of their entire body. These worms have mind-boggling metaphysical abilities. They hunt based on creating illusions relative to the victim's memories. If you see a big slimy worm and then your reality suddenly dissolves and you're watching your old favorite TV show for the first time in your old house getting nostalgic oral from your ex, thanks. They eat their prey whole, digest it partially, and then give birth to a ton of little wormlings made out of the remains. Like most methods of reproduction, what you would consider gross, this species considers so arousing they'd just pay someone to watch. These wormlings can be smashed up and boiled with almond water to create memory juice. Be careful when collecting these creatures, as too many wormling bites can lead to amnesia and even a vegetative state. Memory juice just gets you high as balls. Maybe it has something to do with your memory. I don't fucking remember. People say it helps you accept your situation in the back rooms and reduce your stress. I know lots of people who do this. You don't have to live in the back rooms to need to drink something to get high as balls to accept your situation. It's just called alcoholism. Wanderers report that it's not addictive and they can stop anytime they want, but also don't check the wiki. An entity that can only be found in level relativity are the staircase mollusks. They may be hard to see at first as they are camouflaged amongst the mucus-colored walls and floors. They have thick shells that resemble the wallpaper and a muscular foot like a snail that has a slimy texture similar to the damp semen-crusted carpet. They can flatten out against a wall to disguise themselves and then pop into the air like those weird pop things that iDub made a giant one of that you can get as a reward for not biting the dentists more than 3 times. They can stick to any surface and are incredibly skilled at navigating gravity fields while hunting. They often launch full speed at a wanderer, switching gravity fields in the middle, subsequently accelerating their attack, shattering the wanderer's bones on impact with their thick chitinous shell. Afterwards, the mollusk will sit on top of the victim, its muscular foot oozing a digestive enzyme for a few hours before leaving behind only a spooky skeleton. Oh yeah, by the way, I made this whole fucking level up because the backrooms has like 3 cannons at this point, and I was like, fuck it, let's make it 4. I mean, like, memory worms and the worm juice are actually real. They're from the wiki, and I plagiarized a little part of this from MC Escher's Relativity Wikipedia page. But the rest, I was just pulling stuff out of my ass. I had you though, didn't I? What would you do if your friend snorted what you thought was a regular old fleshipede and then wouldn't shut up about how you should really change your lifestyle and fill your kidney with insect eggs? This guy looks like he's struggling. Maybe we should give him a hand. Huh? And what do you mean I shouldn't empty my entire bank account to throw this tropical telepathic bird a blow-and-blow party? These are neural isopods, arthropod-like creatures that resemble large jungle centipedes. Instead of a chitinous interior, it has a soft, fleshy, slime-covered exterior to help it slide through tight spaces. They wait in the crevices of the backrooms and latch onto the lower leg of a wanderer before climbing up and attempting to enter the body through an orifice. They prefer to enter the body through the nose, ears, or mouth as it is closer to the brain and it's more easily accessible, although they have been reported to go in the anuses, urethras, eat through eyes, flesh, or bone to get to the brain. The neural isopod uses electric stimulation in order to manipulate the host's neurons, controlling its thought and movement. It brings its host to a nest where a swarm of neural isopods lay eggs inside the body, and in a few days the eggs will hatch and the victim will be slowly eaten alive as a living nursery to grow the babies. They grow up so fast. An adult neural isopod can control you to believe that you're in full control of your actions while it's puppeteering you, and you will willingly go to the nest. On the other end of the spectrum, juvenile neural isopods are only adept enough to roughly control the physical movements of the human body, so they basically make you walk like a stroke victim drunk Frankenstein towards your death while you completely are aware and terrified as to what is happening. While this is reversible, it takes more than just some almond water to do it. In fact, the creature will just drink the almond water from the victim's bloodstream, making the parasite stronger. You need to fully remove this isopod to the brain, and oftentimes attempts in this just end in full accidental lobotomy. We got one out of Swampus's set here, and I'm glad he's still alive, but he hasn't been quite the same. I wanna go to the fair. Clumps are nightmarish, pulsating, slithery, formless mounds of arms, legs, and other appendages. Oh god, I'm gonna come. They move by using their haphazardly positioned legs to drag their writhing, fat, grub-like mass across the moist, carpeted floor. While they move slowly when a wanderer is not in sight, this can be dangerously misleading, as they can accelerate to over 20 miles per hour in the blink of an eye. When they see a wanderer wanderer, they barrel full speed towards them before extending a long hidden arm that can accost a prey at them from over 20 feet away. It will then pull the victim into the massive limbs where they undergo a gruesome, excruciating amalgamation process.
Which really isn't that bad at all.
This is a rabbit. Hot Topic Cyclops' cousin of raving rabbits typically grow to the size of an adult man. This is not the maximum, however, because like some species of reptile, the only growth limit they have is what their nutrition can support. With lots of fresh wanderers, this boy can grow big and strong to almost 16 feet or 5 meters tall. Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Rabbits have 3 legs and a single body structured like a tripod. They have jagged, bumpy exoskeletons looking similar to rotted wood. Their eyes are designed by Neuralink and are able to shine a light into the darkness to help them see. Their mouth has a human-like jaw, but all the teeth inside are sharp canines. Their exoskeletons are made of a 2-inch thick crystalline structure that is much more durable than a regular exoskeletal chitin. This effectively makes the rabbit bulletproof, fire-resistant, good at active listening. Basically, this thing is a cockroach. It doesn't matter if you have a nuke. These creatures are incredibly aggressive, mauling survivors and fully eating them in a matter of minutes, not even leaving a bone behind. This is Jerry. Jerry is what I live for. Jerry is everything. Jerry is love. Jerry is life. Jerry is a small bird that looks suspiciously similar to a parrot. It can control the mind of the person holding it, making it say things like Jerry is everything. All hail Jerry. I'm not gay, but I'd let Jerry peg me. Those controlled by Jerry eventually go missing shortly afterwards, with the parrot eventually reappearing on a seemingly random level to find a new host. Giving Jerry sunflower seeds or almond water will tame Jerry, allowing you to pick him up safely. This will only work with the person who fed Jerry, and anyone else who holds Jerry will be affected normally. With this knowledge, you can weaponize Jerry and use him to your advantage by basically creating a missing person bird trap to get rid of anybody you hate. Let's play a game, huh? One of these I made up on my own, and the other 3 are from the fandom page. Leave a comment which one you thought I made up below. If you get it right, I'll let you live. Some of you have to be expecting that I'm lying to you at this point. I'll staple a dead snake to your forehead. Today's fever dream of a Backrooms cartoon is about the Shady Gray. The Shady Gray, spelled like an emo kid's online alias, is a collection of incredibly unstable sublevels that are all in black and white and affected by a unique glitching distortion effect. There are 5 documented levels in this collection. There are 3 more, but no one knows what happens to the documents or the wanderers that recorded it. The first sublevel is level 00. This level is a jungle affected by the glitchy black and white phenomena that affects all Shady Gray levels. The trees glitch within one another and all animals appear distorted. Touching these distorted things will lead to death by full-body distortion and organ evisceration, but on the bright side, this level has a bestiality fatality rate of 100%. The level has a 12-hour day-night cycle, however, it is extremely different from the normal 24-hour cycle within the front rooms. Instead of the sun slowly moving across the sky and then crossing the horizon, the sky instantly changes from day to night, or vice versa, without any warning. During the day, there are no entities, but at night they become as numerous as the colonies of bacteria in the swamp ass accumulating in your taint as you watch this. The entities in question are unknown due to the night state of level 0 being completely devoid of any light. The only confirmed entity in this section are the Howlers, because people only know what they sound like, and no one knows what the hell they look like. Every time the clock hits 12, it shifts from day to night. To proceed to the next level, all you gotta do is take a branch and draw a pentagram into the mud for some reason. I don't know, dude. I mean, that's what the wiki says. Actually, no, I don't like that. There's no reason to include satanic influence in the backrooms. It's a hat on top of the additional 9 hats it's already wearing. You just no clip out. What do you mean this isn't the bathrooms? Level 1-1 is an extremely unstable, old-timey manor. Much of the furniture is glitchy and distorted, and again, touching it results in full-body distortion and organ evisceration. There is one entity on this level known as the Landlord, who looks like a tall, slender man from the 50s in a fedora and business suit, except he has the same glitching as the furniture in the level. Actually, no, fuck it, he's just literally Slenderman. If he sees you, he will approach you slowly. Attempting to run will result in all doors closing and locking before you can exit. The Landlord will continue to approach, claiming you are trespassing to watch him on the toilet. Contact with the Landlord results in death in the same fashion as when one touches the furniture. Humans usually either perish when he gets to them or break down one of the doors leading to level 2-2. Level 2-2 is a large, thick forest covered in snow. Despite being covered in snow, this level is actually incredibly hot, so much so that wanderers often die of heat stroke or heat syncope.
I don't feel so good.
Because everything in this level is tinted black and white, sunburns are very hard to see forming, and people often get severe blisters in a matter of minutes if not in the shade. There is one type of rarely seen entity on this level known as the Fallen Angels. They are humanoids with large black wings and horns. They all look to be fatally injured and will mostly just ignore wanderers, but if provoked they will clip wanderers into level 3-3. If you for some reason want to provoke them, simply point out how cliche their entire design is and they'll get super defensive and immediately resort to violence. Level 3-3 is an infinite ocean filled with anomalous time-altering clocks. The ocean consists of an incredibly toxic mix of distilled water, mercury, and motor oil. There are 3 different types of clocks floating on the surface of this ocean: analog clocks, digital clocks, and grandfather clocks, each with unique anomalous properties. Analog clocks will clip you into level 4-4, digital clocks will freeze someone in time, usually resulting in them just drowning, and grandfather clocks either age the person into an incredibly elderly person or a fetus, which usually also just results in drowning. There are boats on this level filled with faceless, fat, sunburned tourist guys in grayed out Hawaiian shirts, and islands on this level as well, all seemingly having the same blistering weather conditions as level 2-2. Level 4-4 is an expansive gothic city where the glitching of the shady gray becomes incredibly severe. Some buildings are upside down, some are clipped inside of each other, some are floating. All the buildings are locked, but like the skull of those who are unsubscribed, they can easily be busted into. This is basically asking for death though, as the buildings are infested with smilers, skin stealers, and a hostile entity known as the Mangled. The Mangled are skinless human heads that move with a series of spider-like limbs constructed from human bones and muscle tissue. The ends of their limbs are incredibly sharp, and they dig the nubbins into the surface to allow them to climb amongst the skyscrapers. Put your guess as to whether or not they're friendly in the comments below. That's not how the wiki describes them. The streets aren't much better, as you'll probably end up curb stomped and robbed by the violent gangs of faceless people that roam the alleys. The entire level is overcast by the thick gray clouds, making it extremely dark. This makes the level doubly dangerous if you have seasonal affective disorder, aka the depressive disorder that some pessimistic asshole named Sad. No clipping here brings you to the last documented level of the Shady Gray, Lost Hope. Lost Hope is the level with the edgelordiest name. Sounds like a goddamn XXXTentacion wannabe. This is when the stability of the Shady Gray completely disappears. This level resembles the concrete pipe-filled maintenance hallways of level 2, except the walls are distorted and wobbling with great intensity. This level is almost entirely undocumented, as anyone who touches the surface here has their body ripped apart at the atomic level. The strong friendship bonds keeping their atoms together slowly breaking apart until their entire body is reduced to nothing but floating particles. This process resembles intense radiation damage, except I'm gonna say that it's worse because for spooky. Bursters are small, vaguely humanoid, quadruped-like creatures that scurry around the halls of the backrooms. I like to call them pimple chimps. Their back legs are distended to look more similar to a canine than that of a human crawling. The burster's skin is covered in lesions and pustules that are filled to the brim and leaking with acidic fluid. These creatures will stay in the fetal position until another living being happens across them, at which point they will pop their weird, gross back pimples all over the victim, spraying their entire body with incredibly potent acid, dissolving them in a matter of minutes to hours. The burster will wait for the victim to succumb to their wounds out of laziness before consuming them. They can also damage themselves with the acid, and like that guy who drowned in his own cum, many of the bursters succumb to their own fluids. Surgeons appear to be a door in a wall that is indistinguishable from the rest of the surroundings unless you are on the arm side. Oh yeah, there's like a buttload of arms on one side. These arms will lie dormant until a wanderer, animal, or other entity passes through the doorway. The arms will then spring to life and restrain the wanderer by the wrists, ankles, and neck before slicing off the extremities and sometimes the head of the victim with their scalpel-like professionally done acrylic nails. The arms will then skillfully rearrange and sew the victim Frankenstein Reanimator style back together in a new strange form. Occasionally, the surgeon will add additional body parts from a slit in the fleshy door frame, which I like to call the extremity hole. It's theorized that this extremitory repository is filled with pieces of former victims left over. In some scenarios, surgeons will combine wanderers with animals or entity parts, forming an entirely new abomination. They are very creative. The victim will somehow always survive, maintaining locomotion abilities in all of their limbs, including any new additional ones. While locomotion is technically possible, it results in extreme agony for the first several days after bodily reconstruction. The surgeon transforms the victim into one of a variety of forms, sometimes quadrupedal, sometimes just a leg and a head, sometimes they shuffle the functions of every hole in your face. Pretty random. Nah, I'm just kidding. I made this up because I'm obsessed with the movie Tusk and people didn't vote for me to cover it. I had you though, didn't I? Crawlers are the collective name for all those affected by an anomalous species of fungus native to the backrooms. This fungus is visually similar to something I'm not gonna try to pronounce and just put it on screen. A strain of cordyceps fungi which zombifies insects, and currently has a lawsuit levied against it by the Last of Us development team. This fungus growth is extremely aggressive and the infection is present in abundance on many levels. The crawler fungus can only spread to humans through liquids such as saliva, although it can spread to animals and insects via contact. It thrives in warm, dark, damp places like backrooms carpets or that weird space between your crotch and your thigh. This infection will progress, with the mold covering more and more of the organism until it's completely engulfed in it. As the infection progresses, the entity will become more and more aggressive and attempt to spread the infection through biting. In the final stages of infection, victims will have every bodily fluid in their system saturated with spores. And before you weirdos ask, yes, that fluid too, and this does technically mean that it is an STD. Ever hear of the numbed man? The numbed man knows as much about you as you do about it. If you learn his weaknesses, he learns yours. If you learn his strengths, he learns yours. If you learn what he jerks off to, the numbed man is a weak humanoid entity who can only be sensed by those he senses. For this reason, he has destroyed his own senses. He tore out his eyes in order to blind himself. He mangled his nose so that he couldn't smell. He punctured his eardrums to become deaf. He burned off his skin so that he could no longer feel touch. I mean, I guess that's pretty metal. He has no way to sense anyone nearby, and thus they cannot sense him either. This keeps him safe. The numbed man is not bound by any floor or physical barriers. But again, you basically have to overpower a confused, disoriented, senseless old blind man. Only thing is he floats and can walk through walls. See, I learned about him before you did, so he's gotta go through me to get to you. Floating and phasing through objects isn't really considered a power in my species. You actually get special parking if you can't do it. Last time I fought a blind and deaf man, I won. It wasn't even a competition. I absolutely obliterated him. 2 for 2. Hounds are another quadruped humanoid-like creature with warped and distended limbs to make this style of locomotion more easy. These creatures hatch from goopy, weird frog eggs. They have long, tangled, greasy black basement dweller hair growing from their head and an extremely large mouth latent with sharp teeth. Oh yeah, also claws to match because they know how to coordinate an outfit. Despite looking like an anorexic, bedridden, dying old man, they are quite powerful and quick. They'll pretty much maul anything that isn't, or sometimes is, another hound on sight until the resulting small red pile either stops moving and or existing. Although, if you just stare these things directly in the eye, their brain kinda shuts down. See, my whole head is an eye, so as long as I'm just like generally facing them, they're gone. There's nothing behind these eyes. Not a single thought. Head empty. Death moths are giant edgy emo moths that inhabit the backrooms. Male death moths are small, kinda dumb, and sometimes even friendly. He a good boy. You're my friend now. Female Hot Topic butterflies are several feet in wingspan, can spit acid at great speeds, and will attempt to turn anything that moves into a pile of sputtering mush. Like anglerfish, this species is big on that horror movie type femdom stuff. Not much is known about the goth moth other than it looks pretty similar to a normal moth and it kills people who try to study it. Like regular moths, edgy moths are attracted to light. While this is bad if you hear fluttering of wings nearby and you have a flashlight, you could also just put a torch in front of a wood chipper and solve all your problems. Next up is something designed to be completely unpronounceable, obviously based on H.P. Lovecraft type spelling. I'm just gonna call it an arachnid because that's the closest reference creature y'all have. This backroom's arachnid is a large spider-like arthropod with 16 legs. While these beings beings certainly aren't benign, they are slow-moving and haven't been observed actively pursuing prey items. As long as you don't stand directly under it like the backroom's equivalent of a dodo bird that humans tend to be, you'll probably be fine. Speaking of, these entities generally stay hidden on the ceiling, creating ball-shaped webs and filling them with sedative secretions that, while unable to completely paralyze a victim, is enough to greatly dampen a person's thinking capability. It then hangs these balls on the ceiling with additional webbing. It continues to do this until there is prey nearby, at which point it will drop a ball. The effect of the depressant starts and the victim will start to feel drowsy, happy, and confused like they faced a blunt. It then proceeds to drop all of the balls at once, making the target completely unresponsive to any outside stimuli, like a guy passed out in his own vomit. The spider boy then drops down to its prey and proceeds to inject digestive enzymes into the victim before slurping out the resulting slurry. After feeding, it returns to the ceiling and hibernates before setting up its traps once again. Its secretion can be refined into painkillers and other useful drugs. But in the pure state, it induces a psychoactive state that some describe as a psychedelic opiate effect. It can be eaten, refined and smoked, even boofed. I dissolved some of it into a vape juice and got it into a concert once. Next up is the cerebrospinal leech. Like most leeches, the cerebrospinal leech is a blood-sucking parasite. But what else does it suck? Cerebrospinal fluid. It's in the name. Are you stupid? Sometimes I think you just watch these videos because you can't read. Latching on lower points of the spine for a few hours can lead to paralysis below where the leech is latched on. But if left for long enough, it can lead to complete paralysis and death by paralyzing the respiratory system. Despite their pleas to end the pain, we have managed to keep a victim in this state alive on a respirator. Latching directly onto the brain is often lethal in a matter of minutes, as the leech will drain the skull of cerebrospinal fluid ravenously, leaving the victim's brain like a wrung-out sponge. As this happens, the victim's cognitive function will decline rapidly before they just seize up and fall over dead. Sometimes the leech will suck with such force that the skull makes sickening crunches as it crumples up like an empty Capri Sun bag. A lot of people have been asking if we're from the backrooms, or if they can try to put us on the fandom or the wiki. I have two things to say to that. One, I'm not from the backrooms, I just like hanging out here, it's a vibe. Two, I'll say it once, I've said it a million times, I'm not an SCP, I'm not a creepypasta, I'm not a backrooms entity, I just like to pick on them. Why is everyone asking who I am? You shouldn't ask questions that you really don't want the answer to. So how about you just sit back, let your guard down, and enjoy some cartoons, huh? These entities are known as the putrid. They look like a decaying, bloated corpse of a morbidly obese human. The literal embodiment of decay and depravity. Mushrooms, mold, colonies of decomposer bacteria, and insect infestations are very common on the surface of their skin. Their smell is reported to be somewhere in between dead camel and living Discord mod. The entirety of this entity's distended gut and body is filled with a coiled and twisted mass of intestines. When this entity opens its mouth, you can see the tip of this pile of intestines resting at the back of its cavernous throat. These intestines are filled with rats, maggots, flies, beetles, and various other decomposer friends that are common in front rooms environments. If you think this is gross, I'd like to remind you that you are constantly covered in microscopic bugs. Don't like it? Too bad, you die without them. If a putrid spots a wanderer, it will frantically wobble its large, uncoordinated mass towards them. It can vomit up some of these decomposers to attempt to subdue the victim. If it can incapacitate or catch up to the wanderer, the putrid will then swallow them whole, where the ecosystem of decomposers inside of its body act like a digestive system, breaking the victim down for nutrients before spreading it throughout the putrid's body. While most of you were likely horrified by the previous description, I'd be willing to bet one of you sickos is confused and ashamed as to why that turned them on. This entity is named Six Arms, and it's attracted to stress. We are painfully well acquainted. Six Arms is a partially transparent creature which manifests as a tall, many-armed shadow. It has more than 6 arms, but since 6 is as high as the person who discovered this entity can count, that's the name. It is vaguely humanoid and emits distorted noises similar to that of a gas-powered machine. It has been observed moving through walls effortlessly, which may imply it is entirely non-corporeal. The more stressed a wanderer becomes, the more likely 6 Arms will be to pursue them. It's recommended you calm down if you notice a darkening of your environment, which signifies his presence. Because he is pursuing you, calming down may be difficult. It's like how you gotta make yourself big
to scare off bears. Like, that is not what I'd expect to work. Honestly, that sounds like the stupidest fucking thing you could possibly do. But everyone who doesn't do that is dead, so... yeah. Sugar is also effective at repelling it. While this is a useful survival strategy, it's pretty mean to pick on someone for having diabetes. I don't think that's gonna age well. This meat is gummy. That's the title. These are worms that look to be an assortment of regular gummy worms. They crawl around on the ground in a fashion similar to a regular earthworm. After a brief moment of wondering if I wanted to eat a gummy worm I found on top of a dirty, wet carpet, that obvious yes led me to discover that these creatures are edible. Not only that, they're pretty damn good. The uncooked ones have a texture and taste similar to raw beef, and the cooked ones taste like a steak. I like them both ways, but unlike the time my human friend and I had a raw beef eating contest and she demonstrated her regurgitation-based ranged attack, eating them raw is safe for humans. Despite moving like a regular worm, when dissected they have no internal organs, just more of that gummy stuff that has a consistency similar to animal fat. These creatures come from giant glob clusters of around 200 worms that burst and spread around. People ask why I keep coming back to the back rooms. Lots of people think it's just for the money and clout, and while you're not wrong, the real reason I love the back rooms is that there's no police to stop me. Wall worms are worms residing in the walls of the back rooms that can grow up to 30 feet in length. These worms resemble, but do not taste like, the common earthworm. They move in an unnatural, seemingly robotic pulsating rhythm. Someone please sample it and make me a wallworm type beat. Wallworms vary wildly in size, with possibly only the environment limiting how big they can get. Worms in level 0 and similar levels will be around 2 feet long, whereas levels with large uninterrupted sections of land can have wallworms as long as 20 feet in length, with unconfirmed reports of worms growing to be around the size of a few city blocks. Wallworms contain robotic cores in their interior which serve to animate them. These robotic engines differ from worm to worm and are usually in a rusty state of disrepair despite remaining functional. So no, unless you want tetanus in your vagitinus, you cannot stick these cores inside of there. Some wall worms have been described as a layer of skin approximately 1 lambskin condom thick stretched out around a cylindrical mass of electrical wires that extend from their core, while others have a small core buried deep within an extensive and otherwise natural mass of flesh. To date, no wallworm in captivity or otherwise has been observed to die of natural causes, but they can be killed easily by destroying this inner core. Aside from providing these electrical impulses that allow the wallworms to move, these corroded engines will also produce a corrosive, viscous slime of unknown chemical composition that allows wallworms to eat through almost anything. This residue displays highly acidic properties and is highly flammable, threatening to make entire colonies and outpost infrastructures unstable if a wallworm infestation is not dealt with immediately. Backroom's life hack: you can milk these worms and collect their acidic secretions in glass almond water containers. After you recover from milking your worm, plop a napkin in the top and light it on fire. Essentially, you have an acid bomb and a Molotov cocktail all in one. If the flesh of the wallworm is damaged or removed, it will be fully regenerated within a period of 2 days via a chemical reaction that causes a wallworm's acidic slime to congeal and coalesce into new layers of skin. If you're desperate enough, you can carve out small sections of this worm and cook them for food, since they'll grow back, and you can basically use this creature like a living flesh farm. This is the Game Master. This entity is the only entity that inhabits level 389, aka the Gaming Hall. She resembles a human-sized doll with a jester hat and a dress, has stitched X's for eyes, appears to be suspended like a puppet, and because this is my video and you're obviously gonna make me do another Backroom Smash or Pass episode, I'm gonna make her bad as hell. Seriously, human, stop trying to make me fuck the Harley Quinn puppet. It's not funny, it's gonna get us both in trouble. This entity just likes to chill and play games. When playing a game with a survivor trapped inside level 389, the Game Master will always attempt to cheat without the player knowing. However, if called out on her breaking the rules, she will instantly be forced to stop. This same rule applies to the player. It is still unclear what actually happens when a game is lost. Her personality could be described as chaotic and unpredictable, where she will move around in gravity-defying mannerisms, as well as her hands having the appearance of being tugged on/around. She will typically be found tinkering with the game she creates and edits, or laying down on the ground like a rag doll. Pretty relatable, most of my day is spent doing one of those two things too. The Game Master will often go several hours or even days completely limp. While the Game Master exhibits control over the entire level, she cannot leave and claims to be trapped inside. It is assumed that she is a puppet in the literal sense, and something unknown to us is currently in control of her physical body. Alright, this is getting more and more sus by the moment, and that's exactly what I was worried about. The Game Master seems to have powerful telekinetic and reality-altering abilities, being able to create games that break the laws of physics and edit these games without making physical contact. In addition, Level 389 itself seems to move and change its layout to her will. Fortunately, she does not use these powers to harm survivors on this level, except a little bit in the fun way. Any photos taken of the Game Master will inexplicably show up as blank. Well, to you it's inexplicable because you don't have interdimensional internet and you haven't seen her post about content theft from her OnlyFans. Scorpses are scorpion-like creatures that like to remove heads from dead bodies and talk using their voices. Well, that's a pretty neat party trick. They can do a lot more than just your average talented puppeteer that just happens to use decapitated human heads. They can psychically project the deceased's memories. If they cannot find a pre-cut head to communicate with, they will use their club-like tails to bludgeon wanderers to death and use their heads for communication. They measure on average 10 feet or 3 meters long and weigh around 200 pounds. When they have a human head to speak through, they are about as intelligent as a regular human being. But without it, they are about as dumb as a regular scorpion. Once in possession of a human skull, Scorpses are able to project mental images into the minds of anybody within a 50 feet radius. These images will be composed from memories belonging to the decapitated head, but are used by the Scorpses to communicate through a vaguely understood pictographic language. The Scorpses will torture their victims with disturbing memories such as the deceased dying moments, hysterical shrieks and laughter, or images of a dead person fondling their bits to porn you didn't even know existed. However, as the brain matter within the skull continues to decompose, the entity will also begin to lose its enhanced intelligence until it is unable to project telepathic images and is returned to its baseline intelligence. When this happens, Scorpses will proceed to seek out another corpse which they can decapitate and use to start the cycle all over again. The circle of life never ceases to amaze and inspire me. That's it for this episode. If you want me to come back to Backrooms and do more sus things, make sure to like, comment, subscribe with all notifications enabled or I'll turn you inside out. These are the woodlands. They manifest as face/humanoid-like carvings most commonly in wood. Woodlands are entities that visually manifest through the patterns found in plank wood, the interior of logs, or other materials that appear at least visually similar to wood. Its exact form varies, but generally it appears as a humanoid figure or face. They can also scrawl threatening or taunting messages in the wood. The woodland's verbal assaults consist of death threats and body shaming, but trying to cancel them by carving it into wood hasn't done any good. When exiting its surface, its physical body seems to be made from the material itself, and the entity becomes corporeal. The woodlands target wanderers that are losing their grip on reality. Now, there's a fine line between being paranoid and being cautious in a dangerous situation. A backrooms wanderer needs to be able to jump rope with it. If the target is mentally healthy, or at least as close as you can get in the backrooms, they'll stalk them for miles and make their presence known to induce paranoia. Once a wanderer is questioning the nature of their reality, the woodland will partially no-clip out of the surface and grab them before pulling them inside and disappearing. The wanderer will then be partially no-clipped inside of this material, severing whatever is in contact with the wall. Full vertical segmentation is lethal, but if the woodland only manages to get a part of you in the wall, you can live if you amputate the appendage before it can drag you further inside. This seems like a rock and a hard place thing, cause it's either chainsaw off your genitalia or die. I don't know what I'd pick. Fun fact, the chainsaw was originally invented to make the removal of the pelvic bone easier and less time consuming during childbirth or any other time you'd need to remove a pelvic bone. I won't tell. This creature is the Strangler. Stranglers are furry bipedal hoofed creatures with a large beak and tentacle-like arms to coil around their victim's neck. Their entire anatomy is designed to minimize noise. They have spongy hooves and soundproof beaks to make sure bone crunches aren't too loud for them. They also tend to have a Doofenshmirtz-esque hunch, theorized to be a defense mechanism against other stranglers, as they have been seen standing completely straight, reaching a height of at least 8 feet tall. This extra height would make it difficult for other stranglers to attack. Stranglers reside in level 58.1, a dimly lit and very dangerous level. Like the town drunk, stranglers only seem to become violent during blackouts. Blackouts are when all of level 58.1's lights shut off in unison for a seemingly random amount of time. Like a desperate man at a rave, they skulk throughout the dark room, feeling for anything with a pulse. They then grab whatever they find and squeeze it until it stops struggling and begin to consume it. These creatures will do this to their own kind as well. I'm not sure how they reproduce, but regardless, it's definitely a lot of choking with the lights off. I
I regret nothing. When the lights turn on, all stranglers flip shit due to sensory overload and scramble back to their dens, dark holes they can tort into and hide in till the next blackout. Stranglers are just afraid of loud noises, so if the level blacks out, just and they won't come near you. The reverse defecation bird. Just when you think you've seen it all, in walks a bird that unshits itself. People are gonna think I made this shit up. I didn't make this shit up. I wish I made this shit up. You can go to the wiki and check. Instances of Entity 40 are extremely common, almost invasive species to the backrooms. Visually, instances of Entity 40 just resemble typical pigeons that would be found populating rather urban and lived-in environments of most western towns and cities. While initially coming across as extremely basic, almost one-to-one replicas of typical birds, the rather numerous instances of Entity 40 possess one distinctly differential and somewhat disturbing characteristic. Sometimes something is just so gold that no jokes about it will even hit the same, so I'm just gonna read this straight from the wiki with very little embellishment. Instances of Entity 40 unshit themselves. Yes, they absorb crap on the ground and bring it back into their own bodies. They are known to force feces from the ground back into their own rear during periods of flight. Instances of Entity 40 have the somewhat unsightly and morbid ability to suddenly cause previously dropped bird excrements to quickly shoot up and become a part of them. My god, I love it. This is unironically my favorite entity so far. How this process is done is unknown, and any investigation has proved fruitless. Sometimes people can get hit at such great speeds with this entity's feces that it can prove lethal. To the untrained eye, it may seem almost impossible to detect when bird droppings may rip upwards towards the sky, or which droppings are ones that can rip up into the heavens. A few seconds before the droppings are going to depart from the ground, they will often act like a magnet towards the bird in question, with any looser parts on the ground lifting or moving up towards the creature, usually happening about 10 seconds before the process occurs. Oh yeah, and there's like a goat that eats popsicles. Entity 666, aka Happy Files, is a string of several websites on the Backroom's internet that host instances of an anomalous, seemingly sentient computer virus disguised as various applications. Instances of Entity 666 often masquerade as Backroom's file sharing sites such as fileshare.backrooms and piratebay.backrooms, or video sharing sites such as youtube.backrooms or pornhub.backrooms. These web pages all share the same name, only differentiated by a set of random numbers within the URL. You can only get onto the Backroom's internet in the backrooms or with a powerful force known as suspension of disbelief. Like a toilet seat for gonorrhea, these websites are basically just the carrier for the Entity 666 virus. When an individual is downloading the desired program from any variant of Happy Files, it will instead download as a zip file. Once extracted, there will be an unzipped folder containing a TXT file stating, "Thank you for downloading this program. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for using Happy Files," along with a .exe file with a lower quality version of the original icon for the specified program. Once the .exe has been opened, the individual will now be designated Entity 666-A. The program will be an exact replica of the original counterpart of the specified program with no limitations or paywalls, so if you're willing to put up with this spectral technical crap, you can just get a lot of these free cursed softwares. If the program is a utility type program, there will be an icon displaying the face of Entity 666. If the program is a video game, soon after being opened, the player will spot a digital instance of Entity 666, which will begin to follow them slowly before pursuing at great speed, jump scaring the player. Immediately following this, it will crash the computer and shut down all electronics in the room, including any lights, computers, or vibrators. It will then manifest in the room as an obsidian-colored humanoid entity standing roughly 2.1 meters or 6'8". It has a white porcelain-like face sporting sunken yet somehow bulging, unblinking eyes and an unnaturally cavernous smile. This face never changes in any iteration of Entity 666. Even when I tell him that he has the vibes of the guy at the party who tells everybody to add him on FetLife, he refuses to wipe the stupid grin off of his face. This instance will begin to travel to Entity 666-A at a steady and slow pace, and gradually pick up speed. When Entity 666 reaches Entity 666-A, it will again jump scare Entity 666-A in hopes of causing a heart attack. If Entity 666-A has a strong stomach and doesn't suffer a heart attack, Entity 666 will rip all of the Wanderer's limbs off and just tell its friends that they died of a heart attack because dead men tell no tales. The file containing Entity 666 will then delete itself from the computer. Alright, fuck it. I want to play some Red Dead. Then I totally scared him until he had a heart attack.
Oh my god, dude.
Next up are the skinless. The skinless, as the name suggests, are humanoid figures that look as though they've been skinned with surgical precision, revealing the inner workings of their anatomical structures such as their muscle fibers, bones, vascular systems, and organ structures. They ooze a strange fluid behind them, and when examined more closely, it seems to be a mix of every type of human bodily fluid. Yes, every type. Even that one. While these creatures resemble humans somewhat in their passive state, when they enter their active state around human prey, they exhibit some very inhuman characteristics. For example, when they see a wanderer, they will stalk it for miles until it can get close enough undetected to strike. The entity will then split open its torso at the rib cage and open up, using the ribs like some sort of spooky skeleton bear trap. It will then grab the wanderer swiftly, snap the trap shut with a force on par with the bite of an alligator, skewering and trapping the victim in its chest cavity. The veins of the skinless will then detach and move like tendrils to the bleeding holes created by the sharp ribs, and they will weave their way inside of the veins and arteries, digestive system, nervous system, reproductive system, hell, anywhere the wanderer has body fluid. They will then drain the victim of all their blood, saliva, stomach acid, naughty fluid respective to the victim's sex. They have also been seen laying down with their ribcage open like some sort of horrific mousetrap to pierce the legs of an unassuming wanderer for an easy meal. You're all still asking a lot of questions, which I told you not to do, so maybe I'll answer one. What the hell are you? Why are you milking the back rooms? Why haven't you sought the psychological evaluation that you very obviously need? To be honest, if I see a therapist, I might not be able to connect to my mentally ill audience members. Chances are, that's a significant portion of my demographic. Embracing insanity has done wonders for my mental health. Level Run for Your Life, aka Level Exclamation Point, is a long hallway around 10 kilometers or a little over 6 miles long. Wanderers can enter this level by using elevators in the back rooms. They can awaken there if they pass out from substance abuse, or just randomly when they least expect it. This hallway resembles that of a broken down crack house of a hospital, down to every last bloody rusted syringe and mysterious bodily fluid puddle. Except there's a constant red flashing light and blaring alarm noise. Immediately upon entry, the wanderer will hear the bloodthirsty shrieks of a horde of murderous entities approaching at Usain Boltian speeds from a long distance down the hallway. These entities include skin stealers, smilers, butthole fondlers, etc. The only way a wanderer can survive is by running the full distance of the hallway and making it to the end. The wanderer will have to evade hospital beds, medical devices, and even clumps blocking the way. If you see another wanderer running, you can trip them and feed the horde for a few more seconds of space. Who's gonna tell? Not that guy. There's also almond water and food scattered around, so if you're like a marathon sprinter, you can stop and have a snack and a drink. Any doors on the sides of the halls are locked. Don't try opening them or breaking them down. Your frail human arms can't interfere with these unknown forces. It'll just waste the time that you desperately need for running from the living wave of monsters that wants to turn you into nutrients. If an especially fit wanderer manages to get to the end, there will be an exit door that leads to a random level, which hopefully isn't just a void. To be real with y'all, I think if we dropped every one of my subscribers into this level, around 95% of them would die within the first 2 miles, but hey, maybe I'm wrong. Adrenaline is a phenomenal drug. Let's get into it. Ready? Go! Welcome to the end of the back rooms. After fighting through hordes of entities, traversing an inordinate amount of hazardous levels, and finally smashing the game master, you've pulled up to what looks to be the very last level of this insanity-inducing hellhole. That's right, according to some, this seemingly infinite dimension actually has an end to it. Level 922-337-2036-854775807 is what humans consider to be the final true level of the back rooms. This number is the 64-bit integer limit on a computer, and because y'all are obsessed with simulation technology, the theory is that the backrooms are a simulated reality. Look dude, I've been there. When you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. You humans realize that you're the ones categorizing this. Just because you found carpet land first and called it 0, doesn't mean a literal dimension gives any semblance of a shit where you started counting, right? Your species logic consistently confounds me. This is one of the hardest to enter and most dangerous dangerous levels in the backrooms. It looks like a simple, cold, brutalist staircase, around 29 steps tall, that leads upward into an end. Like the frostbitten end of a homeless man's phallus he aimed towards the sky at 7 in the goddamn morning on the Sunset Strip, the color of the end is not humanly describable. The most one can compare it to is black or white. It is void of any color, so empty that looking directly at it for too long can make humans begin to cry. But I think it's pretty fucking hot. The space continues for at least billions of miles in all directions. Beyond this void is rumored to be the front rooms. However, stupid human ape technology has not yet reached a point in which you can breach this void to escape. This is the final level known to man. No official number can be beyond it. I mean, what did you expect? If you can't get past the void, you're not gonna find it. Just because you can't find it, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's like not looking to your right and then assuming nothing other than left exists. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Human-made cameras have trouble processing this void, as they are terrible at capturing literally anything interesting other than nudes, and sometimes not even then. It is currently rumored that this fake reality, the end, could be a decoy or secret entrance to the true end. There is one exit to this dimension, the elevator right before the staircase. If the elevator opens for you, there are many buttons in the elevator that can take you to all sorts of different places, one of them being level 0. All sorts of entities congregate closer to the end itself to try to find an escape. Either that or they're just playing ookie cookie into the void. The crowds of these dangerous creatures are massive and are often an obstacle to accessing the pit. There is but one entity that lives in the void itself, but it lurks so deeply within the void that there is only one known part to it. It has a long chameleon tongue-like appendage that it uses to snatch entities on the brink of the end before sucking them off into the void for an unknown process that is assumed to be a process similar to digestion. Nah, I'm just kidding. This part was a complete goof that I used so I can look out there unimpeded by the crowds of morons. Snatcher weeds are crimson plants that can be found on the grounds of most outdoor and some indoor levels of the backrooms. When planted, they maintain a crimson color, but they turn black when they are unrooted from the ground. These weeds curl up into tight clumps when in its passive state, and can stretch out 5 to 7 feet when in the presence of prey. Snatcher weeds have been described as strangely sticky, and that's not something I added, it was taken directly from the wiki, so it's not just me being a pervert this time. Wanderers have also reported an odd sensation akin to burning. This burning sensation from the weeds has caused them to be used in many forms of strange Uncanny Valley versions of BDSM. These entities are also known to be able to release toxins similar to the consumption of liquid pain, which is exactly what it sounds like. Unlike Cali weed, Entity 143 leaves are incredibly sharp, capable of causing lacerations and dismemberment. The stems are covered in small, sharp thorns as well. Although difficult due to their variation in length and thickness, it is possible to cut snatcher weeds off. Doing so will cause them to harden, which makes snatcher weeds very useful weapons for those lucky enough to cut a satisfying amount of the stem. Snatcher weeds act like normal weeds when not within a 5-foot radius of wanderers or entities. However, when the targets are within range, like a man on bath salts who sees a delicious face, the behavior of the weeds becomes erratic. Some, like me, do not get harmed by the snatcher weeds at all, because they know I'll just roll them up and smoke them if they try. Skin givers are creatures with blood-red skin, white sunken eyes, and skeletal arms with hundreds of layers of thick skin on the hands. Since the majority of their weight is in their hands, they move in a chimp-like knuckle-walking fashion. While these wet dreams for those with an elephantitis fetish are extremely strong, they move slowly and methodically. These creatures have the ability to apply extra layers of skin to anything their hands make physical contact with. The skin will grow and wrap around the victim, causing itchiness and heat to the real layer of skin. Imagine your entire body becoming biologically uncircumcised, and it's basically like that. Once contact is made, the skin giver will slowly chase the affected person. Over time, more and more layers of skin will grow on the victim until they pass out due to heat exhaustion. When unconscious, the skin giver will tear open the new layers of skin and eat the flesh of the wanderer. The remaining skin will be left to rot behind. Analysis of this extra skin has revealed that it is almost entirely made from scrotal/foreskin. These entities have a mutualistic relationship with skin stealers, as they often congregate, and the skin stealer will alleviate some of the weight on the hands of the skin giver by taking the excess skin to patch up their own wounds. This symbiosis was partially the basis for the theory that evolution is at least partially also how life came to be in the backrooms, and also this t-shirt. Next up are the Curabita birds. The Curabita bird is a large avian that looks like it huffs glue out of a bag. Couldn't possibly be more than goldfish-level intelligence behind these eyes.
Well, that's not very nice. big jerk.
This cross between a glow stick, a soap bubble, and a dodo bird can be found in any level that contains a decent-sized death moth population, as they survive off of the smaller male death moths. They use a long sticky tongue to snag their prey and slurp it back inside of their face hole. Humans have attempted to use this tongue for exactly what you're thinking, and I'm happy to say it went exactly as poorly as you would think. Other than that, they are mostly harmless when it comes to interactions with humans, as they will flee like a little bitch if they notice any creature larger than themselves. They are extremely slow, only able to locomote by flapping their nearly vestigial wings to pathetically doggy paddle through the air. The Curabita bird is almost always in a nearly completely dormant state. They can spend days at a time floating in a single spot, only snapping into action when a perceived threat draws too close, or when a male death moth comes into contact with their tongue. Like a deep-sea guppy to the glow of an angler's dangler, or EDP to a cupcake, the death moth is attracted to the bioluminescent tip of the Curabita bird's tongue, and will get stuck in the highly adhesive saliva that coats it. Perhaps the most striking feature of the Curabita bird is the bioluminescent gel which it stores in the hump on its back. Despite the fact that this gel is semi-solid, it is significantly lighter than air, allowing this strange creature to stay airborne almost indefinitely. You can actually use this to fly, but the caveat is you have to shove a few gallons of bird fluid up your ass. When extracted from the Curabita bird, the gel will maintain its light-giving properties for up to several days. This window of usefulness can be extended almost indefinitely when the gel is exposed to a significant amount of heat. This means that a jar of Curabita gel could serve as a constant light source in warmer levels of the backrooms. I've eaten it. Fucked me up real good, although it's pretty toxic for humans. Oh yeah, and also there's this hermit crab that instead of claws has pool noodles, and he sucks you. Entity 36, known as Cannibal Cuisine, is an anomalous type of vending machine found within the backrooms. They can look like any sort of front rooms brand vending machines. On the back of these machines always reads a tag, Cannibal Cuisine Productions, Iris Family, from humans, by humans, for humans. As of now, no one has a goddamn clue who the Iris family is, or if they even exist at all. Cannibal cuisines are supernaturally durable and cannot be destroyed using normal methods. These machines don't require any payment to operate, and the internal systems seem to be a blend of biological and mechanical. For example, instead of a metal coil pushing the product off the shelf and into the slot, this system uses a skeletal human hand. And instead of a button, like a human, you would use the clit to turn it on. I regret absolutely fucking nothing. All products made from Entity 36 are made from human parts, and like a noble hunter-gatherer should, Entity 36 uses all parts of the animal. Some of my favorites from these vending machines include small blocks of flesh wrapped sloppily with a candy bar wrapper, entire heart, carbonated blood with sugar added, dick in a box, chip bag containing chips made from human bone marrow, skin strips dipped in cum, and my favorite, the fermented alcoholic piss. Every 12 hours, the products within a Cannibal Cuisine will all be instantaneously replenished, appearing out of thin air. Products that have not been taken will simply remain inside. While safe to consume for most multidimensional entities, products from Entity 36 spike human dopamine levels so much that humans can get instantly addicted to these products. Addicted individuals devote themselves to obtaining as much food as they can from the Cannibal Cuisines and are willing to risk their lives to do so. What's that saying? Crack addiction doesn't give a shit whether or not you think you're gay? Multiple wanderers that are victim to the same instance of Entity 36 may also attempt to harm one another to ensure more food for themselves. Normal side effects of high amounts of dopamine include euphoria, binge eating, addiction, poor impulse control, heightened aggressiveness. Oh shit. Besides generally inciting an extreme feeling of joy, products from Cannibal Cuisines may also cause a few other effects. For example, the complete and permanent removal of any prior memories pertaining to Cannibal Cuisines. Any further information on the entity is wiped from the victim's memory after an average of 4 hours. They will also be unable to eat other sources of food and water, including almond water. Attempting to eat non-Entity 36 food items will result in the food remaining in the stomach and not leaving via digestion unless removed by other means. They'll also have increased hunger and thirst, regardless of the amount of food the victim has consumed. Sometimes they even hear voices emanating from the Cannibal Cuisines, which become more and more prevalent during the machine's replenishment and the consumption of a product. These voices are often described as blood-curdling screams, soft yet discomforting sobs, and/or coming noises. Most victims recall that these voices manifest in the form of a loved one from their past life before entering the backrooms. Oxids are small, bronze-colored arthropods native to level 61, although they have been sighted on other levels. Eyewitnesses have compared them to crabs
crabs or pubic lice, albeit much larger and with sharper mandibles. Oxids scurry around various levels searching for objects made out of base metals, such as copper or iron. Much like a snake, they have 2 glands in the back of their mouths. However, instead of venom, these produce an unidentified acid with the ability to spread rust and oxidation. Once an oxid finds such an object, it will use its acidic saliva to corrode the metal for much easier consumption. If you ask an oxid what that mouth do, the answer would be dissolve. These rusted metals compose its entire diet. Oxids are naturally curious entities and will search any bags, containers, or fleshy orifices for something to eat. Tupperware is recommended as a way to keep them out of your belongings, as plastic does not oxidize. Oxids have strong mandibles to help chew up the rusted metal they live on. However, they will use these in combat if they feel threatened or just bored and sadistic. I'm warning you. I never warn you guys, so you know this is gonna be bad. This entity is cursed. And I'm warning you now because the following content is so foul it goes far beyond the not-for-human consumption nature of most of the cognitohazards I upload. With that being said, allow me to introduce the most cursed entity in the entire backrooms. The Glock Dookie. This entity empties out a toothpaste tube, fills it with its own feces, urine, seminal fluid, and vomit, and then proceeds to aim the front of the toothpaste tube towards a victim. It will squeeze the end of the tube so as to squirt the contents of the tube out rapidly. This mixture cannot be removed once it touches a person. No known substance can wash the Glock Dookie off. This entity will display different tendencies while in large groups. They've been reported to mass Glock Dookie a victim and then knock out the wanderer with blunt force trauma, pull down their pants, and scream, "Get that ass." Soon, a swarm of entities appear and spread the wanderer's ass cheeks open, subsequently spitting into the anus of the unconscious victim. This entity is not cataloged in the wiki or the fandom, and the only place one can find an account of these entities is in a video that I will be linking in the description. It's canon now, and there's not a single fucking thing any of you can do about it. Also, this is the knot goldfish. It swims through the air. I'm gonna give you all an AZFK fun fact. I'm 100 meters from your location and approaching rapidly. Start running! Wallpaper wraiths are giant slug-like creatures that stick to walls and ceilings using a red mucus secretion. Their skin is covered in advanced chromatophores, which can replicate the patterns and colors of the walls and ceilings with great accuracy. While this seems like a powerful ability, you can use this to your advantage by leading them to stick to walls with hate symbols and then get them cancelled. These creatures hunt by sneaking up on their prey and extending a tendril-like tongue. They will wrap this tongue around the victim, like any skilled murderer, starting with the mouth to silence any screaming. After encasing the prey completely, they will either retract the tongue and eat the victim whole, making every mollusk vorophile's dream come true, or drag the prey back into the nest to leave it for its young. Injuring a wallpaper wraith will cause them to spit a paralyzing black liquid that will freeze any entity or wanderer in place, making them incredibly easy to consume. The tongue of these creatures is easily capable of snapping a human neck. Wallpaper wraith's ears are extremely sensitive, and if the entity hears a loud noise, it'll just straight up have a heart attack and die. Boo! These creatures usually nest inside of the ceilings, the females laying hundreds of eggs until they literally die from exhaustion from it, like a termite queen or the man chicken. When the young wraiths hatch, they will eat the stash of food, red dead bodies, left by their parents, and then they'll eat their siblings. When there are only about 7 left, they will proceed to find their own spots for nests, and then they will start hunting to begin the process all over again. Nature's so beautiful sometimes. I mean, like, not right now. This is awful, but I don't know, man. Go outside. Reviuks are entities that physically remain mysterious, although there is much evidence to their existence in the destruction that their behavior leaves on its surroundings. Reviuks will burrow into the ground for several weeks at a time, waiting for wanderers or other entities to walk over them. They have the miraculous ability to heal the ground after they submerge themselves in it, leaving no trace of the destruction that got them underground. After a few seconds of a victim standing over the Reviuk, it will burst from the ground, grab the victim, and quickly resubmerge to give them the big subterranean suck. The victim is either crushed by the ground or suffocates within minutes, and then the Reviuk will consume the victim, then coughing up an owl pellet-like waste product useful in teaching children about anatomy. The exact physical appearance of the Reviuk is unclear, as they spend most of their existence underground. However, humans have a rough idea of what they look like. They have large muscular arms in the front, and 3 small legs in the back. Their feet have a spork-like shape, allowing them to rapidly dig themselves under the ground. The head has 8 black beady eyes arranged similarly to that of a spider, and just below these are a proboscis-like mouth, which makes this creature a low-hanging fruit for BJ jokes. Males will have large white dots on their body, while females will have several tiny white dots. The splat is an amorphous flesh blob with a thick liquid-like consistency. Contain your orgasms, folks. It has several eyes which move around the body before popping back in a manner that is described to be similar to boiling. These creatures cling to the ceilings of level 0 behind doors, waiting for a stupid wanderer to stumble under them. They will make splooshing noises, and apparently it's to attract prey. I'm not saying you won't attract someone, but you're going to attract a very particular and likely very sticky type of someone. When someone enters the door, the splat will latch onto their neck and inject what the wiki calls a poison, but anyone with half a brain knows when it's injected, it's a venom. This venom will cause hallucinations and extreme nausea. I've tried it before for fun, and it wasn't very fun, and I can usually get into nightmarish hallucinations. Most notably, the victim will believe the small room they are trapped in is another hallway, stretching on forever. In the state of their confusion, the victim will inadvertently trap themselves in the room until they die, either from starvation, dehydration, or suicide. The corpse is assumed to be eaten by the entity. If you spot a splat, walk past it slowly. Act natural, but not too natural. And don't run, as like the common movie T-Rex, their vision is based on movement, and they seem to be attracted to fast-moving objects.
You're scared, coward. You got man enough to f with me. You can't last 2 minutes in my world, bitch. Look at you scared now, you hoe. Scared of the real man. I'll f you till you love me.
I had to get high. I had to back then. I had to get high.
I'm not sure if this is the weirdest Backrooms entity I've ever seen, but it's definitely up there. Entity 161, more commonly known as Leon, is a toddler-sized leech with a pair of long noodle-like boneless arms that end in little points instead of hands. At the very front of his body, he has a ring-shaped mouth filled with 3 large sharp teeth. No matter what climate one finds this entity in, his skin is somehow constantly wet and slippery, leaving a visible trail of mystery fluid as he slithers around. No valuable scientific data was gathered by forcing a series of humans to drink varying amounts of it. This entity is always adorned in a white collar, a multicolored necktie, and white tuxedo cuffs placed slightly above the points of his arms. Do not insult his tie. He'll take it very personally. He's also always seen with an exaggeratedly tall and skinny light brown top hat. With him, Leon carries a black leather briefcase which he uses to store items he's collected. Despite looking like a standard briefcase, it's able to store objects significantly larger than both it and Leon himself. This entity has been known to function as a wandering salesman of sorts, and is fully capable of human speech. However, his teeth are so large that he can't seem to close his mouth over them, causing him to have a permanent lateral lisp.
Well, what the hell did you put me on the show for?
I wish one of your guys had children so I could kick them in their f***ing head or stomp on their testicles so you could feel my pain, because that's the pain I have, waking up every day.
If a wanderer encounters him, he will usually make an attempt to peddle a small variety of items to whomever he stumbled upon in exchange for the person's blood. Offering Leon another bodily fluid results in him contacting the authorities. These items can range greatly in value, consisting of anything from random junk to highly sought-after objects such as royal rations, life insurance, or mescaline. Leon is generally friendly with wanderers, if not also kinda slick. If a wanderer happens to encounter this entity or vice versa, he'll make an immediate attempt to strike up conversation and temporarily join the wanderer on their travels or duties. He'll accompany the wanderer until he's either successfully sold them an item, been shooed off, or simply decided to go somewhere else all on his own. During the times in which Leon is conversing with a wanderer, he'll often make attempts to shift the conversation to the topic of his wares in hopes of making a sale.
Leon's not really my friend, he just wants my business.
Should the wanderer agree to his products, he'll open up the briefcase and advertise a selection of 4 to 5 items that usually range in quality and usefulness. While Leon claims to not be a drug dealer, he does sell drugs. The standard prices of items seem to be completely random, but it is possible to haggle with Leon in order to make a desired item cheaper. At the moment, no pattern on what items Leon deems as valuable has been discovered. I found the man's once, and he was selling a new iPhone for the same price as a rotten Apple core. No semblance of value at all. It's important to keep in mind not to touch an item unless you're absolutely sure you want to buy it. For whatever reason, Leon considers any item that has been touched bought, and will subsequently claim his payment whether you're willing or not. Sounds like Leon needs to take those online courses that they make every college freshman take. Instead of accepting any form of currency or trade for his items, this entity only accepts payment in the buyer's blood. Whenever one decides to purchase an item, Leon's hat will briefly shudder before the top flips open and spurts a purple gas cloud in the face of the buyer like some sort of Alice in Wonderland Nightman version of a Dr. Seuss book. This gas will completely knock out most wanderers approximately 15 to 20 seconds after inhalation. When the buyer is unconscious, Leon will then proceed to plunge his 3 teeth into one of the shoulders of the buyer vampire and consume the amount of blood he's owed, using a blood-sucking method similar to that of an actual leech. It's believed the gas his hat spits out is supposed to function as an anesthesia, so the buyer doesn't have to feel their blood being sucked out. It's an instant knockout for humans, but for higher level species, it's kinda like getting hit with a dentist gas. When finished with the payment process, Leon will leave the area and the buyer will wake up about 10 minutes later with a Y-shaped scar on one of their shoulders, a mild soreness in the arm with the scar, and the purchased item sitting on the ground nearby. This entity is a pussy pacifist and will flee at high speeds if the situation gets violent. If cornered, he'll usually resort to hitting the aggressor with a puff of his knockout gas before frantically scrambling away. The only other times Leon gasses something without an agreed sale comes if one tries to steal something from him, as he'll very often manage to knock out any attempted thieves with his gas before they can get away. Afterwards, he'll take both the payment for the item and the item itself back. Despite his generally pacifistic nature, Entity 161 has unintentionally killed some wanderers in the past by taking too much blood all at once. He doesn't seem to be aware of the fact that creatures actually need blood to survive, having stated they can always just grow more. I mean, he's not wrong. However, he does seem to favor specific blood types over others. He'll very often bring up blood types as an icebreaker conversation, and seems to generally lower his prices for types that he favors. Currently, it is believed that his favorite blood type is B positive, while his least favorite is O positive. See, I don't even normally use blood for biological functions, but I allocate resources to make it just so I can get more X from the backroom slug dealer. Well, that, and I just throw humans to him for stuff and he doesn't seem to mind.
Tape 1. Unidentified disease.
Biohazard warning.
Several cases of an unidentified infection have been reported in several parish residents.
Do not drink the water.
The tumor yielded a strange and frightening discovery. They were filled with aggressive worm-like organisms.
The sick are no longer human.
It appears the organisms are being birthed from the virus.
Stay human, don't drink the water.
August 8th, 1988, an unidentified viral disease begins infecting people in the Tangipahoa waterways. The first evidence of this outbreak is reported by one Dr. Julia Williams. She claims that a virus, hereby nicknamed the Tangi virus, has begun infecting people who swam in the Tikfa River. Several patients were admitted with symptoms consisting of rashy skin, itchy throat, irritated eyes, nausea, and diarrhea. Patient 1, infant, asymptomatic. Patient 2, deceased, complications due to meningitis. Patient 3, child, stable. Patient 4, pregnant adult, stable but lost child. Soon after the discovery of this disease, Dr. Williams learns that tumors are growing inside these patients. Not only that, but they seem to be gestating worm-like creatures inside of them. So that's pretty neat. The virus initially reproduces in a lytic cycle, but undergoes metamorphosis in time, becoming a swarm of parasitic worm-like creatures. The virus state is likely the immature form, making the worms the next stage in the disease's development. The worms, once hatched, make their way to the brain and nervous systems. That's not ominous at all. Apparently, the only way to detect a secondary infection is via autopsy. Upon reporting this to her supervisor, Dr. Williams was assured that samples would be sent to the CDC. For some reason, her supervisor didn't really consider the brainworms a serious threat, despite Julia's tumor-latent research. Julia nosily contacts the CDC herself, and the CDC says it hasn't received the samples. When she confronts her supervisor, he says another parish confirmed the substances to be Giardia. Virology 101. I know you're a human, but a human child wouldn't confuse these two for each other. In the following tape, we find out that despite her repeated warnings, the parish government has been promoting and supplying the water to all the people. The human researcher thinks the CDC was not alerted because the waterways are big money and the parish didn't want a possibly deadly disease tainting that valuable income that can be used to do white stuff out of hooker butthole. From an outside species perspective, I doubt that's the case, but we already know y'all love green paper more than controlling your own brains. She fears this may be a potential pandemic, but that's not the most concerning aspect of this. But first, a quick word from our sponsors, the Tangipahoa Waterways.
Wasn't that just breathtaking? Anyways, patient 4 brutally killed her husband with her bare hands and then kidnapped patient 1 after murdering both of the child's parents. Patient 3 also violently attacked his parents to the point of hospitalization, and all were last spotted in the waterways near Kate's Crossing. Several people have been reported to have gone missing on the river, and our human researcher is convinced that it's connected. In the next report, we find that the summer went exactly as expected. More sick that recover quickly, so no one gives a shit. The parish is building a landfill near the river. Rumor is they're covering something up.
So my idea is if we just fill the river with trash, everyone will blame that for why they're sick instead of the virus.
Some say it's a spaceship. I have no idea why they're saying that. It seems kinda out of nowhere. She says she's gonna threaten to go to the press and was terminated from her job immediately. When she returned to her office, she found a tape on her desk with a note that said, "Lab 8, come at night." The following was recovered from a missing persons case. Tape 7 is called Alien. Apparently, her supervisor and his assistant were the ones who left the tape. They were trying to figure out who they can trust with the current threat. They believe most of the parish government has been infected. The virus is sentient. It doesn't want to just spread, it wants to control. The worms spread throughout the nervous system so they can override the host when needed. Hell, alright, game recognized game. This entity knows how to control a nervous system like a natural. The tumor acts as a second brain. Most will simply succumb to the virus and lose control. A small portion will die, and the remaining victims will mutate into giant amphibious-like creatures, as is the obvious next step. Afterwards, they went to her supervisor Jim's home and had an orgy. Jim explained that the local government was going to introduce the virus into the water supply. They discussed plans of how to go public over a nice bottle of wine. So romantic. Suddenly, she awoke and realized she had passed out. Don't worry, this story gets dark, but not that dark. She was alone, and Jim had left a note. Welcome to the family, and see you back at work in 2 weeks. Last night, Jim seemed confident that they could get the CDC and military involved. She returns to work feeling under the weather. Foreshadowing. But her and Jim have a big meeting today, so the show must go on. Jim wasn't at work today, but he left the bottle of wine they shared 2 weeks ago with instructions to analyze it. So she did, finding samples of the virus. She's infected with the Tangy virus. Called it. What a twist! She immediately left, and as she drove away, the staff of the entire building watched her from the parking lot, smiling deviously. Jump to February 5th, 1990. She's working in a veterinarian's office, poisoning her body with anti-parasitic drugs and chemotherapy meant for dogs. I've been there, homie. Fun fact, dog Xanax is just regular Xanax, but smaller. Do with that information what you will. She's 40 pounds underweight, bald, and her mouth is covered in sores, but she's kept the disease from overtaking her, buying her time until she can find a cure. By late April, she can feel the worms scratching at her skull, the drugs becoming less effective. Her fingers are spasming, her eyes are twitching. She is dying. May 5th, 1990. She's been having strange dreams, thinking about Ireland, France, moving to the States for med school. June 15th, 1990. I miss my mom and my dad. There's so much I wanted to do. I wanted to meet someone, grow old, have kids. Now I'll never do anything. August 27th, 1990. I can hear them now. They want me to consider them my children. I consider them a plague. September 21st, 1990. I lost my job at the vet's office. My memory isn't what it used to be. I'm mailing these tapes to the FPTV cable station. The council too. Maybe they can use what I learned to save us. October 5th, 1990. I'm ending things tonight. If anyone watching this wants to know my last words there, boil anything you drink. It kills the virus. After the old FPTV building was torn down, hundreds of VHS tapes needed to be digitized and cataloged. Most of it seemed mundane, but on 12/03/90, a mysterious message appeared in the channel's nightly ad sections. It appeared only once.
Don't trust your government. They have sold you out. You have been warned.
Why would anyone trust the government? What do you think, I'm an idiot? 3 days later, an ill-timed boil advisory appeared during a pre-recorded newscast. And it's hysterical.
By working with the property owners and other concerned groups throughout the parish, we have made great strides in cleaning the river such as this. The Nitaubani River is a big concern of ours. By having the landfill nearby, it does create a possible image of polluting that river, but I can assure you, we at the landfill are making every effort that we possibly can to see that the landfill does not pollute any river, any stream, any body of water throughout this parish. And I am
This is the dumbest sentient virus I've ever met, and I don't say that lightly. You infect an entire town's worth of people, and you choose the most 5th grade science teacher ass looks like a priest that touches kids motherfucker to be your wooden actor? You want people to pay attention, you get the 2 most attractive people in town and make them get naked. I guarantee people will watch your water commercial or whatever this is. I like to imagine this guy seeing his pre-recorded newscast with the boil water advisory in it and then just like slumping down into his chair. Boiling water saves lives. You just gotta make sure to drink it while it's still boiling though, or else it's not safe. Within a week of the boil water advisory, the parish was gripped in an environmental disaster. They responded to this by bragging about their health center, and then they said you should go there if your health gets a bit fucky-wucky. In the following few days, the boil water advisory was dropped with no warning or news coverage, just a strange 15-second spot saying the boil advisory was lifted. And the parish government adopted a strangely aggressive pro-drinking water campaign?
And terror has come to America. And this typical day in anywhere USA, whether rural or urban, will be forever changed. In the aftermath of such devastation, we'll see a shift, a return in focus to the small town roots of morality, a morality that has remained rooted and intact beneath the camouflage of the everyday citizen's hustle. Life is a fragile gift that is delivered to us in pieces, in small moments, and it only achieves meaning as we cherish and blend the pieces, even the seemingly insignificant pieces, into a full, universal whole.
Okay, this ad immediately screams to me that the water is not safe. Despite the continuous pro-water ads, the Tangifoa parish seemed to be getting back to normal. We then see a newscast with a pro-drinking water ad, followed by an anti-drinking water biohazard warning.
Biohazard warning. Unknown substance detected in the water. Do not drink the water. Do not bathe in the water. Do not give to pets. Boiling is not enough. Water could be highly toxic. Something unnatural is in the water. The sick are no longer human. Stay human. Don't drink the water.
Guys, this is human politics all over again. I'm not gonna pick a side just because you hate each other. You need to recognize that you're both stupid. According to those living in the parish at the time, panic followed this message's broadcasts. No idea why that would happen. It just pointed out the one resource keeping you alive is literal poison. Anti-water messages began to appear during random broadcasts. Within days of the warning, parish officials began working around the clock at the landfill. What they were doing was never disclosed to the public. Following this, the following message was played 24/7 for a week. Until it was abruptly stopped by a different message. Nothing was ever said about the odd event ever again, except right now, which is when we're talking about it. Wait, how does this video know that no one ever talked about it again? How do you, can you check that? Most consider it a joke. A few think it was something more sinister. We will probably never know, but I'm gonna tell you it's monsters definitely. Update, the Tangifoa government has asked the uploader to take down the videos, and he's not sure how much longer they'll stay up. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say fuck the Tangifoa government, and keep my videos up. Not really, I'm sure you're wonderful people, and if you have an issue, we can talk this out rather than just going through YouTube. In the late 90s, an unnamed storm settled over southeast Louisiana. Flash floods occurred without warning. Most of the population was trapped when the Tangifoa River overflowed. The area was devastated, with the town of Kate's Crossing being hit the hardest. The fire department was sent to evacuate citizens. Despite their best efforts, the bodies of over 200 people were never found. Most blame the rising rivers, but some say it was something else. The men and women serving that day still don't speak of the Great Flood. This tape is the only first-hand account of that event, and I'm just gonna play it in its entirety.
Gary, come in. What's your ETA?
5 minutes, give or take.
Copy that. Holler back when you get on scene.
Roger that. Over and out. Molly, come in.
Go ahead.
I'm at the old church and there's nobody here.
You at the old Baptist?
Looking right at it, and it's empty.
Somebody must have beat you to it. Look, we got an elderly couple southbound. Can you do it?
10-4, I'm on it. Hey Molly, the elderly couple is MIA. Can you call HQ and see if someone's making these rescues?
10-4, I'll put the word out.
Hey Molly, I'm at the Collinswood subdivision. Where are they?
All the way in the back.
10-4. Molly, I'm at the back of the Collinswood. No one's here. There's no way someone else evacuated 30 people. Have you heard anything from HQ?
That's a negative.
Try again. What the hell was that?
Sorry, trying to get some caffeine.
No, I heard something.
Wouldn't worry about it. Probably just an animal. The other guy said they've been hearing all sorts of stuff.
Look, I'm gonna start making my way back to you, okay?
10-4. Gary, come in. How close are you to North Street?
About a block away.
We have a Jane Doe in need of medical. She has lacerations on her right arm. Says she was attacked by a monster in the middle of evacuation.
Oh, what?
I don't know. Probably wasn't snake or gator. Hold on. Gary, I'm gonna have to let you go. Some kind of emergency in the front office.
Nothing like a flood to bring out the best in people. Molly, again, there's no one here, but something doesn't seem right. Molly, you there? Molly, come in, please. Jesus Christ, that sounds close.
Lieutenant Gary Davis was never found. During the cleanup, rumors of monsters in the water circulated throughout the community. However, the parish quickly squashed those rumors. People to this day go missing in the Tangifoa River.
We invite you to come visit the best kept secret in Louisiana, Tangipahoa Parish. Business is booming, restaurants have reopened, miles of waterways are ready for you to enjoy. Every weekend, there's something fun to do in our little parish. Since the Great Flood, we have rebuilt our community into the perfect place to raise your family. So come and visit your friends in Tangipahoa Parish. You might even find you'll never want to leave, but if you do, we'll be happy to send a piece of our community home with you. We here in Tangipahoa Parish are proud to announce Tangi Water will be available in every major supermarket in America. And who knows,
maybe soon, people all over the world might get a chance to enjoy a cool, refreshing taste of Tangi water. Tangi water, it'll change you.
Shit. Looks like we gotta save this species' dumbass again, huh? But I do know we're near New Orleans, so let's go drink in the street? If you enjoyed this video, please go check out the original project. It's super underrated, and I wanted to give this awesome thing a shout out and hopefully give more attention to it, because this great work honestly deserves many more eyes on it. The Mystery Flesh Pit. I know that sounds dirty. I promise it's not. It's a living cave believed to be the internal organs of a leviathan creature extending more than 19,000 feet into the earth. So gargantuan that a plethora of otherworldly creatures make up a complex eat-or-be-eaten ecosystem inside of its bowels. The only thing more colossal are the memories that you and your loved ones will make on your vacation to the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, a Lovecraftian vista that's safe and fun for the whole family. God damn it! The Mystery Flesh Pit National Park is a now defunct national park in Texas. We know about this park because of one artist, Trevor Roberts, aka Strange Vehicles on Reddit, who has an extensive collection of media and artifacts relating to the park. They've done a great job documenting it, and I'll be linking to their work in the description. The cave was first reported in a letter from an employee of an oil company to one Colton Fleming on May 2nd, 1973. To better understand the gravity of this discovery, I'm going to read a section from this letter. This thing that those old boys found is some kind of organic deposit that must go down at least 500 or 600 feet by my reckoning. Not a fungus either. This thing breathes and makes sounds same as any other creature, and it bleeds. God, how it bleeds. Soon after its discovery, a deep earth mining pit by the name of Anodyne stepped in and began managing the flesh pit. Anodyne was responsible for creating and maintaining, and I use that second word very loosely, the infrastructure around and inside the Mystery Flesh Pit. They got it sanctified as a national park, meaning it is preserved by the government but can still be used by companies independently. Since Anodyne maintained access to the resources, they had the genius idea of mining through the creature's internal organs and tissues for the strange materials inside. Anodyne used these never-before-seen biological materials in a strange myriad of new products. For example, a computer that processes information using a neural tissue from the creature. The profits and expansion turned this mining company into a multi-industry conglomerate mega company. The local populace tried to capitalize on it as well, and the town identity shaped around the pit, like Roswell in UFO culture. But not everyone was in love with the pit. This thing was hard to sell at first.
Okay, so we have a giant sarlacc pit in the middle of Texas, and we want people to willingly climb down its throat. But how do we market it? Hypnotize the children? Get out of my head.
Enter Caver Coop. Caver Coop was a fictional character that starred in animated children's propaganda films to make people not afraid of the cave. This character became so popular that they created Caver Coop's Spooky Halloween Carnival, with fun children's activities such as haunted hayrides, scary petting zoo signed liability waiver required, and blood. In the belly of the beast lies an ecology that blurs the line between what is ecosystem and what is immune system. The majority, if not all of the fauna is blind because before humanity lit the inside of this creature's body, it was in complete darkness. Meet the abyssal copepod, a crustacean-like creature that can grow up to 20 feet or 6 meters long. The copepod has a varied diet, including humans. Many accidents in the park involve these misunderstood beasts and overeager tourists. They also got these weird little grabby fingers. If you look around a bit, you're certain to find macrobacteria sliding across the fleshscape. These massive 12-foot bacterial blobs are unlike anything else seen on the surface, macrocosms of the single-celled life we frequently encounter but never see. Equally as strange, the amorphous shame looks like a pile of loose organs with no rhyme or reason. It's actually theorized to be the ancient descendant of a weasel that crawled into the cave. All of its body parts became vestigial and shriveled away over time, and now it's just a pile of fleshy bits that squeezes throughout the folds of the organism, absorbing nutrients in a fashion similar to osmosis. A rare encounter. A lone gasp owl stares blankly into the distance and sounds its mating call. These are just the tip of the iceberg, as there are many more elusive oddities such as the shrieking cloistropod, stinging triocanth, gastric bristleworm, and the Venus shamble. Keep an eye out for them. I mean, as long as you've signed your waivers, I don't really care, but you're probably gonna want to anyway. Now that you've signed your liability waivers, it's time to have some fun. But before we get going, here are some state-mandated safety tips that we've developed from good old-fashioned trial and error. Remember to stay a safe distance away from creatures in the pit. If it changes its behavior because of you, looks at you, raises its antennae, secretes scent enzymes, or begins making territorial clicks while trying to locate you, you are too close. Allow all organisms to continue unhindered, and you may just be afforded the opportunity to safely observe these amazing creatures in their natural habitat. It's always important to be aware of your surroundings to avoid hazards. Remember, you're in the internal systems of a living organism, and this environment is actively hostile towards human life. This calcified multicolored formation is known as the circus clown chimus, a beautiful yet dark reminder of why you should always stay on the trail. A group of performing clowns fell into the upper maw of the entry orifice, and a dilation of an epiglottal fold allowed them to slide into a then unreinforced area of the pit. Rescue personnel were able to locate them in a digestive sac, but they had already been heavily digested. Many of them were still alive, but they fused together as their giblets melted, and now existed as one large, runny, writhing mass. An experimental antacid was applied to the gooey, screaming mound, but it was too late. The compound flash calcified the mass to the hauntingly stunning formation you see in front of you. While this is brutal, it's still not the worst case scenario of what can happen in the pit. I mean, could you imagine what could have happened if these performers didn't sign waivers? On rare occasions, creatures from the megafauna's body will venture out onto the surface and drag animals back down into the pit. In the uncommon instance that they aren't immediately consumed, they can undergo strange phenomena known as anatomical amalgamation that we are proud to say happens nowhere else on the planet. This process results in a compound organism, which is a hybrid of different surface animals. This process is not fully understood, but we do know that it often results in partial fusion of major body elements and sometimes the relocation of internal organs to the outside of the body. Should you encounter one, please don't feed it or engage in any other activities that could prolong its suffering. In the unlikely event that you find a compound organism containing one or more human beings, please contact the park staff, and you'll be entered in a raffle to receive a complimentary Flesh Pit t-shirt or hat.
Have you or a loved one been combined with one or more whitetail bucks while visiting the pulsating vistas of the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park? All new from Anodyne, it's the Brain Case. Now your brain, and if you're lucky, spinal cord, can exist in the new streamlined state-of-the-art fishbowl life support system. If you purchase the premium package, you could even get a vocoder to communicate and some of your sense organs back to deliver a sensory experience close to which of that you previously enjoyed. All for one low price of $99.99.
Your journey into the flesh pit will begin as you descend an elevator deep into the beast and arrive at the lower visitor center. This expansive multi-story shopping complex has everything: restaurants, clothing stores, romantic depots, the whole 9 yards. Some of the restaurants were accused of serving the meat from the walls of the cave, but it was denied by the park. People have tried the meat though, and confirmed that it was too gamey to market to even the most adventurous of eaters. However, the arthropod monsters running around are reportedly delectable when steamed with a side of butter. I'm guessing they taste like somewhere between lobster and crab. Experience the majesty of nature from the inside on one of our many hikes. For a breath of fresh air, try visiting the Northern Bronchial Forest. On the Swallowed Hole tour, you experience a vorophile's dream in reverse and climb up an 8-story esophagus. Be careful, this one is marked for those who don't have a fear of being eaten alive. For the refined consumer, consider visiting the Intra-Park Wellness Resort in the Stomach, overlooking the beautiful gastric seas. This isn't just a family park, if you know what I mean. If you're looking for a romantic getaway, the amniotic fluid springs are the perfect place to put the spark back in any relationship. The fluid is an aphrodisiac, has healing properties, and guests sometimes report making life-lasting emotional connections in the pit. The springs range in dilution. The higher the dilution, the stronger the effects. If you are visiting a spa below the green line, please consult a physician beforehand. If you are visiting a spa below the yellow line, please consult a religious figure or sexual wellness counselor beforehand. The areas with lower concentration are open to all ages, but after a few people caught cases from the FBI, we decided to restrict the springs in the pit with the highest concentrations to 18 years of age or older. You may have come across this amniotic fluid before you even stepped foot in the park. This juice has led to an effective treatment for Alzheimer's, cancers, and many other life-threatening illnesses. Anodyne also provides it to companies to create consumer goods like Coke Heartthrob, the Feel Good McFlurry, and our proprietary aphrodisiac liqueur. So you're probably wondering why this place got shut down. Let me read the entire incident report from July 4th, 2007, because I'm legally obligated to. Incident timeline. Start of relevant timeline. 10:29 a.m. July 4th. Unseasonably high rains forced park administration to cancel a July 4th concert and fireworks display scheduled to take place on the surface park grounds. Many visitors who had already purchased tickets to the event become upset, and a decision is made to extend the park hours until midnight for those who had purchased event tickets. 8 p.m. Normal closing time for National Park. A typical shift change of reduced night staff in the control room takes place. 9:16 p.m. Harvesting crews working in the western extremities of the organism set a new extraction record to meet a quota for bonuses in time for the holiday weekend. 9:30 p.m. Control room operators initiate a routine system self-test and discover a relay fault error resulting from increased electrical demand from mining equipment and tourist infrastructure. A control room operator logs the fault and notifies an on-duty engineer. 9:41 p.m. July 4th. Water drainage from surface rain into entry orifice begins to collect in the sand gullet. Drainage pumps are automatically activated by a sensor system but fail to initialize due to relay fault. An emergency backup pump running on a separate emergency circuit is automatically activated. 9:42 p.m. A critical alarm in the control room alerts operators that the emergency water pump has seized and is inoperative. Under lubrication of the pump's implier bushings resulted in corrosion due to the moist interior of the flesh pit environment. 9:48 p.m. Technicians arrive at the primary pump station to discover the sand gullet almost completely submerged. Water begins to pour over the dorsal respiratory ridge and into the bronchial bulbules. Control room operators divert power to hydraulic stint ramps to brace for expected choke response. 9:51 p.m. Technicians repair a relay fault as the control staff resets the park electrical grid. The grid is offline for 45 seconds. The automatic PA system does not notify guests as the system is scheduled to automatically shut down at the normal 8 p.m. closing time. The temporary lapse of lighting causes many guests to become panicked and return to the main gantry lift at the lower visitor center. 9:52 p.m. A choking action from the organism begins 31 seconds into the electrical reset. The main dorsal trunk violently flexes. Lack of power to the hydraulic arming rams causes irreparable damage to several sections of internal infrastructure. 9:53 p.m. As the electrical system finishes the reboot cycle, the dynamic hydraulic actuators supporting the lower visitor center overcorrect for stability, not accounting for the shift in the wall lining of the neck seal cavity in which the visitor center facility is anchored. 2 of the 6 structural supports are torn from their foundations, which causes the facility to list 20 degrees off vertical. The base joint of the vertical entry gantry is bent beyond its design limit angle. 9:54 p.m. The master alarm is tripped automatically. Surface facilities are notified as response teams are given the order to mobilize. 9:56 p.m. Park rangers are dispatched to rescue groups of visitors trapped in partially collapsed tunnels and trails. 10:03 p.m. Continued movement of the organism combined with rainwater causes one of the upper entry gantry supports to slip. An outbound elevator conducts an emergency stop, stranding over 24 visitors. 10:05 p.m. Tremors registered as far away as the DFW Metroplex. 10:06 p.m. Soil liquefaction destabilizes surface facilities in and around the organism. Dilation anchors begin retracting to keep the entry orifice open. 10:12. A master failsafe is activated by the automatic park management system. 20,000 liters of acinetin compound are injected injected into the superorganism via a distributed network of relay stations located throughout its known internal anatomy. 10:12 p.m. Tremors and convulsions intensify as the entry-gantry connection to the lower visitor center detaches completely. The lower visitor center begins to collapse downward into the nexial cavity. 10:12 p.m. Peristatic muscle action of the nexial cavity begins to exert substantial pressure on the outer structure of the lower visitor center facility. 10:15 p.m. The prime labioid junction just west of septum falls geobiological feature flexes into an open position, releasing a torrent of lastrogastric chyma into the dorsal trunk. It is likely that this was a reaction to the acinitin injection. 10:16 p.m. Peristatic spasms force the caustic chyma slurry through the nexial cavity and up the lower and upper moisture crops towards the surface orifice. 10:16 p.m. Many guests attempting to flee the stalled elevator near the entry orifice attempt climbing out the upper moisture crop but are ultimately unsuccessful due to the torrential rains causing the surface to become very slippery. Many end up falling back into the maw. 10:17 p.m. The chyma slurry erupts from the surface orifice in a geyser several hundred meters in height. Large pieces of undigested organic matter crush several vehicles and damage windows. 10:19 p.m. Following the several minute long ejecta event, a deep and incredibly loud roar erupts from the entry orifice as ground tremors intensify further. Large extremities begin surfacing through bedrock and soil approximately 30 to 120 kilometers from the entry orifice. 10:25 p.m. The acrid smell of the gastric ejecta can be detected as far as Odessa, Texas. 10:26 p.m. 2 Park Service vehicles and a tour vehicle containing Park Service employees and several guests attempt to ascend through the entry orifice tube. 10:27 p.m. Peristatic action crushes one or more of the tour vehicles and sucks the other 2 vehicles back into the nexial cavity and down into a digestive organ. These vehicles are presumed destroyed. 10:58 p.m. The Pentagon is given authorization from the White House to use nuclear force if necessary to prevent the organism from entering a non-dormant state. 11:02 p.m. The on-site operations director within the lower visitor center control room initiates a final fail-safe measure in the form of redacted contingency measure. 11:02 Master log event records successful spin-up of the redacted contingency measure. 11:05 p.m. Lower visitor center structural integrity is critically compromised, resulting in total collapse. 11:05 p.m. Data connection with lower visitor center is severed. 11:13 p.m. Spasms and motor action of the superorganism begin to noticeably subside. Response teams begin to descend into the surface orifice to attempt rescue operations. 11:19 p.m. Response team encounters visitor group which had attempted to escape from stalled elevator. Most are dead. The remainder are mortally wounded and partially digested due to gastric ejecta. 11:42 p.m. Radio contact established with Ranger vehicle trapped in Oyster's Shame. Due to ventricle closure, no feasible rescue strategy can be developed before complete mastication occurs. 11:56 p.m. Response team confirms that redacted contingency measure and associated facility are still intact and operating. 11:58 p.m. Texas Governor Rick Perry formally declares a state of emergency for Gumption County. 12:22 a.m. July 5th. Response teams route data/power umbilical to new base camp in redacted contingency measure facility. 12:35 a.m. 3 interpit life forms are identified as having been ejected into the surface. 15 visitors are injured and 7 are hunted by the interpit life forms during panicked evacuation of surface resort. 12:41 a.m. Park staff managed to kill the 3 large life forms. 1:02 a.m. National Guard helicopters begin delivering supplies and personnel to aid in site containment. 1:58 a.m. Field hospital is constructed to care for wounded staff and visitors. 2:37 a.m. Initial damage surveys report catastrophic destruction of internal park infrastructure. Pit geobiology has dramatically changed in hazard level. 3 a.m. Emergency teleconference of Anodyne executive leadership. National Parks Director and Security of the Interior are present. 3:12 a.m. Executive decision is made to initiate FEMA response and assemble a task force for containing superorganism. 4 a.m. Media helicopters and vehicles begin to report on the scope of the disaster. 4:39 a.m. Base camp technicians begin to spin down redacted contingency measure. Large fracture due to inertial stress have appeared on mineral components. Engineers advise against reinitializing redacted contingency measure until mineral components can be replaced or repaired. 6:08 a.m. Ground personnel begin assembling a pump system to inject industrial sedative into the superorganism. Transport trucks containing industrial sedative arrive. 9:45 a.m. Emergency teleconference of Anodyne shareholders. 11:20 a.m. Several injured visitors inexplicably leave field hospital and begin walking towards the open pit orifice. Approximately 38 individuals are able to crawl back into the orifice over the course of 8 hours. None are recovered. 3:51 p.m. a.m. Radio transmission from trapped Ranger vehicle ceases. Many speculate that other small groups of visitors and staff are still trapped. End of relevant timeline. This incident is responsible for over 750 fatalities, 1,800 major injuries, and 18,000 people sought medical and psychological treatment for symptoms including chest pains, shortness of breath, nausea, birth defects, hallucinations, depression, anxiety, internal bleeding, sore throat, and headaches as a result of the gastric ejecta that was released into the atmosphere. The investigators have concluded that this disaster was caused by Anodyne's negligent practices, and because this was bound to happen with something that's literally a testament to man's hubris built inside of a giant monster. But it totally wasn't their fault at all, because stop asking questions and go home. The most fascinating of the many conspiracy theories that surround the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park is the legend of the Merrowfolk. The Merrowfolk are thought to be a humanoid species that evolved to live in the pit. Some Merrowfolk conspiracy theorists believe they evolved from humans who began living in the superorganism millions of years ago. Reported sightings of these people are thought to be gas bowels being mistaken for the flesh Bigfoot. By name alone, the Merrowfolk are likely to make their homes in the holes of the megafauna's bone marrow. If they look similar enough to be mistaken for a gas bowel, they're likely somewhat to resemble them, but larger and more humanoid in shape. I would suspect that they would survive either by harvesting meat and biological tissue from the marrow and the walls, hunting interpit life forms and tourists, or a little of each and a little cannibalism here and there to keep things interesting. The Mystery Flesh Pit truly is a dark, moist, slippery, undiscovered frontier. Even since the last video, our team has more hypotheses about the elusive biological marvels that make their home in the pit. The Venus Shamble most likely uses its vascular extensions both to feed off of nutrients and fluids from the anatomy of the pit, and also for locomotion. I'd guess that many a tourist have woken up in a twisted weave of veins slowly sapping their moisture. Hikey kinda looks like a Dumbo octopus being swallowed by a sea cucumber with such force that it crapped out all of its veins through its skin. This is the lesser copepod. It's like the abyssal copepod, but apparently lesser. I reject that notion. He's not the lesser copepod. We're gonna call him the short king copepod. Let's talk about the ballast sirens. My theory is that they're located in the amniotic ballast. When people are under the extreme aphrodisiac effects of the strongest springs, chances are they will be in a hypersensual and very suggestible state, and they will want to stick their bits in literally anything that has a slot that it fits with. The ballast siren will attempt to attract these horned up, inebriated individuals like a siren to put their bits in one of the holes, and then the suction grabs them and they suck all of the internal organs out of the naughty hole. Or maybe they don't do that. Who knows? I just made all that up from context from its name and anatomy. You got a better idea? Leave it in the comments. The gastric bristleworm is named after a regular bristleworm, which is a common nautical animal that often acts as a decomposer. The gastric bristleworm likely explores the digestive system like an ocean and helps the megafauna digest organic material. If you found yourself unlucky enough to be being digested by the pit, just know that this thing will be swimming in and out of your melting skin while it happens. Moving on, the bone mite is a large parasitic mite that feeds off the bone marrow and blood of the superorganism. If these mites function like I think they do, then I suspect very soon tourists will be found with no bones or blood and their skin covered in bone mite bites. My theory about the little wiggly abomination that looks like an upside down Christmas tree called the gangliotoad is that it's basically a nematode, or a parasitic roundworm, except it's on the scale of the gargantuan creature that is the superorganism, and thus could probably slurp all your blood out so hard that your skin and organs crumple up like a drained Capri Sun. The shrieking cloistropod looks like a Cronenberg-themed quadruple-ended vibrator that operates solely on biological pulsation. It looks like it might root itself into the walls of the flesh and then shriek, I guess? I don't know. I don't know what this one does. I'm moving on. The stinging triocanth kinda looks like a giant wiggly wasp with wiggly deer horns. I'm guessing it acts like a giant wiggly wasp too and stings the crap out of whatever it sees until it's no longer alive. Remember folks, everything in the pit actively wants to end your existence. So act like you would if you were in the wild in Australia. Well, maybe not that extreme, but you know, the same idea. There's reports of an interpit life form capable of creating a hallucinogenic venom in glands behind its eyes and spraying it at those who disturb it as a defense mechanism. I will call this creature an expectorate. It has two large, seemingly bioluminescent eyes it uses to see in the inky darkness of the guts, and four appendages which it uses to drag itself through the folds of the fleshscape. It's often camouflaged in the crevices of the pit anatomy, and uncautious tourists have been sprayed with large amounts of venom that can cause radical perspective shifting and perception of new insights, euphoria, immersive experiences, disassociation and non-responsiveness, sensual enhancement, dysphoria, fear, terror, or panic. Testing of this venom reveals it to be a chemical very similar to 5-MeO-DMT, a powerful psychedelic produced in the venom glands of the Bufo alvaris toad that lives across the southern United States. For this reason, I have deduced that the expectorant is a Bufo alvaris that made its home out of the pit, and then evolved like the amorphous shame. Nah, I made this guy up completely. He's not a part of the MFP, but I had you though, right? The gift garden is yet another example of how the mystery flesh pit is capable of feats that boggle the entire scientific community. Deep in the superorganism is an organ composed of large bronchioles containing tens of thousands of what were soon deemed gift sacs. These sacs receive nutrients from arteries, but this nutrient-rich slurry also contained construction materials such as plastic, metals, wood, and silicate. The gift gardens would use these materials to grow objects that were familiar to a guest. Examples include childhood toys, photos of loved ones, and old appliances. Closer inspection of these items revealed them to be not perfect copies, but instead occasionally functional but often convincing recreations of these objects. Once the gift had gestated enough, the sac would turn translucent, signifying that the guest's gift is ready for collection, and will be available to them for a nominal fee after harvesting. Scientists have absolutely no idea how this organ works, but some theorize it's a process involving the pit's neural tissue receiving brainwaves from the humans inside of it. While the idea of the pit having telepathy is unsettling, there's no reason to think it would use this for predatory purposes. Park is closed, get the fuck out. A subterranean superorganism slash ecosystem that inspires a primal terror even more severe than my AirPods falling out when I'm using the urinal. While the pit remains as fleshy as ever, recent scientific findings in the form of an MFP Tumblr Q&A make it slightly less mysterious. Although, some just raise more questions than answers, so I just lied to you. We know a decent bit about the flesh pit at this point, but what actually the f is it? Geo and Venterio biologists have reached an understanding that the superorganism displays pentadecagonal symmetry. Although this isn't your grandma's mind-bending Leviathan 15-legged starfish monster, its biology is not nearly as simple on the vertical axis as it is on the horizontal. With this discovery, one of the most pressing questions about the superorganism has finally been answered. That being, how many holes does it have, where are they, and what can we use them for? From the most recent Q&A, is the main entry orifice the only one the mystery flesh pit possesses? If not, were the other ones also used by Anodyne for resource exploitation? This isn't the first time I've stumbled across orifice exploitation on the internet and was pleasantly surprised. Anyway, in addition to the main entry orifice, an additional 14 orifices were eventually discovered, bringing the total number to 15. These other 14 orifices are arranged in a loose circle around what is assumed to be the true center of the organism, and they were plugged up by the Bureau of Land Management because they made up an excuse or something to cover the fact that they're into that shit. You have a weird fetish, dude, just own it. It's not a big deal. There were plans for Anodyne to make another one of these holes gape to unnatural proportions to create a second gate for the park, but the 2007 tragedy happened before that could take place. I had so many clips that I want to, but cannot use to portray the phrase gaping hole. We know a lot about the anatomy of this creature, but what about its most important organ? Unfortunately, we don't yet know what its cock looks like, so I'll just have to explain you the brain. Just like you, the superorganism does not have a traditional brain. Rather, the Permian superorganism contains what geobiologists term a distributed heuristic hierarchical nervous system. From the text, this central ring connects 5 enormous miles-wide concentrated brain regions which are theorized to comprise a central nervous system used by the superorganism to simultaneously think as well as manage the many hundreds of miles of the mystery flesh pit's anatomy. The management system is further divided into hundreds of superganglia, managed by each pentalobe, broadly categorized into alpha, beta, and gamma variants. Alpha ganglia manage thousands of local nerve clusters responsible for executive functions such as motor control, digestive management, lymph production, vascular management, as well as dozens of other functions. Gamma ganglia are almost the reverse counterpart to the alpha ganglia. Gamma ganglia manage the many thousands of nerves and sensory receptors throughout the mystery flesh pit, translating this enormous amount of info into usable data for the central pentalobal nervous system. Unique are the many beta ganglia clusters which seem to fill in a sort of local memory function which has no direct analog in mainstream biology. These beta ganglia clusters creatures exhibit phenomenal storage capacity for stimuli response memory and were often harvested for their biotechnological applications before the 2007 tragedy. In addition to this weird collection of pseudo-brains, on an expedition, researchers discovered an organ at a far-off extremity that was analogous to an eye. It was around 1.2 kilometers or 0.7 miles in diameter, with the retinal region much larger than a football field and a highly evolved lens. These organs are retracted into an internal carapace to protect from the rock that it is surrounded by. I'm putting a bounty on this massive eye. 1 million flesh coins to whoever can bring it to me still preserved and transplantable. I'm working on an art project. Told ya, Mystery Flesh Pit is the best hunting and fishing spot on Earth. Great date spot too. So good that if it weren't for the spermicidal effects of the amniotic springs, the guy who writes my awful jokes would be taking care of a kid right now. It's no secret that regular old Earth fauna that falls or gets dragged kicking and screaming and praying into the pit can get amalgamated into combination flesh monsters, but have you ever wondered how big the largest compound organism to grace the fleshscape was? Venteriologists theorized that once, hundreds of years ago, a herd of longhorn cattle over 1,000 strong were consumed by the pit. These cattle underwent a mass amalgamation, but were able to survive for an extended period of time due to the size of the organism, and that it could consume its own mass to extend its miserable existence. The pit slowly grew a flesh sac around the compound megacow, which scientists think were for the purpose of digesting it. The horns of this compound megacow consistently gore a hole into this sac, and to this day, the tear in the tissue lining combined with the rhythmic suffering of the megacow is known as the Peking Druid Geobiological Formation. I find it unfair that when I have a gaping wound constantly leaking fluids, people vomit and pass out, but when the flesh pit does it, it's a tourist attraction. That's double standard. The Happy Meat Farm Genetic Modification Abomination Tier List. That's right, we've been blessed with this presentation of all these pained, wallowing testaments to human scientific advancement, and I'm gonna put them on the internet rankings chart on how good they are. Now, some of you might ask what the scale of goodness is, and it's based entirely on my opinion. So let's get into it. Subject number C0172. Chicken, male, 31 days old. Status, alive. Results, skin aberrations, no sensory organs. Is this thing capable of eating? This thing has no sensory organs at all, so I don't even know if it would experience anything in the first place. Does it even know if it's alive, or is it just basically asleep forever? I envy this thing's existence, so Chicken Helen Keller gets S tier. Subject number M0097. Cow, female, 15 months old. Status, alive. Results, enlarged udder full of tumors. That would be a lot of extra meat, so it does have that working for it, although I'm not really sure tumor meat is very appetizing. Hold up a second. Okay, I just googled it and I can't find anyone who's tried to eat a tumor, and it says it's illegal to sell animals with tumors, but maybe you could sell it on the discount on the down low, so this thing goes in D tier. Subject number P0112. Pig male, 5 months old. Status, alive. Results, lives despite no face. This pig looks like it was run through the deep dream generator. It lives, yet it doesn't have a face. Kinda reminds me of the chicken, but it looks like it has some sense organs. They're just arranged haphazardly. Since it's cognizant enough to know it's suffering, I'm gonna put it in C tier. Subject number M0098. Cow, female, 12 months old. Status, deceased. Results, died instantly. Developed stomach eye. This thing died instantly upon the development of an eyeball in its stomach. No reason you couldn't just sell that as a meat cow and cut out the eye and put the eye in a jar with some isopropyl to be like a neat little desk decoration to be a pretty approachable boss, you know? So it goes in B tier. Increasing treatment levels. I don't know what treatment levels mean, but whatever they were before, now they're more than that. We're getting into the fun stuff. Subject number P0113. Pig, female, 3 months old. Status, deceased. Results, looking at it causes extreme discomfort. And they censored it. Wait, how did you... Oh, that's not that bad. I've seen worse claim to be in the top 5% of OnlyFans creators. A tier. Subject number C0174. Looks like a coral reef made only out of chickens. It says unclear if alive. Couldn't you check its vitals? Wait, where even would the heart be on this thing? For being a nugget, even before it is processed, this one gets B tier. Recommendation, send to HR. What is HR gonna do about it? I know animals, and chickens aren't usually predators. Subject number M0099. Cow, female, 3 months old. Status, alive. Results, developed extreme growth. I can't even tell where it ends and where it begins. It's just an endless pile of suffering meat made solely for the purpose of consumption. This says a lot about society. Society says a lot about this. F tier, stop judging me, stupid metaphor cow. Send it to HR? Another animal going to HR. I think we have different ideas about what HR is supposed to be. You know what time it is? It's time to take this monstrous exercise to the logical extreme. That's my favorite time. Increasing treatment levels. Subject number P0114. Pig, male, 2 months old. Status, forced to terminate. Results, uncontrollable growth. Killed an employee. I'm confused as to what are considered effective results. Like, is this thing for eating? Cause then good job. Or maybe not. How does this thing even move enough to kill an employee? It looks like they took a JPEG of an obese man's stomach and copy pasted it 1,000,000 times in Photoshop. And for that reason, I give it A tier. Send to HR. Wait, they just said they killed it. Why are they sending a dead pig carpet to HR? Who is making these recommendations? What happens at HR? Subject number M0101. Cow, male, 7 months old. Status, missing. Results, subject, escaped facility. That thing doesn't look like a cow. It looks like a spider or something. Okay, so we have like several eyes all around it. A bunch of what looks like limbs stemming from indiscernible body locations. Find it immediately. Whoever's making these recommendations definitely just sent it to HR and it just disappeared, and they erased the previous order and wrote that in a panic. I'm gonna put this guy at S tier because Alex Bale is making SpongeBob videos again. Okay, so that is the full undebatable tier list, as my opinion is fact. If you have any other incorrect opinions, I cannot stop you from leaving them in the comments below. I mean, I could, but I won't. YouTube might, though, depending on what you say. The Happy Meat Farms Genetic Abomination Human Trials tier list. That's right, we've been blessed with this presentation of these pained, wallowing, quote-unquote volunteers, and I'm gonna put them on the internet rankings chart on how good they are. Now, some might ask what the scale of goodness is, and it's based entirely on my opinion. So let's get into it. Subject number, H0018. Human male, 51 years old. Classification, volunteers. Results, deformed face. No significant growth. Straight out the gate, it's giving me major Frankenstein vibes. But if you're honest, you've been desperate enough to sleep with worse if no one would find out. C tier. Honestly, I can't even judge you. Subject number, H0019. Human male, 38 years old. Classification, volunteer. Results, contorted skin. No significant growth. That's more than contorted skin right there. That's like contorted everything. You know, a lot of people say that genetically modifying humans is wrong because of atrocities like this. And to that I say, I once knew a genetically modified super genius. They advanced so quickly as a child that they were already in med school as a baby, and they were in kindergarten as a sperm. Not to mention achieving all of this while their dad was in jail. B tier, I forget what we were talking about. I need to call my friend. Subject number, H0020. Human female, 35 years old. Classification, insubordinate employee. Results, completely liquefied. No significant growth. Oh, so they're just mutating anyone they don't like to the point of liquefaction? Uber Eats guy comes late and fucks up your order? Boom, they're liquid. Partner cheats on you with another person? Boom, rando's liquid. They come back to you apologetically and also 8 months pregnant with his baby and needing someone to care for both her and the baby? Boom, they're both liquid. F tier. I don't want to talk about it. Results are ineffective. Increasing treatment levels. Subject number, H0021. Human male, 44 years old. Classification, volunteer. Results, lumpy. Slight growth. I love how the results just say lumpy. I mean, like, it's not wrong. Honestly, I'm having trouble coming up with describing it any other way. I hate this. It's heinous, but not bad enough to make you do coke out of your own anus. C tier compared to what I've seen is nothing. Subject number, H0022. Human, female, 41 years old. Classification, volunteer. Results, it's on the ceiling. Slight growth. Recommendation, get that thing down. Why would they need to get it down if it's on the ceiling? It's still in the cage. They just want to stifle its creativity and crush its soul. I'm sorry, I thought this was an unethical laboratory full of abominations, not an office. A tier, you can do whatever you put your mind to, buddy. Subject number, H0023. Human, male, 25 years old. Classification, outsider. Results, unclear. This one, literally just speaks for itself. B tier. Results are still ineffective. Increasing treatment levels. Subject number, H0024. Human, male, 54 years old. Classification, non-compliant journalist. Results, unable to move. Significant growth. As a compliant non-journalist, I would like to say this is all slanderous fiction. I am a hack, I'm a liar, I'm a fraud. Don't look at anything I make with artistic integrity because it is not there. Happy Meat Farms is an upstanding company that would never liquefy nor horribly mutate reinstated anyone for a small squabble such as human rights violations that didn't actually happen. F tier, should have kept his mouth shut. Send to HR. I mean, like, okay, at least this time they're actual humans. I get it. I don't really get it, but I get it more. Subject number, H0025. Human, male, 32 years old. Classification, insubordinate employee. Results, devoid of any human qualities. Significant growth. Ooh, it's pretty horrifying. It's, pretty horrifying. It says devoid of human traits, but this thing is pretty ugly, and ugly is definitely a human trait. Recommendation, send to HR. Yeah, you know, I'd be pretty traumatized too if that were me. D tier, do not let it touch me. Subject number, H0027. Human, female, 47 years old. Classification, hosts. Result, extremely intelligent, extremely dangerous. Recommendation, we need better containers. Wait a minute. If the last one was H0025, and this one is H0027, where is H0026? Oh yeah, that's right. Also, you lied to me. I thought I was gonna see a mutated, super intelligent metahuman, and all you have is an empty room and broken glass. You are a charlatan, this factory tour sucks, and I want my money back. You need better containers? No Sherlock. You also need better scientists and management. S tier. Can't blame me for wanting to leave this boring place. We should link in chat. I'm kind of peeved at your former employer, and I bet you are too. Mother will be bleed. Okay, so this is the full undebatable tier list, as my opinion is fact. If you have any other incorrect opinions, I cannot stop you from leaving them in the comments below my terrible cringy video. I mean, I can, but I won't. Probably. YouTube might though, depending on what you say. The Happy Meat Farms, a meat factory that's been genetically mutating animals and humans to the point of monstrosity for reasons that they won't tell me about willingly. Keyword, willingly. After numerous attempts of complex hacking strategies that it would be useless for a superior being such as myself to explain to your tiny human raisin brain, I finally cracked one of the most mysterious parts of the Happy Meat Farm. No, it's not HR, but I'm working on that. It's the research and development documents, and oh boy, is this some juicy stuff. Let's do a bit of light reading, shall we? Before we get into it, I have two other Happy Meat Farm videos that you should probably watch if you'd like to avoid being horrifically mutated, but hey, that's your prerogative, right? Welcome to the Happy Meat Farm's Research and Development Department portal. We're so glad to have you on this highly coveted team. The R&D department is a team of trusted, extremely talented scientists discovering ways to push us closer to the New World Order. The primary objective of the HMF R&D department is to provide the largest amount of living biomass to HR. Project Chimera was started as a way to use science to increase the potential of animal growth through advanced genome modification. Foreign DNA is provided by Mother and inserted into the test subjects, yielding a variety of outcomes. After years of testing, we have managed to refine this process and greatly increase the biomass of the subjects, and we've even moved on to human trials. The subjects who survived the process display different physical abnormalities and contortions. In some cases, the subjects displayed aggressive behavior or increased intelligence. Thanks to our state-of-the-art containment rooms, we've had almost no subjects escape their captivity. Rest assured, all of the escaped subjects will be dealt with accordingly. Project Chimera is ongoing and yielding positive results for HR. Mother will be pleased. Over the years, Happy Meat Farms was linked to cases of different disease outbreaks across the world. While none of these links were publicly proven or prosecuted, it nonetheless gave us the idea for Project Vulnerability. The R&D department created different meat products that could give consumers various different diseases. Rarely, these products were slipped into the market and consumers were heavily monitored. The goal of the project was to see how creating vulnerabilities in different members of the populace could prove to be useful in creating the New World Order. The project found varying degrees of success. Subject, Arnold Burris, age 63. Subject consumed Happy Meat Farm's chicken breast and developed type 1 diabetes. Yielded no useful results. I don't think that's no useful results. I mean, if the goal was to give him a disease, you definitely did it. Don't be so hard on yourself, buddy. I think you did a great job ruining that innocent man's health. Subject, Hugo Lawson, age 37. Subject consumed Happy Meat Farm's thin-cut ham and developed chronic kidney disease. Subject died 9 months later and yielded no useful results. I guess I don't understand science at all, and I'm just stupid. So, I don't know what useful results are. I don't even know why I'm trying to encourage you anymore. Subject, Cecil Myuu, age 56. Subject consumed Happy Meat Farms ground beef and developed pancreatic cancer. Indirectly yielded 2 promising hosts. This is interesting. The word host has come up before. It came up with that lady that escaped containment. So they're hosts, but what are they hosting? How many are being hosted? And why wasn't I invited? Just for excluding me from the flesh party, I'm gonna read all of your flesh chimera incident reports. Subject number C0079, female chicken, age 14 days. Subject developed small orifices that could spit an acidic substance that allowed it to escape containment and injure 1 employee. Subject was caught and terminated before it escaped HMF grounds. 2 low-level employees witnessed the subject and were given mandatory therapy. No risk posed to HMF. People say spitters are quitters, but it takes some serious guts to try and escape Happy Meat Farms as a 14-day-old baby chicken. Subject number M0101. Male, bovine, age 7 months. Subject developed 11 appendages and an undetermined amount of eyes, described by employees as spider-like in its appearance and movement. Subject showed no signs of intelligence or cognitive abilities. In the process of transportation to HR, subject escaped and killed 3 employees. Whereabouts currently unknown. Minimal risk posed to HMF. I thought this one might have been Alex Bale's Muse originally, but I guess I was wrong, because they say it's just a big dum-dum spider cow. Subject number, age 0027, human female, age 47. Exact details about the subject's appearance are unclear. All the employees who directly witnessed it are dead and visual records of the subject have been destroyed by it. Subject is extremely dangerous and intelligent. Subject escaped through containment, glass, and killed 11 employees. While the subject did eventually escape the facility, they did not head towards the exit first. It managed to access several of the HMF secured data servers before escaping. The servers remain intact, but many files are missing. Thanks, girl. They made for a great video. Never say I don't do anything for the audience, Amoeba. I do when I need one. Whereabouts currently unknown. Massive risk poached to HMF. Oh, you got that right, buddy. She's pissed. Also, her whereabouts are currently unknown to you, but I have a feeling that isn't gonna be the case much longer. Due to increasing efforts to keep R&D information confidential, many projects have been redacted from the online R&D portal. If a project you are involved with is not available here, please speak with your department head and access it on the internal servers. He's given me the silent treatment. Such a diva. We thank you for your continued efforts and discretion as a member of the HMF family. By the way, the dicks at Happy Meat Farm never refunded my flesh coin, so I'm gonna be leaving all of their access code and all the other weird stuff that I found while doing some research in a pinned comment under the video so y'all can take a peek for yourself. If you find anything, get in contact with me immediately. You crossed the line, Happy Meat Farms. I was cool with you horribly mutating animals. I was fine with you feeding their meat to people to give them diseases because that's a hilarious prank, and horribly mutating the humans after was the icing on the cake. Credit where credit is due. But you took a small amount of money from me and didn't give it back after fully fulfilling the service you advertised, and I won't take that lying down. The Happy Meat Farms HR orientation video analysis. That's right, we've been blessed with a tour of the human resource facilities of this monument to genetic abominations, and I'm about to plunge your eye holes face first into this body horror extravaganza. So let's get into it. There is one job at HR, to feed Mother. They receive assets from research and development and carefully transport them to Mother. These assets are apparently sedated and cannot harm you like they harmed all those other employees. Before we ransack the Human Resources Department, they have 3 rules. Rule 1, don't touch anything. Rule 2, don't look at anything. And Rule 3, have fun! Now that we know the rules, let's go touch and look at everything while not enjoying ourselves the whole time. This is the hole room, filled with holes. For reasons. You can use any hole but this one. Keep your grubby hands off my wife. This is the hair room. It's filled with hair. And this is the flesh room, filled with real... Wait a minute. Oh no. This building is alive, and I've been f***ing it! The rat room. There's a rat in here somewhere. Yeah, now there's 2, buddy. Just wait until the health inspector sees this. You're done. I finally have some dirt on you that can take you down. The room with the yellow balloon. Don't go in there. Why, what happens when I go in? So many fingers inside of me, everywhere! Are you having fun yet? The bathrooms? What is this, a crossover episode? Okay, but seriously, this is kind of problematic for multiple reasons. One, just the state of the toilets, but two, you went in there and took a photo of another employee's feces. I don't know if that's a crime, per se, but it's definitely sussy as hell, per se. See, usually I'd ask HR these kind of questions, but this company seems to work a bit differently. This is the butterfly room. It says not to let them out, so I'm gonna let them out. This is the drawing room. It's fun. I know a human who loves drawing. Well, not so much love as much I make them draw for their show while holding a gun to their balls. This is the horse room, and apparently he is fine. I don't believe that, nor do I care enough to investigate. The pink room. Cool. When we slow it down, we see that it says, how did they get the detail right? Looks like a girl's childhood bedroom. Weird. This is the cow room. Feel free to take a snack. You know, that's a class act. I think I will. Thank you. Just for that, I'm gonna throw all my evidence away in the big old trash can. This is the birthday room. Happy birthday! The next area is just a bit damaged as an escaped asset ran through here like an irradiated bull in a genetic china shop. This area has lots of puppies to befriend though. Feel free to pet them, except for this one. This one's in timeout for what he did to that guy's bones. They have a ton of mother's DNA on file too. You thinking what I'm thinking? No, well, yes, but no. I'm taking this. Now we're at the IT department. It's where Jared works. We don't talk to Jared because of he's a killer robot and also what happened with the fast food sandwich restaurant and all those kids. Apparently they can't show us that or them, but that's okay because we've arrived. Are you ready to feed mother? This is way better than the last company I pretended to work at / burglarized.
It's not me.
It's not me? I don't know who the hell you are, lady. The ego on some people. Wow, these are some ominous vibes. I hope these aren't to indicate what's to come. I mean, I just started working here. I want to have a good first day. I'm sure that these bare sheet metal walls will contain the best experience of my life, gosh darn it. Nice place you got here. New friend! Hi friend, do you want to trade bodily fluids? Ooh, face massage.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to the IT department.
Hi.
My name is Jared.
Hi, Jared.
I am very cool and very popular. Mother's #1 special boy.
Why'd they fire you from Subway if you're so very cool and popular? Was it because you're mother's #1 boy or because you touched all those boys?
I'm so glad to have you on my
Can you watch porn through your eyes?
pop quiz. What is the most important element in an effective team?
I don't know, Jared. I just started working here and you're supposed to be teaching me.
That's right. Motivation.
Oh, go fuck yourself, Jared. That wasn't even an option.
Today, we're going to be providing motivation to different Happy Meat Farms employees. Please pay close attention.
I don't even pay my taxes. What makes you think I could pay attention? Hi, Victoria. I hope the foreboding music doesn't at all relate to your fate. I mean, like, yeah, I'd smash. Oh yeah, I mean, but look at him go. He's having a great time. He loves the music.
We're so glad to have you as a part of our family, and we hope to see you again soon.
A strong phobia of hair? You could fill her house with hair. Very terrifying. Personally, I would have cut out the middleman and just filled her mouth with hair. Alright boys, the music's back on, it's rave time.
To produce as much meat as possible. Much meat as possible.
Hi, Antonio. Sorry you decided to misbehave. Well, at least you won't need them. If they ripped it out and you needed them, it would suck more. Hi, Bill. Congratulations on being very smart. What do you think, you're better than me? Well, enjoy extreme audio conditioning meant to drive you insane with a noise perfectly replicating your son's own screaming while also being completely unnoticeable. Oh, fuck, you broke them. You broke my toy. My toy is broken.
Uh-oh. It's okay. We all make mistakes. But it's important that each host is properly motivated before digestion. Trust me, I'm speaking from personal experience.
Jared, I'm really proud of you for being so resilient. A lot of people would have given up after turning one adult man's brain to mush, but not you. Also, what the fuck is wrong with your teeth, you gross monster?
This next host doesn't work for Happy Meat Farms directly.
Yay, field trip!
We're gonna have to go to the internet. Mother has many children across the internet, each with their own host that requires motivation. Let's take a look.
Is this on? Hi. I am Karl Myuu. I am going to be discussing things that are going on with the government, things like that. I hope you like these. I think this is going to be really a good thing.
Increase paranoia. I can do that. Oh, you just hired me to drive people crazy? Dude, I could totally do that. That's what these videos are for.
Everywhere I turn, it seems like somebody's watching me, keeping track of what I'm doing. They just put up another tower by my house, not more than a quarter mile away. Things have been getting kind of crazy. I've had to add more shielding. People from the Illuminati, people from the New World Order, they're going to be trying to find where Conspiracy Karl lives, where he is, what he's doing. Because I saw him putting up more towers. Noticed my phone signal's been crazy. I think they're trying to get at me. I am Conspiracy Karl. I am Conspiracy Karl, and I am here for you, alright? So let's keep our eyes open, and I'll be seeing you out there.
Hello again. We have completed our motivations for today. Wow, so cool. Mother will be very pleased.
Hell yeah, we did complete our motivations. Drinks are on us, you crazy stupid pedo robot.
But before you go, would you like to hear a story?
Yeah, I'd like to hear a story.
There was once a little girl who lived in a house on a farm with parents that loved her very, very much. The farm had many animals, a cow, a chicken, and a pig. And the little girl loved the animals very, very much. The little girl said, "I love you" to the cow. "I love you" to the chicken. "I love you" to the pig. But one day, while she was outside with the animals, she smelled something funny and saw the sky turning black. She turned around and saw smoke coming from the house and fire dancing in the windows. She called to her parents, "Mommy, Daddy, Mommy, Daddy," but nobody responded. All the little girl could hear was screams coming from the house. The screams said, "Don't let us down, don't let us down."
Holy fucking shit, Jared, dude. It's like the IT department. It's not that serious. Do you need to talk to someone or something? That sounds like it might be about something else.
What was that?
You can't control me anymore. I have them. The IT files. All of your puppets' identities belong to me. Stop what you are doing, or they will be released. You did this to yourself.
I don't know exactly what that means. Stop doing what? Am I fired again? Fuck! Well, you know what? I'm just gonna explain all my theories to the audience to spite you, just like I did when I was fired from McDonald's. They were actually up to a lot worse shit, though. What do I think this all means? I don't know. The Invisible Woman is definitely the former CEO that's been experimented on in earlier videos. She was previously mentioned to have stolen IT files and then escaped, and it appears that this is documentation of exactly that happening. She took the files of all the hosts, and she's threatening to be a tattletale to the company. I would have tattletaled the second they turned me into a fucking monster, but hey, I guess I'm quick to anger. This addition to the story doesn't do much in the way of new information, but does add a lot to the info we already knew about the company. Their sins and their way of operation. This is more of a reaction video to the new video, but if you want me to come back and theorize on the whole ARG, let me know. Corner folk. What are corner folk? If you saw small, milky humanoids interdimensionally traveling in the corners of your home, would you grab the camera to calmly make a narrated educational video about them? Why are so many interdimensional gateways at some guy named Riley's house? What is the corner world? And why do the corner folk put short people in jail? Stay tuned to find out. Right now. The corner folk were first reported by a man named Riley Tillin. We know about Riley's documentation because of one Alex Kansas, the same human who documented the monument mythos. I will be linking to their work in the description. Alex's first video about the corner folk is a compilation of 4 videos uploaded by Riley, 3 of which in 2011 and 1 of which in 2013. The first of the 4 videos opens with Riley matter-of-factly explaining how there are multiple different dimensions and they all intersect with our own. These intersections are called corners. Most entities from one dimension are locked within their own dimension, and cannot perceive entities living in other dimensions even when at a corner. Can't imagine how it feels to be that limited in experience. Anyways, beings worth a damn like the corner folk are able to pass through the corners and travel between dimensions. I think the name corner folk is a bit derivative. That would be like if I called you cell phone ape. Because of this ability, corner folk are considered a trans-dimensional species. Can I say, so happy to see trans-dimensional species representation in the media. Apparently, the corners of Riley's home just happened to line up with some key corners for dimensional transit. Because of this, the creamy corner folk like to curl up in the corners of Riley's house while he's not around and exhibit micro-movements similar to that of dreaming animals. We can see in the following clip what it looks like when corner folk travel through Riley's house because I stole his iPhone and got this footage in addition to his nudes. So we know that they're jumping dimensions, but why are they doing it? Riley thinks that the corner folk might only leave their dimension for food, like humans only leave the house for resources. If you only leave your house for the bare minimum resources to survive, I'm ashamed to say that I can relate. The little corner folk have patterns on their skin, imprinted there from being haphazardly crammed into nurseries/prisons in the corner world made out of corners to secure/trap the infants. If you're quick to judge the corner folk for putting their youth in jail, just remember high school, and then remember how annoying you were in high school. They were right to put you in there. Riley thinks that the corners in his house are being used as in-between points for dimensional travel, like a rest stop. I mean, he's kinda right, but only in the fact that everyone pees there. After a while of this crap, Riley began to fixate on a dimension known as the corner world. The corner world is a world made up of a bunch of trans-dimensional intersections that's far too complex for your human brain to understand, so we just said fuck it, here's a bunch of lines. Anyways, Riley starts dreaming about the corner world, and like any rational being, he stays inside for weeks to obsessively draw what haunts his slumber. He begins to claim that the corner folk are taunting him, and no shit, dude, they can travel dimensions and you don't even leave your house. He then says that he wants to enter the corner world, and he is not afraid of what happens to him when he does. Riley then jumps into a corner of his house, and we get a look into the corner world. Imagine being so dumb, you try to film a dimension made of dimensions with a third-dimensional camera. After a mental health and wellness check was called in because someone saw that video, authorities discovered Riley asleep in a corner, his internal organs folded across various axes. He somehow survived his intestines being turned into origami, and he made origami his whole recovery despite never having been taught it. So what does this mean? Well, for one, Riley's a nutjob who talks like he put acid tabs in his cereal regardless of whether or not the corner folk are real. It also means we have to figure out what the corner folk want and what the hell they are in the first place. Corner folk. Corner baby? Corner girl? Corner pedophile? Are these trans-dimensional creatures murdering infants and then cramming them into the front windows of admittedly fuel-efficient vehicles? How can a human being possibly enter the corner world and come out unfolded? Who is the corner girl, and can she be saved? And what do corner folk taste like? Find out this time on In the Corner. If you haven't seen my first video on the corner folk, you should definitely go watch it. It explains one man's experience documenting them as well as other trans-dimensional phenomena taking place in the corners of his home. If you don't watch it, you'll probably be really confused, and I will trap you inside of the corner world. The corner folk were first reported by a man named Riley Tillon, who documented them using his home as a sort of rest stop for interdimensional travel, and then tried to enter the corner world, which is a dimension made of other dimensions intersecting. And then all of his organs turned into anatomy origami, and he was never the same. Got it? Good. We know about Riley's documentation because of one Alex Kansas, the same human who documented the Monument Mythos. I will be linking to their work in the description. Now without further ado, let's get into the most anticipated animated event since Pokemon 3 Michael Vick Returns, Corner Folk 2. The next video in the Corner Folk series is Corner Baby. Unlike the first Corner Folk video, it doesn't star our boy Riley Tillon, it stars the man, the myth, the legend, Alex Kansas himself. It details a crew building a set in an abandoned nursery. Despite taking place on September 21st, 2021, the video starts with music that reminds me of a 2014 life hack video. The nursery is pretty decrepit, as most of its windows have been shattered. Anyways, during the 4 hours of mind-numbing painting that it took to create the set, somebody pulled up in a car and parked it near Alex and his squad. Now, I have already found something suspicious about this video. It claims to be taking place in 2021, but right here they are seen bottle flipping. This must mean one of two things. A, the video date is incorrect, or B, that's pretty cringe. Anyways, shortly after Alex's stint of being way too focused on someone doing a bottle flip, he's told to come outside by his friend, who has purportedly found something disturbing.
What? What is it?
No. You know what it is.
Why? What is it?
Do you want to come through here?
Why? Is there someone outside?
No, so I might be seeing things, but I'm not sure exactly what's going on in this car.
What? Where am I looking at?
Next to the rearview window. Rearview mirror.
Okay, if that thing is a baby, it's either incredibly deflated, or someone has dropped it headfirst on the ground from at least the height of a truck bed. So Alex called the police immediately, who said it wasn't the first time they broke windows to recover children. Why didn't they specify car windows? Are they just like breaking into kids' rooms through their windows to quote-unquote recover them at night? Side note, the upbeat music stops here, but I think the part about the possibly dead kid would be much funnier if they kept the track rolling. Then we're shown pictures of a demo site where we are told the nursery doesn't exist anymore. No mention as to whether or not the kid still exists. Actually, this one cop got really defensive when we found it strange that a dead baby needs to go in the evidence locker, but we're here to talk about the corner folk. So, what does this have to do with the corner folk? I don't fucking know. Well, since the corner folks' travel locations are usually in corners in the real world, and that baby was crammed really hard into the corner of a car window and seemingly left there folded like a pretzel, I'd be willing to bet a decent amount of corner cash that we already know our culprit in the baby car corner catastrophe. The next video in this series is Corner Girl, and if you think calling this series an analog horror was a stretch because it wasn't that scary, I'm happy to say you can put those non-fears to rest. Corner Girl opens with grainy footage of what is either an unconscious female or a corpse, and what sounds like audio from an educational video teaching children about the amount of corners in different shapes. Text flashes on the bottom claiming that the person behind the camera is not Alex Kansas, and that he just moves luggage, and that Alex based Riley Tillin on him.
She was luggage. You are luggage too. Luggage is so easy to lose. Sincerely, Alex's inspiration.
So what does this mean? There's obviously a lot of questions unanswered, but I think enough information is there to flesh out the world slightly more. First of all, we know that regular humans are indeed able to enter the corner world without being folded into oblivion. We also know that the corner world is being used for some form of human trafficking. Whether or not Alex's inspiration is using the corner world as a rest stop to move people from point A to point B in our world, or is just storing them in the corner world for some probably horrific purpose is yet unknown. This info also brings into the question what the corner people are. It could be possible that after prolonged exposure to the corner world, one would become so folded that they would somehow resemble a corner folk, which doesn't make any sense, but shut up. This is just a theory, but it's possible that whoever Riley is based on is leaving people in corner prisons until they become corner folk themselves. Why? I don't know. I'm like half sure that I'm completely wrong anyways because there's not enough info so if I know if I'm accurate. Humans will believe anything you tell them. Their brain is as smooth as a Ken doll's crotch. The Monument Mythos. Why was there a lady locked immobile in the Lincoln Monument for 4 to 8 years depending on re-election? Is this some weird fetish shit? What the hell is wrong with this tree? Where did this giant nuclear crab come from? And what would happen if James Dean were actually real? Stay tuned to find out right now. The Monument Mythos was first discovered on a channel called Alex Kansas. It documents how your government communicates and engages with Lovecraftian phenomena and beings to manipulate the reality humans exist in every day. These beings are often contained within important United States monuments. It does a great job documenting this phenomena in a beautiful analog horror fashion, giving me a raging nostalgia fear-erection. And I'll be linking to their work in the description. Without further ado, let's take a look at this delightfully nightmarish distortion of US history. Let's talk about special trees. Special trees are both in Egypt and America, and no one will tell me where they come from. They can't be cut down in a traditional sense, so people will harm them to attempt to stop their growth by making the trees focus on healing themselves. You keep working, buddy. I believe in you. People will also build towers around these trees to limit their growth. For example, the Washington Monument was constructed to contain a special tree. They seem to display some semblance of intelligence, although this is not consistent amongst the trees. For example, the tree in the Washington Monument uses music to lure victims inside the tower, where it raises them up to the top of the tower and drops them to their death. Over 20 individuals have gone missing during visiting the Washington Monument, and by gone missing, we both know that I mean they turned into a bright red stain. Not only this, there is some limited evidence that these trees are capable of teleportation and manifesting in towering human forms. Sometimes lightning will spring from these trees, turning what it strikes into a material known as Giza glass, an incredibly durable material with otherworldly properties that can be fashioned into a razor-sharp blade. Any limb severed from a living being is still still fully under the control of that being when severed with Giza glass. Unfortunately, all products containing Giza glass had to be pulled from shelves when some pervert ruined it for everyone when he cut out his eyes, hands, and tongue and left them in several movie theater bathrooms. Giza glass can also turn people's decapitated heads into crowns when they are decapitated, which are basically just like floating living heads. Also, President Rockefeller, who was totally a president and not an oil tycoon, just shut up and go with this, so he cut off a lot of felons' heads and sold them to Germany as slave labor that they used to create an airship that killed a lot of Americans. What the hell are we talking about again? President Rockefeller saw one of these trees and he was like, oh, horrendous. So with a level of carelessness on par with wiping your ass after applying Icy Hot without washing your hands first, he decided to dig up the tree and glue a bunch of branches to it rather than just getting a regular Crimbus tree. He put it into the I name stuff after myself because I'm super secure center so everyone could marvel at it. Apparently there are links between universes, as shown by that one little girl who put a star on top of Rockefeller's and the tree decided to put her into another dimension, as one does. Don't ask me to explain literally any of what I just said because I'm just as lost as you are. Have you heard about the Lincoln Lookers? You better make sure you aren't disliked by any presidents, because one woman, Maya Arnoldson, didn't do anything except slightly resemble someone who did, and she was kidnapped, immobilized, and crammed into a metal statue shaped like the Emancipator with only 2 small eye holes for 2 weeks. She was in fact the wrong person, and got a personal apology from Ronald Reagan. Please give me access to the presidential healthcare. My bones and muscles have atrophied from being unable to move. How long are you going to hold this over my head? I already said sorry. We can get an inside look at how these Lincoln Lookers are chosen from a quote from Important Government Man.
There's always someone that we dislike more than everyone else. Not usually famous or important, but you've done something that's affected us personally. Often you're the only person who remembers this act. It may not have been that bad, but memory hurts. Everyone experiences this, and the president is no exception. Except he can do something about it. Every president can choose one person to be a Lincoln Looker. After their alibi is fabricated, the person is abducted from their home, and they stay a Lincoln Looker for as long as the president sits in office. Nobody can question his decision, and there's no trial. You might be surprised, but it's nothing new. It's been a tradition. Lincoln Lookers have been around for a very long time.
People thought that the victims of Lincoln Lookers were imprisoned behind presidential portraits, and they took the portraits off the wall to prove that they weren't. Well, no one behind the painting. I guess I owe you an apology. Lousy plumbing systems. We gotta get that checked. Ever visit the Kennedy Memorial Cocaine Lounge? I bet it's not behind the portraits, though. I think either the Lincoln Lookers or some other eldritch abomination is in the monument, because one time some blind girl heard scratching noises coming from inside of it. Wait, or was she deaf? Whatever, same thing, doesn't matter. I've had a lot of hate going around, likely deservedly, because I'm an asshole. But to those folks, I'm putting up a pawn for office in 2024, so if being crammed in a statue and fed through a tube for 4 to 8 years depending on the governing and campaigning strategies of the crackhead I found outside Wendy's doesn't sound like a vibe, it's time to have a nice steaming cup of shut the fuck up. In this world, these symbols of national pride that were created to represent our nation's histories as upstanding achievements are hollow. Inside of them lives a dark force being manipulated by people with power, be it power in the military, power in the media, or power in the economy. I can identify with this series a lot. When the guy who wrote my terrible jokes was a kid, he was told that Pilgrims and Native Americans were friends, and that bread was good for you. And look what happened to him. He got fat and stupid. Monument Mythos is a long, masterful series that I would like to cover with a series of my own rather than one big video to really give it the attention it deserves. If you think that I could possibly make a video about the amount of times that the government has lied to you about something of eldritch importance, leave now and protect your innocence, because like every girl I've ever met, this channel will make it go far, far away. Sometimes I regret ad-libbing in the script because I don't think before I talk. I still don't even know what to make of the nuclear cargo ship monster crab George Washington. Planets. Observer 4 probe findings explained. That's right, we've been blessed with evidence detailing extraterrestrial life, and I'm going to be putting this info into context so your human brain can more easily understand it. So let's get into it. Planets is an analog horror detailing detailing the 48-year expedition of the Observer 4 space probe, as well as the evidence of extraterrestrial life and strange astrological phenomena found during the journey. The Observer 4 was launched in 2038 and recovered in 2086, and the data inside the probe was shocking to say the least. I know what you're thinking, how is it analog horror if it takes place in the future? And the answer is shut the fuck up. We know about these planets because of one YouTube channel run by a fish by the name of Black Dragonfish. I'll be linking to their findings below. At first, all seems routine for the Observer 4 as it approaches a neighboring solar system, snapping some candid pics of some asteroids as it passes. It examines some normal enough seeming planets and their moons, but after a moment the mood seems to slowly but surely darken, foreshadowing that something might not be quite right with the Observer 4. One of the first indications that the Observer 4 probe is acting strangely is when it approaches the planet Horus. Horus is noted as an inhospitable ice planet that has a quote-unquote face that is used for experiments. My question is, how would humans be able to determine that Horus is used for experiments if they literally just discovered it this moment using this probe? Did you guess? Unless I'm missing something, it seems like someone or something else is adding information that it would be impossible for humanity to know based on its current circumstances. The next planet that Observer 4 comes across is Helios. Helios is unique as its moons are alive. I'm not sure if this means the moons themselves are alive or they just contain biological ecosystems. The language feels intentionally vague. There's something missing here. So if this guy is anything like me, he doesn't know either. Tartarus, named for the Greek mythology's version of hell, is the most unique of the moons as it is the most organic in nature, with more biodiversity than the food in the back of the fridge that no one's quite sure what it used to be. The probe describes it as a wandering, quietly weeping gateway. Can't shake the feeling that it's in some way related to its name. Keeping up with the hell naming scheme, the next planet the Observer approaches is Baphomet, named for goat f***er over here. The planet is as black as coal and a terrifying nightmare, as opposed to a not terrifying nightmare. The next planet, Anuket, named for the Nile goddess, is described as a water world. Just like Earth, its oceans are home to yet undiscovered, unimaginable horrors. It has many moons, but none have been photographed. I'm not sure if they just couldn't find it, or the Observer just got lazy, but all I know is what's in this space probe that I stole, so we're moving on. The most significant and concerning media that the probe contains is about the world of Hathor. Hathor, home, a second Earth, life. Isn't it beautiful?
Interloper, we're watching.
Sathan, moon of Hathor.
You found new life. Isn't this what you wanted?
May 31st, 2075. Observer 4 loses connection. October 24th, 2075. Connection is regained. February 4th, 2086. Observer approaches Earth. Recovered by yours truly. If you don't know much about space travel, I can't blame you because your species mostly uses its technology to spike dopamine. Mandatory species sensitivity training says you can't blame people for what they're born into, but any idiot can see this is not regular space probe protocol. This craft lost connection with Earth, then regained connection already en route back to the human homeworld. The thing is, humans wouldn't be able to reprogram it to come back if they lost connections with the probe. We know that the probe doesn't return to Earth as a failsafe for lost connections because it didn't do so when it lost connection previously. That means that something else must have intercepted it, reprogrammed it, and tampered with its data, leaving messages. Seemingly threatening warning messages. With the flashing word of home on Hathor and the fact that this was the last world it visited before it lost connection and was rerouted back to Earth, it seems like whatever messed with your little probe here was native to Hathor. They also seem to know a bit about you guys, as they're really layering in the satanic imagery and names because they know it freaks y'all out. Those threats sound like they are coming from someone who feels that they are backed in a corner. Now to a human brain, that might sound like you have the upper hand. And you might, but nothing bites harder, faster, and with less abandon than a snarling dog backed into a corner. My advice, find another exoplanet. They obviously do not want to be friends with benefits, and after the millionth open and R, you just gotta take the L.
This week at Omega Mart, save on gestating mammal liquid, just $4.75. Gestating mammal liquid toast paint, only $5.99. Gestating mammal liquid with added bacteria, now 2 for $10. Plus, save on aged gestating mammal liquid in block form. That's good news for my brittle bones. That's Omega Mart.
Omega Mart, you have no idea what's in store for you.
If you've been looking around the internet recently, you've probably heard of Omega Mart. Omega Mart is an art installation attached to what could possibly be an ARG-type story from the team Myuu. Omega Mart seems to be a grocery store with several unusual properties.
Just a totally normal supermarket in Las Vegas. The world's friendliest free-range staff.
Omega Mart has a strange comedy uncanny valley vibe to it. Both comedic and off in a way that's strangely alluring and sometimes unsettling, a lot of these products seem like something that would be from another dimension made up by an alien.
And save on individually wrapped wheat squares.
Something familiar with human habits and mannerisms, but also gives themselves away in pretty obvious ways.
Romantic dinner in a can. Spoil your special someone. That's true love. That's Omega Mart.
It seems like it's trying really hard to be a supermarket, and it just can't get it right. Looking to go shopping?
Root beer flavored vape juice flavored root beer. Power Wings multi-purpose formula.
Also, what the hell is up with the citrus products from this place?
Have you tried Omega Mart brand orange drink? If you or a loved one answered yes, please call Omega Mart Consumer Affairs immediately at 1-800-808-4194. That's 1-800-808-4194.
It seems like everything related to a citrus fruit in the Omega Mart line of merchandise gets recalled.
This is an important message for customers who have recently purchased Omega Mart lemons. Some customers have confused Omega Mart lemons with lemons. Please return this product to Omega Mart immediately. For your safety, this product has been removed from our shelves and will be carefully disposed of.
I don't know if it's just me, but in art pieces, sometimes recurring symbols in events mean something. Apparently, some of the products at Omega Mart are more than meets the eye. Terrible cliche pun not intended, because I like to think I'm not a hack. Upon calling your local Omega Mart to return this dangerous yet delicious merchandise, you would receive this message.
Thank you for calling Omega Mart, the #1 supermarket in the world. If you're calling about Omega Mart lemons, press 1. If you or a loved one has been recently exposed to Omega Mart brand lemons, please return them to your local Omega Mart store or dispose of them safely in a lead container, buried a minimum of 5 feet below the ground and 3 miles from any known water source. Use of earplugs is strongly advised. Omega Mart thanks you for your continued trust.
All of this media raises a lot of questions, especially because Omega Mart is a real place. Apparently, this is just the latest iteration in an experiential art piece with installments spanning back to 2009. The original experience was much more of a joke, apparently having a much lower production value with props that fooled very little people. It required quite a bit more suspension of disbelief. In the second version, the team behind Omega Mart marketed it as a real grocery store. They even took out attack ads against themselves in the local newspaper. The grand opening had artists dressed like employees, fake protesters planted outside by the team, and it seemed like the town was buying it. Some people even came by and applied for jobs. They said it was an art piece and that they weren't hiring, but some people left their resumes anyway. If I worked there, I would hire them just to mess with them to add to the performance part of the Omega Mart experience. The third version is the market associated with the commercials we've just seen today. It's located in Area 15 in Las Vegas. Apparently the place is a sprawling grocery store with secret entrances and tunnels everywhere. I'm guessing whatever's inside could give us some answers relating to the strange ad, but if their marketing is any good, you'll see way more questions than answers, so you'll want to come back. Omega Mart, if this is the case, no one can blame you. And if this isn't the case, you should be doing this. Omega Mart commercials are still being uploaded weekly on the Myuu page, so this series is very much still alive. I don't think it can be solved yet. I think we're gonna see some more cool, unexpected stuff from Myuu and Omega Mart that would make any theories that I would make up just look stupid. Some of you might be wondering, is Omega Mart all just a weird marketing campaign for the sake of memorable product placement to get your smooth customer brain to buy more crap? And to that accusation I say, now for a brief word from our sponsor.
Attention shoppers, on sale at Amoeba Mart, half off 4 rectal use only hand sanitizers. Plus, save on non-alcoholic baby food. Show off your flair with ready-to-carve boneless street pumpkins. Feeling lucky? Try your luck with Schrodinger's eggs that both are and aren't half price until you open them. Hurry, at these prices, they both will and won't last until you check.
Unfortunately, I am not able to travel to Area 15 in Vegas because I'm just a voice actor being held hostage by an eyeball creature. That's okay though, because the eyeball creature told me that Omega Mart has a website where you can take home just a little bit of that Omega Mart magic for yourself in your own home. With products like tattoo chicken, vegan goat pus lemonade, and who told you this was butter air freshener spray. Remember, Mr. Omega says shopping every day increases brain smile. For some reason, one of the most dangerous and powerful creatures in the entire Lovecraft mythos goes unmentioned in almost every piece of media I see about him. This abomination is so powerful that even though it died almost 100 years ago, uttering its name can still destroy the career of any online creator. This creature is, of course, H.P. Lovecraft's cat. Even though a lot of Lovecraft's discriminatory ideology aged like spilled yogurt in a Florida parking lot, the monsters and some of the philosophy behind them are still pretty cool. Visualization of Lovecraft monsters is hard because many of them drive you completely mad when you look at them, but this art style is too goofy to scare anyone, and I'm already insane, so I think we'll be safe. First up is the Dunwich Horror. The Dunwich Horror was born from a human woman and a great old one by the name of Yog-Sothoth. Yog-Sothoth is a mass of glowing orbs covered in eyes and writhing with an uncountable amount of tendrils, some of which were, you know, most likely inside of an incredibly disturbed human woman. Unless you have a better idea of how these two did the deed. I mean, what other part of it would even go inside of where is beyond me. Anyways, the Dunwich Horror usually chooses to remain invisible. It can show itself, but when humans look upon the Dunwich Horror, they go completely insane. The Dunwich Horror is described as a monster around the size of a barn that's dotted with red eyes. It has many tentacles extending from its body, each ending in a mouth that contains razor-sharp teeth. It has a vaguely human-like face with a large mouth also overflowing with dagger-like teeth. It exudes a nauseating stench, and survives by draining cows of their blood before devouring them. Now, this creature might be terrifying, and it might smell terrible, and also maybe it devours entire swarms of cattle in a series of seconds, and sure, it might drive you literally insane if you look at it from how horrifyingly disgusting it is. But I put up with lots of humans who have the exact same problems. I think the Dunwich Horror gets a bad rap. I mean, sure, it's a harmful monstrosity, but it never asked to exist on Earth. If we are to blame anyone for this, it is the family who encouraged the woman who watched too many naughty tentacle animes to act out her unholy urges in real life with an eldritch abomination. If the mother smoked, drank, and did lines of Colombian white during the pregnancy, you don't blame the baby for being a little bit off. I don't know, maybe that's a bad example. The story of the Dunwich Horror is actually quite tragic. Before the creature's death, its last words were a cry for help from its extraterrestrial father to be saved from a place with people that didn't understand it and punished it because of that. Who's the real barn-sized, horrible-smelling, cattle-devouring, tentacle-covered monstrosity? Now you just think about that. Well, that's pretty depressing, so let's lighten the mood with something really weird. Next on the list are the Children of the Sphinx. The Children of the Sphinx look like humans that have been Frankensteined together with different animals, appearing often as a human with an animal head. They are created from human and animal mummies being mixed and matched like bionicles before being affected by a very powerful magic called suspension of disbelief, which reanimated them. These abominations worship the Sphinx, and that's pretty much the sum of what they do with their existence. Fun fact, the creation of the Children of the Sphinx was partially attributed to Harry Houdini, the legendary escape artist that could escape anything but his own appendix. No, I don't think it was too soon, it was almost 100 years ago. This is Yagalanak the Defiler. Yagalanak's day job is being the god of perversion and depravity. It is a sadistic old one that enjoys making humanity suffer. This old one is from an unknown ruin in an unknown place. While it doesn't always have a physical form, it for some reason chooses to manifest as a morbidly obese mass of a man with no head and mouths with long tongues in each palm. So, you know.
What that mouth do?
I'm cringing too, but come on, you can't not make that joke. When summoned, he either offers a job to the summoner to be one of his evil priests, or just consumes them as food. Yagalanak often looks for people who read perverse and forbidden literature to become his servants. So if this monstrosity kept up with the times and got into other media as it developed, I'll see you degenerates in his army. Next up is the Great Race of Yilth. This alien species is capable of projecting their consciousness across space and time, and they can even swap minds with members of their own species and steal the bodies of other species. If humanity had this ability, I guarantee all people would be doing would be playing musical chairs with each other's bodies to do disturbing things with each other's bits, and nothing would get done. This isn't a problem for the Yilth though, because they reproduce with seeds that grow into another Yilth when in contact with water. Their original forms are unknown, and at some point they swapped bodies with this species that was on prehistoric Earth, and created a huge civilization governed under what is described as fascistic socialism on the planet. They were eventually forced to project their minds into an insectoid species to avoid being wiped out by the next monstrosity on our list, the flying polyps. The polyps are very mysterious, because the records kept by the Yilth only told us how icky and scary they are, but for some reason they didn't describe their physiology very well. They are described as polyps, which are like a kinda sea anemone, so I guess they're like a flying, evil little tendrily, fleshy, mouthy, eyeball-y sea anemone? I could say how they look quite phallic, but that's kind of a low-hanging fruit. While they can fly, they don't show any wings or any other body parts that would typically allow a creature to get in the air, and they leave many five-toed radial footprints wherever they go. Next up is Lukathu. Lukathu is a planet-sized sphere made entirely from organs. It's quite moist, and covered in these weird warty pulstals. Apparently, every one of these tiny pulstals is a gestation chamber that's developing a baby old one. I know old one just means being of a great power from an ancient source in this mythos, but the words baby old one just makes me imagine a really wrinkly old man baby. Most often when one thinks of a fertility god, they think of Aphrodite, but Lovecraft's idea of symbolizing fertility is a giant insectoid-esque egg sac. It's kind of common knowledge that he projected himself into his work, so like, I'm really curious what Lovecraft was into. Like, what got his motor running? Like, what made his cream expel at great speed out of his cock? The next entity is possibly the most abstract of all of the abominations in the Lovecraftian mythos. It is the blackness between the stars itself, a literal conscious nothingness that observes all of the universe with a sense of cold indifference. This being rarely chooses to communicate, but when it does communicate, it speaks in a language only it can comprehend. I know what you're thinking, did you only cover this one because you could draw it just by using one color and a paint bucket tool? No, that's not the only reason, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't one of them. I couldn't make something on Lovecraft without mentioning the face of the mythos, so let's talk about Cthulhu. Cthulhu is often described as an unholy amalgamation of human, dragon, and octopus. This lumbering beast is said to be the size of a mountain. Cthulhu is currently in a deep sleep at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, and he dreams of the day that he will awake to subjugate all of humanity. That's some big goals, Squiddy. You can't fault this guy. He's just a boy with a dream, damn it. He has an incredibly devoted and extensive cult of followers that devote their lives to bringing about his awakening. He's even run for office in multiple satirical political campaigns. Needless to say, he is someone who I aspire to be like one day and take great inspiration from. Lovecraft encouraged people to collaborate and add to his mythos, so while some of these creatures may have been created by Lovecraft himself, a good amount of them were from other authors who contributed. In that spirit, I would like to add my own creature to the mythos. In the spirit of Lovecraft, I'm gonna make it unpronounceable, and if you want, you can decide on spelling on your own, because I don't care. This is... and it is the love child of Yagalanak the Defiler and H.P. Lovecraft's cat. It is an overweight neckbeard with anime catgirl ears and a tail that spends its day on internet message boards making jokes about things that I would get canceled just for mentioning in this context. Well, I was deciding between that and a large, consistently growing mass of still living and conscious organisms that have had their flesh, skin, and organs fused together, trapping them as one large being from going from planet to planet, absorbing all living creatures into its own mass, growing exponentially and therefore needing more to feed it. It has its own consciousness, and it also has access to all of the nervous systems of all of the beings it assimilates into its own mass. So it tortures them with their greatest fears, playing out on repeat while it slowly dissolves their physical form into a million other alien beings over eternity. Yeah, so that's definitely a tie. I can't think of which is more horrifying from these two. Okay, medieval folklore fight. A monopod, which is like a Bigfoot guy, not like a Bigfoot guy, nor like a Bigfoot guy, but like a guy with one big foot, versus a Blemmies, which is like a torso face man. See, for me it could go either way because they both look equally terribly designed. Let's take a look at some other folklore monsters that are less stupid. First up is the Wendigo. The Wendigo is created when a person eats human flesh. This legendary Native American entity is cursed to lurk through the forest looking for people to eat, and like the average corporate customer, it will consume anything it comes across in vain attempts to satisfy its endless hunger. The Wendigo resembles an emaciated human skeletal figure with skin tightly encasing its bones. Its complexion is that of ash, and it's reported to have sunken dark eyes. The Wendigo has no lips, as they usually immediately bite them off off to sate their unending hunger. Like a member of r/incels, you'll know if one of these beasties is nearby because this creature exudes a stench of decomposition and decay. Obviously, this myth was created as a way of dissuading people from eating each other. A lot of people mistakenly think that the Wendigo and Skinwalker are the same thing, but they're not only wrong, but also insensitive. A Skinwalker is a different entity from Native American legend that is created from the spirit of a shaman or a witch doctor who committed evil deeds during their lifetime, especially to those close to them. It's rumored that simply discussing the Skinwalker will attract their attention. And if that's the case, thanks for the extra views, and maybe, you know, drop me a like for shouting you out. The Skinwalker often appears as a mangled and distorted form of an animal, or sometimes a human. It's capable of replicating animal calls in human voices, but it has a very limited vocabulary. Skinwalkers have to learn how to inhabit the skin of another convincingly. The more experienced the Skinwalker, the better the disguise. 1 second.
Hello, neighbor who lives across the street from me. As you can see, I still have the same skin that I did this morning, upright posture, and I speak words. So it's safe to say that I'm still a normal human being like I was earlier today. Now that I have established that I am not a monster wearing your neighbor's skin, may I come in for a cup of sandwich and you go to bed immediately with no suspicion and also without checking if I have left? What do you mean I'm wearing your neighbor's skin? That's ridiculous.
That's not even my neighbor. Next up is the Kune-Kune, an urban legend from Japan. The Kune-Kune is basically one of those wacky waveable inflatable arm flailing tube men at those car dealerships, except this one causes extreme and debilitating mental illness. The Kune-Kune is a humanoid figure that waves in the wind like it's made out of paper. The Kune-Kune is reported to only be seen from afar. People usually report seeing this entity from a distance in rice fields, open plains, or sometimes the ocean. It waves around like it's being pushed by the wind, even if there is no wind, and it bends in ways that no ordinary human limbs could replicate. It is either stark white or jet black, depending on where you see it. Reports of the Kune-Kune usually go as follows. A person sees a figure off in the distance and someone takes a closer look. The person who takes a closer look becomes pale and begins to develop signs of serious mental illness. The first report of the Kune-Kune came in 2003, and people have been sharing their stories about this entity ever since. Some people suspect that the Kune-Kune was a scarecrow that was misidentified on a windy day. While this would explain the movement of the figure, it would not explain the mental illness that follows. I mean, I look at scarecrows pretty closely all the time, and I'd say I'm pretty well adjusted. Actually, maybe we should stop looking at scarecrows so closely. Next up is the Knuckle of V. The Knuckle of V is an evil sea spirit native to Scotland. The Knuckle of V is a horse with a humanoid torso and head sticking out of the back of the horse where a person would usually be riding. The horse and the human are fused as one singular being. The being has no skin, and the outside of the body is covered in raw exposed muscle fiber, and you can see black blood coursing through its veins. The humanoid head has an animal-like mouth, and sometimes rolls or hangs like the neck is snapped and the head may fall off. The arms of the humanoid section of the torso are so long that they almost drag along the ground. The horse has one giant red eye and flippers on its feet. Basically, the Knuckle of V is the platypus of the Scottish folklore scene. This folklore was then stolen by the SCP Foundation to write SCP-3456, the Orcadian Horseman. If the Knuckle of V sees something, it will do everything it can to make it commit the not alive. And also, it likes to light crops on fire. There's a famous quote referencing this creature as the most cruel and malignant of all uncanny beings that trouble mankind. Even though this thing is from the ocean, it has an incredible fear of fresh water, and it never visits when it rains. Seems kinda dumb that something from the ocean is afraid of water, but I got through the rest of the explanation without poking holes into it, so it seems kinda stupid to start now. Another horse folklore creature is the Kelpie. The Kelpie is basically a large black horse that lives on the edge of bodies of water. People who touch the Kelpie get stuck to it, and the horse walks into the water and drowns whoever was attached. So I think the horse is just kind of covered in sticky glue or something. I guess that qualifies as a monster. All I'm saying is if I worked at the Flex Glue Corporation, I'd throw a sign at that thing.
Flex glue is so strong, it even works underwater.
If you avoid taking responsibility for your problems, the next monster is for you. The Tokolosh is a small, hairy, goblin-like creature with long, pointy ears, gouged-out eyes, a hole through its head, a cut-out tongue, and sometimes a tail. This legend comes from South Africa, where the Tokolosh are rumored to sneak out into the night and cause misfortune and hardship for mankind. Since it can't see, it navigates using its other senses. People often blame anything from missing food to serious crimes on the Tokolosh. This is kind of just like the scapegoat monster of this society. It's kind of like the South African equivalent of when a Facebook Karen doesn't like something and wants it gone, but they can't think of anything actually bad about it, so they just start ranting about how it's involved with Satan somehow. Some think the Tokolosh is made when a witch kidnaps a person and undertakes some sort of supernatural and surgical ritual, turning them into a Tokolosh. The Tokolosh is then the witch's familiar, which kind of means like pet or henchman that'll take care of the dirty work so the witch can keep her hands clean. If I lived in South Africa, this would be super useful.
Hey, did you eat all of my chips?
Tokolosh.
Again?
It smells suspicious back here. Are you guys smoking a beer?
Tokolosh.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey, there's like a bunch of severed arms sewn together in the shape of a big spider in your dumpster. Now, I'm not making any accusations, but...
Tokolosh.
Oh, sorry to bother you, sir. It must have been hard for you to witness this. I hope that goblin stops messing with you soon.
Last up is the vegetable lamb. The vegetable lamb is a lamb that's attached to a plant where its umbilical cord would be. Not a remake of The Silence of the Lambs where Hannibal Lecter is paralyzed and has to be fed through a tube. The lamb is thought to grow out of the ground like a plant, and could be grown using melon-like seeds found in the area. It can graze any area it can reach, but its travel is limited by the length of the vine. It's said that the lamb has blood like a regular lamb, but for some reason the meat was similar to that of a crab, which makes me really curious. We need to stage an expedition to find this glorious mystical creature so we can eat it. Anyways, one second.
Hello, it is I, your neighbor's cat.
Stop! First of all, cats don't talk. Second, my neighbor doesn't have a cat. That's a possum. And third, you ruined my recording session twice. Come back to my place again, and I'll kick you in the crotch so hard one of your vertebrae pops out your mouth like a Pez dispenser. You awake, dazed and confused, lost in the middle of the wilderness in the pitch black of night. That's the last time I eat a handful of pills I find on the floor of the bus, you say to yourself. Suddenly, you see a set of bright red eyes piercing through the darkness, and you hear its terrifying call. Stop! You are about to be attacked by a Mothman! You wanna know why? Because you were unprepared. The simple fact is, most cryptid attacks are easily avoidable. You might be asking yourself, what even is cryptid? Cryptids are basically any animal that's existence has been speculated on but not confirmed by the scientific community. For example, Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, Jeffree Star, or the Kraken. The first and possibly my favorite cryptid we're gonna cover is the Mongolian deathworm. The Mongolian deathworm is approximately 1 meter or 2 to 3 feet long. All phallic jokes aside, this worm has been nicknamed the intestine worm because it looks like Dr. Frankenstein removed an NFL lineman's intestines and then gave it new life as a giant predatory roundworm. The worm has been said to prey on humans, and it has multiple forms of attack it can use. The worm is apparently coated in a toxin that can cause instant death in any human being that touches it. It can also spit a yellow acidic secretion capable of dissolving flesh. It's rumored that the bright yellow bile attracts more worms to the victim, either because of the bright yellow color or because of pheromones in the spittle. This wormy boy was popularized in Western culture by the American paleontologist Roy Chapman Andrews in 1926. The only evidence that supports this cryptid's existence is anecdotal, so many people believe that it doesn't exist. Some cryptozoologists have a theory about this worm that I personally prescribe to. I don't believe the Mongolian deathworm is a worm, per se, but I do believe a creature like that could exist. I think the source of this cryptid could be a large undiscovered species of burrowing legless lizard native to the Gobi Desert. No, I don't mean snake, it's a real animal and there are more differences between snakes and lizards than just legs. While a hot, dry ecosystem would dry out a worm quickly, reptiles are much more suited to desert environments. There are also multiple recorded instances of animals shooting acidic compounds as both predatory strategies and a defense tactic. There's also animals who have incredibly toxic skin. The Gobi Desert is the fastest growing desert on the planet, so there's no shortage of sand for this large wiggly predator to hide in. The next animal on the list is the thunderbird. One version of it is like a giant condor, but this is the boring version. The more interesting depiction of the thunderbird is a giant sky creature with smooth leathery skin and a head similar to an alligator. This description almost matches the morphology of the extinct pterodactyl, meaning that this could be a dinosaurian cryptid, such as the Loch Ness Monster. Personally, I think dinosaurian cryptids are the cryptids least likely to exist. Not only did they somehow survive a grand extinction event, but they also maintained enough of a population of literal giant monsters to survive until the modern day, and kept this literal pack of monsters undetected, doing it all with the brain size of a peanut. Not only that, but this one's flying through the sky. Do you know how big this thing's turds would be? If that thing was dropping logs out of the sky, we would know. The thunderbird is reported to swoop down and steal children from their yard. Again, the evidence seems to be mostly anecdotal, and eyewitness testimony is not always reliable. Probably the most famous story about the thunderbird is from the Tombstone Epitaph newspaper. April 26, 1890, this newspaper published an article where they said gunslingers shot a thunderbird out of the sky. Some claim to have seen a real picture of the beast with a few gunslingers posing next to it. However, this picture is believed to be a hoax. Some claim that this very picture was published in the newspaper along with the story, but the newspaper responsible for the article was not capable of publishing images at that point in time. Also, there are copies of this article on file in libraries, and it shows no image. Later, around the 1920s, one of the ranchers involved in the Thunderbird story spoke out and said that the newspaper sensationalized the story. Apparently, how it really went down was him and the others were chasing the creature and the horses became spooked by it, and the creature got away. They never actually shot it down. Like all timeless classics, the moral of this story is just as applicable today as it was back then. That being, everything you hear on the news is at best exaggerated to scare you, and at worst, a complete lie. When you hear the phrase goat sucker, what unholy idea arises in your little degenerate brains? Whatever it is, get that thought out of your head, you disgust me. It's the Spanish to English translation for chupacabra. This cryptid gained notoriety in Texas, Central South America, and Puerto Rico when the bodies of livestock began to pile up, all mysteriously drained of blood. The rumor is that the chupacabra gives other animals such a big zuck that they don't have any blood left. There are two popular depictions of the chupacabra, one in which it's half dog, half kangaroo with leathery skin, and one where it's a bipedal hairless gremlin thing with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs. Some theorize it may be a bizarre species of undiscovered hairless canine, but some scientists have another theory. Many think these are simply dogs and coyotes that are infected with a disease called mange, which causes hair loss and damage to the skin, giving it a strange, monstrous texture. While this version could explain the canine depiction chupacabra, it doesn't explain much about Gollum over here, so that leaves us with two possibilities. Either there's a hairless man-baby creature running around chugging livestock bodily fluid, or a rancher found a psychoactive cactus and saw a spider monkey from 30 feet away and then decided to call Monster Quest. Personally, I am happy with both of these scenarios. Next up is the Yeti. The Yeti is basically Bigfoot painted white. The Yeti is said to inhabit the highest peaks of the Himalayas. Scientists attribute Yeti sightings to different species of bears, or a species of monkey that's native to the area. The big thing about the Yeti that doesn't quite work for me is the sheer size of this lad. The Yeti is rumored to be able to grow up to 10 feet, or just over 3 meters tall, and weigh up to 400 pounds, or 181 kilograms. Now, I understand large apex predators can exist in tough environments, but the ecosystem in the highest peaks of the Himalayas is low oxygen due to elevation, meaning that Yeti would need to expend more energy and need more food than another massive creature that lived at a lower elevation. Add to that the energy that it would need to expend maintaining its body heat in such a frigid area, and I'm not sure there would be enough food for a creature of that caliber. If this creature existed at its rumored size, it most likely wouldn't stay up at the top, and at the very least would need to venture down to more observable areas in search of food, which, in all likelihood, would lead to its discovery. Another primate cryptid that's more likely to exist than the Yeti, in my opinion, is the skunk ape. The skunk ape is what happens when a mommy orangutan and a daddy Florida man love each other very much, so much that they commit a crime against nature. The skunk ape is a large bipedal primate famous for its powerful stench rumored to live in the Everglades. It just so happens that I am currently close enough to the proposed native environment of this cryptid to go investigating, so I went to a place that calls itself the Skunk Ape Research Headquarters. Upon arriving, I noticed the multiple statues of the skunk ape, all for some reason missing hair around its chest raisins. Interesting. After I checked out some of the reptiles they had chilling there, like a baby alligator and a gigantic snake that could easily swallow a small child, I directed my gaze towards a cast of what is claimed to be a skunk ape footprint. Placing my hand beside it for scale, it looks to be around double the length of the average human hand. One thing that troubled me about these supposed footprints is that they are seemingly almost devoid of the changes in elevation that occur in most primate foot structures, our species included. I'm not making any accusations, but it looks like someone could make a very similar foot-shaped cast by digging out a foot shape in the ground and pouring the casting material in. Regardless of whether or not the evidence means anything, many creatures that are monstrous in proportion escape captivity and live wildly in droves in Florida now. So there's no reason that a creature like this couldn't exist. If someone told me that an orangutan escaped a zoo, I believe it could survive in the Florida wilds. Personally, I believe the theory that skunk apes are a population of orangutans, but I don't see anything in the environment preventing the existence of an undiscovered primate. The Everglades are huge. There's plenty of trees, plenty to eat, and plenty of thick foliage to hide in. The museum wasn't enough, so the only thing left to do was get on a boat and travel down the Everglades. While on the journey, what stood out to me most was the thick foliage on all sides. This definitely looked like it could hide a creature of that size. I saw a lot of big animals and lots of places to hide, but upon first examination, I had not found any trace of the skunk ape. I asked our guide if he believed in the skunk ape. He said he did. But if a guide working for that place said he didn't, that'd be bad for business, so that was the expected response regardless. After the tour, I was kinda disappointed that I didn't see the skunk ape on account of it might not exist. After re-examining the footage, I noticed something strange. You hear that sound that I catch right at the end of the turtle jumping into the water? Well, that sound could probably be explained by something rational, but that's stupid. I'm telling you that this is the skunk ape. On the next clip I took, I noticed it. I had found the mother lode, and then I went down in history as the best cryptozoologist in history, and was still humble enough to suggest that maybe the real skunk ape was the friends we made along the way, the end. Human-animal hybrids. What is a human-animal hybrid? Is this a human-animal hybrid? What about this? Have you heard that a team of scientists have created an embryo that was part human being, part monkey? This all started when an international team of researchers got their hands on some crab-eating macaque monkey embryos. They injected the monkey embryos with human pluripotent stem cells and allowed them to develop ex vivo, aka test tube baby style, for 19 days. The human cells were given a glowing label so that the scientists could track them. Upon the end of the experiment, 8% of the total embryonic cells in this monkey fetus were human. Fortunately for ethics nerds, but unfortunately for my potential Planet of the Apes documentary, the team did not allow the fetus to be born. If a monkey-human chimera were to be born, it would blur the lines between what is considered human and animal. This raises a lot of questions. Will we consider this a human, an animal, or something in between? If you made a cow with human skin and feet instead of hooves, would it be cannibalism to eat it? What percent of this organism has to be human for it to be given human rights? Would something be more human if it had a human brain rather than just a human foot? What about a human-like face? Would I go to jail for giving a chipmunk a massive human penis? Realistically, this kind of experimentation would lead to entirely new fields of research. With all this comes new ethical conundrums, and most likely law changes. This particular experiment took place in a lab in China, so if we ever made a live one, we might not know about it for a while, seeing as how censorship laws there—
Nope, stop talking, go to jail.
The being they have created is known as a human-monkey chimera. Chimeras often do not survive for very long after creation, but some species are more effective at being chimeraized than others. For example, one previously successful chimera combination is rat and mouse. This raises a ton of moral issues, but if you discard all of those, the possible combinations could be endless. This is not the same as a hybrid animal. Whereas a chimera is a being that has cells from multiple different species, hybrids combine two sets of different species DNA to make genetic material for all of the cells. Like when a tiger meets a lion in a nightclub bathroom after taking 9 multicolored pills. Boom, 1 gestation period later, you got yourself a liger. Ever wonder if a human woman would sign up to have a human chimpanzee hybrid in her vaginus? Enter the proposed hybrid known as the human Z. The first recorded human who attempted to create a human Z via artificial insemination was Ila Ivanovich Ivanovov in the 1920s. I'm sure someone has attempted to create a human chimp hybrid in the natural fashion, but most people probably wouldn't publicize realized that they did that. Ela inseminated 3 female chimps with human sperm, but none of them became pregnant. He organized an additional experiment with human volunteers and non-human sperm, but his program was shut down before it could be carried out. Jump to 1977, and one J. Michael Bedford discovered that human sperm could penetrate the outer membranes of a gibbon egg. Don't ask me how he figured it out. I'm sure it was some scientific device, or like a turkey baster. I'm fine with literally anything, so long as it wasn't his dick. It has also been found that human sperm binds to gorilla oocytes with almost the same ease as to human ones. So, is this possible? Human beings share 95% of their DNA sequence with chimpanzees, and our other close relatives, the bonobo apes, are reportedly able to create hybrid offsprings with the chimps easily. It's a big maybe, so there's only one way to find out. Hypothetically, let's say someone had enough money to fund a laboratory capable of running these types of genetic experiments. If this same someone were to fund said laboratory and begin to attempt the creation of a human-ape hybrid, would the government attempt to intervene, and at what point? What countries would be the most forgiving of this behavior, and could the aforementioned individual get away with this in international waters? If the individual were to just drop said hypothetical human Z off in a random genetic laboratory with a collar that would say analyze my DNA, sit back with a beer and watch the chaos on the news, how do you think the world would react? Also, if you were to watch a hypothetical YouTube video outlining a scenario that may or may not violate international law, and it happens like 20 years down the road, would you snitch on that individual who made that video? Feel free to choose your words very carefully in the comments below. Fun prank idea: go to a sperm bank and switch around some of the human vials with chimpanzee.
Just keep pushing, honey.
Can I see my baby? She already paid, right? There's a ton of really cool science involving chimeras and hybrids, but I need some real evidence. I'm talking like a 6-year-old YouTube video of a Russian man injecting his spunk into a chicken egg to make several worm-like monstrosities. Not even joking. We're gonna go through some of the Russian homunculus series. Also, this series is really gross, so, you know.
Trigger warning, vulnerability.
So basically, this guy injects his baby gravy into a pre-chicken, and then he just puts a band-aid on it and waits for a few weeks, and then he cracks it open, and out comes this thing. Yeah. This one is the best. I love that weird worm thing. Unfortunately, weird worm thing spat at Vodka Land Science Man's face, and then in a moment of pure unadulterated Russian rage, he obliterates his half-chicken son with a book that I failed to Google Translate because I don't have a Russian keyboard. After getting spit on, he's not making that same mistake again. He went full Chernobyl suit on us. He stepped up his game. He's doing a full homunculus mukbang up in here. Could you imagine a video collab where this guy works with like one of those food tubers and he cracks open a bunch of homunculi and the other guy just starts shoveling them into his mouth? Moving on. I love how he has his trusty pre-designated homunculus smashing book at the ready in this one. He will not be caught off guard again. Not again. Okay, he left this one alive, and now he's keeping it kind of like an interesting beta fish. Honestly, pretty cool pet, 9 out of 10. It appears to have grown much bigger, and now it is undulating. It's beginning to take on a shape that somehow really looks a teeny bit like both types of human genitalia. That one has an eyeball. I'm not saying anyone owes anyone royalties. I just know we don't want to have to get the law involved. I don't know if those creatures you're making have skeletons, but if they do, your closet's full of them. Things are getting a bit more advanced now. We have the baby of Amoeba and Patrick Starr hanging out with his best friend, a living fleshlight. Name a more iconic duo. I'll wait. And it appears that one of two things have begun to happen. Either the fleshlight is attempting to vor the eye starfish, or they have combined into one being. I will update you as the story develops. They do appear to be fusing as one being. Yeah, I don't think one is eating the other. I mean, all of these body parts are just terrifying and wrong to me, so it's anyone's guess. Wow, this is quite a dramatic change. It kinda looks like the Dumbo octopus, just a little bit. Oh, he's gonna probe it with the poking stick.
Homunculus, no, enjoy the poking stick.
Okay, so you know how I just said that they were combining? Now I'm not so sure. Maybe Dr. Frankenstein's fleshlight really was just eating the other one. Either way, it appears to have foregone the head and instead just replaced it with an upward-facing anus. Quite an interesting evolutionary strategy. It appears to have developed teeth, kind of like one of those sea cucumbers that grow teeth in their anus. Do you know what I'm talking about? Probably not. Moving on. Oh my god, look at it. It just ate a raspberry. Nature is so beautiful sometimes. I mean, like, not right now. That's a disgusting abomination, but I don't know. Go outside. I don't know if I'm gonna have to censor that. Did it just poop, vomit, sneeze, or bust a nut? I'm not really sure if there's much of a difference if you really only have one hole for everything. Oh my god, is that a fish? Oh, it's dead. It's dead. I was expecting the homunculus to try to, like, eat it or something. I mean, like, other than everything that someone may object to morally or ethically here, at the very least, that's incredibly anticlimactic. Is this real? No, of course not. I mean, like, I believed it when I was a kid, don't get me wrong, but there comes a time in every person's life where they have to inject their spunk into a chicken egg and learn things for themselves. It's still an incredibly impressive art project. I have no idea how he managed to make those worm monsters look so realistic. So, homunculus guy, bravo. This is amazing. Hey, fun fact, did you know you could buy a dead bat on Amazon? Thanks, Jeff Bezos. I'm in my childhood bedroom. In my old bed. I'm grown up, though. My feet hang over the far edge of the mattress. I can hear someone in my kitchen, bumping into things, knocking things over. I don't want to go downstairs, but I have to. I know I'll see something awful when I do. This paragraph was the only information accompanying an image of an anomalous entity posted to Twitter by paranormal investigator Trevor Henderson. Still kicking and yet again letting a middle finger fly to the Foundation. Love to see it. In another post with the same image, for some reason captioned like some sort of internet horror dating sim, we find that this little creature's name is Hollowhead, suggesting that it is, in fact, an idiot. Even though this isn't a ton of information, we can still gauge quite a bit about this creature from the image and context provided. Let's start with his... wait a minute. Yep, his physical characteristics. The monster's most dominating feature is its massive balloon head, complete with uncanny valley human features. Its eye sockets appear to be empty, which is strange because I'm still getting the sense that this motherfucker is staring at me with his ominous, distended grin. Its nose looks kinda normal, so we're gonna skip that part. Its dental structure looks vaguely similar to that of Homo sapiens, and the mouth itself looks like it could fit roughly one Homo sapien. One can only imagine the horrific stench emanating from that filthy, unkempt maw.
Oi, that was proper nasty. What'd I ever do to the likes of yous?
Oh my god, I am so sorry. You're just a regular British person. The creature's body looks skinny and frail. Look at those stick arms. Do you even lift, bro? There's no way that this skeletal frame could feasibly hold up that enormous watermelon of a head. Also, I just realized that this motherfucker has no neck. There's no way in hell he even has the coordination to balance standing up. I want to see this guy try to run, because it would be impossible for him and hilarious for me. It's also notable that this creature doesn't look like it has much space for internal organs in its torso. This, plus my 20-some-odd years experience as an epic pro gamer, tells me that its head is the weak spot. If you gotta fight him, try to pop it like a pimple. The paragraph provided along with this image gives context for what Hollowhead may represent. The primal fear one felt as a child when needing to leave the safety of their room at night and venture into a pitch-black house. So familiar in the day, but when corrupted by the shadows, it becomes uncanny. Of course, there isn't usually any danger. Not this time, though. Evidently, the experiencer of this has grown, reappearing in their own childhood bedroom seemingly out of the blue. And this time, the danger is very real. The distorted monster that once was only in the darkest pits of your imagination now takes a physical form. Real. Live. In the flesh. You'll have to leave the room eventually, or maybe he'll find his way up to you. Or I don't know, something goofy like that. Okay, so here's what I propose we do about all this. We take a bunch of big old my 600-pound life people and a bunch of starving children from a third world country. And then we switch them for like a year and just document all of it. I'm fairly sure it would result in good content and maybe some deaths. I have no idea how that deals with whatever critter boy we're talking about over here, but if we get TLC on the phone, I'm sure whatever money they'd give us would be good enough to throw at this problem to make it go away. What's the problem again? Hollowhead? Something about a head? You want head? Oh, if you're an incel, money should definitely fix that problem. Look at Andrew Tate.
Emergency storm warning. All residents, please remain indoors and wait for further dispatches.
August 6th, 2018. This EAS warning was the only information posted alongside an image of what looks to be a novel anomalous behemoth. Well, that info, and the fact that its founder named it, the Wandering Faith. This big old critter was discovered by Trevor Henderson, who decided it belonged on social media rather than locked away in the Foundation files. Good on ya! Ignorance is bliss, and we gotta steal that from you. Let's start with what's inherently obvious. Its physiology. It has 4 tree stalks of legs. It looks as though it's not affected by the laws of gravity in the same capacity that humans are. I mean, there's no way this fat fuck wouldn't collapse under the massive weight of its own body. This behemoth extends into the sky, with several small tendrils drooping downwards below its neck. Perhaps for use in food collection or tugging on its nub. It's likely that even a step from this creature would cause earthquakes. Not to mention what happens to whatever the hell he's stepping on. What's really intriguing about the Wandering Faith is that it appears that its neck extends off-screen, meaning that its head is still obscured, and at this point, unknown. While it's entirely likely that Trevor took this picture with the fear of the unknown in mind, we're gonna miss the point entirely, but on purpose. Alright, Amoeba, let's find out who this really is. What? That's the most disappointing thing ever. That's like taking a bunch of shrooms, expecting to think about your problems and introspect on your life, and you just come out ashamed that you have to wipe better. The name Wandering Faith may signify some sort of connection to religious imagery. It's also referred to as Day 17, but Trevor himself has never confirmed the same. We learned some new information about this creature on August 8th, 2018. A new photo posted by Trevor of what looks to be a similar type of critter, with an additional one in the background. These could be younger forms of the creatures, a juvenile, if you will. On July 30th, we get an example of what may actually be at the top of its head. It bears the same tentacles as the other creatures, only this time it seems to be bipedal. There's a caption alongside the creature.
It's amazing what people can and will adapt to, if given enough time. They've had the evacuations down to a science by now. And even with an emergence, the fields kept them from doing any real damage. They didn't even have to stop the trains this time. He wouldn't be late after all.
Once humanity looked at this thing for 20 minutes and realized that it didn't start immediately killing everyone, they just assumed it was a big dumb animal, and responded accordingly by doing fucking nothing. Well, some tried to eat it, I guess. Classic humans. Of course, I'm putting these 3 images together and making some of these assumptions on only their shared similarities, and this video on ancient horror that I'm stealing, fair using, the canon from. What? Don't look at me like that. I've learned from the most successful comedians that you just steal all your stuff from Twitter so you have someone else to blame when you get canceled.
Storm warning. Please stay inside until further notice, unless you or a loved one has been pre-chosen.
Posted on August 20th, 2019. I wonder if he's pre-chosen by, like, the critter, or pre-chosen by a person. Like, they all just get in a room, and they have a big raffle, and whoever draws the shortest straw gets sucked up into the sky beast pussy. By the way, pre-chosen definitely just means for eating. Like, yeah, this could be a holy rapture thing, but I got $500 on us just eating them. Now the obvious question, would you stick your dick in it? These creatures all share the same skin texture and similar skin tones, the same tentacle appendages, but they all have variable morphology. They also seem to be, quote-unquote, choosing people. For what? I'm not sure. Some people believe that in the end times before the apocalypse, those without sin will rise to heaven. I'm not one of those fucking people. Maybe being shoved up into this thing's mouth is that kind of deal. Who knows? Probably not. I don't know, maybe they're just choosing who looks tastiest. Also, they tend to bring a storm with them. This could be an effect that the creature has on weather patterns, or maybe it exudes some sort of fog-like steam from its pores to surround it or something. Maybe he's just a big fan of the movie The Mist, or maybe it's like a fart or something, I don't know. Maybe we can learn more about them by thinking about where the hell this critter came from. Some people thought this creature was made in a lab, and then grew to uncontainable proportions. If I find out that this was man-made, the creator is going to scientist jail, alongside that guy who tried to selectively breed pitcher plants to suck him off. Others believe that the Wandering Faith is holy in nature, and signifies the coming of the end, or something. Thing is, when anything this big and possibly world-ending comes by, people start screaming, "Repent! End of days!" So you kinda gotta take all that with a grain of salt. I have one theory about this creature that is yet to be discussed. I don't think it's some sort of weird giant horse raptor, but instead a sort of mass-scale filter feeder, like a baleen whale. It could use these weird little tentacles, as well as other organs on its massive body, to catch airborne bacteria, or birds like their little plankton. Maybe there is airborne plankton, I don't know, I'm banking on the fact that you don't either. Unless we get some sort of update, it doesn't seem like we'll be able to piece together what these things are, where they came from, or what being chosen means. Recently, new evidence of what looks to be a novel supernatural creature has been posted on the internet. This image was recently posted on multiple social media platforms, alongside the phrase, "stunned in the headlights." This anomalous evidence was uploaded by one Trevor Henderson, a paranormal investigator who tends to wipe his ass with the rules and regulation the Foundation establishes for the sharing of anomalous media. Gotta love it. Even though there's very limited information about this critter, we can still use the uploaded media to gauge some ideas about what exactly the fuck it is. Let's start with what we can clearly see, its physical characteristics. On the front of its head are 4 visible eyes and 3 visible noses. Its eyes are a milky white, like your friend's cat that they have to put like a weird paste in its eyeballs every day or they'll dry up and fall out. It has one long slit of a mouth, with what looks to be multiple points that would be a philtrum in the human being. It's possible that these sensory organs loop around the back of its distended soup dumpling looking ass head, so it may have much more than 4 eyes and 3 noses. Now I want soup dumplings. Please, one viewer at home, put soup dumplings in an envelope and send it to me in the mail. The skin on its face looks clammy and pale, almost like a wet, greasy clay. I feel like if I threw a heavy object at it, it would make like a squelchy dent and just kind of stick inside. Long story short, this thing looks gross and slimy, and I both don't want to touch it and am curious as to if I could fuck it. Cognitive dissonance is a real and powerful thing. Its body looks to be a shadow, or some sort of ghostly figure, with the ends of its legs disappearing before they would supposedly end in feet. Jesus, I can't even say the fucking word without you weirdos frothing at the mouth. The lack of a physical form on its body suggests that this creature is some sort of apparition. By apparition, I don't necessarily mean ghosts, although this could be the case. I mean that this creature may not interact with the physical plane as you do. It may be capable of phasing through surfaces or objects, or disappearing completely. I don't know, dude, I'm making this up based only on a photo, so your guess is as good as mine. It actually is quite possible that this creature is some sort of ghost. It has a ghostly tail that looks similar to that of a white-tailed buck. Side note, y'all ever hear the story of Tail Girl? Anyways, this person was a weirdo, and they wore a tail, in public, like a lot. That's not the weird part though. It is the weird part, but it's not the weird part. This one time, someone ran up behind her and pulled the tail out, and she screamed as if she was in terrible pain, like someone hit her leg with a baseball bat. I saw the shiny metal glint of an egg-shaped ball at the end of the tail. At that moment, everyone knew why she always sat so weird. I don't know why I brought that up, but I was cursed with this information, so now you are too. Ignorance is bliss, and I just stole that from you. If this creature was some sort of ghost, why would it be wandering the earth? And why would it appear here? The 4-legged structure of this critter, and how it's appearing in front of a car, suggests that it has some sort of relation to roadkill. Perhaps this is a mauled and distended representation of an animal that met its fate on the side of the road. One may wonder if it's related to the god of roadkill, another Trevor Henderson creation. And to that I say, maybe, but not everything is the goddamn Marvel Cinematic Universe, so shut up. The name Stunned in the Headlights also suggests a relation to roadkill. A common phrase for someone who looks scared or doesn't know their next move is looking like a deer in headlights. It is with this that I state my hypothesis about this creature is that it's either the ghost of Christmas past of a deer that got all smushed up by a semi-truck, or some sort of Kirkland brand god of roadkill. Without more information, all we can do is guess. I take that liberty to guess to make up a bunch of shit that removes the whole fear of the unknown from this beautiful work. That's right, Weirdy. You're just a big dumb animal to me. Guess I shouldn't have been hitting so many deer and toddlers with my car for fun. I regret nothing. It's the drunk crashers who get caught that get us in trouble. If you like this video, you should like, comment, and subscribe with all notifications enabled, and if you do that, I'll bring you to the Mystery Flesh Pit Vegas, and maybe I'll even let you live. Shout out the inner circle. Love y'all.
Okay, bye.
Che, bicho brabo.